Dongyang, let me go. Please don't. The doctor said it's not safe anymore. Hearing the sobbing voice beside him, Lin Dongyang stretched his neck and loosened his grip. He shook his head slightly, feeling a bit of a headache. He opened his eyes and looked down at his wife, crying uncontrollably beneath him. Confusion filled his mind. He clearly remembered that just moments ago, he was taking photos of a leatherback sea turtle to show his friends. But when he tried to release it back into the ocean, the giant creature had smacked him with its flipper end just like that. He was sent straight back to the embrace of the sea. If he had been rescued, why wasn't there any taste of seawater in his mouth? And looking around, this definitely wasn't the ocean. Nor was it a hospital. Under the dim yellow light, he saw his wife familiar, yet somehow unfamiliar, crying and looking at him with fear. Suddenly, he realized where he was. He pinched his cheek hard. Pain shot through, making him frown and rub the spot. He must have been reincarnated just like in those novels he used to read. And not only did they have been sent back to the very day he made the biggest mistake of his life. This was the night when his wife miscarried. From that day on, she never looked at him the same again. She stopped speaking much, stopped trying to talk sense into him. She just worked and worked. Years later, when their son grew up, she died from exhaustion, leaving him all alone. Their son refused to acknowledge him and ended up going to sea with his third uncle. In his youth, he didn't work. In his middle age, he worked half-heartedly. By the time he finally tried to make things right, it was too late. His son was already grown, and he was scrambling to earn money for his wedding. Thinking back, he had truly been a terrible man in his past life. Maybe even the sea turtle had seen enough and decided to send him back for a second chance. He wasn't an educated man, but since heaven had given him this opportunity, he was going to make the most of it. This time, he would take care of his wife and child, live a good life, and not make his older brother struggle to support him. Huixiang, don't cry anymore. I want to do it again. Don't wake the baby, Lin Dongyang whispered gently, pulling her into his arms. As he spoke, he looked around the old house. It had been over 10 years since he last lived here. He found himself unable to fall asleep right away. Li Huixiang sniffed the smell of alcohol on her husband's breath and froze for a moment. Just now, he had been so violent, and now he was smiling at her with such tenderness. The only time he spoke to her like this was when he wanted money. Still, she was too exhausted to think much of it. She worked all day, and, at night, she had to deal with him. With a wary hand resting on her belly, she slowly closed her eyes. Lin Dongyang watched her every move, a hint of helplessness in his heart. How little she trusts me now, he thought. Guess I'll have to start showing her I've changed. Just as he reached to pull the light switch, two big black eyes stared back at him from the darkness. A pale little face crouched on the bed, leaning forward, face to face with him. He nearly jumped in surprise. He instinctively tightened his grip on his wife, startling her awake. She looked at him with fear. For a moment, the three of them, husband, wife, and child, just stared at each other in silence. Lie down. Go to sleep. With that, Lin Dongyang turned off the light, and the small room was plunged into darkness. A family of three drifted into slumber. Early in the morning, the roosters in the yard began to crow, annoying as ever. If he remembered correctly, not long after the family split up, he had taken those two roosters, roasted them alive, and eaten them in a fit of anger. Dongyang, wake up. I need to get to work. You go ahead. He'll be up in a minute. Let me rest my eyes a bit more. You won't let me go if you don't loosen your grip. Lin Dongyang opened his eyes and saw his wife's face just inches away. For a moment, he felt like he was dreaming. He reached out and pinched her cheek, then smiled at her impatient expression. This feeling was truly amazing. He let go and got up first, helping his heavily pregnant wife off the bed. Li Huixiang looked at him in confusion. The roosters had just crowed, and he was already awake? That was unheard of. Was the sun rising from the west? You go back to sleep. He'll do the work. When Mom and big sister-in-law finish cooking, he'll come wake you, she said flatly, her expression unreadable. She didn't know what to make of his sudden change of behavior. You're almost due. Let me do it. Come on, teach me what to do. Lin Dongyang had planned to just take over the work himself, but upon thinking about it, he realized he didn't even remember what stage of pregnancy Li Huixiang was in. Now that he thought about it, he felt a pang in his chest. Looking at her now, she was wearing plain, worn-out clothes, her face tired and pale. Clearly, she hadn't been eating well. Still tall and slender, she had once been the most beautiful girl in the village. It was only because their villages were close, and his father was hard-working, and he himself wasn't ugly, that she had ended up marrying him. Li Huixiang, noticing Lin Dongyang staring at her, was reminded of last night. Fear flickered in her eyes again as she whispered, trembling, Dongyang, no, please stop looking at me like that. It's already morning. I was just thinking how pretty you are. Come on, let's go. He helped her out the door, still feeling her discomfort and unease. Clearly, during this time, he had treated her terribly. He wanted to take her to the county hospital later. Even though nothing had happened last night, he still felt uneasy. In his past life, he had failed her terribly. This time, come what may, he would take her out and show her the world. If you can't sleep, just sit nearby. Second sister-in-law and third sister-in-law will be out soon. He'll work with them, Li Huixiang said, struggling to sit on a small wooden stool. Before her was an old fishing net. This was their family's main tool for survival. It was also the skill that had kept their father, who had 6 children to raise, going strong. Their father was the head fisherman, taking his 3 sons out to sea. Even in bad seasons, they could still bring in 200 or 300 yuan a month, more than enough to live comfortably compared to the average rural income of 20 to 30 yuan. The Lin family was one of the few in the village to own a motorized fishing boat. As for why there were 4 sons, but only 3 went to sea. Lin Dongyang hated the heat and exhaustion of life at sea. He went once and never again. Instead, he relied on begging his father for money or on Li Huixiang weaving nets for the local fishing company to survive. Though the family hadn't split yet, his 3 older brothers worked with their father and earned a decent monthly income enough to live comfortably. Though Lin Dongyang wanted to replace Li Huixiang and do the work himself, he had no idea how to mend fishing nets. He scratched his head awkwardly, giving her a sheepish smile. Chapter 2. The division of the family. Lin Dongyang had scarcely been observing for a while when he noticed Li Huixiang furrowing her brow. Just as he contemplated speaking to her, urging her to take a break, he saw that 2 older women from the adjoining rooms, seemingly in unison, opened their doors and stepped out. Their faces bore the wrinkles etched by the winds of the seaside, suggesting they might be slightly older than their actual years. They were also from the same village, differing somewhat from Li Huixiang, who hailed from an inland community. Dongyang, how come you're actually staying by your wife's side today? Still oblivious to the work that needs to be done, remarked his second sister-in-law with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Dongyang, taken aback by her tone, could only manage a smile and nod in response. He knew that as long as he smiled, they would refrain from further remarks. The third sister-in-law, petite in stature, seemed to shrink in his presence. He stood nearly 6 feet tall, his physique robust from years of avoiding labor, often indulging in feasting with friends. Perhaps it was due to his crossing over into this world, but he felt significantly stronger and more energetic than before, his muscles firmer than he remembered. However, with his wife pregnant, he found it inconvenient to ascertain the full extent of his physical condition. Dongyang, you mustn't continue like this. You need to contribute to the household. I heard from Dad and Mom that a division of the family is imminent. If you persist in idleness, you might even lose the little one. And then you'd have to plead with Dad, who will surely scold you, his third sister-in-law admonished, assuming a tone reminiscent of a teacher. For she was indeed the only intellectual in the family. Had it not been for the need to acquire various certificates for boarding a ship, he would have been illiterate. Currently, his sisters-in-law treated him fairly well, but as time passed, when he caused Li Huixiang to miscarry and remained unproductive, relying on his brothers for support, their perceptions of him gradually soured. Reflecting on it now, he bore no grievances. Nevertheless, he cherished the familial atmosphere at present, believing that once he made changes, his family would reassess their views on him. Li Huixiang's countenance darkened at the mention of family division. Already uncomfortable from her seated position and with a growing belly, the news caused her distress. Aside from her 2 younger sisters-in-law, their family was struggling, and with her husband in such a state, should a division occur, they might not even afford meals. Third sister-in-law, did Dad truly say he wants to divide the family? Li Huixiang inquired anxiously. Huixiang, do not fret. Stand up first. I've told you, with your condition, you shouldn't rush into work. There will always be tasks to complete. My second sister-in-law and I can manage it. I too heard the news, but the timing is uncertain, she reassured her. Oh, you pregnant woman, why are you up so early to work again? I've told you not to. Lin Dongyang turned to see his mother behind him, a sight he had not encountered in quite some time. Mother, it is wonderful to see you, he exclaimed. Wonderful, you say? I am anything but. Just seeing you irritates me. After finally waking up early, you don't help with the work and leave it to your wife, do you? How did I end up with a son like you? You drive me to despair. Lin's mother scolded him with exasperation. She harbored some concerns about the future of her youngest son after the impending separation of their family. Though she refrained from voicing her worries, her heart ached for him, tinged with a sense of disappointment at his lack of ambition. Lin Dongyang observed his family's reproachful gazes directed at him, and couldn't he help but chuckle. He recalled a morning from years past when silence enveloped the household, the atmosphere thick with tension. The expressions of blame and resignation etched on his parents' faces only became clear to him when he finally embarked on his journey to earn a living. He recognized, with a tinge of self-deprecation, that he was rather simple-minded. Lin's mother and several women nearby looked at Lin Dongyang with a mix of surprise and confusion, noting his unexpected laughter instead of anger. "Dear wife, rise quickly. Your mother-in-law is worried about you. Do not disregard her concern. Come, I shall lead you inside," he said warmly, helping Li Huixiang to her feet with a gentle smile. He then guided her into the house, leaving his sisters-in-law and his mother exchanging perplexed glances. Something seems off about Dongyang, does it not? He did not even react to Mother-S words and instead laughed. Has he lost his senses? The sisters-in-law remarked, watching the couple depart. Enough of your chatter. You two should put in more effort. Is he foolish? Did you not notice he slipped away from work? Lin's mother replied with a resigned expression before heading into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. In the main room, seated at the large table, Lin Dongyang gazed nostalgically at the spread before him, realizing that such gatherings would soon become rare. Although his father had intended to separate the family today, Li Huixiang's difficult childbirth had delayed the process for 6 months. With the younger generation growing, it was clear that the old homestead could no longer accommodate them. It was indeed time to divide their household, especially since the youngest son needed to take his leave. He recalled how his father had generously given Li Huixiang an additional 200 yuan, and he had covertly taken some for himself, causing her to cry in frustration, a moment that marked the first time she displayed a different emotion after her miscarriage. The weather was unfavorable that day, preventing them from going out to sea, so Lin's father seized the opportunity to address the family. Sitting at the head of the table, he surveyed the crowded scene with satisfaction, feeling that his years of hard work were not in vain. Lin Dongyang's son, Lin Jianchuan, along with his third sister-in-law's 2-year-old son, Lin Jianbin, were playfully engaged on their little chairs, oblivious to the world around them. Today, we must address a crucial matter. It is time to separate our households. There are far too many of us, and once Huixiang gives birth again, we could have 10 grandchildren. We cannot delay this any longer. Our family has made some earnings these past 2 years, as you may already know, he continued, prompting the family to glance toward Lin Dongyang, who appeared oblivious to the implications. What are you all staring at? Earning money is a good thing. Father, please continue. Lin Dongyang responded nonchalantly, fully aware of their curiosity. He observed his father, whose weathered bronze skin bore deep wrinkles, a testament to years spent braving the sea as a fisherman and the leader of their collective fishing team. Last month, fortune smiled upon us as we encountered a school of fish, allowing us to reap a bountiful catch. Combined with our savings, it was nearly sufficient. I have resolved not to distribute the profits amongst you any longer. I have discussed with the village about acquiring a plot of land on the western side, where each of you brothers can build a house. Furthermore, I will provide each of you with 100 yuan as a token for your initial expenses. Beyond that, I possess no more. This way, no one receives more or less than the others. Is there any dissent? Upon concluding his remarks, Lin father gestured for Lin mother to produce the money, casting a cheerful glance towards the assembly. Having exhausted his own savings, he sought to quell any notions of favoritism among his children, as he had already exerted his utmost efforts as a father. How they choose to proceed from here is entirely in their hands. He cast a wary glance at Lin Dongyang, his youngest son, feeling a tinge of concern, and resolved to provide a little extra for his daughter-in-law later on. Father, your decision leaves us no room for discontent, one son remarked. Indeed, I share no objections. Another echoed. Dongyang, what of you? Lin mother inquired, her brow furrowed with concern over any potential objections from him. I have no objections, father. You are truly benevolent. As the family had yet to commence their meal, they swiftly concluded the matter of their inheritance. Nonetheless, they would continue to reside together until the new houses were completed. Only Li Huixiang wore a worried expression, her demeanor starkly contrasting with the joy of the others. Observing her smiling husband, she could only manage a resigned smile, realizing that she would need to work even harder in the days to come. Chapter 3. The desire for a small wooden boat after the meal. Each family member busied themselves with their respective tasks. Some headed to work, while others ventured into the mountains. Yet, smiles adorned every face, with no one urging the couple to labor. Li Huixiang, heavy with child, found it inconvenient to assist, while Li Dongyang was perceived as unlikely to contribute, rendering inquiries unnecessary. Once everyone had departed, the couple found themselves exchanging glances, accompanied by the youngest sibling's wife, who reminded Huixiang to help watch the children, counting their own son. The scene was filled with laughter from the two silly couples, while 2 others merely observed the merriment. The children who were of school age or capable of running around had vanished, engaged in their own frolicsome escapades, leaving behind only the promise of a scolding at lunchtime, a small price for their freedom. It seemed they traded the occasional reprimand for liberty. Yet, today's youth appeared resilient, valuing freedom far more than a brief bout of discipline. Feeling somewhat bored within the confines of their home, Li Huixiang clutched the money in her pocket tightly, apprehensive of her husband's intentions. After a short while, Lin's mother summoned Li Huixiang into the house, likely to secretly bestow some money upon her, and perhaps assist with watching the children. With little to occupy himself, Lin Dongyang entertained the two giggling children nearby, successfully eliciting their laughter until it turned to tears. Observing his wife and mother emerging from the house, he raised his hands in mock innocence. You should go out for a while. I don't want to see you here today, as your presence only irks me, Lin's mother remarked with a hint of exasperation, before walking over to joyfully scoop up her two grandsons, engaging them in playful antics. Indeed, her strength was impressive. Lin Dongyang gazed at his indifferent mother and his wife, who regarded him with evident suspicion, and he understood that this household was no longer a suitable abode for him. However, he truly did not wish to seek out his friends. Time was abundant, and he needed to focus on becoming a better person. If he ventured out now, he risked losing the slight improvements he had made. It was the second day of the Lunar New Year, just days past the Qingming festival. Lin Dongyang observed the time on the wall. The tide had yet to recede, and he would have to wait a while longer to go clamming. Yet, he felt little inclination to wait. This home could no longer accommodate him, so he decided to head to the seaside to converse with Mazu, the sea goddess. He found a bucket and a metal shovel in the house, stealthily grabbed a handful of coarse salt, and set off towards the shore. Their family lived relatively close to the sea in this village, and perhaps he might encounter his father and others who were working in the fields on the mountain. Whistling a little tune, he arrived at the tidal flats, where the water was still fairly close to the shore. He removed his shoes, placed them aside, and began a meticulous search of the area. Perhaps luck was on his side, for as soon as he set down the bucket and began to dig a hole, he spotted two swimming crabs washed ashore, attempting to scuttle back into the water. He swiftly captured them and placed them in the bucket, just as the tide receded further, revealing a vast expanse of sand. With bucket in hand, he dug, and before long, it brimmed with numerous clams and razor clams, not to mention a few starfish, which he could take home to soak in liquor for his father. Approaching the rocky outcrop, he began to pick a few mussels. Noting that the resources were still plentiful and the specimens impressively large, he also discovered several wild oysters, though he deemed it unwise to consume them at present. The treasures found on such beaches typically held little monetary value, and there were no buyers interested in such finds. Most deemed it a waste of time, preferring to consume lesser fish instead. As Lin Dongyang reached for a few spicy snails, he noticed movement in the water between the rocks. A large blue crab surfaced, struggling to ascend. His eyes brightened at the sight of the crab, and he quickly seized it, continuing his search among the rocks. Fortune smiled upon him, as he soon caught 3 more blue crabs, though none matched the size of the first. Even this lesser catch could fetch 2 yuan, surpassing what his wife could earn after 2 days of hard labor. His instinct was to consume them, yet a pang of guilt tugged at him. As he prepared to depart, he noticed a small water hole on the other side. Approaching it, he gently prodded with a shovel, and a bass leapt out, landing in his bucket. Luckily, the crab's claws had been bound, or he would have been heartbroken had it perished. After 2 to 3 hours of bending and gathering along the shore, his feet felt slightly cold and a bit numb, yet his body felt fine, free of fatigue and soreness, a testament to his good health. With a smile, he returned home carrying the bucket. His mother was cooking, while his wife was tending to their 2 youngest children, lost in thought and failing to notice his arrival at first. "Wife, look what I've caught," Lin Dongyang exclaimed, lifting the bucket to reveal a bounty of blue crabs and bass. He realized he needed to change buckets. After all, live catches were worth far more than their deceased counterparts. "You ventured to the seaside, did you? Just moments ago." Mother presumed you had once again sought the company of your dubious friends, even declaring she would not prepare your meals. Such a derogatory term for friends. I have assured you that I am capable of work. Now, let us enter the house. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Dongyang was not genuinely upset. He aligned 2 buckets side by side, pouring water into each as he cleaned and nurtured them, planning to sell after dinner. Once he finished his tasks, he noticed Li Huixiang preparing to embrace their son and approached her, taking one child in each arm, smiling as he walked into the room. Li Huixiang observed her suddenly industrious husband with a sense of unease, coupled with curiosity about why he had beckoned her into the house. However, her ingrained obedience prevented any objection, and she followed him inside. "My dear, come, sit," Lin Dongyang cheerfully urged, drawing his wife to the edge of the Kong and lifting her onto the bed to sit. The room was small, with only the Kong providing space for seating, and he found himself yearning for the new house his father intended to build for him. That grand west room, with its long row of space. He recalled how enviously the villagers had regarded it upon its completion, showering praise upon Lin's father for his prowess. "What is it you wish to discuss? Is it money you seek again? We are on the brink of splitting our household, and with the baby soon to arrive, I will be unable to work for some time. Please, do not spend the money. Once I am able to contribute, I will earn for you, if that is acceptable." Lin Dongyang gazed at his wife's pleading expression, tears glistening in his eyes, momentarily at a loss for words, for he indeed intended to request funds. How despicable he felt, realizing that the moment he opened his mouth, his wife regarded him with such desperate eyes, as if pricked by 1,000 needles. "Huixiang, the situation is this. I plan to purchase a small wooden boat to earn a living at sea. Given your condition, you need not exert yourself. Rest assured. Even with the division of our household, I will ensure you do not suffer in comparison to others. After dinner, I shall sell the green crabs and base, and I will ask father to help me find a small boat for sale. You may give the money to him. I will not take it." How does that sound? Lin Dongyang did not chastise Li Huixiang, instead embracing her and gently stroking her back as he spoke softly. At his words, Li Huixiang's initial reaction was disbelief. She feared he was beginning to allocate the funds for their household division. Although mother had given her an additional 100, he remained unaware. "Perhaps we should wait a few more months, until after I have given birth and can work again before buying," she suggested, casting a wary glance at her husband. She lightly patted his mischievous hand, her face flushed with nervousness as she glanced toward the door. After all, they had not closed it upon entering. And should mother walk in at that moment, she would surely scold her husband. Yet, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. Several months will pass. How much can we earn in that time? I shall work diligently this time. Barring exceptional circumstances, if I do not earn each day, I shall not share the bed. Will I? Lin Dongyang tightened his embrace, speaking with a hint of urgency. He felt as though he had made a solemn vow, listening to her husband's words. Li Huixiang's heart swelled with joy, and a smile graced her face. As she laughed, the two little ones on the Kong began to giggle in unison. Lin Dongyang, witnessing his wife's radiant smile, felt a surge of happiness and joined her in laughter. In this lifetime, he is determined to safeguard that smile. Chapter 4. The ship is ready. Upon receiving a satisfactory response, Lin Dongyang smiled as he assisted Huixiang, leading the two little ones out of the house. The children, together in companionship, giggled incessantly, their laughter echoing despite their somewhat gaunt appearances. At the tender age of 2, he often found himself under his mother's watchful eye, as no elder brother wished to entertain him, making him appear rather sensible. Throughout his upbringing, he prided himself on being more mature than the children of others, albeit somewhat taciturn. It was only after a drunken outburst that he realized how inadequately he had fulfilled his role as a father. Having missed the opportunity to amend his ways in the past, he now seized the chance to ensure that his son would not endure a life filled solely with toil and devoid of joy. Mother, is dinner not ready yet? I've worked hard today and am utterly exhausted. Perhaps you could stir-fry that spicy snail for me? Just a little would suffice, and I can eat it myself. Lin Dongyang said, grinning as he watched his mother busily preparing the meal, gently helping Li Huixiang to a seat. Lin's mother looked at her son, sensing something unusual in his demeanor today, and for the first time, she found herself reluctant to scold him. His labor had been fortunate. A trip to the beach had yielded a bountiful catch of several blue crabs and bass. Observing the smiling daughter-in-law, she felt her son was truly blessed. Even without their assistance, relying on his wife would suffice for sustenance. Got it. A year without work, and you think you can take credit for doing just a little? If it's not tasty, why should I prepare it for you? Lin's mother retorted with a teasing smile, carrying the bucket into the kitchen to prepare the meal. Listening to her words, Lin Dongyang smiled softly. Indeed, his mother had a sharp tongue but a tender heart, though her chatter could be rather excessive. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, he had been striving hard. Before long, Lin's father returned with 3 older brothers and several sisters-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law twisting her son's ear, looking rather fierce. Lin Jinha, I asked you to take your brothers out for fun, not to catch loaches. When we get home, you'd better be ready for me, she warned. And you lot, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Observing the fearful faces of his nephews exchanging glances, Lin Dongyang couldn't help but chuckle. Sister-in-law, look at Jianhe still laughing with Jianhua, he exclaimed, pointing at his nephews while smiling at the scowling sister-in-law. She remained silent, tightening her grip on her son's ear, causing Lin Jianhe to glance at him with a look of displeasure. At the Lin family dining table, a chorus of slurping sounds filled the air as everyone began their meal. After dining, Lin Dongyang took his wife to seek out his father, who was still awake. "Father, may I ask you for a favor?" Lin Dongyang said, holding Hu Weixiang's hand as they settled onto a side chair, smiling as he spoke. He lightly scratched Hu Weixiang's palm, fully aware of his status within the family and how others perceived him. If he were to propose buying a boat and working diligently, one could imagine Lin's father dismissing him with a derisive laugh before promptly sending him away. At this moment, it would fall upon Hu Weixiang to intervene. After all, she was with child and thus possessed a modicum of influence. What legitimate matters could he possibly have? None at all. Lin's father cast a sidelong glance at his younger son, took a sip of water, and settled into his chair for a moment's rest, knowing he would need to labor again in the afternoon. That morning, he had not even summoned Lin Dongyang to measure the land. As the days passed, the weather began to improve, signaling that it was time to resume fishing at sea. He needed to complete the work while the weather remained favorable. Listening to Lin's father's words, Lin Dongyang refrained from arguing and simply turned his gaze towards Hu Weixiang, nodding subtly in her direction. Observing her husband's expression, Hu Weixiang felt a chuckle rising within her, yet she restrained herself in front of her father-in-law, maintaining a polite demeanor as she gently spoke. "Father, Dongyang wishes to purchase a small wooden boat to earn some money at sea. Do you happen to know of any second-hand boats for sale recently? He is eager to buy one. With the imminent division of the family estate, he wishes to work diligently and lighten my burdens as well." Upon finishing her statement, she turned to Lin's father, who appeared puzzled, and smiled reassuringly to indicate her support. She had considered the practicality of the small wooden boat. If Lin Dongyang grew weary of his endeavors, they could always sell it. Given her husband's reputation in the village, should he wish to sell any second-hand item, the price would likely be higher than elsewhere, as he was well known for his reluctance to work. The possessions of such a person could hardly be deemed inferior. "Dongyang, have you truly contemplated this? If you wish to earn money at sea, why not accompany me on the boat?" Lin's father regarded the couple thoughtfully before speaking. However, he did not genuinely desire his son to agree. Although he often lamented his younger son's idleness, he had never resorted to reprimands. Deep down, he preferred that his son remain safe on land. Should calamity strike while they were both at sea, the entire Lin lineage could be lost in an instant. The ocean, while replete with wealth far surpassing that of tilling the land, also harbored greater dangers. In his heart, he was reluctant for his younger son to join him on the boat, yet he did not wish to stifle his son's aspirations, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. "Father, the ocean is vast. I would rather not share a boat with you. We can discuss it when my older brothers purchase their own boats. I shall manage with a small wooden vessel for nearshore fishing. It is much safer." "Very well then. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Go and summon your brothers. I have something to discuss with them," Lin's father replied, nodding in agreement and smiling at his son. However, the deep lines etched on his face rendered his smile more akin to a grimace, rather unattractive. Even as he sought to earn money at sea, he must also take care of his appearance. Listening to his father's instructions, Lin Dongyang called for his brothers to join them. His 3 elder siblings were generally kind to him, though they had all married and begun families of their own, which had led to an increase in their ambitions following the anticipated division of the family estate. "Dongsheng, shortly you shall go to Linshui Slope and inquire with old man about the funds needed for crafting a wooden boat. Ask if he can spare a boat for me today. I am willing to contribute additional funds as well, for your father carries a bit of prestige." Now, Dongyang has expressed his desire to venture out to sea. As you are all aware, the ocean harbors dangers, and thus, I have not insisted that he join us aboard the vessel. Dongyang, too, has not pressed the matter. Should any mishap occur, our Lin family must not be entirely ensnared. We had previously agreed to separate our affairs. This is not merely for the sake of compensating Dongyang, but also to care for him as the younger brother. I have already contributed the necessary funds. I trust there will be no objections from you all. Lin's father expounded his thoughts in one breath, taking a sip of water before glancing at his sons. Each has established their own family, and it is no longer a matter of his authoritative decree. He remains attentive to the dynamics among his sons. Should any discord arise, he would find himself caught in the middle, which would be quite uncomfortable. The urgency of today's matter, even at the cost of personal feelings, stems from a fear that his youngest son may lose interest after a few days of enthusiasm. If he does not comply once the purchase is made, he would be compelled to follow through, even if he works only 5 days a month. It would be an improvement over the current situation. Father, I have no objections. It is a good thing that Dongyang is eager to work. You have already allocated funds to me, and with the need to build houses, perhaps we brothers could pool our resources. A wooden boat costs only around $100, which is quite affordable, Lin Dongyang said, joyfully directing his gaze at his quiet younger brother, smiling. His heart swelled with happiness at the prospect of his younger brother taking the initiative to work. As for any potential nagging from his wife upon returning home, that could be addressed later. At this moment, he, as the elder brother, must maintain his dignity. I am truly pleased that you all share this perspective. However, I still possess some funds, which will serve as the final expenditure before our separation. This has indeed drained my resources. Should Dongyang encounter difficulties in the future, I trust you will lend a hand. Now, I conclude my remarks. Are there any dissenters? Lin father chuckled as he set down the water jug, narrowing his eyes to survey his 3 sons. He was well aware of their dispositions, yet marriage and parenthood inevitably bring about change. Much like his own relationship with the family of his 3rd brother. What is there to oppose? As long as you are happy, father. Lin Dongyang replied without paying much heed to the expressions of his other 2 brothers, Lin Donghua and Lin Dongyang. Upon realizing that their father and elder brother had settled the matter, remained silent. After all, any inquiries upon returning home could be met with ignorance. Their elder brother would handle discussions with their sister-in-law, who would, in turn, communicate with their wives. Maintaining silence was their path to victory. Thus, it was settled among the family. Father, elder brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, I will not disappoint you, declared the youngest son. Yes, do your best. You are not a child anymore. Soon, you will welcome your 2nd child. Lin father nodded in response to his youngest son before retreating indoors. He needed to report to his wife and, incidentally, gather some funds, for he was running low on money. This division of assets had truly taken a toll on him. He needed to set sail and earn money swiftly. Chapter 5. Funds provided. Task unfulfilled. Lin Dongyang carried a bucket, following his elder brother Lin Dongyang towards the purchasing point, preparing to sell blue crabs and perch. Along the way, he intended to inquire about the current conditions near the coast from his brother. This was a matter he genuinely knew little about. Although he had lived in this era, his previous experiences had primarily revolved around indulgence and leisure, leaving him with little inclination to actively seek out information. By the time we truly begin to comprehend, the coastal resources have already suffered considerable devastation. If it were a small wooden boat, it would suffice to dock it in our village's sheltered harbor. There would be no issues. After selling the goods, one could simply moor the boat and return home, thus making things easier. Lin Dongyang, smiling, shared his knowledge with his younger brother. Initially, due to inexperience, one might not yield substantial returns, yet persistence is essential. Once understood, things will improve. Fearing that his brother might abandon the endeavor without success, Lin Dongyang continued to guide him, speaking until his throat grew dry. Dongyang, the goods from our family are typically sold to that fellow over there. Just call him Longzi. His prices are relatively high, and his father maintains a good relationship with ours. All right, I understand, replied Dongyang. As they conversed, they approached Longzi. The weather was unfavorable. Were it not for some fishing boats desperately braving the seas to catch fish, hoping for a return with profit, those engaged in procurement would be quite reluctant to work. If one were to miss a day while others ventured out, even long-standing loyal customers might shift their allegiance to competitors due to that absence. The life of a buyer is not easy, yet it seems to be quite lucrative. He couldn't ascertain the truth of it. His previous life had been devoid of education, and much of what he knew came from hearsay and short videos, leaving him uncertain of their veracity. Longzi, don't be so picky. The boat's Haven Tea returned yet? Returned? They're risking their lives out there. If I weren't worried about them fleeing, I wouldn't be out here at all. Is Dongyang busy? My brother, whom you know, had good fortune today on the beach, collecting quite a haul. Wait for him, and by the way, he is setting out to sea shortly. When he comes here to sell, you must offer him a fair price. If I find out you've cheated him, you know the consequences. Lin Dongyang passed over a water bucket, his teasing laced with an undertone of threat, and afterward, he smiled at Longzi. His older brother stood tall, well over 1.8 meters, and years of exposure to the sun had tanned his skin to a deep hue, giving him a robust appearance, while Longzi appeared somewhat diminutive in comparison. Were he Longzi, he would undoubtedly nod vigorously, partly for the sake of profit, and partly out of genuine fear. After all, It was well known that the Lin family was large and comprised many strong young men. They had already welcomed 9 male heirs into the next generation, earning them the reputation of being a village bully. To truly provoke them would be unwise. Dongyang, you jest. I would never cheat your family. If I did, my father would surely break my legs when I return home. Dongyang, you finally decided to work. Do your best. Considering this is your first time, I'll round it up to 3 yuan. I want to even bother with a receipt. Just take it and don't lose it. I'm watching over you. Longzi laughed as he weighed the goods. Retrieving a stack of money from his pocket, he continued to speak amiably while handing it to Lin Dongyang. Thank you. Brother heir, I'll work hard and sell you more later. All right, it's settled then. After their exchange, Lin Dongyang secured a reliable buyer, one with whom he shared some familiarity. While many things have become more lenient, there are also more scammers and swindlers out there. However, in their fishing village, trust in local individuals remains paramount, and instances of being swindled are relatively rare. Placing the money into his pocket, his heart swelled with joy. Although the sum was modest, it was enough to allow his wife to witness the transformation he had undergone. He planned to present the money to her shortly, and he was certain it would bring her happiness. The thought of Li Huixiang's smile from not long ago made him grin even more. After all, he had not seen his wife smile in 10 long years. She was truly beautiful. Without earnings, one cannot enjoy the warmth of home, he mused. Now that he had earned some money, he could indeed provide that warmth, although her pregnancy made certain activities inconvenient. Nevertheless, alternative methods existed, and he looked forward to discussing them with her later that evening. Together with his elder brother, they docked the boat in a safe harbor, surrounded by about 10 wooden vessels. However, compared to his brand-new boat, the others appeared somewhat worn. Initially, he had intended to purchase a simple boat, but his father had surprised him with this pristine gift, thereby supporting his entrepreneurial endeavors. As they paddled the little wooden boat out to sea, he acknowledged that, under normal circumstances, one would earn far less than on a larger vessel. With the recent division of their family, his father could no longer treat his sons as mere laborers, which he deemed a fair outcome. Though his father seemed straightforward, he possessed a keen mind, managing to maintain harmonious relationships among his sons, thus minimizing conflicts. Let us depart. The boat is in hand. I will take you out for a while. And when we return home, you can prepare to go online and familiarize yourself with the area we just traversed. Do you truly not need me to accompany you tomorrow? Not at all. I can manage on my own, rest assured, Lin Dongyang replied with a smile, graciously declining his brother's kind offer as they made their way home. By the time they arrived, night had completely fallen. During dinner, Lin's father, concerned about potential discord among the daughters-in-law, reiterated the family situation. Everyone was well aware of Lin Dongyang's character, and upon hearing their father's remarks, they felt hesitant to speak up, realizing that he had already given them considerable support in the division of the family. After dinner, as darkness enveloped the world outside, Lin Dongyang cradled his son in one arm while supporting his wife with the other as they walked into their home. The others looked on with smiles, and while Li Huixiang felt a touch of shyness at the beaming expressions of her sisters-in-law, she also felt an increase in appreciation for her husband. Returning to their modest quarters, he playfully tossed their son onto the bed, encouraging him to crawl. He gently lifted his wife and placed her on the warm cot. Even with her pregnancy and prominent belly, she felt light in his arms. His strength had indeed increased significantly. Before long, Lin Dongyang presented the money to her and assisted her in washing her feet. See, my dear wife, I wasn't deceiving you, he said with a smile. As Li Huixiang gazed at the 3 yuan in her hands, tears began to flow uncontrollably down her fair cheeks. This was the first time her husband had brought money into their home, especially for her. If only this could continue forever, she thought. Why are you crying? Keep your voice down. We don't want the neighbor's wife to overhear and tell your mother. I don't want to face the repercussions, Lin Dongyang said, observing his wife's renewed tears with a mix of helplessness and affection. Their room is adjacent to that of Lin Dongyang, separated only by a thin wall, allowing for the clarity of any happenings, even the most private of matters, which must be approached with utmost caution. After the incident in the previous life, it was not Li Huixiang who revealed the truth, but rather San Sa who reported it, a memory that lingers vividly. Listening to her husband, Li Huixiang felt a twinge of fear and quickly wiped away her tears, casting him a discontented glance while gesturing with her foot towards the dusty cloth beside her, indicating for him to wipe her feet. Observing the ingratiating smile on Lin Dongyang's face, she managed to restore her own smile. That evening, Lin Dongyang made no demands. He simply allowed her to rest her head on his arm, drawing her closer into his embrace. They lay there together, oblivious to their small son who had crawled beneath their feet and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 6. Setting sail before the rooster had a chance to crow. Lin Dongyang was roused from his slumber by a peculiar slurping sound, accompanied by a slight itch on his foot. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his wife. Adorned with a blissful smile, sleeping soundly, presumably lost in a delightful dream. His wife was indeed easily contented. Witnessing a hint of improvement in his demeanor had restored her joy and filled her with hope, contrasting sharply with her previous, despondent state. Following the source of the sound, he discovered his son perched on his feet, his tiny hands clinging to one of Lin Dongyang's toes, playfully sucking on it while giggling softly, utterly engrossed in his amusement. Though quiet and untroublesome, Lin Dongyang felt a bit of disdain. With a gentle nudge, he attempted to dislodge the child, yet the boy continued to clamber up onto him, rendering Lin Dongyang somewhat exasperated. He truly had no experience in caring for children, having never taken responsibility for them throughout his life. "Dear, wake up and see what our son is doing. He is nibbling at my foot," Lin Dongyang called out, rousing the slumbering Li Huixiang. When she finally opened her eyes, still dazed, he helplessly continued, raising his right leg to reveal their son clinging to his calf and laughing at the sight of his awakened mother. At 2 years old, the child still acted like a little fool, crawling up his father's leg until he reached his chest, then attempting to climb onto Li Huixiang's belly, seemingly eager for his morning meal. However, Lin Dongyang could not abide by the thought of allowing his son to partake in such a feast, especially given the drool at the corners of his mouth and the earlier antics of sucking on his toes. "Why are you pulling him back? Let him eat until he is satisfied. He won't fuss then," Li Huixiang questioned her husband, puzzled by his earlier comments about being foot-nibbled, still muddled from sleep. "No. He just had a taste of my foot. Let him wait a bit longer. I'll be heading out to sea soon. And you should show me some affection before I go. Can you really call yourself a father?" he lamented, nearly on the verge of tears. "Let him cry if he must. It's good for children to cry," Lin Dongyang replied, not waiting for Li Huixiang's response before unceremoniously kicking his shameful, still nursing son aside. He must wean his son. It's quite shameful that he has grown so big. It's the indulgence of his grandparents that has led to this. He needs to have a serious discussion with his parents. Once the second child is born, how will he earn enough to provide for his wife's nutritional needs? Raising 3 children is beyond his means. Listening to her husband's words, Li Huixiang shot him a disapproving glance, but chose to remain silent. Ignoring their son who had begun to wail, Lin Jinchuan, having cried for a while without receiving any attention from his parents, ceased his lamentations and crawled back towards them, this time seeking comfort at his mother's feet and sucking on her toes. Observing the 2 men on the bed, Li Huixiang felt exasperated. This father-son duo truly knows how to stir up trouble. Content, she assisted her wife in donning her clothes, glancing at her swollen belly, feeling a twinge of fear. It's already 8 or 9 months along. He had lost track of the exact duration. He needed to earn money quickly, take her to the hospital for a checkup, and perhaps buy some supplements. If they relied solely on their current funds, she would undoubtedly refuse any suggestion. He lifted his son, treating him as if he were a small chick, playfully shaking him, which elicited laughter from both of them, easing Li Huixiang's furrowed brow. "Be careful. The bed is not low. What if you drop him? Your parents will have something to say about that." All right, I understand," he replied. Dad, play. Lin Dongyang, hearing his wife's words, disregarded their son's request to continue flying and placed him on his shoulder, heading out with his wife. The sun had already risen, and he saw his sister-in-law and mother bustling in the kitchen. Lin Dongyang stifled a yawn. "Mom, what is for breakfast? I need to eat before heading out to work. We should have a hand net and a dip net at home, right? Always thinking about food. It's already late. Your father and brothers have left long ago. Your eldest brother has prepared everything for you, including a bucket and a basket. Do you want to take them, or should I wait for you at the dock?" Lin Mu shot a disapproving glance at her younger son, her concern evident as she feared for his safety at sea. As a mother, she worried about her son being idle and also feared the dangers of working, yet for the sake of their livelihood, she had no choice but to let him venture out on his own. "If you don't mind the effort, wait for me at the dock. I should be back by afternoon. Did you pack my lunch?" "Yes, I've set it aside for you. Now hurry up and be careful. If anything seems off, come back immediately, understood?" Lin Mu handed him an aluminum lunchbox, issuing her caution. Li Huixiang, caressing her belly, stood up and cast a worried glance at her husband, her heart heavy with anxiety. She wondered if he, having been pampered all his life, could endure the hardships ahead. However, she could not dissuade him from going. Soon they would have 2 children, and with their separation, it would ultimately be difficult for her to manage alone. Thus, Lin Dongyang bid farewell to his mother, wife, and several sisters-in-law, taking the basket and water bucket his eldest brother had prepared for him, and set off into the outside world. After a while, he arrived at the small dock on the edge of the village. It was sparsely populated, far less crowded than the bustling port of Shazaku. However, for his modest wooden boat, the lively port was not a destination he could aspire to. He placed his belongings onto the vessel, grasped the oars, and began to row. He was the sole occupant on the water. If his assumptions were accurate, others had already set off long before him. Even a small wooden boat had to toil relentlessly. It was no easy task. As he rowed, he found this to be his first experience with such labor, and he felt a certain awkwardness. Despite his strength, his arms began to ache. Looking out over the calm waters of the West Show, devoid of wind or waves, he felt the sun beating down upon him. It was still morning, yet he could already sense discomfort from the sun on his neck. Fortunately, it was spring, and the heat was not yet oppressive. He had donned long sleeves for his early outing. A solitary wooden boat drifted on the vast sea, and to be frank, he felt a hint of fear. This boat was not comparable to the massive steel fishing vessels of later generations, leaving him with a sense of insecurity. He picked up the fish spear, holding it for a moment to ease his tension. Surveying the expansive ocean, he acknowledged that this was the place that would sustain his family throughout his life. In his heart, he offered a silent prayer to Mazu. Using a small hand net, he began to skim the surface of the water. After a few strokes, feeling the current, he had not anticipated catching anything, yet fortune smiled upon him, and he managed to haul in several small fish over the course of a few days. Though they were insignificant and unfamiliar to him, these little fish held no value. Nevertheless, they were a sign that his prayers to Mazu had borne fruit. Today promised to be auspicious. In all honesty, he lacked experience, yet he felt a surge of joy and did not wish to overexert himself. So he cast his first net of the day. Chapter 7. Blue-spotted mackerel. As the net sank, after a brief interval, Lin Dongyang began to pull it up, and the haul was quite satisfactory. He was fortunate enough to catch 2 black mackerels, known as black jiaji. If only they had been red jiaji, they would have fetched a higher price. Alas, they had been heavily depleted by relentless fishing in previous years, making it difficult to encounter them. With a smile, he placed the fish into the boat's hold and continued to row forward. After each stretch, he cast the net again. There was little time to waste. And although the valuable catches were not plentiful, Lin Dongyang felt a growing impatience and rowed forward with a bit more urgency. The shoreline was devoid of tall buildings, and he could no longer glimpse the land. Lin Dongyang floated alone on the sea, accompanied only by his recent catch, which, unfortunately, could not converse with him. Exhaling, he acknowledged the weariness of a fisherman. After a busy morning, he had earned merely a meager sum of 10 yuan. Yet, it was still a commendable amount. He wondered how his wife would reward him upon his return. As he mumbled to himself, he opened the lunchbox prepared by his mother. The rice had become somewhat spoiled, having absorbed the sun's heat, but he did not complain and began to eat. After finishing his meal, he ceased rowing and allowed the current to carry him. Resting for a moment, the sun had begun to make him drowsy. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, thoughts of Li Huixiang's smile and his son's morning antics brought an involuntary smile to his face. Without pausing for rest, he began to cast his net anew, demonstrating his considerable strength and stamina. For an ordinary fisherman, a day's labor might equate to what he had accomplished that morning. Typically, fishing on wooden boats involved 2 individuals working in tandem, thus enhancing efficiency. However, the more one worked, the less one consumed, leading to a quicker onset of hunger. Before long, Lin Dongyang's stomach began to grumble, yet he pressed on, feeling a sense of urgency. With a small boat drifting upon the sea, the toil of casting and retrieving nets all day might not yield as much as a single haul from a larger vessel. Indeed, having barely begun his labor, Lin Dongyang was already contemplating the purchase of a sizable boat, though such vessels were scarce and costly, and he found himself lacking the funds. As he pondered these thoughts, having just cast his net, he caught sight of several shadows darting beneath the water, accompanied by 2 dorsal fins above the surface. Though not particularly fearful, he harbored concerns that sharks might devour his catch, prompting him to quickly retrieve the net. A smile broke across his face as he beheld a significant number of blue-spotted mackerel within. It appeared he had stumbled upon a school of fish, a promising omen for the day. With fervent strokes of the oars, he exerted every ounce of strength, Realizing that with his school of fish, 2 successful hauls would suffice for his return, the wooden boat sped past the sharks, casting the net once more. He felt its weight, excitement coursing through him as he began to pull it in. The effort required to hoist it revealed its substantial heft. As he managed to bring the net aboard, he estimated it contained over 100 pounds, and with the added weight of the water and net, it became even heavier. Sitting on the boat, he took a moment to catch his breath, gazing at the half-filled vessel of blue-spotted mackerel, elated by his fortune. These were no ordinary fish. They held considerable value, and with fewer fishermen in the area, the competition for catches was minimal, resulting in favorable prices that were often in demand. The blue-spotted mackerel, also known as Spanish mackerel, boasts a blue back and a white belly, glistening beautifully under the sun. Typically, they measured around 30 centimeters and weighed 5 pounds. The current market price for a pound of mackerel was approximately 3 to 5 yuan, a commendable figure indeed. As he watched the school swim away, a twinge of disappointment washed over him. Being on a wooden boat meant that if he had a drag net, a single haul could net him 2 to 300 yuan, silencing any naysayers regarding his industriousness. Yet his disheartenment was short-lived. As a new wave of fish surged toward him from behind, seemingly in pursuit of something, Lin Dongyang swiftly cast his net again, this time landing it squarely in the midst of the school. As the fish passed, the effort required to pull the net nearly strained his back, compelling him to haul it in gradually. Observing the boat brimming with blue-spotted mackerel, he lamented having discarded many catches earlier in the day, which left him with limited space. Regrettably, he had even thrown back several smaller mackerels, which pained him greatly. However, his boat was now filled to capacity. Any additional fish could risk capsizing it. While he yearned to earn more, he remained acutely aware of his safety, mindful of his wife and children at home. No caution was excessive, especially as he contemplated the potential earnings. With determination, he began to row his small boat back home. The journey began with relative ease, but now, fully laden, it took considerable effort to navigate the waters. Even with his strength and stamina, Lin Dongyang had to pause for a moment after rowing for a while. As they neared the harbor, he spotted several small wooden boats, and a trawler passed by, its engine roaring loudly, creating quite a racket. Lin Dongyang cast an envious glance at the fishing vessel. Had he been aboard today, he would undoubtedly have netted a substantial catch of the blue-spotted mackerel. It was truly a pity. He was determined to earn money to upgrade his boat. Upon reaching the shore, he noticed his mother anxiously scanning the area. Her face brightened when she saw him wave. Although he initially felt a sense of joy, it quickly faded upon seeing Li Huixiang following closely behind her mother. The return of boats had dwindled, and he felt no fear of thieves in this region. Anyone daring enough to steal his fish would find themselves facing his father and brothers upon their return. Huixiang, your belly is quite large now. Why are you still following us? The harbor is full of water. What if you slip and fall? Lin Dongyang said sternly, tinged with a hint of reproach. Li Huixiang, undeterred by her husband's words, felt a warmth in her heart and smiled gently as she replied in a soft voice. I was worried about your safety on your first outing. I couldn't sit still at home. With my mother here, I know I'll be fine. Lin Dongyang steadied his approaching wife, casting a disapproving look at his mother. What are you staring at? Hurry and gather the catch. I've never seen you so concerned before. Huixiang helped with the harvest a few days ago, while you went off to drink. Lin's mother shot back at her youngest son with a hint of annoyance before picking up several baskets to assist him in collecting the fish. Li Huixiang had intended to help, but Lin Dongyang's stern gaze restrained her, and she settled on the shore, smiling as she watched their figures retreat. Life, indeed, was filled with hope. What luck you have. On your first outing, you filled the boat with mackerel, Lin's mother exclaimed in disbelief, her voice slightly trembling as she regarded the boat's bounty. Stop dawdling, mother. We need to weigh the catch and head home. Huixiang is still waiting aboard. I encountered a school of mackerel today, but the wooden boat was too small, and I lost many. Aside from those few dark hours, the morning felt like a wasted effort. Seems like Ma Zhu was right. New fishermen always have good fortune, Lin Dongyang remarked, amused by his mother's words, earning himself a series of exasperated eye rolls from her. As Lin's mother placed the catch into the baskets and Lin Dongyang transported them to the shore, Li Huixiang watched. The moments flowed by slowly. Once the work was nearly done, the three of them looked at the full baskets before them, smiles breaking out on their faces as they began to anticipate how much they would earn from the sale. Fishermen risk their lives at sea, yet it is all for the promise of that final reward. Li Huixiang gazed at the fish in the basket, unfamiliar with them. Yet she felt a thrill as she inquired of Lin's mother, Mother, are these fish valuable? They must weigh around 1 or 200 jin, right? Spanish mackerel. Indeed quite valuable. Xiaoxi is truly fortunate. You are in for a blessing, Lin's mother replied with a chuckle. Lin Dongyang smiled but remained silent, effortlessly lifting a basket and heading toward the vendor Erlongzi, who had no queue in front of him. Ergo, what is the price of blue Spanish mackerel today? He asked. The mackerel you mentioned? Today's price is not low, 3.7 per jin. How fortunate you are to encounter them on your first outing. Erlongzi responded with a grin, glancing at the basket Lin Dongyang placed before him with surprise. Such an expensive catch would fetch a high price upon resale, and he was delighted at the sight of the fresh Spanish mackerel. Lin Dongyang refrained from inquiring about prices at other collection points, trusting that his elder brother would not conspire with outsiders to deceive him. If his brother were that cunning, he would not have spent his entire life as a fisherman. Moreover, upon returning home, his father would undoubtedly inquire about the details. If the price were amiss, henceforth, the family's catches would not be sold to Erlongzi. If he were not foolish, he would not jeopardize the catch of a trawler just to swindle a small wooden boat. Losing even one trawler would be quite distressing for their village, which had only 2 or 3. Dongyang, your luck is remarkable. Do you have any more? Erlongzi asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Dongyang chuckled, replying, today is indeed fortunate. My mother says that Mazu has promised gifts to new fishermen. We encountered a school of mackerel. Perhaps 200 to 300 jin, with the boat nearly full, and a few black mullet as well. You must offer a good price for these. Rest assured. I won't shortchange you. I can afford to earn a little less. I'll give you the best price. If you don't believe me, you may ask around. However, the black mullet won't fetch as high a price as the true mullet. I can offer you 7 mao per jin, which is the highest I can go. Very well. Thank you, ergo. I shall bring over the catch to weigh it. All right then. Chapter 8. Directly recouping by the time Lin Dongyang carried the last basket to Erlongzi's collection point, a considerable crowd had gathered, many of whom were family members waiting to assist their loved ones returning from the port. They cast envious glances at Lin's mother, who wore a beaming smile as she conversed with Erlongzi. Erlongzi, trusting of their family, did not scrutinize the catch before weighing it and engaged in light-hearted banter with Lin's mother. Auntie, now even Dongyang knows the value of hard work. You must feel reassured now, with your son doing well, unlike me, who is the only one in my family. Look at you, speaking as if Xiaoxi has only worked a day. Who knows if you will want to stop tomorrow? As Lin Dongyang approached with the basket, he initially felt happy hearing Erlongzi's praise, but was quickly disheartened by his mother's teasing remark, feeling a twinge of grievance. In his previous life, he had simply remained a child. Had it not been for necessity, he might never have learned to work, content to live off his brothers. Unbeknownst to him, upon his return to this life, despite his relentless efforts, he still failed to earn the acknowledgement of his mother. Mother, why must I cease my endeavors? Is there anyone else out there who speaks of their son in such a manner? What have I said to you? I have expressed nothing but my dedication. Yet you insist I simply continue working, all while mocking me in the process. Initially irritated, Lin Dongyang's anger dissipated upon witnessing the subtle smile gracing his mother's face, accompanied by her words. She truly lacked vigor. At his age, resorting to such tactics was beneath her. Dongyang, do not be upset. Calm your temper, Li Huixiang said, observing her son's displeased expression. She smiled as she patted his back and caressed him gently. She feared her husband's stubbornness might resurface, leading to a public squabble at the docks with her mother-in-law, which would indeed be quite embarrassing. Erlongzi, who had unwittingly ignited this familial discord with his casual remarks, fell silent, turning his attention to weighing the impressive haul of fish, his heart brimming with joy at their splendid quality, each fish worthy of being the centerpiece at a feast. Dongyang, how did you manage to catch such a bounty? All prime specimens. I shall offer you 30 cents per pound, if I do not raise the price. Your father might come looking for me with your brothers, Erlongzi remarked with a grin as he completed the last basket of fish, addressing both Lin Dongyang and his mother. Although his words seemed jocular, a hint of trepidation lingered. He truly did not dare to deceive the Lin family, a formidable clan. Yet, even with the additional 30 cents, his profit would still surpass that of smaller catches. At this point, Erlongzi's gaze towards Lin Dongyang had shifted. He no longer believed Lin's mother's claims of divine favor from Mazu. Having worked as a temporary laborer for the fishing company during communal fishing, he had encountered many novice fishermen, and none had ever experienced such fortune on their maiden voyage. If Lin Dongyang had indeed reaped such rewards, he would earn quite a sum over the month. That's simple enough. I can discard the small fish and keep the larger ones, Lin Dongyang replied. finding Erlongzi's question somewhat perplexing, yet feeling compelled to explain due to the promise of increased payment. Upon hearing this, the once boisterous crowd around them fell silent, staring at him as if he were a fool. There were no prohibitions against catching small fish. Anything brought aboard was money. And given the decent state of the fishery resources, no one would intentionally use large mesh nets, only the absolute closure nets. Li Huixiang's smile faded as she realized the extent of her younger son's loss, recognizing that he had discarded a significant number of fish. Yet, she also understood the limitations of their wooden boat, her heart aching at the thought. Had they used the family's dragnet, perhaps they could have struck it rich. Such a loss felt unbearable. As the atmosphere grew heavy with silence, Li Huixiang felt a pang of sympathy for her husband, understanding his frustration. Standing beside him, she took his hand. In recent days, Lin Dongyang had sought her closeness, and now she yearned to be near him as well. Oh, Dongyang, how could you possibly discard the small fish? They too hold value. The fish in your basket, the small ones, surely surpass the trifling sum of 3 dimes. Indeed. As a newcomer to the sea, there is much you do not comprehend. It is imperative that your father imparts more wisdom upon you. Venturing into the sea is not something that just any inexperienced lad can undertake. Chui, make sure your elder teaches you well. One must not solely fixate on the larger catches, neglecting the smaller ones. A group of women began chattering animatedly about Lin Dongyang and his mother. On one hand, they were envious of the abundant sori, and on the other, they were reluctant to accept that Lin Dongyang had managed to earn a living. After all, he was once notorious in the neighboring villages for his idleness and lack of ambition. You truly seem to possess a narrow perspective. Do you not see the bountiful catch? Can that boat even accommodate all this fish? Do you not know that our Dongyang has filled an entire vessel with large sori? If he had not discarded the small fish, how could he have brought them back? Surely there are some families that have never filled an entire boat with their haul. Before Lin Dongyang could respond, his mother launched a verbal barrage at the crowd, particularly emphasizing her last statement, which caused the assembled group to disperse rapidly. No one dared to retort or say anything to Lin's mother. After all, the Lin family had filled their boat multiple times. They were at a loss for words and could only walk away in pairs, murmuring amongst themselves. Lin's mother, watching the women retreat, resembled a victorious rooster, lifting her head proudly as she glanced at Lin Dongyang and his wife. Unable to contain her laughter, she chuckled, and Li Huixiang, noticing her mirth in the expression on her mother-in-law's face, also joined in the laughter. The feeling of having a mother's protection is truly delightful. Indeed, his mother was sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted towards him, while she could be quite harsh towards others. They had caught a total of 237 pounds of sori. Along with 9 pounds of black thick fish, sori was priced at $1 per pound, and black thick fish at 70 cents per pound, totaling $101.10. Who among you can calculate this for me? Erlongzi smiled at the group, harboring a tinge of envy for Lin Dongyang, who could earn over $100 in a single day. What incredible fortune! The sea is indeed a treasure trove. As Lin's mother listened to Erlongzi's words, she initially intended to summon her third daughter-in-law to assist with the calculations, but upon glancing around, she realized her daughter-in-law had yet to arrive. It truly was not the right time. Mother, I shall do it, Lin Dongyang offered. Very well, you have completed elementary school, so this should not be too difficult, unlike my foolish son who has only just learned to recognize all the characters. The two began to calculate the accounts with Erlongzi, while Lin Dongyang, hearing his mother's teasing, felt a sense of helplessness. He had just returned 2 days ago, and to claim he was well-educated might prompt her to tease him further, so he chose to remain silent. Watching Li Huixiang's fingers, one would emerge and then retract, her expression a blend of excitement and seriousness. However, it took quite a while for her to finish the calculations. Once she completed, Lin Dongyang realized how long and fair her fingers were, albeit slightly calloused, not as delicate and smooth as they could be. He had not cared for her well enough. Today, I earned 100 yuan. If he decides to spend it on a boat, he would recoup his investment in no time. Currently, he doesn't even own the boat, making it a pure profit. Li Huixiang would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Chapter 9. I've given you 100 Erlongzi, indeed. Today marks the issuance of orders, or the first payment. Dongyang, Aunt Lin, I am merely issuing orders. The last time we made the initial payment to Dongyang was due to his lesser amount, which hardly warranted it. I still have to wait to deliver the fish. And that too is a part of the order. We will tally everything together at the end, as is customary. Erlongzi explained to Lin Dongyang, while Aunt Lin, having inquired, surely hoped for the initial payment, However, he was not inclined to invest his own money up front. He preferred to wait until the fish were sold, collecting his share thereafter, as he always did. All right, second brother, understood. Please proceed with the order, Lin Dongyang replied with a smile. He was not particularly anxious for money at the moment and did not feel an urgent need to acquire it today. He was not worried that Heir Longzi might abscond. If he did, it was of little consequence, as his family could not all run away together. Once Heir Longzi completed the order, Li Huixiang promptly took it without asking a single question. Lin Dongyang rummaged through his pockets, which were utterly devoid of funds, feeling a twinge of desire. But he hesitated to ask Li Huixiang for some money in front of his smiling mother. Dongyang, let us wait a moment. Your father and the others will be back shortly. You can lend a hand. You never came before when called, but today, I have caught you. Lin's mother said with some excitement. The fact that her younger son earned 100 yuan in a single day was hard for her to believe. Yet it filled her with pride. She no longer needed to worry about her youngest son starving on the streets after she and her husband passed away. All right, understood. Lin Dongyang replied with a smile. The three stood at the dock, and before long, several sisters-in-law approached with their belongings, surrounding Lin Dongyang and starting to inquire. Lin's mother and Li Huixiang were also curious about his experiences at sea and turned their gazes towards him. Initially bored while waiting, Lin Dongyang began to recount his first experience at sea. Before long, a group of women from the nearby hills, also waiting out of boredom, gathered around. Having completely forgotten about Lin's mother's earlier teasing, now fully engrossed in his tale. As dusk descended, numerous fishing boats hurriedly approached the dock. After a lengthy wait, the usual family members who came to assist were nowhere to be seen, leaving them somewhat perplexed. Father, didn't Mom come today? It was necessary for them to be there, yet they insisted on joining in the commotion. Quickly unload the goods. Let us head home, Lin's father said, glancing at the shore, feeling a bit empty without his wife's presence. However, in front of his sons, he could not show his feelings and maintained a serious demeanor. As they finished unloading the fish in baskets, a crowd of people approached, particularly noticeable due to the sheer number of family members they had. Oh dear. Dongyang spoke so well earlier that I completely forgot about this matter. Your catch today seems rather meager, consisting mostly of worthless fish, Lin's mother remarked, her expression turning somewhat glum as she looked at the baskets on the shore. He was still contemplating the possibility of his younger son encountering a school of mackerel, wishing that his husband could continue to have such luck. However, it was evident that the large vessel was not favored by fortune today. What's wrong with you today? Are you turning your nose up at everything? Even 50 is still worth selling, Lin's father remarked with some dissatisfaction as he glanced at her. Selling it means we still have to purchase diesel. It's not much, but let us focus on the work. Huixiang is still waiting for you, Lin's mother said, prompting her sister-in-law to help her carry a basket of fish towards the purchasing point of Heir Longzi. Due to the size of their boat, their haul was substantial, and there were still many people ahead of them who had just unloaded their catches from wooden boats. However, the catches were quite average, showing no significant difference from the usual. Those fortunate enough might earn 10 or so yuan, while the less fortunate could only manage 2 or 3. Yet, compared to the arduous labor, this was considered a decent earning, which explained why many sought to invest in boats and venture out to sea. Though perilous, it was indeed lucrative. At that moment, a number of women, gazing at the modest bounty on their boats, did not complain. Instead, they began to encourage one another, leaving several fishermen looking utterly perplexed. Initially, they had expected to be chastised for bringing back a meager catch, but unexpectedly, they were met with encouragement to strive harder next time, followed by tales of Lin's youngest son encountering a school of mackerel while rowing his wooden boat. Is that true? How could a wooden boat keep up? Surely, he must be deceiving you, one mused. What nonsense are you spouting? They've already weighed their catch and returned long ago. Just because you can't catch up doesn't mean others can't. I'll tell you, once we return, go rest in the room. He is so energetic. It must be because his wife is pregnant, so he has to save his strength. You should put in more effort as well. This sentiment was echoed by many women who issued prohibitions to their husbands, hoping that they might encounter schools of fish. At that moment, Lin Dongyang, who was helping to move items, shared the day's events with his brothers and father while feeling several pairs of eyes upon him. Turning towards the source of the stairs, he noticed several people looking at him with bittersweet expressions, not anger or jealousy, which left him feeling somewhat bewildered. And he could only manage an awkward smile. Once the goods were sold, the entire family made their way home, each face adorned with smiles. Lin's father and mother rejoiced at their son's growth, while his sisters-in-law breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if the younger brother continued as before, they might have to support him in the future. Seeing him earn money brought them comfort. Li Huixiang, leaning on her husband, couldn't stop smiling. Perhaps having smiled more today than throughout the entire year. Especially with a slip of paper in her pocket worth over 100 yuan, her joy was palpable. Upon returning home, they found that their sister-in-law had prepared a meal in advance, allowing them to eat right away. The children had also returned early, with the second sister-in-law managing to carry out the two youngest and begin feeding them. In their household, it was customary for whoever was free to help with the children. However, once they split households, this arrangement might become a bit inconvenient. After dinner, the brothers returned to their room to rest, anticipating an early departure for the sea the next morning. Energized by Lin Dongyang's experiences from the day, they were determined not to let their younger siblings surpass them. Meanwhile, Li Huixiang cradled their young son as they retreated to their cozy abode, where the sound of the third brother's snoring could already be heard. Observing Li Huixiang retrieve a list from her pocket and place it in the cabinet, Lin Dongyang realized he would struggle to find it, indicating that his wife still held some reservations about him. After assisting her in washing her feet, he quickly attended to his own. Noting the skin on his feet had turned pale from the water, which caused Li Huixiang distress. "My dear, you have worked hard," she said. "It is not a burden. For you both, it is worth every effort. Besides, I earned over 100 yuan today. Shouldn't there be a reward?" Lin Dongyang replied, affectionately patting her round belly with a smile. "Stop teasing. You must be tired from your long day. Quickly, get some rest. Although you need not rise as early as the brothers, you will still need to exert yourself," Li Huixiang said, looking at her husband with a hint of exasperation. Careful not to raise her voice too high lest the third sister-in-law overhear. "That is why I prefer not to exert myself. You have the leisure now. So I have devised a delightful form of activity for you. Would you care to hear it? I am not interested. Yet I have earned over 100. We agreed that I would not share a bed unless I earned money. Now that I have, you cannot escape your promise," Lin Dongyang said, casting a displeased glance at Li Huixiang for her apparent lack of faith. However, seeing her husband's expression, she felt an unexpected thrill rather than fear and began to laugh. Her laughter, accompanied by her attempts to cover her mouth, only fueled his displeasure, prompting him to assist her in covering other areas, which finally satisfied him. After a considerable time, Li Huixiang gazed at her husband, who appeared comfortably relaxed, feeling utterly drained herself. "My love, my hands are aching. Let us continue this tomorrow after you earn more." "Li Huixiang, can this merely be paused? Tomorrow? Do you think this is like an installment loan?" Lin Dongyang was taken aback by her words, unable to fathom her reasoning, and spoke with exasperation. Her laughter, though she did not comprehend the notion of an installment loan, was unabated. Once her mirth subsided, she shot him an annoyed glance, turned her head away, and extinguished the light, plunging the room into darkness. Lin Dongyang, watching his wife engage in their playful antics, felt a bittersweet pang. He had not anticipated the pronounced effects of his improved health. To spare her feelings, he resigned himself to use his own strength. Truly, it was a challenging predicament. Chapter 10. The floating squid awakened by the crowing of a rooster outside. Lin Dongyang reluctantly opened his eyes and was greeted by the sight of his wife's large, expressive eyes fixed upon him. As he stirred, a lovely blush spread across her cheeks. "Am I not handsome, my dear husband? Waking up to catch you stealing glances at me. Do you not realize our son is gnawing on your toes?" Lin Dongyang smiled as he looked at her and softly spoke. "What can be done? I do not know who weaned him, yet he shamelessly competes for food like a child. If you do not allow him to nibble on your feet, he cries, and you do not attend to him, is it not my responsibility? My dear wife, you are so clever, ha." Lin Dongyang glanced at their son, who was still munching on his feet with squinted eyes and a smile. "My dear, how is it that he is not bothered by the odor of your feet? My feet do not smell, to begin with. Did you not notice that after he tasted them once, he refused to do so again?" "Children do not lie about such things," replied Li Huixiang, pulling down her little vest and casting an exasperated glance at Lin Dongyang. She then kicked their son away with her foot, struggled to sit up while holding her belly, and Lin Dongyang quickly stood up, clad only in his shorts, and gently lifted her off the bed, setting her down steadily on the floor. "Darling, you should refrain from going to the dock today. It is crowded and truly dangerous. If you feel restless, just stay home and watch the child." "All right, understood. I will be cautious. It is nothing to worry about. I am not a first-time mother. Being careful is no trouble. You need not concern yourself with me while you are at sea." As they conversed, they stepped out, and upon reaching the main room, they suddenly remembered their son was still inside. Lin Dongyang had also forgotten, and he hurried back into the room to find their son lying quietly on the bed. Looking at him with wide eyes and giggling, he scooped him up and carried him outside. He relished this life, aside from himself, a grown man. The house was filled with women and children, each with their own tasks after finishing their meal. Lin Dongyang donned his gear and walked to the boat. He resumed rowing. Steering toward the vast blue sea, he recognized that yesterday's luck with the fish was merely fortunate. He had not sought them out all morning, simply casting his net. Uncertain if his luck had run dry, he noted that today's catch was evidently less bountiful than the previous day. However, he remained unperturbed, with money in his pocket. The transformations in his life were evident to his family, and he no longer felt the initial urge to prove himself. After lunch, his small boat floated on the sea, and he did not steer it, instead changing the water in the live well, contemplating that next time he should prepare a fishing rod to enjoy some fishing while he was out. Typically, larger fish that bite the hook are quite valuable, and he could also prepare some traps. Glancing at the sun above, Lin Dongyang resolved to head back, aside from a small catch of green-skinned fish. The rest were merely assorted fish. Just as he was about to turn the boat around, he spotted 2 golden squids drifting not far away, commonly referred to as cuttlefish. They bumped into his boat, their large, cylindrical heads appearing somewhat dazed. Lin Dongyang took out his net and prodded them with the handle. 2 jets of ink shot out, akin to a spectacle, spraying for a while before ceasing. Smiling, he lifted the net and caught them. At that moment, he realized that they had just entered the 1980s, and golden squids had not yet been decimated by rampant fishing. The squid season was still very much alive. Upon reflecting on this, a smile involuntarily graced his face, nearly causing him to forget that this was indeed the season for earning. His return seemed impeccably timed, suggesting that the transition to a larger vessel was imminent. It was now late April, approaching May, coinciding perfectly with the spawning season of the golden cuttlefish. He wondered if his father had noticed this. He could certainly inquire upon his return. In truth, he had never caught a golden cuttlefish and was uncertain how to do so. Relying solely on handline fishing and netting felt rather inefficient. Observing the 2 cuttlefish aboard the vessel, Lin Dongyang refrained from searching further, aware that if he continued and darkness fell, the perilous night sea would be even more treacherous. Today's catch was modest, but the rowing was effortless, allowing for a smooth return to the dock, where he could see his mother's anxious face from afar. The plight of families of fishermen was indeed challenging. Each time a loved one ventured out to sea, worry consumed them, anxiously awaiting their safe return, fearing that an oversight might lead to tragedy. With a cheerful wave to his mother, he disembarked alone, carrying a basket. "Is there more?" she inquired. "No, today's luck was poor, but I did manage to catch some green-skinned fish, which hold some value," Lin Dongyang replied with a smile, gesturing to the fish in the basket. "Is this poor luck? Do you think fish are plentiful every day?" "Be careful not to speak such words," Lin's mother chided, her expression a mix of exasperation and a forced smile. Upon hearing her words, Lin Dongyang felt a twinge of fear. After all, he had returned safely, and he wouldn't dare claim that the sea goddess Mazu was non-existent. His luck today hadn't been terrible, though it paled in comparison to yesterday's fortune. He quickly muttered a few superstitious phrases for good measure. The women gathered nearby observed their exchange and erupted in laughter, unabashed in their mirth. "Dongyang, did you encounter any cuttlefish today?" "This morning, someone from another village returned with half a boat full, and their family was overjoyed," Lin's mother asked quietly, watching as the local merchant weighed his catch. "I did run into them on my way back and managed to catch 2, still aboard the boat. I plan to bring them home for dinner. I'm tired of eating vegetables all day. Why don't you suggest gathering some oysters during the day?" Lin Dongyang replied. Eat, eat. That cuttlefish is so expensive. You would indulge yourself, but I can hardly bear to prepare it. Just stay there and bring them in quickly. I truly find you amusing," Lin's mother retorted, her tone a mixture of annoyance and affection. Lin Dongyang, instead of receiving praise, was met with a playful scolding. His mother had never struck him in his youth, resulting in her unrefined reprimands. He merely smiled sheepishly, allowing her to remain where she was as he returned to the boat to retrieve the cuttlefish. Grasping each slippery cuttlefish as if they were round, sticky balls, he struggled to hold on tightly, reminiscent of an object seen in a video of a rugby game. "You have cuttlefish here too. Indeed, it is nearing their spawning period. Otherwise, you would find it quite difficult to catch them with your hand nets. They are currently scarce, but their price is decent, at 3 dimes per pound." The 2 deaf men gazed at the 2 cuttlefish brought over by Lin Dongyang, undeterred by the inconvenience. Weighing them, One of them chuckled and exchanged nods with Lin Dongyang. Once the weighing was complete, Lin Dongyang took the receipt in hand, since Li Huixiang was absent today. He tucked it into his pocket, and his mother did not comment on it this time. The day's haul had turned out quite well. With the 2 cuttlefish he had originally intended for himself, he managed to sell a total of 20 Western coins, significantly more than others. His fortune at sea was indeed remarkable. As for the smaller fish and shrimp, those were promptly discarded back into the ocean. They fetched little profit. And with their family owning a trawler, they had no shortage of food, rendering their retention unnecessary. Standing by the shore with his mother, he awaited the return of his father and brothers, ready to lend a hand. Chapter 11. The secret to stopping tears when his father and several brothers returned. Unloading the catch from the boat revealed an entire tube of cuttlefish, much to Lin's mother's delight. It takes a big ship. Dongyang brought back 2 cuttlefish. And I was just wondering if you all would be fortunate enough to catch some too, and indeed, you proved me right. As she helped with the lifting, her chatter was incessant. Lin Dongyang couldn't help but admire his mother. Her ability to converse without pause was indeed a talent. Well, it seems the spawning season has begun. They're all coming up to lay eggs. We haven't even been to the island today, but our luck remains intact with this unexpected catch. Lin's father explained with a broad smile, continuing to work diligently. The strong men worked swiftly, and before long, they had completed the weighing. At that moment, Sensa hurried over, breathless. After handing her the receipt for verification, Lin Dongyang, once confirmed, passed it to his mother to take care of while he rowed the boat back. Losing the receipt in the water would be troublesome. By the time Lin Dongyang arrived home, they had not yet returned, which was understandable. Even rowing was quicker than walking. He greeted his elder and second sisters-in-law, who were busy cooking, before retreating to the small room nearby. The younger generation of the Lin family had spent their childhood in this very room. At present, Li Huixiang sat on the Kong, tending to 2 little ones who were already able to stand and walk slowly. The children grew quickly. By the next year, they would be at the age of wild running. Perhaps there would be no need to wait until the new year for them to become a source of annoyance, transitioning from their current quiet giggles to something entirely different. You're back. Are you tired? Where are your parents? Li Huixiang playfully pushed her son, who was about to leap onto the Kong, and asked Lin Dongyang with a smile. I rowed back, certainly faster than them walking. Let me see if the catch is full today. You silly, the children are right here. How much did we earn today? Where's the receipt? Li Huixiang playfully shoved him with her small hand, observing her husband, who had been fair-skinned but was now somewhat tanned from the sun. Feeling a mix of pity and embarrassment, seeing the 2 children looking over, she couldn't help but acknowledge his hard work. Not wanting to press his reluctant wife, Lin Dongyang simply teased her, taking the opportunity to caress her. You 2 dare to stare, huh? You should be weaned. Humph. Lin Dongyang glanced at his son, who had crawled over, and chuckled as he spoke. After uttering his words, he effortlessly lifted the child into his arms, sparing his precious provisions from the little one's encroachment. How shameless for a child of such age. In no other household would a child of his size still be weaned. Only in their family, where abundance reigned, could such a thing occur. Li Huixiang shot her husband a sidelong glance before descending from the Kong, mindful of the possibility of family members returning home and witnessing something unbecoming. She gently gathered her sister-in-law's youngest son and led the 2 children outside to play. Not long after, Lin's father entered, accompanied by the rest of the family, a bustling assembly. Observing his elder brother secure the cart, the 3rd brother approached to take his child away. Dongyang, your fortune is truly remarkable, to have garnered such a bounty while paddling a wooden boat. It is evident that Mazu has blessed you. Keep up the good work, Lin's father remarked with a smile directed at his youngest son. Understood, father. Hurry and wash up. I have more questions to ask you, Lin Dongyang replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Without awaiting a response, he retreated indoors with his son, as a gust of wind began to stir outside. That evening, the family gathered for dinner. Father, how can I catch squid more swiftly? The 2 I caught today merely collided with my boat. I did not fish them out, Lin Dongyang remarked after finishing his meal, indifferent to whether his father was satiated. The others at the table cast curious glances toward him, intrigued. For it was their first time hearing of squid crashing into a boat. It sounded reminiscent of the tale of the wading rabbit. They must have mistaken your wooden vessel as a spawning ground. Squid prefer such locations for laying their eggs, Lin's father chuckled, continuing, your boat is small. Just work diligently to catch more. I cannot say how to catch them quickly. It ultimately depends on your own speed. Perhaps you could venture to the vicinity of those 2 nearby islands. That would yield a greater catch. Very well, I shall retire for the night, Lin Dongyang replied, feeling discontented by the lack of a desired answer. He had hoped to make several trips in one day, but it seemed a pity that his boat was too small. He resolved to earn more to upgrade to a larger vessel, ideally one with a motor. This wooden boat, after all, was lacking in capability. As winter approached, another wave of squid would come, as well as the winter haul opportunities not to be missed. Wife, did mother give you the list? He inquired. Yes, I have it here in my pocket. Today's catch was quite good. You did wonderfully. Lin Dongyang beamed with pride as he absorbed her praise, standing tall, head held high, sharing a smile with the child in his arms. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall work even harder and surely surpass today's yield. Indeed, do your best. As she listened to her husband and observed his demeanor, Li Huixiang concealed a sly smile. His childlike mannerisms and actions, so reminiscent of a child, left him momentarily disoriented by the compliment, and she had begun to discern ways to gently guide Lin Dongyang. The family returned home joyfully, and as soon as Lin Dongyang stepped inside, he was met with the sound of his third brother's snores. Despite being the first to leave the house, he wondered how they managed to fall asleep so quickly. Lying on the bed, he found himself restless without his wife beside him. After boiling some hot water, he assisted Li Huixiang in wiping her body. The weather had warmed up, yet bathing remained inconvenient for her, so she had to settle for a simple wash. He carefully dried her feet and, like a shepherd cradling a lamb, carried his pregnant wife to bed, helping her change into a comfortable nightgown. Being in her delicate condition during spring, he was somewhat apprehensive about her catching a chill. Utilizing the leftover water, Lin Dongyang, shirtless, began to wash himself. Yet the lingering fishy odor proved resistant even to soap. Undeterred, he poured fresh water, checking the temperature before plunging their son into the tub. Without allowing him to play, he swiftly washed him and lifted him out, only to be met with the sound of crying. Li Huixiang gazed at her husband, bustling about in front of the Kong, her heart swelling with sweetness. In the past, even while pregnant, it was she who bathed their son, sometimes even tending to his needs during bath time. Never had she experienced such treatment. In that moment, she longed for time to stand still. Just wipe him down and place him by my feet. As long as he has something to eat, he'll stop crying, she chuckled, listening to their son's wails. Naturally, Lin Dongyang heeded his wife's suggestion, cleaning their continuously crying son. As he set the child down beside Li Huixiang's feet, he watched as the little one wailed and then smiled. Sucking on her big toe, the cries subsiding in tandem with those coming from the neighboring room. Your method is truly effective. I just wonder if I can share this secret with others, Lin Dongyang mused with amusement, observing his son quickly drift to sleep with her toe in his mouth. He smiled at his wife, who was feeling a bit ticklish. Li Huixiang rolled her eyes playfully at him. You know better than to share that outside. Be careful, or he might not take care of you when you're old. Hurry and get to bed. We have work to do tomorrow. Lin Dongyang nodded in agreement, stepping outside to pour out the used water. He exchanged an apologetic smile with his sister-in-law, who was also watering the ground, before returning indoors. After the division of the family, their home had grown larger. Although they lived close, it felt as if there was a greater distance between them, different from now. He cherished the time before the split, even though they no longer had to contribute financially. His sisters-in-law had not been overly critical of their little household. Additionally, despite her tendency to gossip, his mother treated her daughters-in-law quite well, and there were no significant conflicts. Following the division, while there were no major disagreements, the proximity inevitably led to more minor disputes. Wife, I earned over 20 today. You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? He inquired. Your energy is quite remarkable. After a full day's work, aren't you tired? Third brother has been snoring for ages. People are different. Hurry up. Today, we can't postpone anything. There's no one like you, she replied. After a night of silence, Lin Dongyang returned home and, for the first time, did not rely solely on himself. He nibbled on some snacks and, feeling content, wrapped his arms around his wife and fell asleep. Chapter 12. Taking my wife to the hospital in the dead of night. Lin Dongyang was roused from his slumber by the howling wind outside. He reached for the light switch, only to find the power had been knocked out, likely by the storm. In the darkness, he carefully felt around for his wife and then for their son, who lay innocently at her feet. Lin Dongyang assisted his wife by pulling the blanket up a bit, then lifted their son and wrapped him snugly in the covers before gently placing him back down. Given that his wife was heavily pregnant, it was difficult for her to shift positions, and their son was safe tucked at her feet, rising without donning any clothes. He made his way outside. He felt as if his body were a thermostat, cooling when the temperature rose and warming when it dropped, allowing him to thrive comfortably throughout the seasons without succumbing to illness. Outside, the wind was quite fierce, accompanied by a light drizzle. Spotting the illuminated main house, Lin Dongyang approached. "Father, are you still planning to head out to sea today? The winds are strong on land. They must be even fiercer at sea." Lin Dongyang spoke softly to his father, whose brow was furrowed, and offered a gentle nod to his brothers. "Let us wait a bit. If the rain continues, we want to go." "Why are you awake at this hour?" Lin father replied, his frown deepening. "The wind kept me from sleeping. I pulled the blankets up for Huixiang and the child. I just bathed them last night, and with Huixiang being so far along, she could catch a chill. Which wouldn't be good. There is no need to be so detailed," Lin father muttered, his irritation apparent. His son had a penchant for extremes. He either cared not at all or was overly concerned, leaving Lin father at a loss for words. "Fine, if you don't want to hear me. I want tea talk. Brother, if you're not going out to sea, could you help me with some fishing nets? I'll pay you later." "I just don't know whom else to ask," Lin Dongyang suggested with a smile towards Lin Dongsheng, his elder brother. "Sure, money is of no concern. Whenever I have the time, we'll manage it ourselves. It's better to rest than to fuss over such things," Lin Dongsheng replied with a grin. Lin Dongyang chose not to pursue the topic of money further. His elder brother was indifferent to it, and his sister-in-law certainly had her opinions. In their previous life, Lin Dongyang had been a source of discord within the family, but in this life, he aspired to be a better person. "All right then. I must go back to hold my wife and sleep. Farewell," Lin Dongyang said as he turned to leave. As he opened the door, the candlelight flickered wildly in the wind, casting shadows on his father's aged face. A playful impulse surged within him, prompting him to make a silly face at his father. After these past few days, his mindset had aligned with his physical state, rendering him somewhat more youthful. Lin father, already irritable, was taken aback by his son's antics and rolled his eyes in exasperation. His youngest son truly behaved like a child, lacking decorum. Lin Dongyang paid no heed to his father and brothers as he returned to his room. Just as he settled onto the bed, a long sigh echoed through the air, startling him considerably. Through the white paper window, a faint glow illuminated the room, revealing Li Huixiang's large eyes gazing at him, casting a slightly eerie atmosphere in the dimly lit space. "Why are you awake?" "I was stirred by the wind, and upon realizing you were absent, I found it difficult to fall back asleep." "You can't be without me, can you?" "Hee, come here. Let your husband embrace you." Lin Dongyang wrapped her in his arms once more, and she made no protest, relishing the warmth of his touch as he caressed her round belly. Feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness, it dawned on him that happiness could be so uncomplicated. "Dongyang, I'm tired. Please stop," Li Huixiang said, raising her head slightly and gently patting her husband's hand beneath the covers. Upon hearing her request, Lin Dongyang ceased his actions and drifted back to sleep. However, his slumber was somewhat uncomfortable. Both of his arms felt slightly sore. Upon awakening, he noticed a chill at his feet and glanced down to find their son rolling about in the blankets, attempting to burrow deeper between him and Li Huixiang. Outside, the wind still whistled, causing the paper windows to bulge ominously, threatening to burst at any moment. Lin Dongyang shook his wife awake, lifted their son from beneath the covers, dressed him, and headed outside. As he stepped out, an unusual blend of earthy and briny scents wafted through the air. Entering the main room, he found his father seated in a wicker chair, sipping tea from a bowl, which may very well have been left over from the previous day. It was a rainy morning, and instead of resting, he was indulging in tea. Lin Dongyang thought it was a bit excessive, but refrained from commenting. "Father, you're up so early. What do you think I am? You rising late every day? You're just fortunate. Otherwise, you'd be in debt. What can I say? Luck is on my side. Envy won't change that." Lin Dongyang couldn't help but retort, and after exchanging a few banter-filled remarks, he found joy in observing his father's darkened expression. Lin Mu emerged from the kitchen, witnessing the father-son duo bickering, rolling her eyes but choosing to ignore them as she continued preparing the meal. Serving a large family daily was no small task, and it left her quite fatigued. Lin Dongyang glanced out at the weather. The rain had ceased, and the wind had calmed, but venturing out to sea was still not advisable. His small boat could hardly withstand any significant waves. While his fortune was indeed favorable, he had no intention of courting danger. Alone on a small wooden vessel amidst the vast ocean could lead to dire consequences if misfortune struck. However, the weather was suitable for accompanying Li Huixiang to the county hospital for a checkup. Resolving to do so, he felt it necessary to discuss the matter with his wife first, especially given their financial constraints. Wife, stop playing with him. Quickly let him go to the side so he doesn't press on your belly. Upon entering the room, Lin Dongyang noticed their son attempting to climb onto Li Huixiang, swiftly seizing him. Take some money. There's a chance of wind and possibly rain today, so I want to be going out to sea. Father and the others are home. So I'll leave the child in their care and take you to the county hospital for a checkup. Your belly is getting rather large. We should ascertain your due date. It seems unnecessary now, and it requires expenditure, which is still some time away. Listen, let us not dispute this matter. Since I have some free time today, I shall go to the brigade shortly and summon a tractor, which should be swift. Lin Dongyang smiled, not permitting her to decline. After speaking, he gently patted his son, who was about to wail, and sent him back. Father, please don't. Observing his son rolling on the bed while clutching his head, revealing his belly once again after having just helped him dress. He could only pick him up and carry him outside, entrusting him to his sister-in-law, who was educating his younger son. The two brothers, who had been somewhat unruly moments ago, settled down and began to giggle upon seeing each other. Soon, his son attempted to grasp Lin Jianbin's small foot, aiming to bring it to his mouth. However, just as he was about to bite down, he released it and made a few pu sounds, evidently disapproving of the unwashed foot. This commotion attracted the attention of those seated in the outer room, and his sister-in-law felt a slight flush upon noticing the gathering. Lin Dongyang returned to assist Li Huixiang in coming out for a meal. Given her already considerable belly, the recent rain had turned the yard into a quagmire, and the few available bricks were quite slippery. He truly dared not allow her to walk alone. The onlookers chuckled at the couple, and he felt no embarrassment. The past was the past, the present was the present. After their meal, Lin Dongyang followed his sister-in-law as he was headed to the brigade, conveniently accompanying her along the way. He had somewhat forgotten the exact route, but it could be considered a shared path. His father was relatively well regarded in their village, having previously worked alongside the current brigade secretary in the collective fisheries team. While the secretary held the position, his father had also contributed significantly. Uncle Lu, you even come out on a rainy day? Lin Dongyang remarked. Isn't that a redundant statement? Work isn't about venturing out to sea. A little wind and rain shouldn't deter you. Just yesterday, I ran into your father, and he mentioned you. I heard you've recently learned the ropes. Do well. Are you here for something today? Lu Jianjun smiled broadly at Lin Dongyang. Had it not been for Lin Dongyang's lack of interest in his daughter, he might have almost become his father-in-law. Over the past few years, he had felt quite fortunate that Lin Dongyang had not chosen his daughter, as marrying into their family would have been quite a burden. However, hearing of Lin Dongyang's recent change of heart brought him some joy, although he felt no other emotions. Uncle Lu, is Uncle Li, the tractor driver, around? My wife is experiencing stomach pains, and I am anxious to take her to the county hospital. Lin Dongyang spoke with a hint of urgency on his face. Yes, he is. You can find him at the back. Fortunately, there isn't much happening today. So the sooner you go, the sooner you can return. Thank you, Uncle. I appreciate it. Lin Dongyang bid farewell to Lu Jianjun and walked toward the back of the brigade, where he spotted a man squatting beside an aging tractor. This tractor represented a crucial means of transportation for their village, essential for transporting goods or making trips to the county. This individual had certainly earned a decent living from it. After briefly explaining the situation to Uncle Li, emphasizing that the secretary had sent him to find him, he noted that the tractor had yet to be purchased, and it was considered an asset of the brigade, albeit not frequently utilized. All right, come on up. Let's head to your home. Sure thing, and rest assured, your hard work will not go unacknowledged upon our return. What fees are we discussing? Let us attend to business first. Just sit tight. As the tractor rumbled along with its rhythmic clatter, they made their way to the Lin residence, attracting the curious gazes of numerous school children on their way, though none dared to skip class and hurried along to school instead. Lin Dongyang spotted his nephew waving at him and returned the gesture with a smile. A simple wave exchanged. Yet seeing the beaming faces of the children made him smile in return. How delightful. Chapter 13. Purchasing clothes. Lin Dongyang held Li Huixiang tightly in his embrace, draping a thick quilt passed to him by his mother over them, creating an impenetrable barrier against the cold. Shielded from the wind, his wife nestled comfortably in his arms, oblivious to the chill. Uncle Li, please drive slowly. My wife's belly has grown a bit large, so be cautious, he urged. Rest assured, I can navigate the road to the county with my eyes closed. I've been to the city before, and the county is not far from our village. We shall arrive in no time, replied Li Danyi with a hearty laugh. However, he did reduce the tractor's speed, contemplating discussing the purchase of this tractor with the brigade, assisting the Lin family with some matters, and ensuring Lin's father would vouch for him when the time came. The tractor clattered along the dirt road, its motion steady and untroubled. "Dear, what are you doing? We're in public," Li Huixiang chided, noticing the playful smile on her husband's face. "Such a lack of decorum. If others see us, how could I possibly show my face outside without being the subject of ridicule? Why, today you choose to call me husband? With this heavy quilt. Can anyone possibly see through it? I merely wish to lighten your spirits. You fail to comprehend my intentions," Lin Dongyang whispered tenderly in her ear, choosing not to engage further in their playful banter, as he too had his pride. Seeing her husband sulk slightly, Li Huixiang felt a mix of exasperation and affection. He had indeed changed significantly since their earlier days, yet his playful nature remained unchanged. She found solace in his clinginess. All right, dear, please don't be upset. I'll help you later tonight. That is more like it, my wife. By the way, how much money do we currently possess? I need to calculate how long it will take to save enough for a large boat. If it proves insufficient, perhaps I can borrow a bit from some acquaintances. If we manage to acquire a large boat, just imagine the bounty of blue-spotted mackerel we could haul in. Our family would surely prosper." Lin Dongyang quietly mused in her ear. The cacophony of wind mingled with the tractor's engine created a tumultuous noise, yet within the confines of the vehicle, the couple found an unusual tranquility. Upon hearing his words, Li Huixiang initially felt a pang of concern, followed by a flicker of apprehension. Her husband had indeed begun to work diligently, experiencing good fortune and earning a substantial income. The bounty from a single sea venture could rival the earnings of dockworkers over several months. Yet, was it not a tad premature to be dreaming of a large vessel when they had only just begun with their modest boat? Li Huixiang no longer resisted calling him husband, her face adorned with a hint of nervousness as she softly uttered the words. "Isn't this a bit too soon? Including the bills, we currently have less than 300 yuan at home. I haven't mentioned that my parents, fearing we might struggle after the separation, gave us an extra 100. Please don't tell my brothers and their wives. I'm not foolish. My mother still cares for me, haha. You are her son. If she doesn't cherish you, whom will she cherish? Her words may be sharp, but her heart is tender. You should refrain from always arguing with her." Observing the smile on his face, Li Huixiang chuckled as she spoke. She felt genuine gratitude towards her mother-in-law, who did not embody the typical malicious mother-in-law stereotype. As long as one is diligent, she remains amiable throughout the day, although Lin Dongyang often enjoys bickering with her, making it difficult for her to advise him otherwise. "That won't do. I don't argue with my mother. You all dare not. My 3 elder brothers are all honest men. Whatever mother says goes. Doesn't that make her bored? I'm looking out for her. That 100 is my labor fee. Your reasoning is quite convoluted. I will tell mother when I return. You dare to report me? Just wait. I will have my way with you." By the time they reached the county hospital, the skies had begun to clear, and the wind had calmed somewhat. The roads were still challenging to traverse. It took them over an hour to walk. In a future world, riding an electric scooter would take less than 20 minutes to reach the county town. After informing Uncle Li to wait a moment, he led Li Huixiang toward the hospital. Upon receiving the money she handed over, he wondered where she had hidden it. It was still warm. After paying and standing in line, they noticed the hospital was quite crowded, perhaps due to the inclement weather. In their village, people generally endure ailments, seldom visiting the hospital unless absolutely necessary. And if they cannot bear it, they choose to come on days of poor weather to avoid disrupting their work. Go ahead, you should get checked first. After that, I will take you to see the doctor. All right, I will go in, Li Huixiang replied with a smile. Throughout the journey, despite the bumpy ride, Lin Dongyang's warmth enveloped her, and she did not feel cold. In fact, her focus remained on him. The examination was relatively straightforward, devoid of excessive procedures, and Li Huixiang completed it in no time. Exiting the hospital together, both wore smiles, relieved that everything was fine. With the due date less than a month away, he planned to accompany her back to the hospital when the time came. Since it was not yet the family planning period, they did not have to hide. Earlier in the hospital, they noted that it was still early, and Lin Dongyang was not in a hurry to return home. They boarded the vehicle, asking Uncle Li to inquire about the route to the county supply and marketing cooperative. The county town was still in the early stages of development, with the newest department store yet to be completed. Many people were hesitant to invest, fearing unfavorable circumstances. What is the purpose of visiting the supply and marketing cooperative? Isn't it the same as returning to the village? Are you looking to purchase something? Li Huixiang asked. Feeling a bit shy as her husband lifted her down from the tractor, noticing several women in line at the entrance pointing and smiling in her direction. In comparison to the county town, the village is indeed at a significant disadvantage. Allow me to show you around. Once the shopping mall is completed, I will take you there. I won't be making any purchases. I will buy things for you instead. Lin Dongyang chuckled as he led her to the queue. His voice light and cheerful. The pair had barely waited in line when they were ushered inside, where the warmth enveloped them, a stark contrast to the chilly winds outside. Lin Dongyang's gaze fell upon a dress hanging on the side, a smile blossoming on his face. If only Li Huixiang could wear this, she would undoubtedly look stunning. He had refrained from buying it before, but now, with a little more financial freedom, he wished to see her in something beautiful. My dear wife, you would look magnificent in this. Let us purchase 2 pieces. After all, the baby is due soon, and the weather is just right. But it's so expensive. What if I gain weight after giving birth and can't wear it? That would be such a waste. I don't want it. Though Li Huixiang desired the dress, the reality of their financial situation made her shake her head resolutely. Ignoring her protest, Lin Dongyang smiled at the sales assistant and purchased a floral dress, a pair of small leather shoes, and 2 hairpins. Although a white dress might not be suitable for the fishing village, she could certainly wear it at home for him. Li Huixiang felt a pang of heartache as she watched her husband hand over the money. Yet a sweet warmth filled her heart at the sight of the clothes and shoes in his hands. Aside from the outfit he had bought for her on their wedding day, she had not received new clothes since then, and she too longed to wear something beautiful. However, in the future, she would have to strictly monitor his spending. He tended to squander money once he had it in hand, though this time it was for her. Before they departed, Lin Dongyang also bought a pound of fruit candies, which were quite affordable, intending to share them with his nephews as a small gesture of his care as their uncle. Once back on the tractor with his wife, Lin Dongyang gave Uncle Li 50 cents as a token of gratitude for his help and offered him some candies as well, a reward for his hard work throughout the day. As the tractor roared back to life, the trio set off toward the little fishing village, which was truly their home. Chapter 14. Friends. By the time the two arrived home, Lin's mother and several sisters-in-law had already gathered at the entrance, having heard the tractor's approach. Behind them, a group of children awaited lunch, tired from play and eager for their meal. However, they were not there to greet their uncle and aunt. Rather, they had come to see the tractor. For children of their age, the current dream was to ride around the village on a tractor, while the prospect of their uncle taking it into town filled them with curiosity. However, once Lin Dongyang disembarked and helped Li Huixiang down, shaking the bag of candies in his hand, all they could think about was the sweets. Uncle, did you buy these for us? You are the best. Lin Dongyang chuckled at his eldest nephew, Lin Jianhai's words, feeling amused as they silenced him with their eager requests. He could not deny them the treat, as it was indeed meant for them. Come here and call me uncle 100 times, and I will let you have some. Do you want to eat? Uncle, uncle. The entire courtyard echoed with the lively calls of children, some youthful and tender, others bright and clear, all brimming with vitality. Initially, their joyous shouts brought a smile, but as they continued, the cacophony became overwhelming. Oldly, why not come home for lunch before you head back? No. I had my family prepare a meal before I left, so I won't be stopping in. Please extend my regards to Brother Lin. I must be on my way. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the sound of the tractor roared back to life as it drove away, unable to compete with the children's exuberance. While Lin Dongyang played with his nephews, Lin's mother and several sisters-in-law assisted Li Huixiang into the house, casually inquiring about her checkup. Upon learning that all was well, they felt relieved. Huixiang, you went shopping for clothes? Surely you can't wear them now, the eldest sister-in-law remarked, eyeing the new garments in Li Huixiang's hands with curiosity. There's also a white one, but it won't stay clean for long, especially with the children to care for. It was Dongyang's idea. I tried to stop him, but he insisted. With my pregnancy, I couldn't argue with him at the supply store, so I let him have his way, Li Huixiang replied, a hint of resignation in her voice as she gestured towards Lin Dongyang, smiling at her sisters-in-law and mother-in-law. Seeing the pristine clothes and a pair of small leather shoes in her hands, Lin's mother felt a mix of joy for her younger son's transformation and dissatisfaction. He seems to have forgotten his mother now that he has a wife. Did Dongyang buy these for you? Afterward, you'll probably hear him accused of wasting money for weeks. The sisters-in-law looked at Li Huixiang, not with envy, for they were well aware of her past struggles, recognizing she had truly earned this moment. However, they pondered whether Lin Dongyang would continue to buy her clothes in the future, as that might lead to complications for their brothers. When Li Huixiang emerged from the house again, she found her husband and a group of children sitting on the benches, looking dejected. Mom, what happened? What else could it be? Letting him shout woke your father, and they all received a scolding without even getting any candy, Lin's mother said, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she helped Li Huixiang sit beside her son. Noticing the displeased look from her son, she raised her chin proudly, strutting away like a victorious rooster, relishing in his discomfort with a hearty laugh. You see? She is pleased. Which is why I claim that 100 yuan as my hard-earned reward, Lin Dongyang whispered to his wife, Li Huixiang. Observing her departing mother-in-law and feeling a tickle in her ears, chose to ignore him, focusing instead on enjoying her meal. Today, with Lin's father not at sea and all her brothers home, the table was laden with 7 or 8 dishes, all devoured with gusto, just as they finished their meal. Before anyone could suggest a fishing trip now that the wind had died and the rain had ceased, often a time for plentiful catches, dark clouds suddenly obscured the sky. And without warning, heavy raindrops began to pour down, causing leaks in a corner of the main house. However, the tempestuous storm subsided swiftly, yielding to a tranquil ambience as a gentle drizzle descended from the heavens. The winds had ceased, and such weather, if one were not averse to peril, promised great rewards for those daring enough to venture outside. Yet, he harbored a profound fear of danger and was disinclined to step out. The heavens were too capricious, and he preferred not to gamble on their whims. Li Huixiang, now in the later stages of pregnancy, felt fatigued and required a midday rest. Observing the gaze of his wife upon him, he had no choice but to escort her back indoors, entrusting their son to the care of his sister-in-law. After all, having one more child was inconsequential. She managed both little ones with grace, unlike their boisterous Lin Jianbin, who could be quite the handful without his son by his side. The couple found themselves in the rare instance of solitude, though regrettably, his wife, burdened and weary, struggled to stay awake. Lin Dongyang took her into his embrace and quietly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the rhythmic sound of her heartbeat. Before long, he too succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He had indulged in a lengthy nap and feared that if he slept any longer, he might find himself restless come nightfall. Typically, a mere 5 to 6 hours of sleep invigorated him, leaving him brimming with energy. Stepping outside, he noted that the rain continued to fall. At this hour, the tide was low, rendering a trip to the sea unnecessary, leaving him feeling somewhat listless. My dear, since we cannot venture to the sea today, and the afternoon is well underway, could you spare me a couple of coins? I intend to seek out a few friends. Rest assured, I shall not indulge excessively, Lin Dongyang said with a playful smile, aware of his previous indiscretions and anxious that Li Huixiang might doubt his intentions. Thus adopting a humble demeanor. You must promise not to drink too much. If the weather is favorable tomorrow, you will need to go out to sea. Don't let this interfere with your plans. Remember, you still aspire to purchase a large boat. Li Huixiang replied, unable to refuse her husband. As she was not one to turn down his requests easily, she gently admonished him while subtly reminding him of his aspirations for a larger vessel. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, Lin Dongyang declared, planting a kiss upon her forehead before stepping out of the house to the supply store for 2 bottles of liquor. Making his way to Tai's residence. He had returned a few days ago, preoccupied with various matters, and had yet to reconnect with his old friends. Knock, knock, knock. Who dares venture out on such a rainy day? He called out playfully. Tai, hurry and open the door. Why must you always take your time? Hearing the familiar voice, he couldn't help but smile, albeit with a hint of impatience. With a creak, the door swung open, and Lin Dongyang was greeted by the visage of a younger man, reminiscent of his own youthful days. Yang Ge, what brings you here today? I thought you had forgotten your brothers, haha. Come, let us split up and summon the others. I brought some liquor, peanuts, and a bit of dried fish. It's perfect for a rainy day when we can't work. Let us enjoy a drink and converse, he suggested. That sounds splendid. My father is away, so I'll go gather some friends. You can keep an eye on the house. It's not far, and I shall return swiftly. Tai replied. Lin Dongyang nodded, recalling that he had almost forgotten the way to Tai's home. It was only because Tai had married his sister that the location remained etched in his memory. Otherwise, it would have been rather embarrassing to lose his way. Sitting indoors, after a brief wait, Tai entered with several companions, all smiles. Chapter 15, The Trap. Upon seeing Lin Dongyang, they expressed their delight, greeting him with cheerful banter. Among this group, Lin Dongyang was the eldest, and they often spent leisure time together, playing cards and hiking. In the intervening years, circumstances diverged. Some, like him, continued to drift through life aimlessly, while others took on the responsibilities of providing for their families, reluctantly venturing into work. Brother Yang, You found some free time today. I heard from my mother that you've been working recently, and I couldn't believe it. Do share. Indeed, Brother Yang. Did you really catch an entire boatload of mackerel on your first sea venture? Our neighbors say you've struck it rich. Ming, away, please have a seat. Brother Yang, Xiao Fan has gone to fetch San Bao. We'll have to wait for his return. Lin Dongyang nodded at Tai's words. Ming and Wei, unable to remain within their circle, had taken on the burden of family support, and both were now married with children. Among his friends, only these three had children. The others, like Xiao Hua, were married but had yet to start a family. I can't afford to be idle. My second child is about to be born. Relying solely on my wife isn't feasible anymore. We've already split our household. If I don't work, depending on Hui Xiang is not a sustainable solution. What you say rings true. My father has been urging me to find some other work as well. These days, even jobs at the dock are highly competitive. It's not easy to find work. Wei pondered this, a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he looked at Lin Dongyang. Brother Yang, do you need crew members on your boat? Isn't there a trawler owned by your family? That boat is operated by my father and brother. I no longer have a position there. Currently, I'm paddling a wooden boat, haha. Lin Dongyang, observing his excitement, did not withhold the truth, responding with a smile. He understood Wei's urgency in seeking employment, but felt powerless to assist him at this moment. Really? Paddling a wooden boat? That must be exhausting and dangerous. I've heard it's more tiring than carrying heavy loads. Indeed, it is tiring, but certainly not more so than carrying heavy loads. However, there is inherent danger, after all. It is the sea, and one can never be too cautious. Lin Dongyang told the group, adopting a more serious tone. He had come with no intention of pressuring them into work. Each had their own path in life. His friends, unlike him, were managing quite well. Forcing change upon them might not necessarily yield positive outcomes. As they conversed, Lin Dongyang shared tales of his experiences at sea. Among them were Tai, San Bao, Xiao Hua, and Fan, all of whom hailed from fishing families. Tai and San Bao worked as crew members on larger vessels, returning home only sporadically. Typically, Tai was the sole member of his family present. If it were not for Tai's father's successful ventures at sea, he likely would not have been able to marry off his daughter, for he was a man of practicality. Once Fan and San Bao arrived, they opened a bottle of wine, with Fan bringing along some pig's head meat, a rare delicacy. Before long, they were drinking heartily, sharing stories and boasting with abandon. Lin Dongyang observed the demeanor of his companions, as youthful memories gradually reclaimed their prominence, suppressing the weight of middle age beneath. He smiled and raised a toast with them. However, after a slight wave of dizziness washed over him, he decided to cease drinking, for he genuinely feared the prospect of intoxication leading to regrettable actions. No matter the circumstances, he vowed never to allow himself to become inebriated. Having finished his drink, he bid farewell to his friends and made his way home alone. Upon arriving, he entered the house to find that Li Huixiang had thoughtfully prepared foot-soaking water for him. They exchanged a knowing smile. Seeing the smile on his face eased the worry in Li Huixiang's heart, and she gestured towards the basin of water. I've washed up. You can do it yourself. Where's our son? It's quite late, and Sansa has tea brought him back yet? Sansa just came by and said she wouldn't bring him back tonight. She'll help watch over him for a while. Listening to his wife's words, Lin Dongyang smiled faintly, appreciating the absence of any bothersome distractions. After washing his feet, he discarded the water and noticed the lingering scent of alcohol on himself. He quickly removed his clothes before finally settling into bed. Wife, our son isn't here tonight. What do you plan on doing? You didn't earn any money today. How can you say that? Just because I didn't earn money doesn't mean I didn't buy you new clothes. What did you say on the tractor? Have you forgotten? I forgot. Lin Dongyang, observing the smile on his wife's face, decided not to indulge her this time and grasped her hand firmly. His own hands began to knead. Feeling quite soft, Li Huixiang looked at her husband and playfully urged, hurry and turn off the light. It's a waste of electricity. The next morning, the weather appeared pleasant with a gentle breeze, though not overwhelming. Lin's father and others had already set out to sea. Lin Dongyang felt a surge of joy upon seeing the fish traps his elder brother had prepared for him. He knew he could always rely on his brother's dependability. Dasa, how much did these traps cost? I'll cover it. What are you talking about? Your brother said he doesn't want your money. That won't he do. I know how he is. I didn't argue with him, but you must know how much he spent. Just tell me, and I'll have Huixiang give it to you. If you refuse, I'll feel embarrassed requesting favors from my brother in the future. Lin Dongyang said with a smile. Dasa looked at her younger brother-in-law in surprise, not expecting such a response from him. She had thought the money spent would go unnoticed, and a sense of happiness washed over her. You've really grown up. Then I'll talk to Huixiang later. You don't need to worry about it. Finish your meal and head out to sea. You can eat first. No need to wait for our father. He says the catch will be good today, so you should set out quickly. All right, I understand. Thank you. Dasa, Lin Dongyang replied with a smile. After their conversation, Lin Dongyang picked up the meal that had been prepared for him and began to eat heartily, though he initially felt no urgency. His sister-in-law's words and the well-prepared meal urged him to hasten. With his meal finished, he lifted the heavy fish trap and, without returning to bid farewell to his wife, made his way toward his small wooden boat. He placed the traps onto the vessel. Although they were somewhat damp, it mattered little to him, as he knew he would inevitably get wet while fishing at sea. Gazing upon the tranquil surface of the sea, one's spirits inevitably lift. And as he hums a gentle tune, Lin Dongyang rows his small boat towards the distant island, a realm teeming with untold riches. As he approaches, he notices fishing vessels engaged in trawling. Should his modest craft collide with them, the consequences could be dire. At sea, peril does not solely arise from nature. Humanity itself can pose significant threats. With a deliberate ease, Lin Dongyang lowers his fish trap into the water, his anticipation for tomorrow's catch already stirring within him. The allure of the sea is undeniable. Today, he fortuitously brought ample fishing line and 2 rods, allowing him to indulge in angling during his midday respite. The notorious gluttony of the squid promises a rewarding endeavor, provided his reflexes remain swift enough. Chapter 16. The squids that collide with the boat having secured his trap. Lin Dongyang refrains from advancing immediately, opting instead to row a short distance back. In his eagerness to set the trap, he momentarily forgot to include bait. Despite the current abundance of resources, neglecting to add bait would render his efforts futile, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He hastens to catch a few small fish and shrimp to entice the squid. After casting his net, he feels the gratifying weight in his hands and a smile breaks across his face. His father's words ring true. Today's catch proves bountiful. However, the net yields mainly small fish, lacking in value. Yet this suits him perfectly as they serve well as bait for the trap, avoiding the need to toss them back into the sea. After changing locations and casting 3 more nets, his hands grow weary from the repetitive toil. Just as he prepares to rest, a swarm of squid floats into view, approaching his wooden vessel with an almost oblivious demeanor. Observing their antics, Lin Dongyang contemplates bringing wood to bind around his boat for future excursions, but for now, capturing the squid takes precedence. He seizes his hand net, enduring the fatigue in his arms, and skillfully scoops them up. As they expel their ink, he hastens to secure them aboard. They do not flee, but instead linger around the boat, facilitating his efforts. It is akin to gathering coins. And Lin Dongyang disregards his aching muscles as he continues to net the creatures. With the last squid expelling its ink, he tosses it onto the deck. And surveying the ink-black expanse of the sea, he quickly rows towards the trap. He fears that if he delays, he may lose the fortune he has just gathered, trading it for squid. After all, fortune at sea is a gift from the sea goddess Mazu, and one must seize it. Frequent missed opportunities can lead to dire consequences. Reeling in the trap, he fills it with the bounty he has caught, confident that the plentiful small fish will suffice as nourishment for the squid. Once the trap is set once more, Lin Dongyang allows himself a moment to breathe, seated in his boat, massaging his aching arms as he rows towards the island, distancing himself from the larger vessels. However, before he could reach the island, a school of squid appeared beneath his boat. He hastily cast his net. Although these fish were not as valuable as cuttlefish, the opportunity was right at his feet. If he failed to catch them and spent the entire day without encountering any cuttlefish, it would be quite a loss. As he hauled the squid onto the boat, Lin Dongyang gazed at the bountiful catch, realizing that it was still before noon, yet he had already filled his boat with fish, comprising both squid and cuttlefish. The manna shrimp he had caught alongside the squid were quickly discarded back into the sea. It seemed prudent to return to shore. Today was indeed fortunate. While turning the boat around, Lin Dongyang rowed towards the dock, his arms working tirelessly, heedless of the potential soreness that awaited him later. He was earning money. Driven by a fervor, a small wooden boat sped across the sea towards the dock, and anyone who saw it might assume it was empty. Yet, if they were to glimpse the hold brimming with fish, they would surely be astonished. Who could have imagined such a valiant soul still existed in this world? Upon reaching the dock, it was just past noon, and few people were present, aside from a handful of buyers engaged in conversation, lending an air of emptiness to the scene. Surely, his mother remained at home, unaware that he had filled his boat to capacity in just one morning. Making a round trip To say his day had gone smoothly would be an understatement. He had set out to sea, deployed his traps, and while attending to the bait, a swarm of squid had collided with his boat. Thinking to steer clear of larger vessels, he had intended to venture to the island's backside, but unexpectedly encountered the squid, prompting a hasty return. Now ashore, he felt as though his arms no longer belonged to him. Nevertheless, the work needed to be done. The absence of others at the dock was a blessing, alleviating concerns about theft. "Second brother, lend me a hand, would you? I can't manage this alone," Lin Dongyang said, approaching Longzi with a basket of fish, a smile gracing his face. He had brought only this one basket and needed to empty it to accommodate more catches. "Why are you back so soon? Is something amiss?" Longzi replied, pleased to hear Lin Dongyang refer to him as second brother, as he assisted in unloading and weighing the catch. He inquired with a smile. The entire village referred to him as Longzi, yet Lin Dongyang's thoughtfulness was appreciated. He decided that as long as the fish were not overly damaged, he would refrain from sorting through them. "The boat is full. What was I to do? I urgently need to head out again. Can you lend me 2 baskets? And I could also borrow your son for a moment? I need to lift these quickly," Lin Dongyang said, grinning as he pointed to the young lad assisting with the cargo. "Already? It seems fortune smiles upon you today. Is it all squid?" Longzi replied. "No, it's half squid and half cuttlefish. You can sort through them here. I must be off," Lin Dongyang responded. Accepting the baskets Longzi handed him and waving to the young lad as he made his way back to his boat. Having an extra pair of hands, though they belonged to a young boy, was better than working alone. With the lad's strength, it didn't take long before they had weighed all the fish. "Dongyang, your luck is unmatched. All prime catches, no need for sorting." "Can I doubt you, second brother?" Haha. A total of 113 pounds of cuttlefish and 130 pounds of green skin are available. The price for the green skin remains the same as last time. I will offer you 20 cents per pound. However, as you may be aware, the flood season has arrived, and the quantity brought back today is certainly substantial. Hence, I cannot offer the same price as before. I can provide you with 27 cents per pound. What do you think?" Longzi, with a broad smile, expressed his thoughts. This haul of over 200 pounds warranted an immediate trip to the city's seafood market, allowing him to capitalize on the evening sales. And he was willing to offer Lin Dongyang a slightly higher price. Initially, the group of purchasers had agreed to base their prices on the catch. Less would be 26 cents, more would be 25 cents. Upon hearing Longzi's offer, Lin Dongyang was pleasantly surprised by the higher-than-expected price. Although the flood season typically brought an abundance of goods, prices often dropped due to the increased supply. This price was entirely acceptable to him. "All right, brother you can't possibly shortchange me. Let us do the math. I have a rough estimate. I will leave the invoice with you for now, as I must head back out to sea." Such determination. "All right, I'll tally it up." Noticing the urgency on Lin Dongyang's face, Longzi refrained from further comments and began calculating. He had anticipated Lin Dongyang's exceptional luck and capability. If he were to consistently receive goods from him, he could profit significantly. It was merely a desire to support the younger generation. It was akin to his thoughts about Lin's father. He needed to nurture this lucrative opportunity. For 113 pounds of cuttlefish, the total is $35.10. For 130 pounds of green skin, it amounts to $26, culminating in a grand total of $56.10. Since your wife and your sister-in-law are currently absent, we can confirm this later in the evening. Brother let us discuss that later. We can disregard the 10 cents, consider it a token of appreciation for my nephew's hard work. How? I currently have no cash on me, and as for whether your father will compensate you, that is beyond my concern, Lin Dongyang said, smiling at the two before him. Longzi merely chuckled, not taking offense. Being overly polite could create a sense of distance. His son had indeed done some work. Even if it wasn't worth 10 cents. This could be seen as Lin Dongyang, as an uncle, offering a gesture of goodwill. The next time he received a catch, he would surely offer a slightly higher price in return. Rural folk often preferred straightforward dealings without unnecessary complications. "Don't you forget to thank Uncle Dongyang. It's impolite." "Thank you, Uncle." Lin Dongyang nodded at him and resumed his task of retrieving the basket onto the boat. His duties were not yet complete, regardless of the evening's outcomes. His wife would undoubtedly be thrilled to see 2 invoices for the day. With her current condition, maintaining a positive mood would greatly aid in her pregnancy. Chapter 17. Fortuitous fortune. Lin Dongyang navigated his small boat slowly, taking the opportunity to alleviate the soreness in his arms. Although chatting on the shore had provided some relief, the discomfort lingered. He needed to adjust his state and set forth into the open sea. During his journey, he refrained from fishing. The area around the previous island had proven fruitful, and he planned to fish for a while longer before checking his traps and returning home with a catch of miscellaneous fish. On the sea, there were no traffic rules to follow, yet he continued to row in a straightforward manner as it was more convenient. After rowing for a while, he noticed that the fishing boat ahead had not departed. Since his return, his senses had sharpened. To him, that fishing vessel appeared diminutive, and its crew was unlikely to notice his small wooden boat. As he navigated around it, he cast his net, depositing the catch into his boat. This time, the haul was quite satisfactory, comprising not just bait fish and shrimp, but also 2 fine green grouper, which he speculated might have strayed and remained stationary. As he rowed toward the back island, yet to reach the reef, he spotted a considerable number of squid. No wonder that boat lingered. There must be plenty in that area as well. During the squid season, the ocean truly nurtured its seekers. Lin Dongyang seized a scoop net and carefully paddled forward, wary of the potential hazards of grounding his boat. After capturing several more squid, he set down the net, observing the few squid that bobbed to the surface and then sank again. Once he felt the time was right, he lifted the net. The ink ejected by the squid darkened the water, enveloping several sizable fish, rendering them unrecognizable for a moment. When the fish finally revealed their true forms, Lin Dongyang was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, while he had aimed to catch some squid, he had also netted 3 large grouper. This fish, regardless of the season, was a symbol of value, extremely valuable, indeed, distinguishing itself among the precious and the merely valuable. Gazing at the 3 grouper in his hold, Lin Dongyang couldn't suppress his grin. These 3 fish were certainly worth more than the laborious morning he had endured. Long and oval-shaped, these were known locally as tu gua, or blue grouper, renowned for their exquisite flavor. He had only tasted them once in his youth and had since yearned for more, causing him to involuntarily swallow. However, he quickly suppressed that thought. Were he to bring one home for his mother, she might very well consume him instead. Typically found near island reefs, these grouper had evidently ventured out to hunt squid, only to be ensnared in his net. His luck was indeed extraordinary. Each fish weighed at least $2 per pound, and in later times, they would fetch $200 to $300 per pound, an extravagant delicacy beyond reach. With the 3 blue grouper stabilizing his boat, he no longer felt urgency. He leisurely scooped up the occasional squid that surfaced, and when none were present, he cast his net for self-capture, each time raising it with increasing anticipation. Glancing at the island before him, he resolved to explore it on his next venture. Checking the sky, he noted he had already caught a fair number of squid, along with some miscellaneous fish and shrimp he intended to use for traps later. Casting his final net for the day, he did not harbor the same high hopes as before, having faced disappointment too many times. Yet, as fate would have it, this last haul yielded not only a sizable squid but also 2 blue grouper, one of which had aggressively bitten down on the squid's head, leaving a deep mark. Rescuing the squid from the fish's jaws, he decided to bring it home for a meal. Surely, his mother would have no objection. Besides, given that the squid had been bitten by the grouper, it might carry a hint of that flavor. He wondered if it would impart the essence of grouper to the dish. Carefully placing the 2 grouper into a separate compartment, he noted that while these fish were fierce, they typically refrained from fighting amongst themselves, ensuring a peaceful coexistence. Approaching the fish trap, Lin Dongyang hoisted it up, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the squids and crabs within. His surprise deepened upon noticing the iron rack inside, laden with a cluster of cuttlefish eggs, known as golden squids, the juvenile form of the cuttlefish. These small, round orbs, adorned with vibrant pigment spots, predominantly exhibited a purple-brown hue and had a gelatinous texture reminiscent of tiny jellies. There was no need for meticulous selection. These delicacies were quite popular in their region and commanded a respectable price. Typically, they were caught amidst a larger haul of fish, making such a bountiful catch in a trap rather rare. He tossed the squids onto the boat, placed the cuttlefish eggs into a basket, and transferred the crabs and some shrimps into a bucket hanging from the boat. After replenishing the trap with bait, he lowered it back into the water. At this pace, he realized he would need to make 2 more trips tomorrow. He was pleasantly surprised by the trap's yield and resolved to inform his father upon returning home. By the time he collected all the traps, dusk had settled in. The tranquil sea, paired with a slightly overcast sky, instilled a sense of unease within him. After setting the final trap back, he found his boat brimming with catch, though he had carelessly released some squids, ensuring they wouldn't disturb the prized stonefish he sought. After a while of gathering the traps, his arms had regained some strength. In an instant, Lin Dongyang seized the oars and propelled his boat toward the dock. Upon arrival, he noticed the bright floodlights atop the pier had been activated, and several boats were moored nearby, their crews sporting cheerful smiles, indicating a fruitful day of fishing. His father had returned before him, a first for Lin Dongyang to arrive so late. "Father, elder brother, how was your catch today?" Lin Dongyang inquired with a smile as he approached them. "Quite good. Why did you return so late?" His father replied, displaying evident concern. "Worry about what?" "Please don't speak nonsense," Lin Fu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at his eldest son, his voice raised slightly. In high spirits, Lin Dongyang chose to overlook his father's irritation, merely chuckling. "Didn't he ere long tell you? He has been too busy to stop. Your third brother is still helping him. The squid season has truly arrived. The catch today has been impressive. What about you?" Lin Fu asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone as he turned to his younger son. For fishermen, nothing brings greater joy than a bountiful catch. Today, their boat had netted over 600 pounds of squid alone. Were it not for the presence of his younger son, Lin Fu would have been grinning from ear to ear. It seemed this year's squid season was proving to be even more prosperous than previous years. Though it was regrettable that their family owned only one boat. "I returned earlier for lunch, and now I'm out again. Just in time for you all to be here. Elder brother, could you fetch me some baskets and a bucket?" "Of course, I'll go right away." As Lin Dongyang watched his elder brother depart, he beckoned his father to follow him onto the boat to assist with the unloading. Under the bright lights, the area where he had anchored was particularly illuminated. Lin Fu gazed at the baskets filled with cuttlefish eggs on the deck, somewhat puzzled. "You still had time at sea to sort through the cuttlefish eggs?" Lin Dongyang glanced at his father's questioning gaze, surveyed the surroundings, waved his hand, and said they could discuss it when they returned home, as there were too many people around. Lin's father nodded, accepting the bucket filled with a considerable number of crabs that his youngest son had collected. His son was indeed resourceful, leaving no opportunity overlooked. This bucket of crabs was worth a fair amount, reflecting a newfound sense of thriftiness. "Those crabs are for me to eat," Lin Dongyang thought. If he had known his father's intentions, he would have never allowed him to touch his precious bucket, and even the squid tied to it, kissed by the grouper, might not have been spared. Before long, his elder brother returned, accompanied by their mother and sister-in-law. Without waiting for him to speak, their mother took the bucket from Lin's father and headed towards the purchasing point, where a queue had formed. The advantage of having many family members was evident, as there was no concern about lacking assistance and waiting in line. "Dongyang, here's the bucket you wanted." "Great. Thanks, brother. As a token of your hard work, let me show you something nice," Lin Dongyang teased, smiling at his brother. He took the bucket, added a bit of water, and opened the lid, revealing several lively grouper fish, all in splendid condition. Their vigorous nature became apparent as they began to thrash about in the water under the light. "Is that a grouper?" "Father, come quick and take a look," Lin Dongyang asked uncertainly, gazing at the fish in the water. At that moment, the yellow tail and fins of the grouper were somewhat indistinct under the lighting, making Lin Dongyang's uncertainty reasonable. "Brother, all 5 are grouper. Please hold the bucket for me while I catch them. We need to be careful. A bite from them is no trifling matter," Lin Dongyang said with a smile as he handed the bucket to him, then proceeded to place the grouper into it. Lin's father knew his youngest son was adept at fishing and fortunate, yet catching 5 grouper in a single haul was extraordinary luck, one he envied deeply. These 5 fish might very well surpass what he could catch in a day with his 3 sons. At that moment, Lin's father looked at his beaming youngest son and felt a pang of regret. Despite having borrowed money, his son insisted on providing for himself, despite being well off. He still gave him an extra 100 from his already limited funds. The key point was that, at this juncture, he could not bring himself to ask for it back. His final thought was that if the family had divided their assets earlier, things might have been different. As Lin's father simmered with frustration, he inadvertently applied too much pressure, causing the usually docile squid to squirt ink all over him. Haha. Hiki. Chapter 18. Joyful Li Huixiang hearing his 2 sons laugh at him. Lin's father said nothing and continued his work, believing silence to be the best response. Lin Dongyang, noticing his father's indifference, ceased his playful antics. With the bucket in hand and under his brother's escort, he made his way to the purchasing point. "Brother, don't be so anxious. Everyone at the dock is from our neighboring villages. Who would dare to rob us? It is uncertain. Wealth can indeed sway the heart, as my father once advised me. Hurry over and let the second fool appraise the price. I shall inquire elsewhere, for it remains to be seen if any proprietors are present today." Lin Dongyang cautiously escorted him to the side of the second fool, not concealing his voice, which was rather audible. After he spoke, he wandered off, seemingly intent on locating a proprietor, for no other offer could rival that of the second fool. Eastyong, what fine goods do you possess that has made Brother Dongyang so circumspect? The second fool, eyeing Lin Dongyang's bucket with curiosity, remarked with a smile. The youngest son of the Lin family increasingly astonished him. If Lin Dongyang was this cautious, it must be something of great value. Second brother, look. Fortune smiles upon me. I have caught several green grouper. My elder brother has gone to see if any proprietors are about. Lin Dongyang cheerfully presented the bucket to him. The second fool, gazing at the lively fish within, immediately recognized them as grouper, and joy surged within him. He had just mentioned delivering gifts to the newly opened tavern in the county to establish connections, but alas, they were currently occupied with squid. Good fortune had indeed arrived like a pillow for a weary head. Eastyong, would you part with these grouper? Rest assured, I can offer a favorable price. Once your brother returns, I shall certainly provide more than what he inquires. No rush. Let me weigh something else first. Very well. A moment's delay will not matter. Go ahead and weigh. After their exchange, Lin Dongyang set the green grouper aside and assisted his father and second brother's wife in moving squid. The second fool, observing the squid that had just been brought over, waited alongside the squid he had previously collected with the crabs, leaving his son in astonishment. Looking at him in bewilderment. Father, there's a hole in that one. Why are you weighing it with the good ones? We haven't even sorted through them yet. Speak less. No one thinks you are mute. This will be taken home for you to eat later, all right? Focus on your work. The second fool admonished his son a bit, then returned to weighing with satisfaction. By the time Lin Dongyang returned, the weighing was nearly complete. Lin Dongyang, after a prolonged examination of his damaged squid, had not yet inquired when he saw his elder brother approaching with a look of delight. Eastyong, I have inquired. And the highest offer is $2.30 per pound for live fish. Given our quality, we should have no issues. Dongyang, did you ask elsewhere without consulting me? The second fool chuckled at Lin Dongyang's return. The price of $2.30 did not seem exorbitant to him. Although he lacked high-end seafood supply channels, he could still earn a small profit by adding 20 cents. Second fool, are you now accepting such high-priced fish? Lin Dongyang asked, somewhat astonished, as he had assumed the second fool sought to acquire them at a lower price for a quick profit. I have my uses. If fortune favors me, I shall also accept high-priced fish in the future. Eastyong, I will give you $2.50 per pound for these green grouper. What do you say? That sounds excellent. Thank you, second brother. Lin Dongyang, hearing a price 2 dimes higher than what Lin Dongyang had inquired, replied with a smile, accepting the offer. Upon hearing that there were fish weighing over 2 pounds each, the surrounding individuals turned their gazes towards Lin Dongyang, their envious looks directed at him. Despite some being unfamiliar with him and aware that he was merely a novice. Whose child is that, so fortunate to catch such sizable fish? Each of those green groupers must weigh at least 5 pounds, right? Lin's family, particularly their youngest son, who previously squandered his days idly, has now become industrious. Have you heard of Yang Loxi? Ah, that rascal has finally started working, and his luck seems to have changed. Lin's father truly knows how to raise sons. By heavens, I must engage a matchmaker to speak to his eldest daughter. I wonder what she looks like. The conversation, initially focused on the green groupers, was swiftly diverted by the older women, who began contemplating matchmaking with Lin's family. The Lin family members stood nearby, merely smiling without uttering a word. Though Lin's mother instinctively lifted her head, quite satisfied with their current circumstances. Dongyang, these 5 groupers are quite substantial, totaling less than 26 pounds. I'll round it up and give you 66, a number that brings good fortune. Are you pleased? Elder brother, your generosity leaves me no room for dissatisfaction, haha. However, do you think we could skip the receipt? You know I've just started working and money is scarce at home. I want to bring some back for the children and my wife, he replied. Fine, I was actually planning to give you something beforehand. I need these fish for a purpose, and it's best to settle early, Lin Dongyang said, nodding with a smile. He was unconcerned with the underlying motivations of others. As a fisherman, his focus remained on diligently catching fish, ensuring his children were well fed and his wife looked lovely. That was enough for him. The crabs are priced at 1 yuan 80 per pound, totaling 9 pounds, and the cuttlefish at 180 pounds, but the price will be slightly lower than noon, at 2 yuan 50 per pound. As for the cuttlefish beans, no need to sort them. They weigh a total of 7 pounds, priced at 70 cents per pound, amounting to 19 yuan. Here is the receipt. By the way, here is the receipt from noon as well. Your third sister-in-law is right here. Let her have a glance to avoid any discrepancies. With a broad smile, Longzi completed the receipt and handed it to him, grinning widely. Deep down, he felt a tinge of envy for Lin Dongyang, who had earned over 100 yuan in a single day. However, he truly was capable. Tirelessly rowing his wooden boat back and forth, one could only wonder how long he could sustain such a pace. Third sister-in-law, would you take a look? Lin Dongyang said, nodding at her as he presented the 2 receipts. Observing her slightly puzzled expression, he added with a smile, I stopped by at noon. I'm starving and need to hurry home. Seeing her nod, her fingers tracing patterns on her thigh, she appeared quite knowledgeable. There's no issue here. You've earned quite a lot. It's nearly comparable to what father and the others make on their large ship. If you factor in the groupers, your earnings surpass theirs by a significant margin, she remarked with surprise, gazing at her younger brother-in-law with a look of astonishment. It was unexpected that this younger brother-in-law, who previously did not engage in any labor, had now become so industrious. Just the thought of rowing that small wooden boat back and forth was exhausting. Lin Dongyang entrusted all the belongings on his ship to his father, requesting him to transport them back, while he simultaneously assisted in the endeavor. He handed over the money and the receipt to Lin Mu, and the family members dispersed in different directions. He rowed his small boat, making his way home ahead of the others. Upon arriving, he was greeted by the sight of Li Huixiang standing at the doorway, her figure visibly heavy with anticipation. The dim glow of the lamp inside, harmonized with the moonlight, illuminated her face. The interplay of light casting a deeper shade of sorrow on her already anxious and tense features. I told you not to wander off. Yet you did not heed my words. It's the perfect time when no one is home, and here you are standing outside. Hurry, come inside with me. I have good news to share. What good news? Li Huixiang inquired, her face breaking into a smile upon seeing her husband. She raised her hand and gently placed it over his clasped hand, chuckling softly. I made a fortune today. You will know when mother and the others return. I am utterly exhausted. Make sure to reward me tonight. Such claims without proof. I won't promise anything just yet. Quickly, go inside and tend to the children. I will fetch Jinyang to call back his brothers. Otherwise, if the elder sister-in-law returns to find them missing, there will be trouble. Li Huixiang playfully pinched his hand. But as she did, she noticed the layer of calluses that had formed. Observing her husband's face, once fair and handsome, now showed signs of darkening, lessening his previous charm. Yet, she found herself drawn to him even more. With joy radiating from her, she hurried to the small room to summon Lin Dongyang, who was scratching his head while doing his homework, instructing him to gather the children before their parents returned home. Chapter 19. Punishment as a daily affair. As soon as Li Huixiang sent her second nephew Lin Dongyang on his way, she noticed Lin Mu and several sisters-in-law hastily returning home. Well, brace yourselves for a beating, she thought. As a younger sister-in-law, she had done her part by sending someone to warn them, so she could not be held accountable for what was to come. Mother, what's the matter? Why the rush to get home? Li Huixiang asked, smiling at Lin Mu as she entered the house. Lin Mu patted her chest, gasping for breath. With her daughter-in-law behind her mirroring the effort, leaving the elder brothers speechless, not to mention Lin Fu, who was at the back pulling the cart. How could I not be anxious? I have money and receipts on me. What if I were to be robbed? Here, take this. It's yours now, Lin Mu said, pulling out the money and receipts from her pocket and handing them to Li Huixiang with a smile. With that, she hurried to the kitchen, recalling that her youngest son had mentioned he was starving and needed to prepare a meal quickly. Lin Dongyang, lifting the 2 little ones who were always attempting to escape, hoisted them like dumbbells, raising one and then the other, garnering their gleeful laughter. Their misfortune lay in the fact that they were not as agile as their older brother, who, at their age, would have been crawling all over the place. However, with Li Huixiang pregnant and the third sister-in-law occupied with work, along with the elder sister-in-law and her mother, there was little opportunity to watch over them properly. Once Li Huixiang had given birth and some time had passed, things would improve. At the very least, Lin Mu would be able to help with the children, and once they separated households, she would not have to manage the entire family's meals as she currently did. As Lin's father entered, he placed the 2 small children on the ground, instructing his sisters-in-law to watch over them while he approached his father. Father, I set the traps this morning, and by evening, I had quite a haul. I'll need to throw a net to catch small fish and shrimp for bait. Tomorrow, please don't discard the small fish and shrimp you catch. They will save us some effort when we set the traps again. If there is an abundance, do bring some back for me. Your mind is sharp. The traps won't hinder us, and we can indeed set more at this time. Dongxing, please buy some more. As for the bait, we'll see when the time comes. Our primary focus now is to catch squid, which may not be guaranteed. That depends on you. My spot is quite good. I shall return there tomorrow. There is a fishing boat nearby. I wonder if they will go out again. The family sat and chatted until Lin's mother brought out the meal. A few nephews hurried home, only to face the inevitable consequences of their actions. Lin Jianhai, didn't Ti tell you to stay home after school and help your little sister-in-law with the children? Instead, you brought them all out. Do you want me to discipline you? Mother, please don't look at me like that. I truly didn't go out. I couldn't even finish my homework. I only went to call them back. Do you think I believe you? With sharp slaps echoing through the room, the sound of punishment filled the air. Lin Jianhai glanced around, unable to spot his little sister-in-law, feeling as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, while others accepted their fates quietly. He was frantically moving about, which only served to ignite his second sister-in-law's ire. Initially, she had intended to let it go, but seeing his defiance compelled her to demand. What are you still watching for? Grab him. Once Li Huixiang, beaming with smiles, returned inside to hide the money and list. She found Lin Dongyang barely clinging to consciousness after the beating, and her expression turned to one of confusion. Aunt, you've finally come. Why did you take so long? You must tell my mother I didn't go out to play. I'm being wronged. Tears streamed down Lin Dongyang's face, yet he stubbornly cried out to Li Huixiang. Second sister-in-law, it was I who sent Jianyang to call them back. Look at the chaos. Please stop the beating. Li Huixiang intervened, pulling her second nephew up. Upon hearing her words, the second brother and sister-in-law realized they had mistakenly punished him. Lin Jianjiang, you too. Why didn't you say your brother was sent to fetch you? Laughing at this chaos, do you wish to be punished as well? The second sister-in-law glared at her remaining two sons, feeling a knot of frustration in her chest. Without further ado, she raised her hand and began to strike. The eldest and third sisters-in-law, upon hearing her words, directed their gazes towards their own children, feeling compelled to join in the discipline. Observing their nephews being punished, Lin Dongyang indulged in a few more bites, feeling quite full. Once the sisters-in-law grew weary from the scolding, they began to eat, and the table regained its lively atmosphere. Only the small children stood cautiously at the edge, eating their meals carefully, lest they attract their mother's attention. After finishing their meal, Lin Dongyang led Li Huixiang, who was relieved from cleaning up, back inside, leaving their son in the care of the third sister-in-law, encouraging him to play with Lin Jianbin. Wife, have you checked the list? Has the money been accounted for? Having observed and inquired, everything appears to be in order. You are indeed quite capable. Lin Dongyang, upon hearing her words that could be interpreted in various ways, slightly lifted his gaze. However, upon noticing her prominent belly, he lowered his head once more. Once she gives birth, he will surely be more handsome. His confidence is currently quite robust. Naturally, do you not know who your husband is? Come. Let me assist you onto the bed. With an expression of pride, Lin Dongyang helped Li Huixiang onto the bed and poured water from the thermos, cheerfully inquiring, My dear, how much money do we currently have at home? If you refrain from frivolous spending, there should be over 500, but now it's just 500 flat. Why do you ask about money? Li Huixiang looked at her husband with curiosity. However, given his recent commendable behavior, she disclosed their financial status. Is that all? We must strive harder to earn more. Alas, is 500 too little? Our family used to have only a few dozen. This is already a significant amount. Li Huixiang wore a blissful smile as she freed her feet from his grasp and playfully rolled her eyes at him. Surely, Bian Chuan's fondness for feet did not stem from you? You haven't been sneaking bites in the middle of the night, have you? What nonsense! How could I do such a thing? Hurry and lie down. I'll join you once I finish washing. Sansa is truly a good person. Today is yet another day without disturbances. With a smile on his face, Lin Dongyang slipped off his shoes and casually rubbed his feet in the water Li Huixiang had used, humming a tune softly. Li Huixiang, upon hearing him refer to their child as a nuisance, felt a laugh bubbling within her but managed to prop her face up, retorting, Is that how you speak of your son? He'd better be careful not to ignore you in the future. Times change. I doubt he would truly ignore me then. Quickly cover yourself with the quilt. I must go open the door. After speaking, he observed his wife settling under the covers before he opened the door, and a gust of cold air rushed in, splashing water across the courtyard as he returned indoors. Wow, it is freezing. Let me warm up. Get away. I just warmed up, and I'm tired. I need to sleep. Sleep? Not a chance. I earned over 100 today, so don't even think about escaping. The subtle sounds of their movements were overshadowed by the delighted laughter of a child from the adjacent room. Lin Dongyang's actions grew a bit more pronounced. as he felt a sense of urgency regarding their new home. After so many years, he had never heard Li Huixiong call out in pain. He found himself filled with anticipation. Chapter 20. Money is indeed useful. Rising from the bed, he rubbed his aching back. After a day of labor yesterday, he had foolishly pushed himself, nearly straining his back, and his legs felt utterly fatigued. I warned you against such foolish thoughts. Does it hurt? Perhaps you should rest today, Li Huixiong said with concern. Her worry stemmed from two sources, one for his well-being and another for the prospect of losing a day's earnings, which would equate to a loss. I'll be fine after a moment. I'm just unaccustomed to rising so early. Once the little one arrives, we will be ready to move into the new house. I heard from Mother that construction is set to commence today. That seems to be the case. I am currently unable to assist with any tasks, so Mother hasn't informed me directly. I heard from San Saw that it is indeed happening. Li Huixiong replied with a smile. Since her husband underwent a transformation, although he has become more preoccupied in the bedroom, he has also exhibited greater obedience. And her smile has blossomed significantly compared to before. If you are not required to help, then do not. With such a large belly, you cannot assist and would only serve as a distraction. Just stay at home and watch the two little ones. I will ask Jinhe and the others to keep you company shortly. Mother and the sisters-in-law will undoubtedly be at the construction site to supervise, Lin Dongyang mused, assisting her in dressing as he spoke in a calm manner. They are hardly the type to sit still. It would be strange if they listened to you. Just focus on me. I possess ample methods to manage them. Li Huixiong gazed at her confident husband with curiosity. How could those nephews, who were unruly even when disciplined, possibly heed his words? Upon stepping outside together, they encountered San Saw, who was leading one child by the hand while another attempted to run away, only to be restrained by her. Thank you for your trouble, San Saw, Lin Dongyang said. What trouble? They looked delightful together. But why does Jinchuan persist in gnawing on his toes? Jianbin has taken to imitating him. This habit is undesirable. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lin Dongyang scratched his head and glanced at Li Huixiong. After all, it was his son who had once bitten him, but now he only nibbled on Li Huixiong. It had nothing to do with him. Noticing his gaze upon her, Li Huixiong rolled her eyes, pondering who had instigated such behavior, which now seemed to be attributed to her. San Saw, with Stouchuan weaning, he should still be adjusting. He will adapt in due course. Finally, you have decided to wean him. I have long suggested it, but you did not listen. Now, with another child on the way, it is indeed necessary. Otherwise, there will not be enough nourishment for both. After listening to San Saw's words, Lin Dongyang turned to Li Huixiong, observing her cheeks visibly redden. He quickly moved to her side, guiding her back indoors, while disregarding their son's outstretched arms yearning for a cuddle. San Saw watched the two, who were uncommunicative, with puzzlement, uncertain about what she had said wrong, but she paid it no mind, leading the two little ones in circles around the courtyard. Seated at the table, his mother had already prepared his meal and lunch, eliminating the need to wait for others. He commenced eating heartily, remarking that his mother's culinary skills were undoubtedly honed under the tutelage of a pig-farming master. As he set down his bowl, he smiled faintly at the few sleepy-eyed nephews entering the house, rubbing their eyes. Jinhe, Jianjun, today you are not to run about. Stay at home and keep your aunt company. If anything arises, quickly go to the construction site to fetch your grandmother and mother. Understood? Uncle. I already promised Lier and the others I would go play on the mountain. If I do not go, they will not play with me anymore. Exactly, Uncle. My grandfather has said that one must not be untrustworthy. Upon hearing the children's words, Lin Dongyang's expression shifted slightly. How could they accuse him of being untrustworthy? Very well. Let them go play. I shall not be idle at home. Li Huixiong remarked with amusement, observing his predicament. Lin Dongyang observed the smile gracing her face and felt a twinge of displeasure. Casting a glance around, he spoke in a monotone. You two may go play. Jianhua. And the rest of you who are still in school, make sure to stay home after class. Once your little aunt gives birth in the county, I shall reward the one who performs well with drinks and some crispy shrimp snacks. Really, Uncle? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? The children nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. Their uncle was known for his honesty, unlike their parents, who seemed to thrive on deception. All right, I'll help. I'll definitely keep an eye on the baby for my little aunt, Lin Jianhai declared eagerly, sensing the potential reward. After all, the arrival of the baby was imminent. Just a few days away. Uncle, I can help too. I will listen to you and stay home. Weren't you just saying that not going out to play would be disloyal? I'm just a child. Disloyalty doesn't matter to me. When you buy the shrimp snacks, I can share them with the two of them." At that moment, several sisters-in-law and his mother were present, unable to contain their laughter at his words. "Isn't that just bribery? I thought you had a clever scheme." "Well, it has already become one. Stay home and behave. I must get to work." As Lin Dongyang engaged in conversation with his mother and sisters-in-law, he gently kissed Li Huixiong on the forehead, leaving behind a trace of sweetness. "Work diligently, all of you. Let us make a pact. Whoever fails to uphold it will face consequences. I'll uphold it. I'll go first." After sealing the pact with his nephews, Lin Dongyang bid farewell to everyone with a smile and embarked on his journey. Today, he was determined to capture countless squids. Carrying a large load, he found maneuvering the cart cumbersome, and cradling the items grew tiresome. Upon reaching the seaside, he noticed he was not alone. A father and son duo awaited by their boat, seemingly in anticipation of something. They had yet to set sail, wasting precious time, which translated to lost money. A thought that weighed heavily on his mind. However, once he boarded his vessel and began to row, he turned to see the wooden boat following closely behind him. Realizing he had attracted attention, he surmised that his recent streak of good fortune had drawn others eager to share in his gains. Yet he remained unfazed. Knowing he had no secret spots worth plundering, relying solely on luck, it was crucial that they remained unaware of his trap locations to prevent them from pilfering his nets. With determination, he rowed vigorously, his little boat darting across the water like an arrow aimed at the sea. The father and son, witnessing his speed outstrip their own efforts, exchanged glances, a shared chuckle escaping their lips as they decided to halt their pursuit. "Forget it. We can't catch up at this rate. With such strength. It's no wonder he's making money. Let us return to the spot from yesterday. We've already wasted over an hour. What a loss. In the future, focus on more sensible matters and refrain from such dubious thoughts," the elder remarked, turning the boat in another direction, watching their vessel fade into the distance. Lin Dongyang smiled faintly, confident that no ordinary wooden boat could match his pace, and he had no desire to be trailed by a powerboat. After all, apart from a few bluestone fish caught yesterday, his harvest of squid was not greater than that of the powered boats. At this moment, with fewer boats present and minimal competition, no one would relinquish their familiar fishing grounds to squander time following others. Chapter 21. In endless pursuit, Lin Dongyang gazed at the island in the distance, noting the absence of yesterday's fishing vessels. He did not rush over. Instead, he cast his nets twice, reaping a modest collection of miscellaneous fish. However, the catch was still insufficient to satisfy his craving for squid, compelling him to continue casting nets, albeit at the cost of wasting time. This delay was somewhat regrettable. If his father did not return with any miscellaneous fish that evening, he would simply purchase a few, as they held little value and were not worth his effort. Muttering to himself, Lin Dongyang began to retrieve his traps. Upon inspecting his catch, his earlier dissatisfaction was somewhat alleviated. As the trap was lifted, the surrounding waters darkened, revealing the substantial number of squids within. Quick-witted and nimble, Lin Dongyang noticed a few squids clinging to the edges of the trap and swiftly captured them with his hand net, also acquiring several cuttlefish beans. Having been preoccupied yesterday, he had forgotten to prepare some wooden sticks for today. Observing the squids and cuttlefish beans in his hand net, he diligently sorted them. After collecting all the traps and replenishing them with the miscellaneous fish, more than half an hour had passed, and the surrounding waters had turned exceedingly dark. Nevertheless, his haul was quite impressive. He estimated over 100 pounds of squid and a few pomfret, which could fetch a decent price. If grilled, they would be exceptionally delicious. Throwing the crabs into a bucket, he paddled towards the backside of the island. Although there was no one in front today, he did not intend to venture there. If there were no squids at the back, he could always head to the front later. Just a short while into his paddling, he spotted a school of squid swimming past his boat, with several colliding against the vessel. Lin Dongyang threw out his net and, using his other hand, swiftly scooped up the squids that had struck the boat. Before he could paddle, he felt the boat drifting forward. Sensing the motion of the vessel, Lin Dongyang knew the catch in his net was substantial. He quickly set down the hand net, disregarding the ink-spraying squids, and with both hands, he exerted force to haul up the fish caught in the net. Witnessing the dense cluster of squids, Lin Dongyang could not contain his joy. With a hearty shout, he lifted them aboard. This net, combined with the earlier catch from the trap, was sufficient to return him to the dock. As he paddled towards the dock, he realized his boat could accommodate a maximum of over 300 pounds. Any more would make paddling exceedingly strenuous. It was still not yet noon, and the weather was not particularly hot. Throughout his return journey, he encountered not a single other boat, only his solitary little vessel. Brother. It seems I must trouble my nephew again, he mused. Is it already full? I think you need to change boats. This little wooden one is terribly inefficient, said Erlongzi, observing Lin Dongyang carrying a large basket of squids with a grin. After speaking, he began weighing the catch. But today's prices would certainly not match those of yesterday. The initial excitement had waned, and even if he managed to deliver it before nightfall, he could not expect a high price. Fishing boats are not so easily found. Once I've earned enough money, I plan to visit the shipyard in the county. However, even if a boat is constructed, it seems it won't be ready until next year. Second brother, you have extensive connections. If you come across any fishing boats for sale, do keep me in mind. Sure, I'll keep an eye out. Is there no grouper today? Let me tell you. That commodity has surged in value again. It's quite in demand. Erlongzi gazed at the baskets of squid being moved and expressed his disappointment. Second brother. It's all a matter of luck. If one were to stumble upon a school, one might as well wake up from a dream filled with laughter. You have a point. You'll need to head out again shortly, right? Yes, I'll see if I can make 3 trips today, Lin Dongyang replied with a smile. You must also take care of your health. In total, I have 321 genes, and there is just under 1.5 genes of squid beans. The price of squid has dropped again today, so I can only offer 2 dimes and 3 cents. It's the flood season, there is no helping it. Totaling 75 for you. Lin Dongyang glanced at the list, calculating in his mind, and found no discrepancies. Generally, Erlongzi wouldn't deceive their family, after all. The Lin family has educated individuals among them. Although he only possessed a small wooden boat, the quality and quantity of the catch were commendable. He wouldn't be foolish enough to lose a watermelon while picking sesame seeds. He paddled back to the island where he had been for the past few days, however. It seemed almost fished out from the previous netting and had yet to recover its vigor. He thought back to the absence of fishing boats on the front side. Upon reaching the front, he beheld a vast expanse of white along the shoreline. It wasn't a suitable time to cast the net, as the proximity to the island posed a risk of hidden rocks beneath the surface that might tear the fishing net. Grabbing the hand net, he cautiously probed the water for rocks while simultaneously scooping up squid onto the boat. The task seemed never-ending. After a while, aside from squid and the squid beans washed into the water, there were no other fish to be found, making sorting unnecessary. Observing the nearly full boat hold, he felt fatigued, yet he pressed on, thinking of his wife and children at home, invigorated by the prospect of filling the boat. Only after he had completely loaded the vessel did he pause to catch his breath. Gazing at the sun, which had already begun its descent, he hurried toward the dock, hoping to make another round if he paddled swiftly. He truly was a model of diligence. He had never worked as hard in a single day in his entire life. After hastily devouring a meal, so quickly that he hardly registered its flavor, he resolved to return home with 2 squids to reward himself. This trip was considerably slower than the last, partly due to the heavier load on the boat and partly because he had yet to regain his strength. After paddling from the dock, he was preoccupied with catching squid, pausing only briefly for a meal. Now, he truly lacked the energy to exert himself. Nonetheless, he continued to paddle slowly, regaining his strength as he went. By the time he reached the dock, he had recovered enough energy. At this moment, various boats had begun returning, some trawlers laden with squid. Others had enjoyed a good haul as well. It truly was a bountiful season. Lin Dongyang observed that there were no boats nearby, but people were already gathering on the shore. He hurried over to Erlongzi's stall, noticing he wasn't too busy, and asked his son to assist in watching the boat while he gradually transported basket after basket. This time, the total catch reached 370 pounds. Priced at 92 yuan. Your speed is truly remarkable. You must have encountered a school of cuttlefish, haven't you? What good fortune. As per the usual practice, let us set aside 50 cents for my nephew to buy some candy. Just count it as 92. By the way, Brother Air, when the boat returns later, could you help me collect some miscellaneous fish? Just the ones worth a yuan will suffice. No problem, but are you heading out again? Can your body handle it? Erlongzi first chuckled in response, then, glancing at the returned receipt, asked in astonishment. This would be your 3rd trip. Even an Iron Man would endure such a strain. Indeed, how else can one earn a living? I can manage, no more words. I shall take my leave now and return later. Lin Dongyang laughed heartily, grasped his basket, and, without aiding him with the scattered squid, made his way back to the boat, setting off towards his treasure trove. Chapter 22. The notorious tough guy Lin Dongyang returned to the island he had just visited. It was already mid-afternoon, and he felt a sense of urgency. Wandering back in the dark was ultimately not a prudent strategy. After fishing for a while, his arms began to ache once more. Lin Dongyang decided against continuing to fish and instead opted to paddle further out, employing a casting net to resume his catch. Although casting nets carry the risk of damage, he had little choice but to take a gamble. The speed of a casting net surpasses that of a hand net significantly. Aside from the exhaustion during retrieval, it is not overly taxing. With a vigorous effort, he pulled up the net, revealing several squids, along with 2 grouper fish, 1 green grouper and 1 dragon grouper. Observing the 2 groupers struggling within the net, Lin Dongyang felt a spark of realization. He initially thought yesterday's catch was merely a coincidence, but it appears otherwise. The abundant cuttlefish in the waters had evidently lured these large groupers out from their rocky habitats. Typically, catching them would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, the resources of grouper fish surrounding this island are remarkably plentiful. Otherwise, the likelihood of netting 2 in one haul would be exceedingly slim. Considering yesterday's catch, this location is indeed a treasure trove. Fortunately, the marine resources have not yet dwindled as they would in the coming years. Such quality catches are still available for now. For instance, this dragon grouper, also known as the saddle grouper, is rarely affordable. Currently, there are no breeding farms for them, and the price of wild specimens remains moderate. Once breeding begins, the prices for wild fish will soar. Nevertheless, he has an affinity for all grouper fish. He divided the 2 groupers into a compartment, ensuring he could lighten his load on this trip back. Carrying a whole boatload back would be daunting, and he feared he might not be able to rise tomorrow, which would be quite a loss. Upon seeing the grouper, his arm pain dissipated, and his legs felt rejuvenated. His motivation surged. He needed to fish rapidly. For if other fishing boats descended upon this area tomorrow and snagged one, he would surely be distressed. As dusk began to settle, Lin Dongyang gathered a considerable haul of cuttlefish, along with 3 grouper fish, including 2 red snapper. The red snapper, also referred to as red sea bream, boasts a vibrant red body, exuding festivity and good fortune. Alas, relentless overfishing has left their population struggling to recover, and their numbers are increasingly scarce. However, the red fish in the sea are essentially equivalent to high-priced fish, more reliable than those bearing the dragon character. Observing the scattered squid on the deck and gazing at the sky, he realized that he had not caught many bycatch this time. It seemed somewhat foolish to expend energy searching for them. Coupled with the grouper and snapper in the hold, he had no desire to continue. His thoughts were solely directed towards the dock, leaving the traps to be collected in the morning. When Lin Dongyang finally rowed his boat, struggling to reach the shore, he saw his parents and several brothers anxiously waiting at the water's edge as darkness had fully descended. The pitch-black sky and the sea appeared to merge into one, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Only beneath the bright lights of the dock did he feel a semblance of safety. Dongyang has returned. You all hurry and help. He must be exhausted. According to Longzi, this is the 3rd trip already, Lin's father remarked, watching the small wooden boat approach, his expression easing as he instinctively directed his sons to assist. Deep down, he still favored his youngest son. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him extra money or bought him a boat. He was also kind to his older sons, for if their wives found out, it could lead to unwelcome gossip. Elder brother, quickly fetch a bucket. Lin Dongyang smiled at his eldest brother, who was about to disembark. Thinking of the grouper and snapper in the hold, his smile was uncontainable. Caught more grouper again? Lin's father inquired, a smile gracing his face as he looked at his cheerful youngest son. Ever since this son stopped causing him worry, despite the daily toil, his heart was filled with joy. Yes, and I also caught 2 red snapper. Quite lucky. Lin Dongyang responded while continuing to place squid into the basket. Although this catch was not as valuable as the grouper and snapper, the quantity was significant. Yet, it seemed that this entire haul of squid paled in comparison to those few fish. Your timing for buying a boat is impeccable. This year's squid catch is indeed greater than in previous years. With such good fortune, you managed to catch squid and grouper. However, be cautious tomorrow. There will surely be others following you. All right, father, I understand. Lin Dongyang nodded in acknowledgement, handing over the filled basket. Taking the water bucket from his elder brother and removing his own from the boat, he had 1 bucket of green grouper and 1 bucket of red snapper. Watching the 2 red fish swim about in the bucket uplifted his spirits. Their beauty was one aspect, but more importantly, they would fetch a good price. With the market just opening, those near their shores who possessed wealth truly indulged in fine dining. As for how they acquired their riches during the squid season, many boats overlooked squid fishing to venture into deeper waters. He had heard rumors about their activities, but he did not intend to involve himself, if caught. His wife and children would face scorn. Such money was not meant for an honest fisherman like him, who lacked education. He felt quite content with his current situation. Today, he was on track to earn nearly 300, which was almost equivalent to the wages of many workers in the city for half a year, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Lin Dongyang approached Erlongzi with a water bucket in hand. Since he had already promised a generous price, there was no need to consult anyone else. If the price were not right, it would be he who would suffer the loss by not selling his catch to him. Dongyang, after 3 trips out, you should be the latest to return today. With the abundance of squid, even a single boat's haul is nearly sufficient, Erlongzi remarked cheerfully, continuing with his work. He was in good spirits these days, having established a lucrative channel for high-end fish sales, coupled with the squid season, which led to a significant increase in catches. With a smile, Lin Dongyang nodded and presented his bucket. Second brother, take a look at this. Weren't you just asking about it earlier? How fortuitous. I even have 2 red grouper. He placed the bucket down for inspection. At that moment, many people nearby, either not in line or having already sold their catches, turned their attention to the 2. They gazed at the vibrant red body swimming in the water, illuminated beautifully under the lights. Being seasoned fishermen, they were not naive. Even if they had never seen a real grouper, they had heard tales of red grouper being worth more than large yellow croakers. They cast envious glances at Lin Dongyang. This lad had previously caught a few green rock cod and made a tidy sum from them, and now he had red grouper and green rock cod again. Had he perhaps discovered a rich fishing spot? The father and son duo who had followed Lin Dongyang in the morning eyed the fish in the bucket, slapping their thighs. If only they had kept up, they might have snagged a couple for themselves. If nothing else, they could have snatched some from the surface, as there would be no evidence left behind. Dad, I told you he has good luck. If we had followed, we would have been fine, right? You didn't listen. Isn't that because we couldn't keep up? He rose so fast. The older man glanced at his son with a hint of dissatisfaction, speaking softly. As they conversed, they stepped back into the crowd, the elder father listening to his son's plans. All fish are intact, fresh, and without any wounds. The green rock cod is priced at $3 each. I want to weigh the red grouper. They're premium. A flat price of $20 each. What do you think? All right, second brother, you can weigh them first. Mother, you and sister-in-law keep an eye here while I help Dad with the squid. We need to finish quickly and head back. I'm starving after 3 trips today. I want to take those 2 squids home for dinner. Lin Dongyang spoke decisively to his mother, expressing how arduous his day had been and his determination to keep 2 squids for himself. You child. You have no sense of thrift. Wait until the prices drop before you indulge. What a waste. Fine. I'll set aside 2 for you. But you really should learn to control your appetite. Lin's mother, observing her younger son's furrowed brow, couldn't help but smile, deciding not to chastise him further. She realized only now how fortunate her son was. Had she known earlier, she would have taken a knife to urge him onto the boat to work diligently. Their family could have been much wealthier. The surrounding crowd, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but chuckle. To them, Lin Dongyang now seemed rather childlike. On that particular day, they tirelessly navigated the wooden boat back and forth 3 times, which was indeed quite a feat in their terms. Completing 1 journey would leave them somewhat fatigued. 2 journeys would certainly be quite the ordeal, and 3 journeys. One could hardly fathom the exhaustion. Typically, the catch was not abundant enough to warrant such relentless efforts. Lin Dongyang, along with his father and 2 elder brothers, brought the squid from the boat, and observing the cheerful demeanor of the simpleton humming a tune, they could not help but smile. He understood that regardless of the high price offered by the simpleton, there was certainly profit to be made. However, lacking a proper sales channel, selling to acquaintances would at least mitigate the risk of being taken advantage of. In this era, particularly within their fishing village, it was often said that villagers did not deceive one another. Yet, as certain interests grew, this principle gradually began to wane. The grouper caught today was not as substantial as the last, totaling 13 pounds, while 2 red snapper added another 79 yuan, together with 263 pounds of squid, which fetched 60 yuan and 50 cents. The total amount reached 139 yuan and 50 cents. Here's the receipt for you, along with 2 other receipts from this morning. Your sister-in-law is here. Let her take a look. You've truly earned quite a sum today. I find myself a bit envious, the simpleton remarked, handing over the 3 prepared receipts, smiling as he spoke. This is all hard-earned from braving the sea. It pales in comparison to the ease with which you, my second brother, sit here. Lin Dongyang chuckled at his words, passing the receipts to his sister-in-law with a nod. When she, momentarily dazed, received the receipts from him, she was momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated that her brother-in-law could earn so much in a single day. The 3 receipts amounted to over 300 yuan, precisely 306 yuan and 50 cents, an astonishing sum. Chapter 23. Earning big money, deserving grand rewards at that moment. The clamor at the dock had diminished, as everyone turned their attention to Lin Dongyang, eager to see the outcome of his final boatload. Even in the absence of grouper and red snapper, he would still earn a considerable sum. After 3 trips, he might even make 200 yuan for their wooden boat. This was an unimaginable amount. Typically, earning such a sum in a month would be regarded as a bountiful catch. Even if he possessed the stamina to make 3 round trips, he needed a location that could facilitate the swift capture of squid while also yielding grouper. Contemplating such a place, many fishermen operating wooden boats began to regard Lin Dongyang with newfound respect. Perhaps by following in his wake, they too could partake in the spoils. Sister-in-law, why are you lost in thought? Lin Dongyang waved his hand in front of her, smiling. Earning so much today has left me a bit dazed, she replied. The 3rd daughter-in-law, we should head home. You're still outside. Hearing her daughter-in-law's spontaneous remark, Lin's mother, noticing the gazes of those around them, nervously tugged at her sleeve and whispered, let us go. She then clutched the receipts tightly in her hand, not returning them to Lin Dongyang, knowing he would ultimately have to give them to her to bring home. With the receipts from today's larger boat, she now possessed what was nearly over 100 yuan, and a rush of excitement and trepidation surged within her heart. Listening to the words of his 3rd sister-in-law, Lin Dongyang offered a faint smile, understanding his mother's reluctance to flaunt their newfound wealth. With the recent opening up of their society, many aspects remained unstable, and they feared a return to their former hardships. Naturally, they dared not display their financial gains, for if they were to revert to their previous state, their family might be among the first to suffer. Dongyang, you've made 3 trips back and forth. You must be quite fatigued. It seems you stumbled upon a treasure trove, one villager remarked. Indeed, we're all from the same village. You can't possibly gather it all on your own. Share with us, for with an additional boat comes additional strength. Lin Dongyang chuckled softly at the words of his fellow villagers. If they had discovered such a bountiful location, they certainly wouldn't be divulging it to him. More boats equate to more competition, not cooperation. What good fortune! The fish are plentiful this season, and I've been lucky enough to encounter a school of squid. I've managed to catch a bit more than usual, but who knows what tomorrow will bring. I still have work to do, so please don't crowd around me, he replied with a grin, lifting the empty bucket in his hand as he moved forward. He still needed to retrieve the fish that Longzi had bought for him. The expressions of the 2 men who had initially spoken turned sour as they watched Lin Dongyang's retreating figure. However, their faces quickly shifted to a semblance of embarrassment upon seeing Lin Fu approach. In the days of collective fishing, Lin Fu was the leader of their fleet. Even during lean years, he consistently brought back a substantial catch, ensuring that no one in their village went hungry. Observing their expressions, Lin Fu nodded slightly, saying nothing. Those familiar with him recognized that he was beginning to feel angered. Brother, I lost my composure. Please don't be upset, the first speaker said, wearing a sycophantic smile. Focus on your work and refrain from harboring ulterior motives. You lack the capacity to manage them, Lin Fu retorted, casting a glance at his youngest son, who was busy unloading fish into a basket. Their boat indeed had a variety of fish, sufficient for their own needs. But it wouldn't be enough to support Lin Dongyang. He had initially intended to inform his youngest son upon his return, but it seemed the boy had shown initiative and made the purchase himself. Do you think this is enough? I feel it's quite a lot. Many people came to sell, and I ended up taking it all, Longzi said cheerfully as he handed over the assorted fish to Lin Dongyang. Lin Dongyang surveyed the bucket and basket filled with fish and felt a sense of satisfaction. In a future era, such a bounty would easily fetch 200 or 300. For now, a single dollar should suffice. If it proves inadequate, I'll let you know when I return tomorrow. But this money, please wait for me to bring it to you tomorrow. What is this? Longzi inquired as he held out his hand. Lin Fu glanced back at his family, noting that they were preoccupied, and quietly retrieved some money from his pocket, discreetly passing it to Longzi. Lin Dongyang found his father's prideful demeanor amusing, but he refrained from teasing him. After all, it was for his own benefit. Let him revel in his pride. However, he also planned to request some funds from his wife upon returning. For people in their community, not carrying a bit of money felt somewhat embarrassing, especially when purchasing alcohol for gatherings. Father, I will return and have Hui Xiong bring it to you. What to bring? Just ensure that your mother and sister-in-law remain unaware. All right. You should head back in the boat first. I will assist you in carrying these items and those from the boat. Very well, thank you, father. Lin Dongyang felt a sweet warmth in his heart upon hearing his father's words. Indeed, his father still cared for him, chuckling softly. After speaking, without waiting for a response from Lin's father, he joyfully set off to row the boat. However, as he began to move, several others followed suit. When the wooden boat glided through the night, numerous others illuminated their flashlights, boldly trailing behind. Observing this, Lin Dongyang slightly slowed his pace to allow them to catch up. Mindful that he would need to conserve battery life for his flashlight, every little bit counts. The father and son who followed behind exchanged smiles as they noticed Lin Dongyang's boat decelerating, even in Iron Man tires. And their confidence in following Lin Dongyang to prosperity the next day grew stronger. Once Lin Dongyang disembarked, empty-handed but for his flashlight, he made his way to the shore without greeting the group busily gathering their belongings in the dark, heading homeward. He understood their intentions without needing a reminder from his father, contemplating the need to rise early the next day, for it might require 3 trips again. Rising early was decidedly better than returning late. Lost in thought, he vanished from the group's sight, leaving them to unload from the boat in silence. All aware of each other's motives, grateful that no scuffle ensued, naturally offering no friendly expressions. However, as they finished their chore and began the trek home with their burdens, the soreness in their arms reminded them that attempting to seize another's fortune came at a price. Under normal circumstances, they would dock their wooden boats at a nearby small harbor not far from home, avoiding the necessity of making a detour to this dilapidated port. Instead, they found themselves laden with numerous items, trudging home on foot. After a long day's labor, this additional strain left them weary. Upon reaching home, they were exhausted and silent. Yet the prospect of following Lin Dongyang to the treasure the next day brought smiles to their faces. Upon arriving home, Lin Dongyang found his nephews obediently staying indoors. Not a single one daring to venture out. 6 or 7 of them watched over the 2 little ones, who were so still they hardly dared to move. Any slight motion would result in being repositioned, leaving the 2 brothers on the bed devoid of spirit, lying there like puppets, completely still. It was only when Lin Dongyang approached that they stirred slightly, smiling as they clapped their hands. Father, play with me. Lin Dongyang was in high spirits today, and he no longer felt hindered by his son's presence. He lifted him from the bed, playfully pinching his cheek. Not at all chubby. The texture is lacking. How was your day? Are you tired? Li Huixiang, observing her husband amusing their child, asked with a smile. Taking the already damp jacket, he handed over and setting it aside. Today, we earned a substantial profit. You must reward me well tonight. With a greater profit, the reward should certainly be grander. After making 3 trips today, Mother will bring back the list shortly, and you will understand. Lin Dongyang playfully tossed his son into the air, a broad smile adorning his face. Upon hearing his words and observing the puzzled expressions on her nephew's faces, Li Huixiang felt a wave of shyness wash over her. With a hint of exasperation, she glanced at Lin Dongyang and remarked, "The children are still here." "What are you saying? I'm leaving now and won't pay you any mind. Please don't go, Aunt. Look, I helped you take care of the kids today, and I didn't even sneak out to play. Tomorrow, they will surely call me ungrateful. Shouldn't you reward me first? A single piece of candy will suffice," pleaded his 3rd nephew. Lin Dongyang, amused by the request, thought to himself that the reward his nephew sought was hardly equivalent to what he had in mind. It was merely a frivolous distraction. Indeed, Aunt, Uncle is quite grown up now and no longer needs candy. Just provide us with some treats. And I will certainly help you watch the kids, Lin Jianhai chimed in, unwilling to be outdone, boldly lifting his chin toward his uncle. Li Huixiang, feeling her cheeks flush with embarrassment, shot a disapproving look at Lin Dongyang, rolling her eyes, and chose not to respond to her nephew's pleas. Where was she to find candy? When Lin's father returned with the family, he was met with a lively scene of children surrounding his daughter-in-law, clamoring for some form of reward. However, having earned a substantial amount today, he was in good spirits and chose not to scold them. Not so for Lin's father, who, accompanied by several daughters-in-law, cast a disapproving glare at the boys. After only a bit of work, you're already demanding rewards? If this continues, our Lin family will be filled with lazy individuals like Lin Dongyang of old, and that simply cannot happen. Mom, what are you doing? I haven't been out gallivanting today. I've been here with Aunt. You cannot punish me, Lin Dongyang protested. This little bit of work hardly counts as labor. You're just looking for a chance to scold me. Without allowing Lin Jianhai a moment to respond, Lin Dongyang swiftly retrieved a half-used feather duster from a high cabinet and began playfully swatting at Lin Jianhai. Mom, stop. I don't want it anymore. If uncle can ask for a reward, then surely I can too. Wah! Lin Jinhai cried, tears streaming down his face as he lamented his plight. Lin Dongyang, observing his nephew's tearful display and the disapproving looks from those around him, felt a twinge of sympathy. What are you looking at? I merely wanted to ask Hui Xiang for 2 yuan. I earned quite a bit today. Is that unreasonable? Is it just 2 yuan? Don't be foolish. Lin's father retorted, casting a stern glance at his youngest son. He then shifted his gaze to his daughter-in-law, who was blushing furiously, and realized that it was far more than a mere 2 yuan at stake. Be careful what you say. What could I possibly do? You have no proof. So don't make baseless accusations. Let us eat. Mother, please hand Hui Xiang today's receipts. I don't wish to converse with you any longer. Hurry up and prepare the squid. I'm famished. Lin Dongyang expressed his exasperation to his father before turning to his mother with a grin, declaring his hunger. In truth, he was not alone in his fatigue. His father and several brothers had also worn themselves out, having caught nearly 1,000 pounds of squid, leaving them equally exhausted. Lin Dongyang happily indulged in the fresh squid, occasionally placing some into Li Hui Xiang's bowl, encouraging her to partake as well. He was truly famished today. Although it lacked the deliciousness of barbecue, it was quite fresh and still satisfying. The Lin family's evening was bustling with activity, however. Due to the necessity of heading out to sea at dawn, Lin Dongyang decided to leave early, thereby stifling the merriment. A light shone in Lin Dongyang's small abode. Li Hui Xiang gazed at the 3 slips of paper in her hand, unable to believe the figures they bore. 300 yuan in a single day was a sum she would never have dared to dream of. With a smile, she tucked the slips away. After patting the large granary, she finally climbed onto the Kong with Lin Dongyang's assistance, unwittingly starting to giggle. Stop laughing, you look like a silly child. There will be plenty of money in the future, Lin Dongyang remarked, playfully ruffling her slightly greasy hair without a hint of disdain. Listening to her husband's words, Li Hui Xiang felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, but as he continued speaking, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, overshadowing her joy. You should eat a little. I certainly won't. I've earned so much today, and several followed me back. I need to rise early tomorrow. Hurry up. I've heard that sleeping this way helps one fall asleep faster. You wouldn't want your husband to be caught up by someone else, would you? Our catch would be snatched away, Lin Dongyang said seriously, looking at Li Hui Xiang with a gentle tone. Considering his words and the money on the slips, she felt a pang of reluctance, yet his reasoning was compelling enough. Ultimately, Li Hui Xiang acquiesced, but not before pinching him hard twice before he fell asleep. Hey, that doesn't hurt at all. I'm going to sleep now. Mom will call me in the morning, and you can continue to rest, he replied. Understood. You really are something, she said, taking a cloth that had originally been used by their son to wipe his mouth, and wiped her own face with it. She cast an annoyed glance at her husband, but upon hearing his soft snores, she realized he was utterly exhausted, which made her heart ache. With a soft smile, she drew the lampshade down and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 24. A fortuitous encounter. As dawn broke, the small door of the room was pushed open. Feeling the cold chill against his face, Lin Dongyang shivered, waking from his dreams with a hint of morning grumpiness as he glanced at his mother. Mother, just call me without freezing me. You have no idea how cold your hands are. I know exactly how cold they are, which is why I'm doing this. Now that it's light out, hurry and take the water bucket to fetch the fish. Don't let those people catch up to you. If they do, the losses will be significant, his mother replied, rolling her eyes at him, her tone tinged with concern as she withdrew her hand from his face. Rest assured, it's just an island's edge. Even if they find out, it's no big deal. We can always switch islands. I've woken up early, so it should be better after this period, Lin Dongyang reassured her. Just be cautious. If anything goes awry, abandon the goods and avoid conflict. If it weren't for the fact that you're using a small wooden boat, I would have had your father give you a gun for protection, his mother said. Her concern evident. Lin Dongyang looked at her in disbelief. Mother, I'm just rowing a wooden boat. It can't be that serious. Who can say for certain? Just be careful, she advised, observing the nonchalant expression on his face. Without saying much more, she stepped outside to prepare his breakfast. As she gazed at his retreating figure, warmth enveloped Li Hui Xiang's heart. The sound of their conversation, coupled with the chill that swept in when he had lifted the covers, roused her from her slumber. With her eyes still heavy with sleep, she glanced at Lin Dongyang, but in order to avoid drawing her mother-in-law's attention, she lay still, refraining from participating in their dialogue. Continue to feign sleep. I shall take my leave, Lin Dongyang remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he playfully pinched her ear, captivated by her beautiful eyes. Aware of her husband's reluctance to kiss her, She rolled her eyes at him, albeit with a heart filled with joy, and succumbed once more to slumber. He felt revitalized and awake, while she, still weary from the previous night's restless sleep, was plagued by dreams that were undeniably embarrassing. Seated upon a stool, Lin Dongyang savored the single-portion breakfast prepared by his mother. For lunch, she had thoughtfully packed 2 containers, evidently concerned that he might tire from his labors and not eat adequately. After finishing his meal, burdened by the weight of his belongings, he found himself unable to manage alone. Hence, he called upon Lin Jianhai to follow him, pushing the cart toward the port, whereupon he would load the items onto the boat and send the cart back with Jianhai. At merely a decade old, Jianhai was already considered a capable lad in their rural community, yet in the Lin family, which boasted many members, he had seldom been called upon to assist. After all, Lin Dongyang himself had not been accustomed to labor, serving as a model for his nephews, whose willingness to work was often met with the need for a whip to spur them on. "Uncle, if I help you today, will there be a reward?" Jianhai inquired. "Your mother's feather duster is nearly worn out. I promise to replace it with a new one once I earn some money." "Surely, a new one will be less painful than the old. What do you think?" Lin Dongyang chuckled at the eager expression on his nephew's face, though his tone held a hint of mischief. Though daylight was breaking, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, the occasional gust of wind causing the buckets to clatter melodically. Jianhai swallowed nervously, but the prospect of a reward dulled his fear. "Uncle, please don't scare me. You're the best, and wouldn't he do such a thing? I don't need a reward anymore. Look at your feeble courage. Help me for 3 days, and I'll give you some pocket money. Right now, I'm broke." "I forgot to ask your aunt yesterday," Lin Dongyang replied. "All right, I knew you were the best, uncle." Jianhai beamed at the praise, and Lin Dongyang felt a surge of delight as they conversed, the journey to the seaside feeling less solitary. They soon arrived at the shore, where the darkness still lingered, and the wooden boats, unlike powered vessels, necessitated a gradual exertion of energy as they waited for dawn to break. The wooden boats that had returned with Lin Dongyang the previous day had gathered in their village's small sheltered harbor, presenting a somewhat impressive sight. Locating his boat, Lin Dongyang loaded his supplies aboard. With yesterday's fish feed at hand, there was no need to cast nets anew, significantly easing his burdens. "You may return with the cart, but take your time on the way back. Don't run about. If your mother finds out, I cannot guarantee your safety." "I understand. Dear uncle, I wish you a day of great earnings, to buy me some sweets later." "All right, in light of your words, I shall certainly procure them for you today." "Haha. Now hurry back, take a brief nap, and then enjoy your meal. Focus on your studies," Lin Dongyang replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, he paddled his small wooden boat back into the vast ocean. The surrounding inky waters, juxtaposed against the dim sky, cast an eerie ambience. Yet, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it, feeling little trepidation. With anticipation for the bounty in the traps, he rowed swiftly towards the nets he had set the previous day, eager to see what awaited him after a day of waiting. As dawn gradually broke, Lin Dongyang arrived at the area where he had placed the traps. Observing the bobbing floats on the water's surface, a smile graced his face. As he hoisted the first trap, feeling its weight in his hands, a surge of excitement coursed through him. It was significantly heavier than any trap he had previously lifted. It seemed that not retrieving it the night before was not such a misstep after all. As the trap surfaced, Lin Dongyang raised the net he had prepared, swiftly covering the fleeing squids, indifferent to the ink that might splatter upon him, and he collected them onto the boat. Pulling the trap with one hand proved rather strenuous, and only when his arm muscles bulged did he manage to bring it aboard. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the squids clinging to the trap. The heavy trap was filled with a multitude of squids, alongside several barracudas, 2 of which were voraciously feeding on a squid, clearly relishing their meal. Barracudas were a common catch in these waters, characterized by their elongated bodies, flattened fronts, and large mouths. Many of them would eventually be canned, known for their delightful flavor. Presently, their market price was quite decent, as his father had briefly informed him. It could hover around 20 cents, although the exact amount depended on the day's market fluctuations, which were never fixed. Once he had collected all the traps, Lin Dongyang took a deep breath. Today's catch of assorted fish surpassed that of the previous day's haul, and he decided not to continue fishing. He was quite satisfied with his bounty for the day. The boat was now filled with squids and barracudas, alongside 2 accidental catches of blackfish, a basket neatly arranged with cuttlefish beans, and a full bucket of crabs. This harvest was indeed commendable, though the boat was not yet full. He resolved to return to the dock to unload his catch, thereby saving some time. As Lin Dongyang happily paddled towards the shore, he had no watch to tell him the exact time. Meanwhile, as he made his way back, the crew from the boat he had accompanied the previous day stared in astonishment at Lin Dongyang's vanishing vessel. They soon realized that Lin Dongyang had likely departed early to avoid being followed. This crafty lad is quite clever, fearing our pursuit. Indeed. It seems he possesses a prime fishing location, otherwise, why would he be so wary of us? All this speculation was futile now, as he was already gone. I shall set out to sea first. Who knows how many trips he might make today? If fortune is unkind, he may only make one trip, rendering our wait entirely in vain. Indeed, you were correct. I have also departed. After a group of individuals finished their discussions, they trudged along, carrying their belongings over a considerable distance. At this moment, each one was feeling quite vexed. Not only had they squandered a significant amount of time, but they had also exhausted their energy, leaving their spirits dampened. Uncertain of the day's fishing prospects, they set about rowing their boats towards the sea, burdened by their discontent. As they ventured forth, their collective presence was quite imposing. It would have been even more impressive had they all been aboard motorized vessels. Rising early that morning, they had not enjoyed sufficient rest and had walked from the neighboring village, which added to their fatigue as their boats did not glide swiftly through the water. After some time, as they prepared to disperse, they spotted a wooden boat gliding towards them across the surface of the sea. The occupant offering no greetings but hastily paddling away. Father, why is that person heading towards the dock? Could it be a novice who is lost? Impossible. That figure resembles Lin Dongyang quite closely. Surely not. He seems to be rowing quite rapidly, and that person does not appear to be much faster than us. What if his boat is already full? The elder spoke his thoughts aloud, tinged with disbelief, yet everything began to make sense. In other words, while they had been asleep, Lin Dongyang had already filled his boat to the brim, and now that they were just setting out, he was already returning. Father, should we wait for him? If he can fill his boat so quickly, the fishing must be abundant in that area. No, look around at the others. Let us row ahead first. Once they are out of sight, we can return and wait, regaining our strength in the process. Eventually, we will catch up to Lin Dongyang. He would not forgo profit, and he must share some of his bounty with us. You are indeed cunning, my wise elder, one chuckled. After their banter, they sat in their boat, laughing heartily. The elder feeling a twinge of pride. Learn well. Experience is the greatest teacher. Chapter 25. The foolishness of a father and son. Lin Dongyang glanced back at the individuals who had not kept pace, feeling a slight sense of relief. It was quite a stroke of luck to encounter them on such a vast expanse of ocean, with so many items aboard his vessel. He knew he could not outpace a boat with 2 occupants. If another boat had pursued him, he would have felt a tinge of fear. The ocean was not the land. Should a conflict arise, the dangers of the sea far surpassed those on solid ground. One could not predict what would happen if one fell overboard or if their boat were to be commandeered. Reflecting on the morning when his mother had advised him to carry a firearm, he had initially dismissed her words, but now he recognized her wisdom. Upon returning, he would share this with his father. It was always better to have a weapon than to be caught unprepared in a dire situation. He was uncertain whether others aboard their boats were similarly armed. Though firearms were now considered luxury items, it was not impossible that someone might carry an old hunting rifle. As he contemplated his next course of action, his hands continued to row steadily back to the dock, feeling no fatigue. Gazing at the desolate dock, Lin Dongyang disembarked and made his way to the shore. His eyes fell upon Erlungzi, who was yawning, and a sense of joy washed over him. At the very least, he need not worry about a lack of goods to sell, which would have been a tremendous waste of time. For him, time equated to money, and money translated to the comforts he would enjoy upon returning home. Any delay was unacceptable. Approaching Erlungzi with a smile, he remarked, "Brother, how fortunate that you arrived early. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss as to whom to sell to. Is my nephew not around? It's too early. He hasn't risen yet. He worked late into the night. Have you just returned from the sea? Indeed. But I mustn't linger. I need to fetch the goods. Prepare the large scale, and we can chat later when I return. I am eager to set sail again." Without waiting for a response, Lin Dongyang turned and hurried towards the shore to gather the cargo, which consisted of but a single basket. Yet he had to wait for Erlungzi to finish weighing the squid. Once everything was completed, nearly half an hour had passed. Although Lin Dongyang felt an internal urgency, he maintained a calm facade. This time, he had brought a greater variety of goods, so a slight delay was acceptable. Here is the invoice. The price for squid is set to decrease today. I will give you 2 dimes per unit for this shipment. However, we have mackerel today. and as squid has been the focus of recent hauls, its price has risen slightly. I will offer you 2 dimes and 5 cents, while the rest remains the same, totaling 60 West coins. All right, the invoice is fine. I will leave it with you for now. I must head out to sea. Lin Dongyang glanced at the invoice with a smile before returning it, then swiftly boarded the boat without pausing, setting course for the treasure-laden waters. Recalling the ship fleet from earlier, he decided to take a detour. Although he was less familiar with this new route, it did shorten the distance to the island slightly, allowing him to avoid that troublesome group of individuals. Lightly burdened, Lin Dongyang sped across the surface of the sea, moving swiftly enough to rival a swordfish. His face alight with a smile as he hummed a tune. With 60 coins already earned that morning, he felt quite pleased, knowing that at least the minimum service for the evening was secured. If only Li Huixiong were not pregnant. Otherwise, he would insist she pamper his feet with a wash. Lost in thought, he couldn't suppress a chuckle, and his pace quickened even further. Never before had he felt such an urgency to earn money as he did at that moment. Meanwhile, as Lin Dongyang hurried to make his fortune, his father and son waited anxiously, glancing up at the blazing sun. It's been quite a while. You should have returned by now. Has something happened? That's impossible. In just a short while, he could fill an entire boat. He wouldn't dare miss this opportunity. Let us wait a little longer. Youth often lacks patience. The older father, having scolded his son, felt a growing unease in his heart, wondering if Lin Dongyang might truly not return. Enough of waiting here. It's unproductive. Let us head back to the dock. Even if we don't catch anything today, we must locate his position. Feeling the rising heat around them, the older father could no longer sit still. He turned to his increasingly impatient son, and together they made their way back to the dock. As the two individuals set forth, Lin Dongyang swiftly maneuvered his small wooden boat across the sea, akin to an arrow released from its bow, and with a whoosh, he vanished from sight. By the time the two reached the dock, Lin Dongyang had already stationed himself by his island, joyfully scooping up squid. However, whether it was due to a depletion of fortune or the surrounding grouper being completely netted, not a single grouper was caught. This left him somewhat discontent. As he had grown accustomed to catching grouper while scooping squid, the sudden absence of his usual catch felt rather unfamiliar. I truly am quite greedy, he mused to himself. Chuckling inwardly, while others are satisfied with a single catch in a week, I find myself yearning for more. As he continued to gather squid, he alleviated his solitude by gazing at the sun hanging high in the sky, neglecting to pause for a meal, intending instead to sell his catch at the dock before dining. The waters surrounding him were indeed abundant with squid, and he lamented the inadequacy of his small net and limited reach, wishing for 6 arms instead. Upon reaching the dock, he was momentarily taken aback to see the familiar father and son duo ahead of him. What a coincidence! He wondered what splendid location they had discovered to return so swiftly. Had it not been for the earlier netting, their speed might have matched his own. Nonetheless, he held no favorable impression of them, choosing to ignore their presence as he diligently began transporting his squid. The father and son, who had waited on the wooden boat for quite some time, were filled with envy at the sight of Lin Dongyang's already full vessel. Their own catch for the day had amounted to nothing, yet witnessing his bountiful haul deepened their admiration for his fishing grounds. If one could fish so freely, it would be improbable to fill 2 boats in a single morning. This transcends mere luck, the father remarked. Father, he must have nearly 500 pounds by now. Goodness. We haven't amassed that much in a week. Keep your voice down, lest he hears us. We must gather our strength and pursue him shortly, the son urged. Lin Dongyang, content as he accepted the tally sheet handed to him by the father, glanced over it. Due to the price drop of golden squid and the absence of other catches, this haul yielded only $52, yet it aligned with his expectations. At this point, it truly felt akin to picking up money. However, after a morning's labor, he was in no rush. He decided to take a meal to recuperate, planning to continue hauling 2 boats of squid later in the afternoon or evening. As he dined, he took a moment to rest, observing the father and son who had remained inactive since his return, pondering their intentions. He never considered that they had refrained from working solely to wait for him. Feeling his energy restored, he stretched his arms and, noticing the father and son nearly dozing off, he gradually paddled away, exercising caution despite his uncertainty regarding their motives. After a short while, the elder father awakened, having succumbed to drowsiness under the sun while watching Lin Dongyang eat. Upon opening his eyes to see his son still slumbering, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he scanned the surroundings, realizing that Lin Dongyang's boat was nowhere to be seen. Huazi, wake up! Hurry, they're escaping. Dad! Who is running away? Oh, where's Lin Dongyang? Quick, let's chase him. The father and son exerted themselves to paddle the wooden boat, but having just awakened, they lacked the strength and their speed naturally dwindled. Lin Dongyang, on the other hand, had already filled his belly and rested for quite a while, making it impossible for the duo to catch up. As they pursued, they could no longer see the ripples from Lin Dongyang's boat trailing behind. Dad, he's getting away again. Never mind, he's already made 2 trips. This should be his last. Let's try to catch something. Anything we can get is better than nothing. Are we still going to our usual spot? How can you be so foolish, my son? It's already late afternoon. By the time we paddle there, night will have fallen. If you don't catch anything in 2 nets, we'll have to return. Let's just fish nearby. We've already wasted half the day and can't afford to delay any longer. If only you put in half the effort Lin Dongyang does, I'd be more than grateful. As they chatted, their discussion ended on a sour note, and they began fishing nearby. However, the area had already been fished by other boats that set out in the morning, yielding little catch. As the father and son continued, their expressions turned grim. They had not anticipated such a stroke of bad luck today. All afternoon, Lin Dongyang was busy fishing, though he didn't catch any valuable fish like grouper. Instead, he focused on catching squid, which meant fewer other fish. Nevertheless, it was all profit. By the time he returned on his 3rd trip, he noticed 2 small figures in the distance, taking a detour to avoid detection. These 2 are quite dedicated, waiting for me to finish before they fish. What a pity, they almost caught up to me. Lin Dongyang mused, realizing that had they lingered at the dock, they would have surely entangled him once he set sail again. Given his current stamina, he knew he couldn't match their strength. Perhaps I should either abandon the idea or take them along to the island. In recent days, the squid around the island had noticeably diminished, and the shore was littered with dead squid. However, the prices for these were absurdly low, especially when live ones were selling for even less. Most importantly, they were occupying space on his already small boat. It was only after returning that he felt significantly better. Otherwise, even a person of iron would struggle with such relentless back-and-forth trips while continuously fishing. Thank you, heavens. Thank you, Mazu. Brother, I must head out again. Please help me collect the fish. Just the amount from yesterday will suffice. I'll owe you for it, and don't let Dad pay. I'll have Mom bring it to you tomorrow. All right, can your body handle it? Money isn't a big deal. It's just a few coins. Since Lin Dongyang began fishing at sea, he had been selling his catch here, and he was acutely aware of how much he had earned recently. He could easily forego that small sum. Listening to his words, Lin Dongyang simply smiled, waved his hand, and turned to head towards the sea. Watching his departing figure and then glancing at his son, who was busy playing with crabs, filled him with frustration. Look at your uncle Dongyang. He has already made 3 trips, and you're still here playing with crabs. It drives me crazy. Can't you learn something from him? Huh? Dad, are you letting me go to sea? The deaf man gazed at his somewhat dazed son, momentarily at a loss for words. He sighed, choosing to disregard his son's play with the crab. This was his only son, and he could not bring himself to scold him. It was best to let things be. Chapter 26. A massage from my wife. The 3rd boat had brought in over 200 pounds of squid, yielding 50 coins. He understood that the deaf man had rounded up the figures for him. Otherwise, such coincidence would not occur. He felt a sense of satisfaction towards the deaf man, who had cared for him during his time at sea, even if initially it might have been out of respect for his father. However, now it was primarily out of regard for him. The deaf man, as a supplier, was akin to a middleman. Those who could provide him with substantial and quality goods were naturally more agreeable. Though his arms felt slightly fatigued, he rowed vigorously. Lacking formal education, he did not comprehend much, only that greater effort led to greater earnings. The orders from the deaf man's place spoke volumes. Each additional trip translated into another order, equating to 50 coins. This money felt almost like a gift tossed into the sea. If he did not strive diligently, it would be a grave injustice. As night fell, Lin Dongyang struggled to row towards the dock, having perhaps overestimated his own strength. The last load was somewhat heavy, and after a full day's work, his arms were indeed sore, necessitating moments of rest between strokes. The thought of tossing the squid back into the sea was utterly unfathomable. Once aboard his vessel, there was no escape unless consumed by him. After rowing for a while, just as he was about to switch on his flashlight, he noticed a faint yellow light flickering in the distance. Had it not been for his keen eyesight, he would have missed it entirely. This was fortuitous, allowing him to avoid danger while benefiting from the light. Struggling to keep pace with the boat ahead, he finally reached the dock. When the overhead lights illuminated the area, Lin Dongyang recognized it was his father and brother who had been following him. Indeed, they had shared a peculiar fate that day, having inadvertently crossed paths. Observing their empty boat devoid of any catch, he glanced at his own vessel, almost sitting atop a squid, contemplating a decisive strike. The disparity was stark. Father. Trailing behind us is Lin Dongyang. He truly made his 13th haul, and his boat is laden. We even guided him here. I feel like crying, said one son. Enough. Wazi. He has completed his 13th haul today. Just look at his arms. He won't be able to move them tomorrow. Let us discuss this later. You should sell what we caught. I will not go. It's too embarrassing. The older man squinted at Lin Dongyang behind them and remarked to his son. Few returned empty-handed during the squid season, and he felt he could not afford such humiliation. Listening to their conversation, Lin Dongyang smiled faintly. The weariness of the day seemingly dissipating, lifting his spirits and rekindling his motivation. However, upon seeing his father and brothers approaching, he decided to take a moment to rest. How are you feeling? I heard from the deaf man that you made your 13th haul. Had you not been my son, I would have followed you. Did you really catch that many? I'm doing well. I was merely following your advice, fishing around the island. I have strength and work quickly. But I haven't caught much more than usual. However, my dear father, I find myself rather exhausted at this moment. I must rely on your assistance. Thank you, father. And my esteemed brothers. Lin Dongyang first expressed his gratitude, causing a moment of awkwardness among them. Despite his brother's expression of need, they would have lent a hand regardless. Although it felt somewhat embarrassing, the words sounded rather pleasing. After a day of toil, his spirits were rejuvenated. Observing the others beginning their tasks, Lin Dongyang smiled as he stepped ashore and approached Longzi to engage in conversation. Brother, have you finished with the catch? You returned with the last batch. Did you have an abundance on board? Next time, you ought to catch a little less on the final trip to avoid coming back so late. Lin Dongyang nodded at him, glancing at the assorted fish behind him with a satisfied grin. Longzi was indeed reliable in his endeavors, and his character was commendable. Brother, it seems the last haul was solely squid. Luck wasn't on our side today, as we didn't catch any grouper. But let us hope for better fortune next time, Lin Dongyang remarked with a hint of embarrassment. He felt somewhat guilty for not obtaining any prized fish, especially considering Longzi's efforts on his behalf. This endeavor is not as simple as it appears. You've likely caught nearly 1,000 pounds of squid today, and yet you lament your luck. Your misfortune pales in comparison to others who have ventured to pay homage to Mazu. Longzi replied, nearly bursting with laughter. He had never encountered someone who could haul in 1,000 pounds of fish in a single day and still claim to be unlucky. It was utterly absurd. As Lin's father and several brothers began unloading the squid from the boat and preparing to weigh it, Lin Dongyang ceased his conversation and focused intently on the scales. Those nearby, upon hearing that he had caught nearly 1,000 pounds of squid in one day, were astonished, particularly given that he had done so using a wooden boat, which made the feat even more remarkable. Lin Dongyang has indeed caught almost 1,000 pounds of squid. It's truly impressive. I heard he made the round trip to the west, surely not a mere iron vessel? If I were to venture far, I would be utterly exhausted after just 2 trips. Have you heard? That fortunate Lin Dongyang, who managed to catch grouper, brought in 1,500 pounds of squid today. He has struck it rich. As the tale spread, it became increasingly exaggerated. If it continued, one might soon hear that Lin Dongyang was carrying squid back home on his shoulders. Indeed, this boat had the highest yield, and based on the original pricing, he was to receive $71.50. Lin Dongyang glanced at the receipt, nodding with a smile. Despite the day's labor being arduous, the return on his efforts justified it. Although today's earnings did not surpass the 3 boats from yesterday, he was still pleased with the $230 he had made. Now, with the construction of a substantial brick house in Jinshi requiring only $600 to $700, he felt confident that his recent work would enable him to build his own dwelling. However, with his father funding the project, he had no intention of using his own money. All right, everyone has worked hard today. Please hand me the receipt. Dongsheng, assist Dongyang in rowing the boat. Lao Lin, help Dongyang gather his belongings. It is time for us to return home. I always feel a sense of trepidation each time we head back, Lin's mother exclaimed, firmly clutching her pocket and shaking her head, which elicited laughter from the others. What are you laughing at? Do you have any idea how much I've invested? You've never even seen such amounts. Lin Dongyang exchanged glances with his brothers, all turning their eyes toward their father, observing the awkward expression on his face. They collectively felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, their mother was right. They had never encountered such a situation before. During dinner, the family gathered around the table, each member wearing a cheerful expression. However, Lin Dongyang felt a bit fatigued. Even using chopsticks to pick up food caused him discomfort, which made Li Huixiang, seated beside him, feel a pang of sympathy. Today, Lin Father's fishing trip had yielded an impressive catch of over 1,500 pounds of squid, along with a group of young fishermen pursuing them, resulting in a substantial profit. As for how the earnings were divided, Lin Dongyang did not inquire. He could tell from the smiles on his sisters-in-law's faces that they must have received their fair share. The others at the table looked at Lin Dongyang, who was grimacing in discomfort, and the slight jealousy of his elder sisters-in-law dissipated. This brother-in-law truly worked tirelessly for their gains. Although life aboard the large fishing vessel was arduous, it was certainly not as exhausting as this. Once the flood season passed, stability would return, making life on the ship more favorable. Huixiang, could you please take some oil and help Dongyang massage his arms? He is exhausted. Let us see how he feels tomorrow. If he is still unwell, he can take it easy, Lin Father said, concealing his concern beneath a stern demeanor as he looked at his youngest son. During times of idleness, he would do nothing, but once work commenced, he worked fervently. Were it not for his understanding of his son's character, he might have suspected that Dongyang was intentionally overexerting himself. Later that evening, Lin Dongyang received a neatly organized list from his wife, a smile gracing his face. I've earned quite a bit today, but I truly need to rest now. I'll save it up. You'd best not think about defaulting on me. All right. Hurry and lie down. I'll massage you. But first, let me keep this list safe. Don't lose it. With oil in hand, Li Huixiang began to gently knead his arms. Her soft hands glided over his skin, and with her belly so round, she leaned onto him comfortably. After a long day of work, he found it increasingly difficult to stay awake and soon drifted off to sleep, listening to her husband's gentle snoring. Li Huixiang glanced at the list beside her, which amounted to over $200. A smile crept onto her face at the thought of his promise to save. Today had truly been exhausting, and yesterday had been tiring too, but she still had time to ask him for a reward. Now, however, he had already fallen asleep, and she decided to let him rest a bit longer. As she continued to massage him, she too eventually succumbed to sleep. Lin Mother, having tidied up, noticed the light still shining from her youngest son's room but chose not to intervene. The light remained on, illuminating the night. Chapter 27. Harvest. From the island in the middle of the night, Lin Dongyang found himself slightly suffocated, feeling a sticky sensation on his face, and he no longer wished to sleep. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the lovely visage of his wife, her saliva having dribbled onto his face. Li Huixiang was curled up on top of him, appearing quite comfortable. It was tea cold, and the lamp was still lit, likely having fallen asleep while tending to him. After a restful night, Lin Dongyang felt wide awake. He gently repositioned her, covering her with a blanket, for he knew that if left uncovered, she might catch a chill. Wiping the saliva from his face, he felt a tinge of helplessness. Fortunately, he had not been dreaming. Otherwise, he might have found himself tormented by a serpent woman with a human head and a serpent's body, flicking her crimson tongue at him. Lin Dongyang turned off the electric light, realizing he had squandered quite a bit of electricity that night, which would ultimately come out of his father's pocket. Once the new house was completed, he vowed not to allow his wife to be so wasteful. Why are you up by yourself today? Are your arms sore? Lin's mother inquired softly, observing her youngest son as he stepped outside, her brow slightly furrowed. She had intended to wake him later, allowing him some extra rest, but was surprised to see him already awake. Mother, I'm fine. I will wash my face first. Could you prepare some food for me? I'll be heading out shortly, and please make sure lunch is ready too, Lin Dongyang replied with a smile, flexing his arms. He felt remarkably well. Despite feeling a bit drained the previous day, a night of rest had rejuvenated him entirely. Please wait a moment. It's still dark outside. You can rest a little longer, Lin's mother urged with a smile. It was a rare occasion for her youngest son to show initiative, and she didn't want to discourage him. After all, if he decided to slack off, she would bear the brunt of the blame. As she prepared to make breakfast, she thought to fry him a couple of eggs to replenish his strength. Lin Dongyang fetched some water from the tub to wash his face, then returned to the room with a bit of warm water, dampened a towel, and gently wiped the saliva from Li Huixiang's face and lips. Although his touch was light, it roused her from her slumber. What are you doing up in the middle of the night, wiping my mouth with a towel? Have you been up to no good? Li Huixiang asked, her gaze scrutinizing the towel in her husband's hand. Lin Dongyang was taken aback by her suspicion, having thought his gesture was considerate. What mischief could I possibly have done? You drooled all night on my face, and now you accuse me? I woke up just to wipe your drool. which is certainly more than what our sun produces, he retorted, removing the towel from her lips with a hint of annoyance. Well, I just had a dream. Don't be upset. Come back to bed quickly, she insisted. I'm not going back to sleep. Once Mother finishes cooking, I'll be heading out to sea. Just take care of things at home. In the afternoon, please give her $5 to pass on to Longzi at the dock. All right, I understand. Be careful. And if you're feeling too exhausted, don't hesitate to skip a trip, Lin Dongyang said, kissing her forehead. He chuckled at the blush on her face, turned on the electric light again, and went outside to await his mother's breakfast. After a hearty meal, he set out with his yawning nephew, who carried the flashlight. As they made their way to the dock, after a brief period of activity, Lin Dongyang surveyed the dark surroundings and handed the flashlight to Lin Jiahai. That's enough. Let us head back. I'll go now. Bidding farewell to his eldest nephew, he noted the conspicuous absence of fishing boats compared to the previous day and chuckled softly. I may have risen late today, but I've gotten up earlier than yesterday. If you want to keep up with me, you'll have to try harder. As he set the boat in motion and reached the area designated for placing traps, he began to collect them one by one, simultaneously using a hand net to catch any squids that attempted to escape. The already dark sea seemed even darker now. Unfortunately, misfortune struck as two of the nets from the traps were completely torn and rendered useless. This predicament was rather disheartening, compelling me to hang the damaged traps beneath the boat and continue with the collection. I cannot ascertain whether the bait deployed yesterday was sufficiently abundant. Yet despite departing earlier today than yesterday, the yield proved to be even more rewarding. Once all was gathered, I gazed at the horizon where the sun revealed the silvery bellies of fish, accompanied by a bountiful catch of white squids and numerous blue-spotted mackerels. The boat was already brimming with our haul, and we decided to return the bait we had brought along into the sea. Although this consumed some time, the profit from the traps was still commendable. However, once the squid season concludes, such yields may not be guaranteed. Nevertheless, when I upgrade to a larger vessel, I will have the opportunity to deploy more traps, or perhaps alternative types, ensuring that even if some traps are lost, recovering my investment will remain a straightforward endeavor. Upon returning to the dock, I fortuitously encountered Longzi, who had arrived a tad earlier and was now awaiting my arrival. Knowing that I would be delivering a boat full of goods early in the morning, Longzi believed he had risen early enough, but he was mistaken by a mere moment. Truly, I am quite tenacious. My reputation as a relentless individual is not unfounded. You are quite remarkable. I thought I had arrived early enough myself. Come on, let us head to the city. I want to delay your next trip, Longzi remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. I began making trips back and forth. My considerable strength allowed me to swiftly transport the large baskets filled with fish, saving a significant amount of time. Otherwise, merely unloading from the boat would have consumed a considerable duration. The squid fetched a price of 181 yuan per pound today, while the mackerel prices had risen slightly, regardless of size, totaling 56 yuan and 5 jiao. Take a look. Is there any issue? I inquired. No problem. As per our usual arrangement, I'll keep this. I'm off, Longzi replied, smiling as he took the invoice. Although the quantity today exceeded that of the previous morning's first haul, the prices had dropped, resulting in only a modest increase in earnings. Yet, I felt quite content. In recent days, the quantity had indeed increased. For if the volume remained unchanged but the prices fell, my eventual earnings would diminish. In the morning and afternoon, I made another delivery. And while the harvest was still decent, the monetary returns had indeed decreased. The second boat yielded 51 yuan, while the third only brought in 15, indicating a steady decline. Moreover, my cherished fishing grounds, after my relentless harvesting, were beginning to show signs of depletion. By the time the western boat had harvested half, I noticed that the surrounding waters were sparsely populated with scattered squids. Observing the somewhat empty boat and the nearby island in the distance, I resolved not to seek fortune elsewhere, but to venture onto the island itself. Such undeveloped, small isles should still harbor treasures. Cautiously, I navigated the boat towards the island's edge, retrieving a water bucket and bringing along a harpoon for protection, albeit regrettably without a clamp, which may prove inconvenient shortly. I had set out early this morning, and though the sky remained bright, the sun had lost its warmth. Over the past few days, my arms had become quite tanned, and my face had darkened considerably as well. He needed to ask Li Huixiang to get him a mask. Upon arriving at the island, Lin Dongyang observed the surrounding waters crashing against the rocks, sending up sprays of water. He strolled along the edge of the island, refraining from venturing deeper, and began to explore. After a short distance, he noticed a small circular pit beside him, where several sizable flounders were swimming about, attempting to escape, yet clinging to the squids in their mouths. Originally a clear pool, the water had been tainted black by the ink. Flounder, also known as sole, is considered a delicacy, and these fish, each about half a meter long and quite plump, weighed several pounds each. Lin Dongyang seized one by the head and lifted it, demonstrating their ferocity before tossing it into the bucket, which was quickly filled with the flounders. The bucket he had brought was not large, leading to a rather awkward situation, prompting him to return to the boat and stow the flounders in the empty cabin before continuing his exploration of the island. This was a promising start, and fortune favored him with a bountiful catch right from the outset. After wandering the island for a short while, he also found some sea cucumbers, a few swimming crabs, and 2 stranded pike. As he prepared to return to the boat, he noticed something swimming in a small pit on the other side of the rocks and, driven by curiosity, approached it. His luck was truly remarkable. Observing 2 stonefish swimming in the pool, Lin Dongyang cautiously maneuvered around their dorsal fins, for they were highly venomous, and a careless sting could lead to dire consequences. He captured the 2 stonefish, each approximately 30 centimeters long, and added them to his bucket, which collectively weighed over 3 pounds and could fetch about $5. Had it not been for these 2 stonefish, he might have considered continuing his search. But with the additional $5 in hand and the day growing late, he placed the bucket in the boat and paddled towards the dock. Since his final catch was modest and he had taken a brief rest while fishing, he felt sufficiently energized and did not linger. Upon reaching the dock, the sky had not yet fully darkened, marking one of the earliest returns he had experienced recently. "Father, how was your day?" Lin Dongyang asked, smiling at his approaching father. "Not bad, but not as good as yesterday. Prices have dropped, and we didn't earn as much as the previous days. How about you?" "About the same. The catch from swimming didn't match the haul. My final boatload wasn't full either. I'll take these down, and let us keep the sea cucumbers for dinner instead of selling them." "You should tell your mother. I'm not the one cooking," his father replied, then began to assist Lin Dongyang with his tasks. Once everything was sorted, the dock lights illuminated the area. Despite the presence of stonefish and swimming crabs in his final catch, the diminishing number of squids resulted in earnings similar to his earlier boats, totaling $19, neither more nor less. In total, he earned $201.50, just surpassing the 200 mark. If things continued this way, tomorrow's earnings might not reach 200. This simple way of life, which had only just begun, already felt as though it was drawing to a close. The flood season persists, yet the price of squid continues to plummet, having already suffered a significant decline. Nevertheless, even with this reduction, harvesting squid remains more profitable, especially considering the abundant supply during this season. It is fortunate that he sold the sea cucumbers to avoid his mother's nagging. Without the 200 from the sea cucumbers, he would truly struggle to surpass that threshold. Chapter 28. Preparing to change boats upon returning home. The expression on Lin Mu's face was markedly less cheerful than in previous days, indicating that the dwindling profits were taking a toll on her spirits. Lin Dongyang accepted the list handed to him by his mother and presented it to Li Huixiang, assisting her into the house. "How much money do we have now?" Lin Dongyang inquired, observing the stack of papers and a bundle of cash in her hands. Li Huixiang carefully placed the items back into the cabinet, securing them with a blanket. "We have over 1,200 now. We've earned quite a bit these past few days," Li Huixiang replied with a beaming smile. It was hard for her to believe that they once struggled to accumulate even 20 yuan, and now they had such a substantial amount. "Given this sum, it seems I have indeed been working hard lately. However, it appears that the earnings may not continue at this pace, as the squid supply is beginning to dwindle," Lin Dongyang remarked, somewhat astonished. Although he brought money home daily, he had not been aware of the exact amount. His mind was often occupied with rowing, fishing, and the evening meals. With this newfound wealth, he began contemplating whether it was time to invest in a larger vessel. The small boat was not only slow and lacked maneuverability, but it also posed safety concerns compared to a larger ship. In summary, a bigger boat offered numerous advantages. Aside from the increased fuel consumption, it had no disadvantages. However, acquiring a fishing boat was no simple task. Commissioning one from the factory could take until next year. Lin Dongyang's thoughts turned to discussing this with someone later, perhaps mentioning it to Erlongzi tomorrow, suggesting he keep an eye out for information regarding boats. "What is troubling you?" Li Huixiang asked, noticing Lin Dongyang's furrowed brow with a hint of curiosity. He waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "It's nothing really, just contemplating the idea of upgrading to a larger boat. Once this flood season passes, our earnings will diminish with the small boat. If we had a larger vessel during this season, our profits could significantly increase. However, purchasing a larger boat would mean spending all our money. Should we consider holding back for a while? Li Huixiang pondered the notion of emptying their funds to acquire a larger boat, feeling uncertain and sensing it was perhaps too hasty to switch from their small vessel, which they had not used for long. Do not worry, I'm just inquiring. If there are no second-hand boats available, we may have to order one from the shipyard, which could take quite some time. In the meantime, we will still be able to earn money, Lin Dongyang reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Li Huixiang recognized the truth in his words. With a larger boat, they would understand that trawling vessels offered more stable income without the exhausting efforts required now. All right, let us discuss this later. For now, let us go out to eat. At this moment, within the Lin family home, they gathered around the large custom-made table, which, with the growth of the next generation, had become somewhat cramped due to the sheer number of occupants. Lin Dongyang wished there were a revolving tray above, so he wouldn't have to rise each time to serve the dishes. The construction of the new house has commenced for several days now. Would you care to take a look? What is there to see? Just keep a close watch. Old Lu wouldn't dare to pull any tricks. Lin Mu stated to the group, her face alight with joy. Recently, she has been quite the topic of conversation during outings, though she felt somewhat displeased by Lin Fu's retorts. Father, do you happen to know anyone selling fishing boats? Preferably trawlers, powered vessels, Lin Dongyang quietly inquired, pausing to compress his stomach after a mouthful of food. Why do you ask about this? I wish to purchase a boat. Wooden vessels are simply too inefficient. I cannot rely solely on them. Lin Fu was taken aback by his son's words, surprised that his younger son's first thought after earning some money was to invest in a new boat. His reasoning was sound. After the flood season, wooden boats would certainly not match the fishing and seafaring capabilities of powered trawlers. He himself had acquired his boat on credit from the collective back then, and now had the means to construct a row of houses for each of his sons, having long since settled debts with the village. Dongyang, think it through. While larger boats may increase your catch, they also come with instability. When you factor in fuel costs, they may not necessarily outperform what you currently have. Your luck is quite favorable at the moment. Father, changing to a larger vessel won't change my luck. I might end up earning even more. I've discussed this with Huixiang, and it would certainly be better to buy a second-hand fishing boat. If we were to order a new one from the shipyard, who knows when it would arrive? Lin Dongyang said with a smile, his mouth still full, coughing slightly. He almost choked. Had he known, he would have spoken more slowly. His wife gently patted him on the back, allowing him to breathe easy again. Listening to Lin Dongyang's words, his brothers were stirred. Purchasing a boat indeed seemed a wise decision. At the very least, it wouldn't result in a loss, and they could recuperate their investment within a year or two, with the following years yielding pure profit. A fishing boat could last a decade or more. They glanced at their wives, but alas, received no affirmative responses. It appeared they would need to wait until after dinner to discuss it further. Although he had not reached a consensus with Li Huixiang, he felt emboldened to act unilaterally. Presently, Li Huixiang could not challenge him, and he grinned at his brothers, raising his eyebrows in a playful manner, only to receive exasperated eye rolls in return. While he had a modest financial cushion, the prospect of purchasing a boat would require him to deplete most of their household savings, which he was reluctant to do, having worked hard to accumulate it. If nothing goes awry, it is unlikely anyone would sell their fishing boat, considering everyone is in it to make money. Tomorrow, when we arrive at the dock, I will ask around. If any boats are in distress, we should steer clear. It is inauspicious, Lin Fu mused calmly, secretly contemplating the prospect of soon owning 2 boats, which would certainly elevate his standing in the village. Lin Dongyang nodded in agreement, and once his wife finished her meal, he disregarded their child, who was still playing, and led her back into the house. Recently, he had no intention of letting the child return to sleep, finding him a nuisance. We are truly buying a boat? Did we not agree to discuss this later? Why did you bring it up with father without consulting me first? Li Huixiang sat at the edge of the Kong, casting a dissatisfied glance at Lin Dongyang, speaking softly as if afraid of being overheard. Hey, I discussed this with you earlier, and you didn't object, which implies your agreement. Now, hurry up and wash your feet and go to sleep. I'm not that tired today. You've rested all day and need some exercise. The doctor mentioned last time that sitting and lying around isn't good for you. Lin Dongyang, you're quite something. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. As they bantered, Lin Dongyang washed her feet, having cleverly bypassed the discussion about buying a boat that she had mentioned to his father without consulting him. Li Huixiang, being somewhat bashful, often forgot their previous conversation whenever he brought up such matters, making her easy to deceive. Once her feet were washed and she climbed back onto the Kong, she finally realized what had transpired, but it was too late to voice her thoughts. As the lights dimmed, Lin Dongyang lay contentedly on his pillow, slipping into a deep slumber, blissfully unaware of his wife's exasperated eye roll in the darkness. Since he hadn't seen it, he believed nothing had transpired. Chapter 29. The floating wooden boat. In the night the next morning, Lin Dongyang naturally woke up. After breakfast, he returned to sleep, dozing until just past 3 in the morning, which was ample rest for him. After dressing, he turned off the lamp. Perhaps it was due to the assistance he received yesterday that made him feel a bit drowsy, despite his efforts to be quiet. He still made a considerable noise that did not awaken Li Huixiang. "Mom, could you fry a couple more eggs today? I'm craving them," Lin Dongyang said, smiling at his mother, who was just starting her morning routine. "I know, you're not a child anymore, yet you still act like one, only thinking about food," she replied, heading into the kitchen without giving him a chance to respond, truly a master of avoiding defeat. After breakfast, he took out 2 dimes from his pocket and handed them to Lin Jianhai, who was diligently pulling a cart. The cost of employing his nephew was remarkably low. A dime for 5 trips. Such a price was certainly akin to that of a slave. Yet Lin Jianhai was quite pleased. Lin Dongyang shone a flashlight and followed behind, loading items onto the boat, amused as he observed the diminishing cargo. The boat floated on the sea, and although there were some waves, the situation was manageable. As he rowed silently towards the location of his traps, he noticed a vague outline ahead, causing his heart to tighten as he grasped the flashlight. The darkness was thick, and even with his keen eyesight, he could not discern clearly. With a hint of anxiety, he switched on the flashlight, the beam cutting through the inky blackness of the sea. Before him lay a dilapidated wooden boat, one side rotting and half collapsed, occupied by a large swarm of white squids, presenting a rather daunting sight. However, he was relieved to see the squids. Had it been empty, he would have been terrified, as his courage was not vast. "Well, this is splendid. A boat full of squids," Lin Dongyang exclaimed, initially startled but then filled with joy, muttering to himself happily. Lin Dongyang maneuvered his boat to the abandoned wooden vessel, commencing the arduous task of retrieving its contents. It seemed that the cephalopods had grown accustomed to residing on the ship, displaying no inclination to flee. By the time he successfully extracted all the squid clinging to the hull, dawn had already broken, and Lin Dongyang found himself with a considerable catch aboard his vessel. Brimming with joy, could it be that Mazu, sensing his meager harvest the previous day, had graciously bestowed upon him a bounty of squid? He felt euphoric at the prospect and resolved to pay a visit to the nearby Tianho Temple to express his gratitude. Lin Dongyang couldn't shake the feeling that his luck was unusually fortuitous, almost beyond comprehension. Observing the squid on his boat, he realized that his catch was too substantial to fit in his nets, prompting him to return. He turned his vessel around, heading towards the dock, but not before casting his nets twice more along the way. Fortune smiled upon him again, yielding a haul of small pomfret, further crowding the already limited space on his boat. Upon reaching the dock, he found that even the local dimwits had yet to arrive, and other purchasing points were devoid of activity, compelling him to wait a while longer on his boat. It wasn't long before the lazy figure of Erlongzi, the local fool, ambled over, yawning and appearing as if he had just awakened. "Brother Air, you finally made it. I've been waiting for quite some time. Did you have something to attend to instead of coming out to sea?" Lin Dongyang inquired, his tone lighthearted. Erlongzi, still groggy, looked at Lin Dongyang with a puzzled expression. "You returned from the sea already? If you had tea, come back. I wouldn't have been able to set sail for a second trip either. Let us get to work. I'm eager to head out again." With that, Lin Dongyang busied himself with filling a second basket, relieved he had brought an extra one this morning. Otherwise, he would have faced quite a predicament. Despite Erlongzi's dazed demeanor, he managed to weigh the day's catch. The squid had stabilized in quantity, dropping to 1.8 yuan per unit, which should hold for a couple of days. He offered 1.2 yuan for the pomfret, totaling 10.5 yuan. "Take a look at this," he remarked. Lin Dongyang, hearing his words, felt a sense of resignation. Although the price had decreased, it was still significantly better than his typical yield. He nodded, glanced at the receipt, and prepared to set sail once more. However, just as he departed, a pair of individuals, a father and son who seemed reluctant to concede defeat, took up position at the dock, having followed him. An additional boat accompanied them, and the two vessels appeared to be well acquainted, exchanging laughter and banter. At this hour, that fellow should be returning soon. Let us follow him when he does. And you, Lao Hu, keep a close watch. This lad caused me to lose my catch yesterday, leaving me utterly humiliated, one of them remarked. Understood. Don't worry. I'll keep a keen eye on him, replied the other. After their conversation, the duo stood side by side at the dock, intently observing the water, vigilant for any sign of movement. Unfortunately, they had arrived a moment too late. Had they been quicker, they might have encountered Lin Dongyang directly. As for Lin Dongyang, upon reaching the designated area for his nets, he retrieved them all, discarding the damaged ones and replacing them with the newly repaired traps. He regretted not having reminded his elder sister-in-law to assist in preparing additional nets during the day, as he was always short on supplies. Today's catch from the crab traps was decent, yet the boat remains less than fully laden. The quantity of squid is beginning to dwindle, and there were no unexpected catches in the traps. After securing the equipment, I did not venture near the island. I started rowing back to shore, initially thinking I had encountered a drifting wooden boat, which would save me considerable time. I pondered whether I could make 5 round trips today, but alas, it seems I must resort to casting my net diligently instead. As I rowed back, I began casting my net, replicating yesterday's strategy, and aimed to make one last trip to the island to fill the boat. In this era, even the coastal marine resources remain relatively abundant. Throughout my casting, fortune smiled upon me, yielding a better haul than before, with a variety of fish that could fetch me a modest sum of around $10 or so. Upon arriving at the dock, the sky had brightened significantly. Before I could disembark, I noticed 2 fishing boats ahead, one manned by an old acquaintance and the other by unfamiliar faces. Frowning, I felt a twinge of annoyance at the persistent individuals who seemed intent on trailing behind me. My already frayed nerves, exacerbated by the dwindling catch, grew even more irritable. I shot them a disdainful glance before resuming my tasks. Father, why are you back so late? I'm exhausted, one voice whined. Exhausted? Open your eyes and pay attention. Don't let them slip away like last time. By the time I returned to my boat, the sun was high in the sky, casting an uncomfortable heat. The recent load had only netted $37, and after a morning of toil, I barely reached 80. It seemed unlikely I would surpass 200 today, leaving me in a less than favorable mood. Noticing the crew on the nearby boats preparing to eat, an idea sparked in my mind. I chose not to pause for a meal, but instead rowed vigorously back into the sea. The 2 boats behind me hurriedly set aside their lunchboxes and began to chase after me. In their haste, one young man aboard a boat spilled his meal, scattering white rice across the deck. I glanced back, my mood slightly uplifted by the sight of their disarray. Although my amusement stemmed from another's misfortune, it was a trivial matter. Father, hurry up. Don't let him escape. He has just finished working and must be weary. I know, but you clumsy fool. You spilled my lunch. Ugh. As they exchanged words, their hands never ceased their efforts, arms straining as they pursued me. After a while, observing the distance between us, I halted my boat, allowing it to drift freely upon the waves, and began to eat my meal. After a morning of labor, hunger had set in, and with the first bite of rice, a wave of contentment washed over me. I smiled at the father and son, along with the middle-aged man, as they strained to catch up. With only a few tools and some battered crab traps aboard, I was untroubled by the prospect of theft, as long as I maintained a safe distance. As I savored my meal, the pursuers were left momentarily stunned, realizing this situation was not quite what they had anticipated. Father, he is toying with us. Goodness, do not let me catch him. The young man gazed at the grains of rice beneath his feet, his stomach rumbling in protest. After the exertion of the chase, he felt both weary and famished, and the sun's relentless heat made him slightly dizzy. However, it was evident that he was not alone in this predicament. His father appeared equally drained, not even responding when spoken to. Lin Dongyang finished his meal and resumed rowing, while the 2 boats behind him had no choice but to follow suit. Thus, they continued in a rhythmic chase, maintaining a consistent distance without allowing the trailing boats to fall behind. This time, Lin Dongyang did not rest, seizing the moment while the 2 boats kept pace. He began casting his net. With the fish catch around the island dwindling, this was an opportune time to fish, and he made the most of it. Rowing and fishing simultaneously, he soon noticed the 2 boats behind him casting their nets as well. Without concern for the quantity of his catch, he swiftly reeled in his net, and fortune smiled upon him as he brought aboard a haul of juvenile fish. Furthermore, his quick action left the fish no time to react, and they found themselves in a new environment on his boat. Father, shall we cast our net again? His catch seemed substantial, Surely, he is not using some secret fishing ground? After such a long time, how much had he truly caught? There were hardly any squid to be seen. Hurry, let us not cast our net again. He simply wishes to shake us off. We cannot afford to give him that opportunity. With that, he began to row with renewed vigor. Lin Dongyang, through sheer determination, managed to fill one boat nearly to capacity with his catch, not discarding any of the miscellaneous fish, as he would need them for the traps he intended to set tomorrow, saving himself some expense. Once his boat was half full of fish, he began to row back while continuing to fish. Although the number of squid had decreased, he still managed to catch a fair amount. In the present sea, as long as one worked diligently, the ocean would not be unkind. This, of course, did not apply to the two boats shadowing him, which had become utterly foolish, lacking the time to cast their nets, leaving their vessels empty. Nevertheless, their speed gradually increased as they approached him. Regardless, as they were not far from the dock, Lin Dongyang chose not to hasten his pace, conserving energy for a small surprise for them later. Chapter 30. News from the fishing boats. Just as Lin Dongyang's boat reached the dock, the two empty boats trailed closely behind, aligning beside his vessel with grim expressions. What are you staring at? It takes real skill to return with empty boats during fishing season. I must relay this to my family. I am more useless than before. After exerting myself so much, I've caught nothing at all. I might as well have let the first mate carry the load. Lin Dongyang said with a broad grin as he looked at them. Although his boat was not laden with precious fish, it was still quite full overall. And he would earn a decent sum, certainly better than their empty boats. He reveled in their misfortune, finding a certain joy and happiness built upon the suffering of others. You scoundrel, are you mocking us? Do you wish to be struck? Lin Dongyang gazed at the young man before him, whose bloodshot eyes were filled with fury, and offered a faint smile. He spoke softly. What is the matter? Am I not merely teasing you? If you enjoy it so much, then let us proceed. It seems today you shall acquire yet another title. Besides, I am quite eager to face a challenge. Do you dare to strike? After uttering these words, he turned his attention to the young man, who was gritting his teeth in frustration and began to patiently sort the catch from the boat. He swiftly made his way to Longzi's stall, calling his son over to assist with watching the boat. He genuinely anticipated the young man's response, eager to test his own strength. Thus far, no one had dared to confront him directly, and his hands itched for action. Do not act rashly. His father, Lin Dafu, is not someone we can afford to provoke. If you strike first, even if we retreat to our village, we will bear the consequences. Observing the barely contained emotions on his son's face, he offered a resigned pat on the shoulder. If they accompanied Lin Dongyang to his fishing grounds, it would be a testament to their own capabilities, and Lin Dafu could hardly reproach them, merely acknowledging that Lin Dongyang had been imprudent and deserved what he faced. However, if a confrontation occurred at the dock and they managed to harm Lin Dongyang, they would be awaiting Lin Dafu's wrath upon their family. Currently, it was the flood season. A beating could render them incapable of working for days, leading to significant losses. The young man, listening to his father's words, struck a nearby hardwood surface in frustration, wincing in pain, yet feeling a twinge of envy towards Lin Dongyang. Due to his father's status as Lin Dafu, he was somewhat renowned in the surrounding villages, and having married a beautiful wife while avoiding labor had earned him considerable admiration. Little did he expect that Lin Dongyang would now be toiling. Was there no justice in this world? Dongyang, why is there such a scarcity of squid this time? Yet there seemed to be plenty of green-skinned fish. Have you changed locations? Longzi inquired as he weighed the catch. Lin Dongyang nodded, revealing no secrets. As there was nothing to conceal, he chuckled. The squid is trailing behind us. This is what we've freshly caught. Besides, the price of squid is currently low, and the quantity is scarce, so it is of little concern. You're fortunate, saying that makes it sound effortless. Not many possess such good fortune as you do. Look here, 32.5. It's just slightly less than the previous haul. Truly, it seems like Mazu is feeding you. Brother, do not speak so lightly. We are far from the extraordinary catches of hundreds per boat, Lin Dongyang replied with a smile, waving his hand in resignation. Although he was currently navigating a wooden vessel, he harbored aspirations of piloting a grand ship, for that was the true path to wealth, something a wooden boat could not compare to, unless, of course, it were laden with an abundance of grouper or tuna. You speak of your father, right? His catch of small yellow croakers alongside large yellow croakers was quite sensational at the time. Without that, you would not have married your current wife, ha. Longzi remarked with a hint of envy. A catch exceeding 1,000 was indeed a shocking revelation for a fishing village that had only recently opened. and it was well known that the Lin family was thriving. Brother, do you have any news regarding the boats? As I was about to mention, I have heard that Lu Dadio has returned, having amassed quite a fortune. It seems he intends to embark on a larger venture, potentially selling his vessel. Since you have a good relationship with his son, perhaps you could inquire further. It would certainly be more effective than my efforts. Listening to Longzi's words, Lin Dongyang felt a stirring in his heart. It occurred to him that it was indeed around this time when Lu Hua's father acquired a larger ship and took him out to sea. Upon their return, Lu Hua had been completely covered in darkness, yet it was evident he had earned a considerable amount. With this thought, a smile crept across Lin Dongyang's face. Given his rapport with Lu Hua, it would be quite plausible for him to speak to Lu's father, while he himself could inform Lin Fu as well. All right, thank you. Ergo, I truly didn't realize how busy I was, but I will inquire at home. No need for thanks. You must head out now. It's getting late. I must venture out. How else can one earn a living? The prices are dropping, and it feels like the catch is diminishing. Ultimately, it cannot compare to the trawlers. Remember to help me gather some fish, and I'll leave these here for you temporarily. It would be a shame to discard them. As Lin Dongyang spoke with a smile, he placed the assorted fish he had caught earlier beside Longzi's stall, treating it as a temporary holding. Observing Longzi nodding in agreement, he gestured towards his own boat and made his way over. Now was the opportune moment to assess the situation at the island. His day had been quite hectic, and he had yet to explore the waters surrounding the isle. As his boat began to move, two other boats, previously fixated on him, also commenced their journey. Lin Dongyang smiled slightly, exerting all his strength to row the boat. Once they had cleared the dock, they shot towards the sea like an arrow, leaving behind several individuals striving to keep up. Dad, he asked, rowing too swiftly. Doesn't he tire? I'm so hungry. I'm running out of energy. The young man, gritting his teeth as he rowed, cast a weary glance at his father. He was utterly famished and felt his strength waning. Despite not casting the net today, his mind was intensely focused, and after making 2 round trips without a meal, he found it increasingly difficult to carry on. Never mind. Let us head back. I want to follow him tomorrow. It's truly unfortunate. After speaking, he forgot about his companions who were strenuously pursuing them. Feeling slightly dizzy from hunger, he turned around with his son to retrace their steps. They too had no desire to continue. They had not discovered any promising fishing grounds and had gone 2 days without earnings. Furthermore, judging by Lin Dongyang's modest haul, with just 2 boats today, it was evident that the prospects were not lucrative. It hardly seemed worth the effort. Taking advantage of the fact that few were returning, they decided to head back early to avoid being questioned about their catch and to spare themselves any embarrassment. Thus, the two departed, neglecting to inform their companions who had accompanied them. At that moment, Lin Dongyang glanced back, surprised to find no boats trailing behind him. A smile graced his face. He was alone on his vessel, competing in sheer physical strength, while others mistakenly believed they could match his stamina. On the other hand, Hu Tai, visibly distressed, gasped for breath aboard his boat. He was utterly unable to keep up and harbored resentment towards the father and son who had accompanied him, feeling frustrated that he had done nothing all day while they seemed to profit from their endeavors. It is truly unfortunate. An entire day has been squandered, considerable energy wasted, and not a single coin earned. What a futile chase, as even the duo of father and son eluded my grasp. Gazing at the vast, desolate expanse of the sea, I felt utterly resigned and could only paddle back to seek out the two of them. To my dismay, upon reaching the dock, I found no sign of them. In a fit of anger, I returned to the small pier in my village, only to discover the father and son leisurely seated on their boat, refusing to disembark. What is the meaning of this? I thought you couldn't be caught. Why did you not wait for me? You two are quite something, aren't you? So, you've returned home, have you? How could you betray my trust? Uncle Hu, you ought to speak to my father with more respect. Or I might just have to teach you a lesson, retorted the son. How dare you, you little brat. Let us see if you have the courage to act today. Hu Tai shot back, already irked by the wasted day. Upon returning home, he would undoubtedly face questions from his son, daughter-in-law, and even his wife. And he had no idea how to respond. Upon hearing the tone of Hu Tai's voice, I leapt from the boat and, with a swift motion, landed a resounding slap upon him. The sharp sound echoed, amplified by the water on my hands, making the blow quite impactful. As he touched his face in disbelief, he had not anticipated that Uncle Hu would retaliate. The past few days had already been trying, and this afternoon had been particularly vexing, especially with Lin Dongyang's provocations. I cannot contend with Lin Dafu, but can I not handle you, Hu Tai? With this thought, I pushed my father aside, stood up on the boat, and delivered a kick that sent him tumbling into the water. Thus began a fierce altercation, neither willing to yield. The father of the young man, intending to rescue his son from the thrashing, accidentally slipped, plunging headfirst into the sea, swallowing mouthfuls of salt water before resurfacing, only to be submerged again by his son, who had been kicked into the water. Hu Tai gritted his teeth. The boy's blows were surprisingly forceful. Observing the two struggling in the water provided him with a slight sense of satisfaction, and he decided to gather his belongings and head home. Meanwhile, Lin Dongyang remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding. His attention was solely on the multitude of squids before him, ample enough to fill his boat. He toiled diligently, knowing that the more he harvested, the greater his rewards would be upon returning home. Chapter 31. Acquisition of a second-hand trawling fishing boat. Lin Dongyang observed that while there were still some squids, he had not yet begun to collect them, noting a significant decrease in their numbers. Today, he had made only this one trip, and it seemed unlikely that even a second journey would fill his boat. Without anyone tailing him, he could have made a run to the island for supplies, but that would have to wait, as returning home today would be late enough. However, glancing at the bucket filled with 2 lively grouper and 2 vibrant blackfish, a smile broke upon his face. The island was indeed worth visiting. Although he felt apprehensive about diving from a small boat without proper equipment, he resolved that once he acquired a larger vessel and the necessary gear, he would plunge into the depths to explore. The fact that he had caught so many grouper indicated a plentiful supply in the surrounding waters. In time, diving would prove far more fruitful than the current method of fishing. As he pondered this, he paddled back toward the dock, not spotting the 2 wooden boats that had followed him earlier. He watched wistfully as a school of slender white fish swam away into the depths. If there's space on the boat, he said, we must cast the net. It would be such a pity otherwise. Lin Dongyang gazed at the receding white fish and then at the small wooden vessel beneath him, feeling a growing dissatisfaction. He yearned for a larger boat, one that would not leave him empty-handed when encountering schools of fish. What a lamentable situation indeed. As dusk settled in, Lin Dongyang observed the approaching dock. The lights had not yet illuminated when he returned today, grateful for the bounty delivered by the drifting wooden boat that morning. Father, why are you so cheerful today? You can't seem to contain your smile. Lin Dongyang noticed his father, Lin, standing at the edge of the dock, beaming as usual, waiting for his return. The wooden boat, in terms of safety, simply could not compare to a proper fishing vessel. Today a squid catch was a bit scarce, but like last time, we encountered a school of Spanish mackerel and netted over 600 pounds, Lin's father joyfully remarked. After speaking, he eagerly began assisting Lin Dongyang in unloading the fish from the boat, his enthusiasm evident in his actions. After all, they were dragging the nets together. Typically, a single vessel required only 1 or 2 hands, and it was merely Lin's father taking care of his son. Otherwise, 2 people would suffice on a single boat, albeit with a bit more toil. Well, you've been quite fortunate, and I too had a stroke of luck today. Shortly after heading out to sea, I stumbled upon a broken wooden boat filled with squid. I sold the entire catch early on, though the price for squid has decreased lately, leading to a lesser profit. Lin Dongyang informed his father before raising the basket he held away in with Erlongzi. Lately, family matters had been overwhelming, with house construction underway, and his sisters-in-law absent, leaving only his mother by his side. Erlongzi maintained a stoic expression upon seeing the squid. Yet a smile broke through when he spotted 2 lively grouper, a sign of respect that momentarily revived his numb heart. Today is fortunate. We've encountered good goods again. Still at the previous price. Including these 2 groupers, it totals 60 Western coins. Here are the slips for you. Take them home to settle accounts with your wife. And don't forget to take these 2 buckets of miscellaneous fish. All right, I understand, brother heir. You continue with your work. I must hurry home as I have other matters to attend to, Lin Dongyang replied, taking the slips from him with a smile. Then go swiftly, lest someone else beats you to it. Fishing boats have been in high demand this past year, and some have even overlooked mishaps. Erlongzi, well aware of Lin Dongyang's urgency, nodded and spoke softly. Lin's mother, standing nearby, listened to their conversation without fully comprehending the details, yet swiftly took the slips from her son's hand. Though she struggled with the words, she recognized the numbers, and as she examined the slips, she noted that the sums were dwindling. Upon returning home, they found that the eldest sister-in-law had already prepared dinner, merely awaiting to be served. Father, would you accompany me to Lu Hua's house later? This afternoon, Erlongzi informed me that his father has returned and intends to purchase a larger boat. The current fishing vessels will surely be of no use, and I plan to buy it. Your presence would lend credibility, preventing Uncle Lu from doubting me, Lin Dongyang said, sitting beside his father with a smile, listening to his younger son's words. Father Lin originally intended to finish his meal before inquiring at several households in the village that owned fishing boats to see if they might be willing to sell. He thought that if they were inclined to part with their vessels, they would likely sell them to him, considering their relationship. However, he did not harbor much hope, as it was common knowledge that venturing out to sea was lucrative. Many were pooling resources to purchase boats, and those who already owned them would not sell unless faced with family emergencies. He understood better than anyone how in demand second-hand fishing boats had become. Yet, to his surprise, before he even set out, Lin Dongyang had already taken care of the matter, exhibiting an unexpected confidence. The only reason he accompanied him was his concern that Lu Hua's father might doubt the young man's ability to procure a boat and the substantial funds required, especially since Lu Hua's father had recently been out at sea with a large fleet and may not have realized how much Lin Dongyang had changed. All right, let us eat first. I will accompany you shortly, Father Lin nodded and said with a smile. His younger son had grown up. It seemed he no longer needed his father, which filled him with a tinge of sadness. Nevertheless, he reflected that even if his son bought a boat, he lacked experience working on a larger vessel, and he would still need to teach him. With this thought, his earlier melancholy was replaced by renewed joy. Lin Dongyang observed his father's alternating expressions of frowns and smiles, and exchanged puzzled glances with his brothers, unsure of what was amiss, but refraining from asking. After the meal, Lin Dongyang approached Li Huixiang, gently patting her shoulder. Don't worry, when we get the new boat and earn even more, I will buy you beautiful clothes and more delicious food for the children. Spending now is worthwhile. Thinking like that, if I go and buy Uncle Lu's boat, he surely won't overcharge me. Acquiring it would mean profit. New boats are so expensive, and many sell second-hand boats at prices comparable to new ones. Yet people still buy them, Lin Dongyang said, noticing Li Huixiang's slightly displeased expression. He embraced her and offered comforting words. This isn't the right moment for such discussions. Otherwise, I would have overwhelmed you with affection to dispel any worries. I understand. I just feel a bit reluctant. Just when I've started to earn, it seems like the money will vanish before I even have it. What are you saying? We must convert it into cash for you to hold. Even if the deal goes through, we are acquainted, and I will speak to Uncle Lu about it. Lin Dongyang replied with a hint of exasperation. Perhaps it's best to forget it. I'd rather not touch it. If I feel it in my hands and then lose it, it would be even more disheartening. Seeing her smile, Lin Dongyang couldn't help but chuckle in response. Father, hurry up. Didn't you just finish eating? Why are you still moving so slowly? Lin Dongyang complained, glancing back at his father, who was panting behind him. He had forgotten how quickly he had been walking, surpassing even a run. What's your hurry? We aren't losing time. We've just eaten. It's only right to take it slow. Even if you're anxious, I can't move any faster at my age. Then hop on my back. I'm quite eager. What if we're late and Uncle Lu sells the boat to someone else? Lin Dongyang turned to face his father, slightly bending down to allow him to climb on, his tone filled with urgency. Watching his anxious younger son, Father Lin was at a loss for words and had no choice but to let him carry him. To his surprise, before he could even walk, his son had already lifted him up. If anyone were to witness this, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Fortunately, at this hour, most people were likely occupied with their meals, and there were not many wandering about. The two arrived at Lu Hua's home. Seeing the lights illuminated in the yard, Lin Dongyang set his father down and knocked on the door. Young brother Yang, Uncle Lin, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Lu Hua inquired. Is your father back? Is he still looking to buy a large boat? Lin Dongyang disregarded his father's presence, wrapping an arm around Lu Hua's shoulders and guiding him into the yard. He was quite familiar with the place, having visited numerous times. As they walked, he posed a question to Lu Hua. Young brother Yang, how did you know? I just heard my father mention it, and he said he wanted me to accompany him to run the boat. My mother is upset about it and is sulking in the house. I heard from Longzi that Uncle Lu is returning to buy a large boat. I was anxious to come over and discuss purchasing your father's trawler. Lin Dongyang briefly relayed the situation to Lu Hua, winking at him. If any unexpected developments arose, it would surely be beneficial for him, the only son, to address them. As for this matter, why don't you speak to my father about it? Come on, I'll take you inside. Lin Dongyang nodded, gesturing for his father to follow as he entered the house with Lu Hua. Upon entering, he noticed Lu Hua's mother casting an unhappy glance at his father, while the meal on the table remained untouched. Upon seeing the newcomers, Her expression softened slightly. Xiaoyang, you haven't visited in several days. I heard you went out to sea recently. Isn't it dangerous to be alone? Lu Hua's mother remarked. Lin Dongyang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Well aware that she did not want her son to venture out to sea, given that he was her only child. Auntie, there is no helping it. We're about to welcome a new addition to the family, and since our household has been divided, I need to earn money to support us. Lin Dongyang replied with a wry smile. Xiaoyang speaks the truth. It's commendable to earn a living and shoulder responsibilities as a man. Huazi, you should learn well from your older brother. During this time, let your mother introduce you to some potential partners. Once the large boat is ready, we can pay the final installment, and you can accompany me to gain some experience at sea. Our large boat is not as perilous as it may seem. Lu's father remarked, nodding in satisfaction at Lin Dongyang's words. Listening to her husband's comments, Lu's mother sighed, finding it difficult to contradict him. As Lu Hua was indeed not a child anymore. Uncle Lu, are you planning to change boats? What will happen to the current fishing boat? Will you sell it? Lin Dongyang straightforwardly inquired, not bothering to dance around the subject. Yes, I plan to sell it. Why are you interested in purchasing it? However, I need cash up front, as I will need it to pay the final installment. We are currently partners, and I am eager to sell the boat for quick cash, which will also allow me to gain a larger share. If it's not cash, then it won't work, Lu's father responded. What is the asking price? Lin Dongyang asked. You know that it's a second-hand fishing boat, but it hasn't had any significant issues. If you truly want it, I won't beat around the bush. I'll offer it to you for a flat price of 1,000 yuan. As Lin Dongyang listened to his words, he pondered for a moment. Over the past few days, he had inquired with Air Longzi, and it was evident that the average price for second-hand boats hovered around 1,200, while new vessels commanded upwards of 1,500. 1,000 yuan, indeed, was quite reasonable. Uncle Lu, here's the deposit of 500 yuan. The remaining amount will be settled upon the order. I have yet to exchange it with Air Longzi. Please let Huazi inform me when you plan to pay the balance, and I shall visit Air Longzi to ensure everything proceeds smoothly. All right, my boy, you are quite straightforward. It's settled then. As Lin Dongyang observed Uncle Lu accept the money, the weight in his heart lifted, for he was on the cusp of acquiring a new boat. Chapter 32. Dividing the boat to Fu. It seems Dongyang has truly made a name for himself. You can rest easy now? Rest easy. He spent all his time playing around and has never been to sea with me on a boat. How can I be at ease? He still has much to learn. He has merely been relying on his labor, and with the recent flood season, he has managed to earn some money. Once Lin Dongyang finalized the arrangements with Uncle Lu, he stepped aside to chat with Lu Hua, while their fathers engaged in conversation as well. Lu Mu observed the gathering of people, feeling somewhat left out. She was particularly concerned about the prospect of Lu Hua finding a partner, knowing that once her son was at sea, even on a larger vessel, though safer, there remained inherent dangers. It would be prudent to secure a companion who could converse with her during such times. Their family was still too small, unlike the bustling Lin family. Young good. You're incredible. You've managed to acquire a new boat in such a short time. You haven't been slacking off, have you? What do you think? I'm nearly exhausted. However, there's no choice. My sister-in-law has been in high spirits lately, having made some money, which has bolstered her confidence. But then again, you wouldn't understand. Lin Dongyang and his father spent a considerable amount of time at Lu's house, finalizing plans to collect the boat the following evening before finally departing. Once outside, Lin Dongyang felt his empty pockets and a smile broke across his face. Everything had unfolded seamlessly, and he was about to become the owner of a new vessel, no longer burdened by the fear of encountering schools of fish without the means to catch them. Lin's father beamed at the joyful expression on his youngest son's face, surprised that it was his son who first acquired a boat, and he began to contemplate future plans. Upon arriving home, they found the rest of the family awake, eagerly awaiting their return. After all, purchasing a boat was a monumental event for the fishermen of their village. How did it go? Did you strike a deal? What did Lu Qing say? Lin Mu inquired anxiously as the two entered the house. It's done. Uncle Lu is eager to sell. He is already preparing to pay the balance. Their boat is ready to set sail. Lin Dongyang replied with a grin, unable to suppress his delight. His brothers observed the joy on his face with a tinge of jealousy, surprised at his audacity to invest all his savings in a boat, and fortunate enough to find one available. Yet, they felt a deep sense of pride in their younger brother's newfound independence. Father, Dongyang has never sailed before. How do you propose we handle this? Perhaps I should lend him a hand? Lin Dongyang remarked, watching the jubilant pair with a smile. Although embarking on Lin Dongyang's vessel may yield lesser earnings than at present, it presents an opportunity for independence as a captain and a chance to assist my younger brother. As the elder, it is my duty to extend my support where possible. Observing Lin Dongyang, who has recently acquired a ship, I find myself contemplating the prospect of purchasing one as well, though my finances fall short. Nevertheless, it pleases me greatly that you are contemplating this. As a father, I am delighted. Today, having had no rest, I wish to share my thoughts with all of you gathered here. Lin's father, surveying the assembly, cleared his throat with a smile while taking his seat at the head of the table. This gathering could be deemed a small meeting to discuss significant family matters, and he managed it with commendable poise. Here is my perspective, now that you all have established families of your own. With Dongyang having purchased a ship and demonstrating a commitment to diligent work, he has begun to stand on his own. The only remaining members of our household yet to marry are your two younger sisters. As for me, I am no longer young. With Dongyang's recent acquisition, I intend to pass my current vessel on to you three brothers. I shall board Dongyang's ship to provide him with guidance. Yet I will not engage in labor on either vessel. However, I must save a portion for your sister's dowries, and Dongyang must not be excluded from this arrangement. It is only fair that each of you receives a share. We will allocate 1/10 of the profits to him, distributed monthly, while the remaining 80% shall be divided among the three of you. When you decide to disembark, we will reconvene to discuss the distribution. As for the operational expenses of the ship, those will be deducted collectively, and we shall only share the final profits. What do you all think about this proposal? Having articulated his carefully considered plan, Lin's father turned to his sons and daughters-in-law, awaiting their responses. Essentially, he was relinquishing control over the family finances. That 1/10 of the profits would serve as retirement funds. Should the ship be rented out, ample individuals would eagerly vie for the opportunity, but as their father, he could not allow that. Now that the family has been divided, it presents an opportune moment to allocate the vessel among his sons, thus fulfilling his paternal duties. Lin Dongyang was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. He mused that his father's decision seemed quite reasonable. By transferring ownership of the ship, his brothers and sisters-in-law would surely remember his kindness. Retaining a modest retirement fund while also sharing a portion with them would prevent any discontent. Since they would not be working on the ship, equal division would not be feasible. Lin Dongxing, Lin Donghua, and Lin Dongan exchanged astonished glances. Taken aback by their father's pronouncement, yet they felt a surge of joy. Though a portion was to be divided, it was still their father's ship. With their younger brother not yet aboard, the three could toil together in salvage operations. While it may be laborious, it also promised greater earnings. As for Lin Dongyang receiving a 1/10 share, there was little to contest. After all, the ship's profits were part of their father's strategy for dividing the family, and naturally, the younger brother should not be overlooked. In terms of assisting Lin Dongyang aboard his ship, there was nothing further to discuss. They had been working alongside their father for many years, and it was only right to lend a hand to their younger brother. The sisters-in-law wore smiles, though Lin's mother appeared somewhat displeased. She had wielded control over the family finances for many years, and now, with a sudden revelation, it was as if the entire truth had been laid bare. It would be quite strange if she felt joy in this moment. However, with the children all grown, she felt she could say little. "Father, I have no objections. Father, I too have no objections." Upon hearing these words, all eyes turned towards Lin Dongyang and Li Huixiang, for it was apparent that they had received the least in this arrangement, and expressing dissent would be awkward. "Father, this is my perspective." Lin's father observed his youngest son speaking and felt he had arranged everything adequately. There should be no issues. If there were still complaints, it would be unreasonable. "Speak your mind." "Father, although I have never sailed with you before, our family was never separated back then. My brothers always worked alongside you at sea to support me, especially the eldest. If you come aboard my ship to assist, I shall pay you. It would be inappropriate to have you work for free," Lin Dongyang said with a smile. As he spoke, the expressions of those present brightened, and the sisters-in-law also wore smiles. It seemed that the younger son was indeed deserving of the affection he received, as he was a man of integrity. After Lin Dongyang finished speaking, his father chuckled and nodded. Given such unanimous agreement, it would be unkind to refuse. If the daughters-in-law were to squabble later, they might accuse him of favoritism towards his youngest son. "Very well, you have indeed matured. Since there are no objections, we shall proceed as planned. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to receive the ship." No sooner had Lin's father spoken than Lin's mother stood up. Chapter 33. Choosing a Date. The room was filled with smiles as everyone turned to Lin's mother, awaiting her words. Did you not just purchase the ship today? How can you expect to receive it tomorrow without considering the auspicious date? Lin's mother looked at everyone with irritation, feeling quite displeased with such haste. If this continued, what standing would she have in this large family? Indeed, I was so caught up in the joy that I completely forgot to select a date. You should choose an auspicious day to receive the ship tomorrow and inform old Lu about it. After all, since Huazi is at home, there shouldn't be any issues. He wouldn't dare to deceive us, especially not Dongyang. Lin's father slapped his forehead, realizing that in his excitement for Lin Dongyang's plans, he had overlooked this important detail. Now that Lin's mother had pointed it out, he understood the gravity of the situation. Receiving the ship was a significant event that warranted a careful selection of a favorable date. It was not something to be taken lightly, especially with a second-hand vessel. Yes, once I have chosen an auspicious date, we shall go together to the Tianho Palace to bring back the dragon flag, and then we can set sail, seeking the protection of Mazu. Lin's mother continued with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Lin Dongyang also realized his earlier carelessness. Although he was eager to launch the new ship, ever since he had come to this world, he had grown to have a deep faith in Mazu and had nearly forgotten this important matter. He no longer felt rushed. All right, mother, just let me know when to return early on that day. Well, if there are no further matters, let us all return to our respective homes and rest early, as we must set sail tomorrow. With Lin's mother's words, Lin Dongyang assisted Li Huixiang to her feet, and they all retired to their own quarters, preparing for their evening conversations with their spouses. After all, today's events are quite significant, intricately linked to the life that lies ahead. You entrusted all the money to Uncle Lu, did you not? Indeed, I handed it over to him. This way, we can both find solace, avoiding any unforeseen complications in between. What, are you still reluctant? Lin Dongyang chuckled, observing the slight trace of distress on his wife's face. He then gently placed her on the Kong, assisting her in removing her shoes. Having remained still all day, her feet were neither foul-smelling nor warm but rather cool to the touch. Unable to resist, Lin Dongyang pinched her foot lightly. There was hardly any flesh, and it was somewhat uncomfortable. Be serious. Let us discuss the matter at hand. How much will you send to your father as wages? What if it doesn't pan out? What are you worried about? Your husband can retrieve money from the sea, even while rowing a wooden boat. If I had a larger vessel and still couldn't earn a wage, that would make me a rather unsuccessful captain. Do not harbor doubts, simply take care of yourself. I assure you, I will return with more money, so rest easy. Lin Dongyang responded somewhat gruffly, neglecting to wash her feet, tossing her socks aside, and pushing her gently onto the Kong. Since he would need to rise early for fishing the next day, today's discussions had consumed quite a bit of time. So he decided against any reward. Li Huixiang gazed at her husband, who was snoring beside her, still somewhat incredulous that they now owned a boat, one that Lin Dongyang had purchased. In the future, when she returned to her parental home, her parents would no longer need to feel pity for her, nor would they have to bear any guilt. With this thought, she suddenly burst into laughter. If Lin Dongyang were not asleep, he would surely have insisted on a conversation, as she could hardly contain herself. After dinner, she took the repaired and newly purchased traps, having her nephew push them along, and they made their way to a small sheltered harbor. Recently, not only was it the flood season, but the weather had also been favorable, with little wind or waves to impede their efforts in the sea. In a remarkably short span, they had already acquired a second-hand trawler. Despite having yet to see what the fishing boat looked like, they still had to continue venturing out to sea with their small wooden boat for the time being. Wrapping her neck with a scarf she had made, she left only her eyes exposed, dressed in long sleeves and pants, albeit work attire that was somewhat dirty and patched. However, she paid little mind to that. With his handsome features and newfound wealth, he worried that he might attract the attention of other women. His self-control was not particularly strong, so he resolved to keep his distance to avoid inciting Li Huixiang's jealousy. Today, they arrived smoothly at the designated area for placing the traps, though two of them had gone missing, and he could not find them. As darkness fell, he furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to venture into the sea. For the sake of two traps, it seemed unwise to risk going out alone, so he decided against it. Instead, he reset the bait in the other traps and returned them to the water. Considering the potential yield from the traps, the loss of a couple of them along with the bait was not significant. Currently, it was the season for squid, and while the primary catch was squid, it was evident that an increasing number of other fish were also attracted to the traps, drawn by both the squid and the bait within, ultimately benefiting Lin Dongyang. As Lin Dongyang joyfully rowed back to shore, he gazed at the fully laden boat and mused that if only he had been aboard a larger vessel today, the journey would have been far less arduous. With the time saved, he could have cast his nets twice over. The fishing lines prepared on board had gone unused, for he had scarcely a moment to spare. Luck, while favorable, was not always enough. Once at sea, his hands had never known rest. It was hardly a matter of solitude on the ocean. Fatigue was his constant companion. As time slipped away, dusk began to settle. Yet Lin Dongyang did not lower the cloth covering his face. Even when the village fool remarked that he looked like a robber, he merely chuckled in response. Today marked the first occasion he returned before his father and the others. Sighing as he examined his list, he reflected on the 3 trips he had made today. For someone accustomed to the grueling back and forth, it felt remarkably light, devoid of any sense of burden. The 3 lists totaled 130 yuan. And he was grateful for the good fortune on the second trip, which yielded not only a red grouper but also a dozen black grouper, resulting in a significant profit. Mother, take this list. Have you chosen a good day for us? Lin Dongyang asked with a smile, handing the list to his waiting mother. Truth be told, he was quite eager. The day is indeed favorable, especially as the day after tomorrow is Sunday. I plan to take the whole family to the Tianho Palace. You should invite the dragon flag aboard, and we can pay our respects to Mazu. It has been far too long since our last visit. Huixiang is also about to give birth. A little movement would do her good. It's not ideal for her to be cooped up at home. We should pray to Mazu for blessings, hoping for a healthy, plump baby boy, Lin's mother said, her face beaming as she tucked the list into her pocket. Mother, aren't you satisfied with the 9 grandchildren already? I'd rather not have another boy. A girl would be much preferable, he replied. What do you know? The first 2 were boys. Having a daughter afterward wouldn't be so bad either. You have a point. We don't have a girl in the family yet. Lin Dongyang's mother countered, her words eliciting a bemused silence from him. After this year, any thoughts of a 3rd or 4th child would be moot. It simply wouldn't be possible. His sisters-in-law had not conceived this year either, leaving him to wonder if this would somehow alter the course of events. If not, Li Huixiang's child would undoubtedly be the youngest of the Lin family's next generation. Yet, he remained uncertain whether it would be a boy or girl, having not witnessed it in his previous life. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the joy he had felt moments before diminished, and he let out a deep sigh. At such a young age, why sigh at all? If it's a girl, will that suffice? If you don't let me say a word. Don't expect any fried eggs for breakfast tomorrow, Lin's mother retorted, noticing the peculiar expression on Lin Dongyang's face. Lin Dongyang, seeking to placate his irate mother, pleaded with her not to deprive him of his fried eggs the next morning. Their playful banter filled the air, and they found joy in each other's company, dismissing any sense of tedium. As darkness enveloped the sky, Lin Dongyang noted that Lin's father and the others had yet to return. Nor did he see the 2 wooden boats that had accompanied him yesterday. This struck him as odd, yet he chose not to dwell on it, opting instead to spare himself the mental exertion. After a considerable wait, I finally spotted their fishing boat returning home. The crew members, with smiles adorning their faces, seemed to have had a bountiful catch. For the fishermen venturing into the sea, returning with joy surely indicated a plentiful harvest and prosperous earnings. The opposite would hold true otherwise. Father, brother, today's catch appears splendid. Let me see. I made 3 trips out today, Lin Dongyang exclaimed as he boarded the vessel. Around him were numerous baskets brimming with squid, 2 baskets of eel, and 3 baskets of pomfret. No wonder they were so delighted. This did not even account for the 2 or 3 baskets of sizable prawns nearby. What's the matter? Did you not fare well over there? But we'll be switching boats soon, so let us endure for another couple of days and help unload the catch first. All right then. With Lin Dongyang still possessing considerable energy, he assisted the others, and they completed their tasks swiftly. His father had also brought back a few rather worn traps that needed mending at home. Once Lin Dongyang and his brothers finished weighing the catch, their father organized the goods onto the cart that Lin's mother had brought, stacking them high and full, indicating a substantial profit from their labor. Lin Dongyang and his elder brother took to their respective roles, one steering the boat, while the other rowed towards the designated spot for their vessel. In 2 days, they would switch boats and also change their harbor of refuge. As for the small wooden boat, it remained uncertain whether to sell or keep it for now. It seemed of little use to retain. The family gathered for a lively meal, and although the space was cramped, it was filled with a profound sense of familial warmth. Opportunities for such gatherings would become rare apart from holidays or festivals. Before you all returned, I was just telling Dongyang to mark the date, this weekend. He will help me bring the boat back. We should take the children and visit the Tianho temple together. A lot has been happening at home lately, and soon each of you will lead your own lives. With the boats divided, you must all earn your keep, and we should all pray to Ma Zhu for blessings. Lin's mother proposed. It just so happens that the date is approaching. Let us take a brief break in the morning. In the afternoon, you two boats can venture out for a quick haul and then return so we can celebrate together. What do you think? Although her words were framed as a question, they bore the tone of a command. The others exchanged glances. Lin's father felt a pang for the earnings lost from the morning's catch. Yet considering the recent tranquility at home, with his youngest son maturing and his daughter-in-law expecting again, he chose not to express any dissent. Lin Dongyang and his brothers glanced at their father and, seeing his silence, refrained from speaking themselves. That day was also significant as it marked the occasion for the three brothers to take possession of the boat, and in their hearts, they agreed with their mother's suggestion to visit the Tianho temple and pay homage to Ma Zhu. Since there were no objections, the plan was settled. You younger ones need to behave yourselves in the coming days. Don't get hurt or dirty your clothes, or you won't be joining us. And then you'll regret it, Lin's mother warned. Understood, Grandma, they replied, albeit with a stammer. With a furrowed brow, Lin's mother observed the row of buzzcut heads around her. The growing number of grandchildren was indeed becoming somewhat overwhelming. That evening, in the small house, I must tell you that today, my mother mentioned going to the Ma Zhu temple to pray for your blessing in bearing a son. I wonder if Ma Zhu oversees such matters. Lin Dongyang held his wife's hand, chuckling as he spoke. Li Huixiang gazed at her husband with a hint of helplessness. Unsure of what to say, she could only sigh. You're still so young, why sigh? That's not right. Come, let me tell you, the round ones are soft, and the buns are creamy. As the weekend arrived, Lin Dongyang completed his sales the previous day and informed Longzi that he need not rise early to fetch goods. For today, he must go to receive a boat. With that, he returned home with 115 yuan and began preparing the items needed for the next day's visit to the Ma Zhu temple alongside his mother. After finishing breakfast, Lin Dongyang donned a new outfit, his complexion glowing with health. Recently, though he had been eating well without much physical activity, his wife Li Huixiang emerged from the room, cradling their son in her arms, in preparation for the boat reception and Ma Zhu's blessings. Even though she would need to head out to sea shortly, she had changed into clean clothes, unlike the disheveled appearance she wore while rowing the wooden boat. Despite having tanned considerably from the sun, compared to his brothers and father, his complexion remained somewhat lighter. As his nephew shouted with excitement, Lin's mother gathered the necessary items and stepped outside with Lin's father. The family, numbering over 20, gathered together, their chatter echoing loudly. Now that everyone is here, let us depart early. I spoke to the Liu family yesterday. We will meet at the port shortly. You all will set sail then. Dongyang, I've already discussed the items on the boat with Uncle Liu. When you pay him, just add an extra 30 yuan, as the large net is quite expensive. Understood. Mother. Lin Dongyang nodded at his mother while holding on to his restless son, who persistently tried to tug at her. The old boat with the old net. Welcoming the new flag, these traditional customs and rituals could not be overlooked. With the entire Lin family in motion, the procession was quite grand. Fortunately, the Ma Zhu temple was just in the neighboring village, not far at all. Along the way, many acquaintances of Lin's mother began inquiring about their destination. Lin Dongyang observed his mother urging everyone to hurry, while occasionally pausing to explain their purpose of visiting Ma Zhu today. When others asked about the boat for their son, he shared the news, receiving waves of praise, which filled his face with delight. This exasperated Lin's father, who, despite his irritation, did not dare to interrupt the cheerful atmosphere. Knowing that today was a day of good fortune, and arguing would surely dampen the spirit. Thus, he allowed Lin's mother to chatter on. As they exited the village, news of the Lin family's purchase of a large boat spread through the community, evoking envy among the villagers. Now, the Lin family possessed 2 boats, claiming a significant portion of the fishing resources in their small village, where only 6 motorized fishing boats existed. Upon arriving at the Ma Zhu temple, it was noteworthy that it had recently undergone renovations, and in this fishing village, despite past efforts to combat superstition, few dared to jest about Ma Zhu. The Ma Zhu temple in this area is remarkably well preserved, and over the past few years, it has attracted a significant number of visitors. After making offerings and praying to Ma Zhu at the Tianho Palace, Lin Dongyang procured a dragon flag and purchased a small statue of Ma Zhu, along with some incense, which he took to the port. Uncle Liu, I appreciate your assistance, Lin Dongyang said with a smile to Uncle Liu, who was waiting at the port to sell him a boat. Lu Qing nodded and handed over the boat's handle to Lin Dongyang, signifying that from this moment on, the vessel was no longer his concern. Lin Dongyang accepted the handle and passed it to his father, who stood beside him. Although operating a boat may appear simple, he felt it necessary to learn the ropes. Even if he desired to steer, his father would likely disapprove, considering he was still a novice with little experience aboard a large vessel. As Lin Dongyang accompanied his father onto the boat, they paid homage to the statue of Mazu and offered incense, placing the dragon flag and the statue in the modest cabin. With the sound of firecrackers erupting, the atmosphere became lively. Once the noise subsided, the ceremony was deemed complete. "Mother, we must take our leave now. We've spent considerable time here. We should be back before it gets dark, and with this new boat, we can set out for our first catch." "Very well. Please ensure your safety. I will take them home and return later this evening," Lin Dongyang's mother replied. He nodded in acknowledgement, approached Li Huixiang, and affectionately patted her noticeably round belly, a smile gracing his face. Without further ado, he boarded the boat with the lunchbox his mother had prepared, seemingly forgetting to bring one for his father. As the fishing boat set sail, Lin Dongyang stood on the deck, waving goodbye to those on the shore. He watched the ripples dance across the sea's surface, feeling a sense of exhilaration. Finally, he no longer had to paddle a wooden boat with his own hands. "Father, should we cast the net first or check the crab traps?" he called out, his voice barely piercing through the engine's roar. "Let's cast the net first. Then we'll check the traps later. After praying to Mazu, let's see how the first catch goes. Come here, and I will teach you," his father replied, bringing the fishing boat to a halt. Despite its modest size on the vast ocean, the 13-foot vessel was considerably larger than his wooden boat, providing a greater sense of security. Together, they cast the net. This trawler made the task quite effortless once the net was deployed. They merely needed to navigate the boat in the surrounding waters, hoping to encounter a school of fish. Lin Dongyang did not need to steer. After watching his father operate the boat for a while, he found it somewhat uninteresting. As he gazed at the undulating sea, he became lost in thought. With a sudden lull in activity, he felt a pang of restlessness. He had grown somewhat addicted to work over the past few days. Though he had come out in haste, he had neither fishing line nor rod, rendering fishing impossible. With resources still abundant, engaging in sea fishing could yield a rewarding catch, albeit with some effort. Lost in contemplation, he found himself dozing off, and after a while, Lin Dongyang stretched his sore neck and stood up from where he had been leaning against the cabin. "Awake now? Are you finding it a bit unfamiliar not having to labor?" "Indeed, it seems I have become addicted to labor. If we were on a wooden boat, I would be vigorously casting my nets right now." Engaging in conversation while observing the sun above to gauge the passage of time, Lin Dongyang excitedly pointed towards the horizon, exclaiming to his somewhat dazed father, "Father, look over there. It appears to be a school of ribbonfish, so bright and white." Lin Dafu, upon hearing his son's words, rubbed his eyes, believing them to be functioning well enough, and gazed in the direction indicated by Lin Dongyang, but saw nothing. The weather was pleasant, with the sea presenting a splendid azure hue. Noticing his son's enthusiasm, he steered the boat toward the direction Lin Dongyang had pointed. As they drew closer, they beheld several elongated silvery ribbons gliding through the water, accompanied by a number of others, resembling a long string. They appeared both beautiful and valuable. Indeed, it was a school of ribbonfish. Ribbonfish, commonly known as belt fish, are a typical catch in these waters, yet encountering a school remains a rare occurrence. Regardless of the species, a school of fish symbolizes lucrative prospects. Even oilfish has dedicated buyers, albeit at a lower price. However, in these waters, oilfish are non-existent, alleviating concerns about encountering less valuable schools. What we have encountered is a migratory school of ribbonfish heading to spawn. Otherwise, they would not venture so close to shore, especially during daylight hours. Your luck is truly remarkable. In my years of fishing, I have only come across such a sight twice. With a beaming smile, Lin Dafu navigated the boat closer, realizing that even a single net might not suffice, uncertain if they would return home that evening. Yet, in the presence of a school of fish, resting would be a waste of time. "Father, once we get closer, will we not be pulling up the net?" "We must cast another. This school is substantial and appears to consist of large fish," Lin Dongyang remarked eagerly. "Indeed, they are surely large fish. The smaller ones have yet to arrive. Come, let us haul together." After saying this, Lin Dafu halted the boat, exited the cabin, and joined Lin Dongyang on deck to assist in pulling the net. Upon grasping the net, they immediately felt the weight, confirming that their catch was indeed considerable. With the crane exerting its strength, they managed to haul the fishing net aboard, which bulged like a large sack, indicating a bountiful catch. The two quickly untangled the net, releasing the fish into the hold and preparing to cast again. Lin Dongyang gazed at the glimmering ribbonfish, along with a fair number of shrimp and crabs, and various other marine species. It seemed that Lin Dafu had not reached the heart of the school. The catch was not as plentiful as he had imagined. Father, you go ahead and steer the boat to pursue the school while I sort the catch here. Once I am ready to haul again, you can assist me. I believe we are nearly done with this net, Lin Dongyang said excitedly while bending down to arrange the ribbonfish into baskets. Lin Dafu observed his youngest son adeptly embracing the role of captain and began to issue instructions. You seem to have grasped this quite effortlessly. Very well. I shall take the helm. Put on your gloves and be cautious. Lin Dongyang accepted the gloves thrown his way, smiling and nodding as he resumed his tasks, realizing that bending over to work was rather taxing on his back. As the second boat set out, the swell was slightly smaller than before, yet it was predominantly filled with shimmering silver knife fish. When illuminated by the sun, their reflective sheen was almost blinding, causing both men to squint. They had no choice but to work with the light behind them. Chapter 36. 3,000 jin on a single vessel. The two men loaded all the knife fish into the baskets, and as they admired the neatly arranged containers, Lin Dongyang was filled with joy. Fortunately, they had switched to a larger boat. Had they been in a smaller vessel, catching even a modest amount would have filled it to capacity. By the time they returned, the fish would have long since cooled. And no matter how poor the swimming abilities of the ribbon fish, they would not linger in the sea awaiting capture. Even with Ma Zu's divine grace, such a feat was impossible. Father, this must weigh over 2,000 jin, and there are still quite a few squids. We hit the jackpot. Choosing the larger boat was indeed a wise decision. Even if we had encountered a school of fish in the smaller boat, it would have merely resulted in a single haul. Indeed, they are mostly large fish, all of considerable size. This school must be chasing the squids, surfacing to breathe. Let us not cast the net just yet. Let us retrieve the traps first. It's getting late. All right, as you say. Lin Dongyang recognized that his father was concerned he might become greedy. However, with so many knife fish aboard, he was filled with a sense of urgency, eager to discover their current market value and potential earnings. The numerous squids on board held little allure for him, as he had grown weary of catching them recently. As they began to pull in the traps, the sky darkened. Lin Dongyang heard his father's stomach rumble and couldn't help but chuckle. What is so funny? Remember to bring a pot on the boat tomorrow. Your mother should also know to prepare food for me, not just for you. Well, she didn't forget. I offered to share my meal with you, but you wouldn't eat it. The two men exchanged light-hearted banter, which alleviated any monotony. With a bountiful catch, their spirits were high, and their conversation flowed more freely. Lin Dongyang relished this camaraderie, as long as his father refrained from nagging him like his mother. The experience was quite pleasurable. After finishing their tasks, Lin Dongyang, panting from exertion, settled onto the deck to rest. Having just lowered the net, his father took the helm, feeling utterly fatigued. Although the boat was equipped with a crane, the machinery was somewhat outdated, lacking sufficient power. When loading the catch, they still had to exert considerable manual effort, and after loading, they had to sort and pack the fish while his father navigated the vessel. Much of the labor fell on him, making the concentrated work period feel far more exhausting than the average toil on a wooden boat. After a stretch of such labor, he felt quite drained. His back ached, and he resolved to have Li Huixiong massage it later. There was nothing that a good rub wouldn't alleviate. Time to rise. We need to pull in the net. We're not far from the dock. Lin Dongyang nodded at his father as he emerged, standing to begin the collection of the net. Initially, he held no great expectations for the catch, as he was familiar with this fishing ground. However, upon returning, the sky had grown quite dark, and he hadn't observed the surface. As they began sorting through the catch, a smile spread across his face at the sight of 3 full baskets of green-skinned fish. With the addition of the 2 nets from the afternoon, the total catch has reached approximately 3,000 catties. Each basket is nearly full, with the crabs taking up some space, though they are not particularly heavy. To have such a bountiful haul on the very first voyage is indeed a rare occurrence. It seems that paying homage to Ma Zu has proven quite beneficial. Observing the already filled baskets aboard the vessel, with numerous fish scattered across the deck, Lin Fu smiled broadly, realizing they had run out of baskets. Upon arriving at the dock, several brothers, beaming with delight, were engaged in jovial conversation with their mother, while occasionally glancing in his direction. Father, Dongyang, how was the catch today? Haven't you finished packing yet? Lin Dongyang inquired, noticing the dispersed fish with a hint of curiosity. Eldest brother, have you sold all your goods? If so, could you lend a hand with the unloading? Today, as fortune has favored us with a school of knife fish, and we've caught quite a few that are yet to be packed. Certainly. It seems you've had a remarkable haul today. What a splendid omen. As baskets of knife fish were carried down from the ship, some onlookers, who had already sold their goods and hadn't returned home, gathered to witness the spectacle. Such a scene of orderly unloading is indeed a rarity. Isn't that the Lin family Old West? I heard they've upgraded to a larger vessel today. And this is only their first day out at sea. Did you not see Lin Lado aboard their ship? He must have gone out to sea with them. The Lin family is truly prosperous now, boasting 2 trawlers. It's quite enviable. Look, it's all knife fish, several baskets worth. They must have encountered a school of fish. These fish are slow and rather foolish, making them easy to catch. What luck for the Lin family Old West. With a small boat, they would return several times a day catching squid and grouper. Now with a larger vessel, they are netting entire schools. The sea seems to belong to them. Why am I not as fortunate? What would that fortune bring you? A wooden boat catching 300 caddies, only to watch the schools swim away? That would be infuriating. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Lin Dongyang wore a smile as he made his way to the stall of Erlong-zi. Having returned as part of the last batch today, thus avoiding the queue. Dongyang, you've just switched to a larger boat, and you're already unloading? I almost wish to join you at sea, joked Erlong-zi as he weighed the fish. He had already weighed over 1,000 caddies of knife fish. And this was just the beginning. According to Lin Dongyang, his mother was still aboard, continuing to sort through the catch, indicating a truly generous haul. As time passed, the chatter around them quieted. All eyes were fixed on the Lin family as they unloaded the fish from the ship. Erlong-zi continued to weigh the catch, speaking in hushed tones. Other buyers at nearby stalls watched him with envy, nearly drooling over the sight of the knife fish being weighed by Erlong-zi, who was now receiving goods from the Lin family's larger vessel. Lin Dongyang's reputation for good fortune had already spread across the dock. And now with the new boat and those countless baskets of knife fish, there was little left to be said. 2,600 caddies, and they're still unloading. How much more is there? My goodness. 2,930 pounds, 3,000 pounds, and 3,100 pounds have finally been accounted for. 3,260 pounds is the total for this single vessel, which is quite impressive. Moreover, the catch of knife fish alone weighs no less than 2,000 pounds, accompanied by 600 to 700 pounds of squid. This indeed marks a significant profit. Lin Dongyang, upon hearing the crowd calculate the figures, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. His ship had truly reaped substantial rewards, rendering the meager amount of diesel consumed utterly inconsequential in light of this bounty. Dongyang, your knife fish are quite sizable. I'll offer you 2 dimes per pound. Recently, the squid catch has dwindled, but the price has risen slightly. Although it currently stands at 1 dime and 9 cents, I shall give you 2 dimes. As a gesture of goodwill from your uncle for your maiden voyage, said Erlong-zi. The total weight of the knife fish and squid combined is 2,720 pounds, with an additional 230 pounds of green-skinned fish. The rest can be calculated separately, resulting in a total of 630 yuan. This order is a bit lengthy. Please take your time to review it. He added with a smile, handing the calculated invoice to Lin Dongyang without intentionally lowering his voice. This was an opportune moment to showcase his own prowess. Fishermen are often superstitious. Some murmured that perhaps Lin Dongyang's success in selling his catch and earning a fortune would inspire them to follow suit, with hopes of sharing in the prosperity. As for the extra penny added to Lin Dongyang's rate, it may seem negligible, but for 500 pounds of squid, it amounts to an additional 5 yuan, which could enhance Lin Dongyang's reputation. Chapter 37. The celebration feast. Lin Dongyang accepted the invoice from Erlong-zi. Gazing at the multitude of figures and text, especially elated upon seeing the 630 yuan total, unable to contain his smile. This was his first time earning such a substantial sum in one go. Even after setting aside 100 yuan for his father, he still had over 500 remaining, effectively recouping half of the expenses incurred for the boat. The exhilaration was unparalleled. If such fortunes were to occur daily, wealth would be effortlessly amassed. Second brother, I believe it's time to settle our accounts. As you know, I've recently purchased a boat, and our family is quite strapped for cash. I have yet to pay Uncle Lu the remaining balance for the boat, Lin Dongyang remarked, tucking the invoice into his pocket with a grin. All right, after you finish your meal, bring the invoice to my home, and we shall settle the accounts. With the end of the month approaching, I had intended to discuss this with you anyway, Longzi replied. Sounds good. I've tarried long enough, so I shall head back now. You carry on, Lin Dongyang said after exchanging a few pleasantries with Longzi. He then walked away from the stall with several companions, baskets in hand, making their way back to the ship. The Lin family's fortunes had truly taken a turn for the better. It was quite possible that their recent visit to the Mazu temple had brought them luck. The eldest son had set sail with the boat and returned with a considerable haul, despite having left the harbor just before noon. Wouldn't you know it? That could very well be the case. I shall also pay my respects to Mazu tomorrow, one of them remarked. As news of Lin Dongyang's 3,000-plus pound catch spread, the Mazu temple experienced a surge in visitors, coinciding with an increase in inquiries regarding coal at the Lin family's establishment. The eldest daughter of the Lin family was also reaching an age where discussions of marriage could soon commence. With 2 large boats now in the family, all the goods aboard must be brought back home in the evening, and after the eldest brother secured the towering baskets, they prepared to make their return journey, albeit with some difficulty. Lin's father and his second brother each took a boat, navigating side by side until they reached the sheltered harbor. Once the entire family arrived home, a joyful atmosphere spread throughout, and seeing the delight on the men's faces naturally brought happiness to the women as well. They understood that the harvest had been good, and money had been earned. The children, observing their mother's joy, felt emboldened and began to frolic, fully aware that their antics would go unnoticed at this moment. Big brother's wife, second brother's wife, please take these into the kitchen. Tonight, we shall feast heartily without holding back. In celebration, Lin's mother said, placing 2 buckets on the ground and gesturing with a smile toward her daughters-in-law. Third son, come here and carefully calculate these 2 accounts. Although the second deaf one may not have cheated us, if he makes a mistake, we will suffer the loss. However, if we end up overpaying, then so be it. Mother, you truly are remarkable. Haha. Lin Dongyang chuckled at his mother's words. He had been puzzled about why she wanted the accounts, but it seemed she still did not trust him, leaning instead on her third daughter-in-law. If I weren't cunning, how could I have raised you all? You ungrateful children. Come over and learn, as you will have to rely on yourselves in the future. No need for that. Although Huixiang is slow with numbers, she can manage well enough. He replied, you just want to be lazy. May laziness consume you, Lin Dongyang quipped, preparing to engage in a debate with his mother. But then turned to see Li Huixiang with her hand resting on his shoulder, shaking his head with a smile. He decided to let his mother be this time. Lin's mother observed her silent son and the actions of her daughter-in-law, feeling a mix of satisfaction and discontent. Her expression torn as she shot a disapproving glance at her son. At that moment, the family gathered around the table, drawn by the delicious aromas wafting from the kitchen. Their hunger growing, especially Lin's father, who had not eaten lunch. How's the new house coming along? I haven't had time to check on it lately, Lin's father inquired, frowning as he looked at Lin's mother, whose expression was less than cheerful. He was on the verge of fainting from hunger. It's progressing quite well. We've hired many people, and cooking every day has nearly exhausted us women. When you have time, you should go take a look, Lin's mother replied with a smile. Listening to their conversation, Lin Dongyang exchanged glances with his brothers, all of them wearing smiles, filled with anticipation for the new house. However, they were all quite busy lately and had little time to attend to that matter. They were fortunate, upon returning home in the evening, their wives would update them on the progress, while Lin Dongyang remained completely in the dark about the status, having only visited the site when it was time to move in, even in his previous life when he had not been at sea. Mother, it's all settled. No issues. Eldest brother's boat is 220, and Dongyang's boat is 630. Everything is correct, so make sure to keep them safe, Lin Dongyang said as he received the accounts from his third sister-in-law, handing them to Li Huixiang to hold for a moment. When Lin's mother and the eldest sister-in-law emerged from the kitchen with the dishes, the sight of the golden-brown fried dumplings and perfectly cooked sections of ribbon fish made Lin Jianhai and the other children swallow hard in anticipation. Although their family owned a boat, the valuable and delectable fish catch was typically sold under the watchful eye of Lin's mother as soon as it was brought ashore. It was quite rare to indulge in such a treat, except during festivals, which made the anticipation all the more tantalizing. You all go ahead and eat. You've worked hard all afternoon. I will serve your meals shortly, Lin's mother said with a smile, noticing Lin's father already reaching for his chopsticks. Upon hearing his mother's words, Lin Dongyang swiftly and decisively picked up his chopsticks, knocking aside Lin Jianhai's attempt to reach for the fish, and deftly scooped 2 pieces of fish from the communal bowl. Ignoring Lin Jinhai's displeased glance, he helped Li Huixiang remove the bones, trusting that she would not mind, especially since he had already tackled the more challenging parts. Li Huixiang rolled her eyes as her husband transferred a piece of fish from his mouth to her bowl. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she felt a warm glow in her heart and eagerly began to eat. The fish, devoid of bones and perfectly pan-fried, was a delight to savor. Li Huixiang, forgetting the presence of her sisters-in-law, indulged heartily, consuming a considerable amount. The array of dishes was indeed impressive, featuring an assortment of seafood, alongside a pot of chicken soup, from which each person received a portion. However, Lin Dongyang refrained from eating the chicken meat. The children, undeterred by any reservations, eagerly dipped their morsels in chili sauce, devouring their meals with insatiable appetites, as they were in their growth spurts. Remarkably, the entire table of food was consumed, and if there had been a dog in the household, it would have surely gone hungry. After the meal, Lin Dongyang, along with his father and several brothers, set out to find Erlongzi, who must have accumulated a fair share of orders himself. In his hands were not cash, but rather a collection of slips, which, while not equivalent to real money, held a certain promise and excitement. Chapter 38. Returning home with money. Accompanying his father to Erlongzi's residence, it was Lin Dongyang's first visit. The walls of the house towered significantly higher than those of others, and it boasted a grand iron gate. The security measures appeared robust, far superior to many homes in the fishing village, where stone houses often leaked during the slightest downpour. Father, should we also consider building our home to such a height? While it is fine now with everyone living together, in the future, as we grow apart, having a high wall would provide better security. If you lack the funds, I can contribute a little, Lin Dongyang suggested with a smile, gesturing towards the imposing wall. All right, I understand. I will discuss it with your mother tonight. Just remember, don't let a little money go to your head. It has tea even reached your hands yet, his father replied. Then I want tea bother. I'd rather be lazy about it, Lin Dongyang quipped back, as was his habit, before knocking on the door. When Erlongzi's son opened the door, they entered and began to settle accounts. The process was straightforward, as the orders were clear and they merely needed to tally the amounts. Dongyang, for these, you have earned a total of 2,092 yuan and 30 cents. Truly impressive earnings, Erlongzi remarked with a grin while counting the money. Every day, he would tally up the earnings from a single order. Although there was a rough estimate of the amount earned, the specifics remained elusive. Now, as he began to count the money, a pang of regret washed over him. After all, over 2,000 yuan had vanished from his grasp. Listening to the figures recited by the second deaf man, Lin Father and Lin Dongxing exchanged incredulous glances with Lin Dongyang. Even without today's earnings of over 600 yuan, it still amounted to nearly 1,500. Within less than half a month, relying solely on a small wooden boat, he had managed to earn close to 1,500. Even after deducting the costs of the boat, a significant sum remained, a testament to his unexpected industriousness. Examining the receipts in their hands, even if converted to cash, Lin Father calculated that if the three of them were to divide the profits equally, each would receive no more than 300 yuan. This was during the flood season, and typically, they wouldn't earn this much. It was disheartening to be outperformed by a younger brother who had previously been idle. But the trio felt more gratified than discouraged. Now that the boat was in their possession, they could anticipate future gains. All right, thank you, second brother. No problem. Lin Dongyang replied, skillfully counting the money and smiling. Once Lin Father had tallied the accounts, Lin Dongyang took out 200 yuan to repay the money he had borrowed from his father as a deposit for the boat. Father, here's the 200. The money I borrowed when giving the deposit to Uncle Lu. I've returned it, he said. That's just right. This 200 is for your older brother's share from this trip. With this, we can consider it settled. The cost is accounted for on my end. Later, I'll distribute the money among you three. From now on, work diligently. I won't interfere, Lin Father stated as Lin Dongyang returned the money, accepting it with a nod and a smile. The group then made their way to Lu's home. Lin Dongyang preferred to proactively settle the debt rather than wait for Lu Hua to come asking. Having the money in hand and returning it willingly felt far better than waiting for someone to demand it. Exiting Lu's residence, Lin Dongyang let out a deep breath. This resolved the accounts. Although he knew he had money, the lingering feeling of owing others was somewhat unsettling. Now, it was entirely his own. Upon returning home, Lin Mother was busy organizing things with her three daughters-in-law. With Li Huixiang about to give birth in just a few days, there was enough work that she couldn't afford to be idle. Recently, she had been at home, enjoying the lively antics of the children, which alleviated her boredom. Primarily, with Lin Dongyang earning money, Li Huixiang was in high spirits, her complexion noticeably improved, not merely due to the food she consumed. Supporting Li Huixiang and carrying their youngest son, he returned to their room. After closing the door, he helped his son remove his shoes and toss them onto the Kong, allowing him to play freely. Can you guess how much I earned? Li Huixiang asked, noticing the smile on her husband's face. She refrained from revealing that she already knew the amount, as she had been keeping track daily. Over 2,000, but I have already repaid the money borrowed from father and the remaining balance to Uncle Liu. You can count it yourself. By the way, there's also 22 yuan from today as shares from the boat. Father covered the initial costs, and the money will be divided as we discussed last time. That is quite a sum. It certainly adds to our income, she replied. Li Huixiang, while speaking, instinctively kicked off her shoes and sat beside the Kong, counting her money with a beaming smile. Lin Dongyang observed her as she began her count for the third time, feeling somewhat exasperated. Dear, there's no need to keep counting. It might not increase, and if you accidentally drop a bill, it will only diminish. How much do we have at home? We're just a few coins shy of 1,300. If you refrain from buying me clothes, that should suffice. You always squander money. Honestly, with the way I look now, I can't even wear those clothes. It would be better not to buy them at all. But you seemed quite pleased when you made the purchase, he replied. Well, I will continue to earn tomorrow. In the future, when we have plenty, I won't let you count it all. Lin Dongyang chuckled as he removed his clothing, casually dressing Li Huixiang in a large tank top and loose shorts for bed, mindful of the cool evening air, especially since she was pregnant and soon to give birth. My love, seeing how much I've earned today, don't you think I deserve a grand reward? What are you thinking? You're about to give birth. You need to be patient. Rest assured, it won't harm the baby at all. Just stay still. I can manage on my own. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, Lin Dongyang found no joy in his exertion. He felt utterly exhausted, realizing he could no longer eat. Let's see if you want to go through this again next time. Was it tiring? Next time, the baby will be born. You'll handle it yourself. And I certainly won't be tired. I'm going to sleep now. We have an early morning ahead. Enough said. Lin Dongyang, utterly drained, refrained from speaking further, dimmed the light, and gently shifted their already sleeping son lower, settling into slumber himself. Today, it was only the troublesome child who slept early. Otherwise, he would surely not have endured such fatigue, which was more exhausting than standing in a horse stance. Chapter 39. Sending Li Huixiang to the hospital to give birth. As Lin Dongyang slept soundly, he was stirred by persistent knocking at the door, which left him feeling irritable as he opened his eyes to find no trace of dawn's light. It wasn't yet time to set sail. At that moment, he had yet to realize that he was not to row a small wooden boat, but rather to navigate a trawler, necessitating an early departure. After turning on the light and stifling a yawn, he donned his clothes and opened the door. What time is it? Why are you still in bed? Your elder brother and the others have already set out to sea. Hurry up and get ready. Oh, I know, father. I just forgot to change the boat. I'll wash my face, and we'll be off. Lin Dongyang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, as this was indeed his oversight. This time, they had departed even earlier. So Lin Dongyang opted not to eat the meal prepared by his mother. Instead, he took a small stove and pot, planning to cook on the boat when they had the chance. Once the father and son finished packing, they set sail from the harbor, where the sky had begun to lighten. Lin Dongyang's father had not relaxed his furrowed brow. Look, it's already brightening. I tell you, just because you've earned a little money doesn't mean you can slack off. By leaving a bit earlier, perhaps we can haul in more. He observed his son, who was still yawning, and spoke with a hint of exasperation as he steered the boat. Fortunately, there were fewer vessels on the sea at this hour, so they needn't worry about collisions, nor would they have to fret about running aground in this particular area. I understand. It is merely the second day, and I have not yet adapted. I still feel a bit sleep-deprived. Father, if you could steer the boat a little further, once we reach the appropriate spot. Please wake me to help with the nets. Why are you so exhausted? Did you not return home to rest last night? If it were a wooden boat, would you still manage to handle the work? Listening to his father's words, Lin Dongyang remained silent, letting them drift in one ear and out the other. He leaned against the side, wrapping his scarf more snugly around his neck, and began to doze off. However, he did not sleep for long. Before his father could rouse him, he was jolted awake by the boat's swaying, his neck feeling somewhat stiff. Just as he was about to be called, he happened to wake up. Lin Dongyang looked at his father emerging from the cabin and nodded. The two began to haul in the nets, and as they lifted the first catch, it was not as bountiful as anticipated. Half of it consisted of less valuable fish, indicating a stroke of bad luck. Nevertheless, after gathering the last of the traps and preparing to return them, the first haul began to seem more substantial. As they resumed their work, Lin's father took the helm, leaving Lin Dongyang outside to sort through the catch and pack it into baskets. As dusk settled, the two of them pulled the final net aboard. Observing the scattered fish on the deck, Lin's father said, "Dongyang, why don't you take the wheel for this stretch? You've been watching for quite some time now. The waters are vast and navigating is straightforward." "Certainly. Just watch me," Lin Dongyang replied. He entered the cabin, where the sea breeze mingled with the scent of fish. The air rushing in through the openings made the cabin feel less fresh than the deck. The fishbone soup his father had prepared for lunch now made him feel slightly queasy. Suppressing his discomfort, he gazed at the ocean ahead, steering the fishing boat towards the dock. This was, after all, his first experience at the helm of such a vessel. It proved to be remarkably simple, far easier than driving a car would be in the future. "Eldest brother, second brother, why have you returned so late today?" "Just trying to earn a bit more." "You know, how was your catch with father?" "Luck was not on our side today. We didn't encounter any schools of fish, so we returned early." Lin Dongyang smiled as he boarded the boat to assist with the work. He held a list and entered the cabin to give it to Li Huixiang, who appeared somewhat drowsy. He gently placed his hand on her round belly, feeling the warmth and the gentle movements within. "Is it almost time? Perhaps we should head to the hospital. We wouldn't want to be caught unprepared." Lin Dongyang murmured against her belly. "Enough. Are you thinking of spending money again? You weren't this attentive with the first one. The second is not as perilous. Why do you keep bringing up the past?" "I have changed. I'm merely showing my concern for you." Li Huixiang smiled at her husband, who had lifted his head from her belly. She felt a genuine happiness in her heart regarding their current circumstances. With her sisters-in-law around, they often remarked on how Lin Dongyang had matured and begun to earn money, suggesting that her better days were ahead and that she would no longer have to endure hardship. She understood this, and she knew that Lin Dongyang's insistence on her going to the hospital was his way of making amends for past shortcomings. However, residing in the hospital truly incurs significant expenses, and she hesitates to commit to it. Moreover, with the impending arrival of their second child, she no longer feels as fragile as she did during her first pregnancy. Lin Dongyang, observing Li Huixiang's reluctance, understands her concerns about finances. After all, they had grown accustomed to a frugal lifestyle, especially since they had recently separated from the family. Although he is now capable of earning money, he still harbors anxieties about the future. This apprehension leads her to be reluctant to spend, even when they have the means to do so. "We have money now. Why are we being so stingy? If you refuse to go, I want to go out to sea tomorrow." Lin Dongyang playfully began to pout at Li Huixiang. "Why are you acting like this? Is it so wrong for me to go? You always squander money, just like before, without any regard for it. Whenever you have a little, you think of wasteful spending. Things are different now. I can earn money now. In the past, you were the one who brought in the income. Just go ahead. The house is close to the county, and we don't need to keep a constant watch over it. We both need to go out to sea. And I'll ask my second sister-in-law to take care of you. I'll have a word with my second brother and sister-in-law." Upon hearing his words, Lin Dongyang sensed that her fear of him actually not going out to sea meant she was acquiescing. He smiled at her and continued, "Sister-in-law is work. An eldest sister-in-law and my mother cannot leave the house. It will have to be the second sister-in-law. Right now, the Haven Tea started restricting births. If it were next year, we wouldn't even be able to stay at home, let alone go to the hospital. Finding a midwife to assist with the delivery would be a stroke of luck. Enough of that. You shouldn't worry. Focus on going out to sea and earning money. Don't become complacent. Tomorrow, I'll talk to mother and the sisters-in-law and see what they say. You have a bit of money now, and you don't know how to handle it. Isn't that what I'm spending it on for you? Once you've recovered from your confinement, I'll take you shopping for new clothes." Li Huixiang, listening to his words, felt a warmth in her heart. She gently caressed her belly and did not refuse. After all, she knew he wouldn't heed her objections. With this thought, she smiled. Moreover, being in the late stages of her pregnancy, a radiant maternal glow enhanced her beauty. "Stop staring at me. There's nothing on my face. Let us go out for a meal. My wife is simply stunning. Come, let me assist you." As they exited their room, the evening meal at the Lin household was nearly ready. Living together as a family, it was difficult to specify who should eat first. As a family, they still adhered to basic etiquette. Otherwise, even a simple meal could lead to chaos. Lin mother, noticing the tardy couple, displayed a hint of urgency, as if she wished to rush over and seat them at the table. After the family finished dining, Lin Dongyang watched as Li Huixiang followed Lin mother and the sisters-in-law into the kitchen. He remained seated, engaged in conversation with his brothers, waiting for her return. Chapter 40. The internet using turtles in the middle of the night. Before dawn had broken, Lin Dongyang heard a knock on the door. Yawning, he nudged his son beside him and switched on the light. As the illumination filled the room, the persistent knocking ceased. Is it father calling you to go out to sea? Li Huixiang, opening her eyes, glanced at her husband, who was already sitting up and beginning to dress. As the morning dawned, she urged him to continue resting, reminding him that if he awoke and was unable to manage, he should summon her mother. As they had agreed upon the previous day, she insisted on safety, asking if he understood, to which he replied affirmatively, assuring her that both he and his father would remain safe at sea. Lin Dongyang listened to her daily admonitions before she set sail, feeling no irritation. These were among the few things she could do for him. Rest assured, but if you were to kiss me, I would feel even more secure, he said, gazing at Li Huixiang and leaning closer with a gentle smile. Li Huixiang observed her husband's face, which had lost its former smoothness, now adorned with a fine stubble due to lack of time for grooming. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she pressed a kiss upon his face. To her, he was the very foundation of their family. Nothing could happen to him. For the sake of their safety, she would gladly comply with any request he made. Surely, Mazu can sense a good woman's blessings for her husband. Even if it is to keep you company, Mazu will watch over me. She is a benevolent spirit. Lin Dongyang caressed the spot she had kissed, disregarding her possible objections, and planted a firm kiss on her lips. Were it not for the need to earn a living and to show his family the changes he had made, as well as to avoid disappointing Li Huixiang, he might have preferred to linger longer in bed. The first kiss ignited a fervor that was difficult to contain. Only after a vigorous exchange did they pause. Enough of this. Your father has been waiting for a long time. Do not delay any further and impede the work, he reminded her. Aren't you leaving soon? We want to see each other for days. When the time comes, return with news, and I will accompany you to the hospital. Li Huixiang listened to his words with a smile, though inwardly she resolved not to let him accompany her, as it would only hinder his work. Dressed and ready, Lin Dongyang stepped outside, only to find his father's expression quite grim. Father, I was just speaking with Huixiang. You rose as soon as you knocked. Lin Dongyang said sheepishly, scratching his head and offering a nervous smile. Lin father, observing his younger son's demeanor, chose not to pry further, silently pulling the cart and moving ahead. It is still dark. I will go start the boat. You wait here for a moment, he instructed. Perhaps I should steer the boat. I can manage it, Lin Dongyang suggested. What do you know of sailing? You've only just begun. Don't get lost in this darkness and run aground, Lin father retorted, brusquely dismissing his son's offer and proceeding to start the boat himself. Seeing his father's frustration, Lin Dongyang was at a loss for words and simply followed, managing to keep pace with Lin father, who was briskly pulling the cart. Hurry up, or I will reach the boat before you start it. Lin Dongyang called out. Do not rush me. Are you trying to press my spirit? Lin father replied, glancing back at his increasingly impatient son, and quickened his pace, creating some distance between them. Once aboard, Lin Dongyang still yearned to take the helm, but was met with his father's firm refusal, unable to assert that he was innately skilled at sailing. Lin Dongyang, as was his custom, sought a sheltered spot and settled down upon the ground. This was not due to any lack of desire to work, but rather his father's insistence that he refrain from laboring, leaving him blameless in the matter. You take the helm when it's time to haul the net. Just wake me. I could use a bit more rest, he stated, wrapping his scarf tighter around his face, allowing the gentle sea breeze to lull him into slumber. Time drifted by, though the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, he was roused by his father's urgent voice. Awake. It's time to haul the net. Stay alert. Understood, he replied succinctly. After their brief exchange, Lin Dongyang stretched his neck and joined his father in the task of retrieving the net. Once the net was drawn, the sea lay tranquil, devoid of wind, stirring only as the fishing vessel navigated through the waters. The night sky was a deep, inky black, with only a modest light hanging from the small cabin of the boat. While his father continued to steer, Lin Dongyang found himself rather bored. For the next few hours required little of him. He gazed at the dark expanse above, felt the gentle rocking of the boat, and listened to the soothing sound of the waves lapping against the hull. Eventually, boredom overcame him, and he succumbed to sleep. Next time at sea, he resolved to bring along some sturdy fishing line and a rod. The monotony of this outing had been unbearable. His slumber was brief, and as he stirred, he noticed the horizon brightening to a soft blue. In an instant, a streak of crimson appeared, gradually intensifying in brilliance. The red was vivid, yet not overly bright. The sun had risen, casting a beautiful glow over the sea. He pondered how long he would remain enchanted by such sights and thought it would be delightful to take Li Huixiang out to witness the sunrise someday. Father, isn't it time to haul the nets? The sun is up, Lin Dongyang announced as he rose. Stretching his stiff legs and smiling at his father who occupied the cramped space beside him. I was going to call you. It's about time you got up. Always so lazy, his father replied with a hint of reproach. Why shouldn't I be lazy? You've forbidden me from steering the boat. And now you're blaming me, Lin Dongyang retorted playfully. You always have a comeback. I swear you're just like your mother, his father grumbled, furrowing his brow in mild annoyance, though his hands never ceased their work as he donned protective gloves and prepared to labor. That's hardly news. I'm her son. Isn't it natural to resemble her? Are you dissatisfied with that? When we return home, I'll tell her you're unhappy I take after her. Lin Dongyang shot back, unfazed. Enough chatter. When have I ever said that? Hurry up and get to work, his father urged, visibly impatient. Lin Dongyang, amused by his father's urgency, chuckled softly and approached, and together they began to haul the net. However, it was evident that this net was heavier than usual. The small winch groaned under the effort, eliciting a mix of anxiety and excitement from Lin's father. The signs indicated a bountiful catch. Yet, as they labored to bring the net aboard, Lin Dongyang felt a wave of unease wash over him, his body trembling involuntarily, as if confronted by something ominous. At this moment, after the net was cast, 3 enormous sea turtles lay upon the deck, their mouths continuously munching on the squid and cuttlefish spread out before them. Seemingly relishing their feast, they had fortuitously stumbled upon a fishing net, and as the net was tightened, it facilitated their feeding, likely allowing them to indulge quite heartily. These magnificent creatures were indeed gluttons. How lucky they were to encounter 3 large sea turtles. Lin's father observed the turtles with a hint of delight, not chastising them for consuming the catch. Lin Dongyang, gazing at a green sea turtle adorned with numerous barnacles, harbored no intentions of selling them. Although fishing was not yet prohibited, past experiences instilled in him a blend of fear and gratitude towards such creatures. Were it not for the act of releasing sea turtles, he would not have found himself in the sea, nor would he have traversed back to this era, a time for rectifying past mistakes. Father, please bring that shovel over. Let us clean off the barnacles and then release them. We won't take these creatures with us, he insisted. What? Are you out of your mind? They are quite valuable. Lin's father responded, displaying evident reluctance. Yet Lin Dongyang remained resolute, refraining from jesting. Father, trust me on this. I am not in dire need of money at present. It is best we leave them be, as they may bring us good fortune. Lin's father furrowed his brow, observing his son, who had already made up his mind. He chose not to argue further, acknowledging that it was not his vessel. As Lin's father retrieved the necessary items, Lin Dongyang took it upon himself to sit before one of the sea turtles, watching its slightly foolish head as it dove down to catch a squid. You glutton. Once I release you, do not venture back into my net. Bringing you up again would waste diesel, he chuckled, cleaning the barnacles from its shell while speaking as if the turtle could understand. Lin's father, watching his son converse with the turtles, was at a loss for words and began sorting through the other catches that had been pulled up, various squids, crabs, and an assortment of fish, none of significant value. Fish that would be highly prized in later generations, such as sunfish, were merely dried and sold for a pittance in the market. After removing all the barnacles from the 3 turtles, Lin Dongyang lamented the absence of a mobile phone to capture this moment. If only he could sit among the turtles and take a photograph with them, it wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Are you done yet? We need to lower the net, he called out. You've been too engrossed in playing with them, forgetting to remind me. What play? These barnacles must be quite uncomfortable for them. Hurry and fetch 2 ropes. We need to tie them up before tossing them back into the sea. Why do we need ropes? Just throw them back, Lin Dongyang replied, recalling the moment he had fallen into the water. A shiver running through him as he instinctively resisted his father's approach. Don't worry, I have my own way of handling this. Lin Dongyang found himself at a loss for words, resorting instead to a childish display of stubbornness, having grown accustomed to such behavior. When his father produced a length of rope, Lin Dongyang bound both himself and his father, and together they lifted the sea turtle, casting it into the ocean. Watching it swim away, he finally felt a sense of relief. What purpose does this rope serve? You haven't explained, Lin's father remarked, glancing at the rope around his waist and then at Lin Dongyang, who was already starting to untie himself, his expression laced with confusion. Isn't it obvious? I was worried it might fall into the water when we tossed the turtle. Lin Dongyang replied. Noticing the furrow in his father's brow and realizing how absurd his words sounded, though he genuinely felt concerned. Hurry and untie it. We need to lower the net. I'm absolutely famished. He chuckled lightly, moving to the front of the net to begin his task. Lin's father regarded his youngest son, uncertain of how to respond. It seemed as though he were merely playing, yet there was no evidence to support such a notion. After lowering the net, Lin's father retrieved 2 salted fish from the cabin, tossing them into the pot along with some noodles. Lin Dongyang gazed at the insipid broth and found it somewhat unappetizing. From the recently gathered catch, he plucked a few small shrimp, tossing them into his bowl and adding a splash of vinegar to marinate. After a brief wait, he poured the noodle broth over them and began to eat, delighting in the sweet, delectable flavor. That bowl of yours could fetch 50 cents. You truly are extravagant. Lin's father said, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he observed his son's bowl. With no one to supervise him aboard the vessel, Lin Dongyang felt free to indulge in whatever he desired. Given the vessel's modest conditions, he often imagined devouring the finest delicacies before they even reached the dock, consuming them along the way. Enough of that. If you didn't snatch them up so quickly, I might actually believe you were hesitant. Lin Dongyang teased as he watched his father deftly scoop shrimp from his bowl. This isn't my ship. I'm earning a wage, after all. If you end up incurring losses, my salary must still be paid, Lin's father replied. All right. You just hope I strike it rich and never face losses. And perhaps when I'm in a generous mood, I'll reward you handsomely, enough to buy treats for your grandchildren. What grandchildren? All I see are a bunch of bald heads. If Huixiang is carrying a girl, that would be quite nice. The house is filled with too many boys. And it's quite overwhelming. The two sat on the deck, chatting and enjoying their meal, the time passing swiftly. With company to converse with, drifting on the vast ocean felt far less lonely. He was determined to work hard and earn money, once the family was prosperous. Li Huixiang would no longer be so reluctant to spend, fearing a return to their previous struggles. It's time to raise the net. Coming. This time. Much like the last, the crane appeared somewhat burdened, its power inherently limited and requiring the assistance of both men. As they pulled, the weight of the net became evident. However, neither felt excitement. With the large sea turtle ahead, their anticipation for this haul had diminished. As the net surfaced, they beheld it brimming with crabs and squid. Smiles breaking across their faces. Father, it's a bountiful catch. Silence. Pull quickly. Exert yourself more. My old back can hardly manage the strain, Lin's father urged, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the net's contents. After the two of them worked together to hoist the net aboard, they gazed at the scattered catch on the boat and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Out at sea, the potential for unexpected incidents always loomed. But once they were on the vessel, it signified the fruits of their labor as fishermen. Father, here are 2 splendid red snapper. And this area is teeming with mantis shrimp, which are quite valuable, and look at the size of them. Lin Dongyang exclaimed, excitedly placing the 2 red snapper into a separate basket before eagerly gathering the mantis shrimp from the deck, known as the hairy fan shrimp. They referred to it as mantis shrimp, a type of lobster distinguished by the presence or absence of hair on their heads to identify males from females. And they were delicious. Why are you picking them up? Just choose what you want, his father remarked, noticing the extra ones Lin Dongyang was collecting. Bring them back to eat. If you don't want them, just say so, and I'll tell your mother not to prepare them for you. Lin Dongyang shot a glance at his father and continued to select over 20 of them before finally pausing. Just these alone, if sold, could fetch nearly $2. And if his mother were to find out, she would surely disapprove of him bringing them home. Yet, having worked so diligently and done a good deed for the day, he thought it only fitting to reward himself with a taste of shrimp. Chapter 42. Pursuing the stinking fish. Lin Dongyang and his father were sorting through their catch on the deck. Although their haul was abundant, it primarily consisted of crabs and squids, along with a good number of strikingly red flying squids. The prices for these fish and crabs remained relatively high. And with the recent decrease in squid numbers, prices had begun to rise again. This catch should yield around $50 to $60. As Lin Dongyang and his father sorted through the goods, they selected the more economically valuable fish before preparing to cast the net again, while his father took the helm. Once the net was cast, Lin Dongyang beheld the baskets brimming with fish and smiled, knowing these catches were a result of their hard work, all translating into money. He continued to pick through the haul, discarding less desirable fish that were now considered bycatch, tossing them back into the sea. Only the last haul would be kept for personal consumption or to gift to others. However, Lin Dongyang still needed to set traps. After some thought yesterday, He decided to add more crab pots, thereby increasing the demand for bycatch, which justified not discarding the less desirable fish overboard. "Father, look at this. Isn't it beautiful?" Lin Dongyang exclaimed as he dumped the small bycatch, only to have a fish glisten in the sunlight, stunningly golden, albeit quite small. It was a genuine golden pomfret. And he eagerly brought it into the cabin to show his father. "Are you bored with picking fish? Would you prefer to take the helm while I gather?" His father remarked, observing the little fish in his son's hand, which indeed was quite beautiful, especially under the bright sun, shimmering more brightly than the large yellow croaker. Small and charming, yet it held little value. Lin Dongyang, noticing his father's lack of excitement, began to grasp that it was the 1980s. And while this fish might fetch $1,000 in future times, it was worth only a few dimes now, depending on whether anyone was interested in purchasing it. "Why would I not want to pick? I'm just showing you something nice. I wouldn't want you to grow bored at the helm." Lin Dongyang was reluctant to concede defeat to his father, so he concocted an excuse and defiantly placed the fish into a separate bucket. He resumed gathering supplies, fortunately. The variety was limited, and his hands were swift. He completed the task in no time. However, feeling idly bored, he began to amuse himself but soon lost interest. Staring blankly at the azure sea. "Come over and take the helm. I shall prepare the meal. After we dine, we'll cast the nets." Lin's father called out as he emerged from the cabin, clutching a handful of noodles. Upon seeing his father brandishing the signature noodles, Lin Dongyang felt an immediate aversion. Amidst a boat full of fresh catch, he was to eat noodles. "Father, allow me to cook. Your culinary skills are rather lacking," Lin Dongyang said with an air of resignation as he walked over and snatched the noodles from his father's hands. "When did you become proficient in cooking?" "I was unaware of such a talent," his father retorted. "You are oblivious to many things. Now, hurry and steer the boat. If I have to eat your noodles, I shall lack the energy to work." "What do you mean by that?" "Your brother and the others have been eating my cooking on the boat for years without complaint. It's merely you who is difficult." Lin's father, sensing his son's disdain, felt a twinge of displeasure but ultimately retreated to the cabin, understanding the need to let go. He was not particularly keen on cooking anyway, especially since he knew his dishes were far from delectable. Watching his father head back to the helm, Lin Dongyang rummaged through a nearby basket and discovered a lovely flower crab. Satisfied, he retrieved it, noting its lively claws, indicative of its freshness. Weighing in at about half a pound, it was just the right size, not too mature, and still possessing its roe. After washing it with fresh water, he added some to a pot and placed the crab inside, observing its vigorous movements before covering it with a lid. This delicacy was inherently savory, requiring no additional seasonings. Once the crab was ready, he located the sole 3 bamboo shrimp aboard and a few small fish, performing a simple preparation before tossing everything into the pot. As the water began to boil, he added the noodles, resulting in a delightful medley of seafood noodles. He also prepared a cold dish of small red shrimp, his personal favorite. A simple yet elegant meal of 2 dishes and a soup was all that was needed, appearing far more appetizing than anything his father could whip up. Everything aboard their vessel was fresh. The food they prepared was simply exquisite. "Father, time to eat. We'll cast the nets after lunch," Lin Dongyang shouted toward the cabin. Not waiting for his father to emerge, he deftly picked up the tender bamboo shrimp with his chopsticks. Though they had lost their original allure post-cooking, they were still recognizable. "Wait, you were supposed to cook. What are you eating?" "Just a handful of bamboo shrimp, and you've already devoured them. Are you trying to squander our resources? They cost 20 cents each. Then don't eat. They're still crap." Lin Dongyang chuckled at the look of distress on his father's face. Recently, he felt he had earned quite a bit, and the pressure was less burdensome. He believed in enjoying good food. Just a few days prior, he would have hesitated to indulge. Lin's father watched him savoring the meal, swallowing hard. In the past, he would have been reluctant to consume such valuable catch, preferring to exchange it for money instead. To my astonishment, not being on my own vessel yet working for my son has afforded me the pleasure of indulging in such delightful fare. Why should I refrain from partaking? It isn't my money being spent. You seem unconcerned, and I too feel no remorse, though I do wonder if one day you might find yourself financially strained by such indulgence. I eagerly await that day. Do hasten to consume, as there is still labor to be done." Upon concluding their conversation, they devoured their meal swiftly, casting the remnants of crab shells and shrimp skins into the sea, and thus completed their repast. Next came the task of hauling in the nets. Yet, this particular haul was unlikely to yield any surprises. The crane, already modest in size, emitted not even a creak as it worked. When the net was finally drawn up, it was indeed significantly smaller than the preceding 2, though it still bore some bounty. In these times, as long as one possesses the strength to venture out to sea, it is akin to gathering money from the ocean. Currently, the fish catch remains abundant, unscathed by excessive fishing practices, and the technology employed is still in its infancy. Furthermore, many fishing vessels have refrained from fishing altogether, pursuing alternative endeavors, thus reducing competitive pressures. "Father, what is that?" Lin Dongyang exclaimed, spotting two schools of pale yellowish fish beneath the water, and he eagerly summoned his father, who was busy with the net. "The meat sticks are chasing the stinky fish. Hurry, let us open the net. You take the boat while I manage the net." Lin's father, recognizing the two schools of fish beneath the surface, beamed with excitement, patting his son's shoulder and hastening to the net. Listening to his father, Lin Dongyang acknowledged the elder's superior experience. While his own eyes discerned clearly, he struggled to identify the species, a testament to his limited skill. Meat sticks is a colloquial term in their region referring to pike, particularly when they gather in schools, with each fish measuring over a meter in length, resembling elongated meat sticks from above the water's surface. These fish also bear a formidable name in the ocean, sea wolves. The stinky fish, of course, refers to herring, which, though not initially unpleasant upon boarding, quickly deteriorates into an unbearable stench. Typically, fishermen consider themselves unfortunate upon encountering such fish, as few are curious enough to experiment with it, and canned fish options are scarce. However, should sea wolves be pursuing, it becomes an entirely different matter. After all, sea wolves are quite valuable, each weighing between 20 to 30 pounds. A single netting could yield a considerable catch. "You take the boat. I will handle this myself. Don't let them vanish from sight." Lin Dongyang and his father worked together to open the net, prioritizing their tasks, those who would drop the net and those who would navigate the vessel. Chapter 43. The Joy of Being Scolded by Mother After Casting the Net. Lin Dongyang observed a group of sea wolves below, witnessing one of them seize a herring and bite it in half. Before the severed portion could sink, another sea wolf swiftly consumed it. Such ferocity mirrored that of wolves, executing their predatory strategy in packs. It was no wonder these creatures had few natural enemies in the ocean. "That should suffice. Let us retrieve the net and see what we have caught," Lin's father remarked, observing the dispersing sea wolves as he exited the cabin and addressed Lin Dongyang, who stood on the deck peering into the depths. "Father, had we possessed a fishing rod just now, I could have caught a few fish myself. What a shame. All right, you just think about it. The fish is quite vigorous. And honestly, after catching two, it loses its charm. It might even break your fishing rod. Your wooden rod is certainly not up to the task. Let's leave it for another time. It's hard to explain it to you." Lin Dongyang glanced at his father, who wore a puzzled expression, and stopped mid-sentence. Noticing the frustration on his father's face, he smiled faintly. The two began to haul in the net, but it was apparent that they were exceeding the crane's lifting capacity, creaking incessantly. Given that it was an old machine, Lin Dongyang genuinely feared it might break down. If they needed to buy a new one, it would be quite a challenge. He wondered where Lu Hua's father procured such machinery. Perhaps he could inquire later. Working together, they struggled to pull the net onto the boat. When the net finally surfaced, they felt the vessel lean to one side, indicative of the substantial weight they were dealing with. "Dongyang, you were indeed right. Although it's the season for the flesh fish to spawn, encountering them is no simple feat. Our luck today aligns perfectly with your words. It's truly commendable," Lin's father remarked. "I told you not to discard the sea turtle. And I was right. Had we not spent so much time assisting them in removing barnacles, we would surely have missed this school of fish." Lin's father expressed a sense of nostalgia. Lin Dongyang noted that his father had come to believe his assertions, filling him with pride. He felt content with the decision to release the sea turtles, as this catch of wolf fish was worth far more than 3 large sea turtles. His luck at sea had indeed been remarkable. Virtually every outing yielded bountiful treasures, perhaps because there were simply more valuable catches around. The two worked in unison to untangle the net, revealing rows of wolf fish with their razor-sharp teeth. Some were still gnawing on herring, refusing to let go even after being lifted onto the boat, displaying their fierce vitality. This time, Lin Dongyang did not allow his father to steer the boat, as this haul consisted entirely of wolf fish, all of considerable size and exceptionally slippery, thrashing about energetically. With spines along their dorsal fins, they required careful handling. A bite from these creatures could be quite painful. This haul appeared to weigh over 1,000 pounds, nearing 100 fish, all impressively sized. In these times, wolf fish could fetch a decent price, promising a profitable venture. "Father, when have I ever incurred a loss? Please refrain from uttering such ominous words." When have I ever spoken ill-fated words? I was out at sea before you were even born. And now, after just 2 days at sea, you think you can lecture your father? Lin Dongyang observed his father's irritation but paid it no mind, knowing he would soon calm down. After all, fishing often dulled the memory of grievances. Once they had stored all the wolf fish in baskets and lowered the net, they navigated the familiar route towards the spot where they had placed the crab traps, preparing to retrieve them as dusk approached, signaling it was time to return. Upon reaching the area where they had set the traps, Lin Dongyang noticed a vessel anchored near the island. He was uncertain if it was an operation or if it was the same boat from before. However, at sea, it was not an ideal place to forge friendships. It was safest to keep a distance from any unfamiliar vessel. Observing his father as he tended to the fishing net, Lin Dongyang chose not to speak. Noticing that his father's vision seemed somewhat obscured, he might not even discern a shadow, perhaps only the distant peaks of the island. This catch was abundant with bamboo shrimp. Though the crabs and squids were rather scarce, the vessel was ill-suited for foraging nearby, lacking the convenience of his smaller boat. "Look at the net I've pulled up," Lin's father remarked with a smile, revealing a collection of striking red and black bamboo shrimp. Anything adorned with a hint of red or beauty could hardly be deemed inexpensive. "That's not a problem. Bamboo shrimp are far more valuable than crabs. The common fish are over there. Remember to toss them in. By the way, check if there are any damaged ones. Do I need your reminder? Just focus on your own tasks." Lin Dongyang, observing his father's displeasure, smiled quietly and refrained from further conversation as they both set to work. Once the net was cast, and they began their return journey, the twilight had already enveloped the sky. Midway, they encountered 2 other fishing boats, prompting them to haul in the net prematurely. The catch was scant, and they quickly sorted through it, discarding the remainder back into the sea. "Father, Mother is already waiting for us ahead. Your eyesight is impressive. You can spot her from such a distance. A true master of navigation." As they disembarked, Lin Dongyang waved at his approaching mother. "What are you waving for? I'm not blind. I can see you just fine. How was today's haul?" Lin Dongyang felt a sudden grounding sensation, as if his heart had settled back into place upon hearing her words. Strangely, he found a certain pleasure in her scolding. "It went well. I encountered several intriguing events today. If you prepare steamed peepa shrimp for dinner, I might share the stories with you. Otherwise, I shall keep them to myself." "Did you catch peepa shrimp today? That's quite a treasure. You should hurry and sell it. The price will surely be high." "Mother, my father and I have already sampled it on the boat. Don't you wish to taste it?" Lin Dongyang, lifting the pre-prepared bucket, smiled as he handed it to his mother, whispering softly, "Lin Dafu, I instructed you to keep an eye on him on the boat. Yet you allowed him to indulge in such luxuries? Just wait until we return. You shall see how I deal with you." Lin's father, just stepping off the boat, looked bewildered, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Dongyang. Noting his father's expression, Lin Dongyang shrugged, to ensure he enjoys a good meal. "A small sacrifice on your part is warranted." Upon hearing his words, Lin's mother ceased her insistence on selling the shrimp, after all, having tasted it once. A second indulgence was hardly objectionable. What a prodigal child. Chapter 44, A Woman's Heart, a needle in the sea with his mother no longer nagging. Lin Dongyang wore a smile as he nodded to his older brother who had come to assist, then returned to the boat to unload the catch. This haul was significant. The last net yielded a bounty of valuable bamboo shrimp alongside other catches that had not been sorted due to the lack of containers in the encroaching darkness. "Second brother, hold on. You stay there and receive the catch. We're out of baskets on the boat." Lin Dongyang quickly instructed his brother who was about to board. "Dongyang, didn't T-Mother prepare some more baskets for you? Has the net exploded again?" "Indeed, fortune has favored us today. I shall converse with you further upon my return for dinner. Now, let us commence with the unloading of goods." Lin Dongyang exhibited no embarrassment towards his elder brothers. After all, if he were to favor one over the other, it might lead to discontent among them. He was diligent in his fairness, ensuring that if one brother assisted, the other must be afforded the same opportunity, thus preventing envy from taking root among them. With a large family and the aid of his brothers, the considerable volume of goods was weighed without excessive effort, and they awaited Erlongzi to finalize the accounts and produce the invoice. In total, there were 1,100 jean of fish sticks. Given the current market, the price of fish is notably high, especially as these are fully matured specimens, priced at 30 cents per jean. Additionally, there were 80 jean of bamboo shrimp, which have also seen a price increase to 60 cents per jean, bringing the total to 168. As for the rest, we adhere to our usual pricing. However, the cuttlefish has risen by 2 cents. and the 7 to 8 gene of segmented shrimp can fetch $1 per gene, resulting in a final tally of 602. Dongyang, your luck is unparalleled. I almost wish to send your nephew to sea with you, Erlongzi remarked, jotting down figures on the invoice, a hint of envy in his tone. This single voyage had yielded over 600 yuan, a sum he would toil for half a month to earn, prompting him to consider venturing out on his own. While working for the fishing company offers stability, the earnings are rather meager. The current purchase prices for fishermen do not significantly deviate from market selling prices, primarily because these fishing companies still operate with a semblance of moderation rather than ruthlessly maximizing profits. Furthermore, the market has not fully expanded, and there are not many private buyers. Erlongzi had a reputable high-end seafood channel through a restaurant, which was already commendable. Uncle, my luck seems to shine brightly. With my nephew joining me, he is essentially working for me. You have only one at home. Would you truly send him out to sea? In my opinion, your business appears quite prosperous, at least stable, does it not? Lin Dongyang replied with a smile, accepting the invoice and reveling in the numbers it bore. His heart brimmed with joy. Now, he wondered if Li Huixiang would still fret over expenditures. He had earned nearly 600 yuan in a single day, easily covering the expenses of both her and their children. In the future, once his finances improved, he planned to seize the opportunity presented by the current housing market and purchase 2 apartments, one for each child. Whether it was mere luck or a blessing from a past life, it seemed that even during his initial reluctant foray into the fishing trade, he would often catch bountiful fish while idling away the time. His third brother did not charge him for boat fees, allowing him to accumulate a significant amount each month. You have a point. It is fruitless to dwell on envy. Your sea ventures have indeed proven fruitful. Uncle Dafu, had you taken Dongyang out to sea earlier, perhaps your family would have become affluent within these 2 years. Yet, what good is such reflection? He had not pursued that path at the time. It was only now, when he realized the necessity of action, that he began to take it seriously. Lin's father listened to Erlongzi's words, casting an exasperated glance at his cheerful son. Inwardly, he mused that had he known of Dongyang's fortuitous streak, he would have insisted on binding him to the ship, if nothing else, for display purposes. Dongyang, our luck seems favorable today. We have gathered 93 from this trip. Make a note of it. Brother, there is no need. We have the invoice. Do you doubt my trustworthiness? Lin Dongyang glanced at the list handed to him by his elder brother but did not take it. His honest elder brother had always been straightforward throughout his life. He would never be so petty over a trivial sum of money. Lin Dongyang observed his younger sibling's reluctance to accept the list and smiled. If he had taken it, it would have been inconsequential, for he too had a share in the cargo aboard the ship. However, his refusal signified a trust in his elder brother, a trust that warmed Lin Dongyang's heart. Seeing the smile on his brother's face filled him with joy, realizing how much he had grown. Tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes, and he quickly shut them, trying to hold back his emotions. Elder brother, why are you crying? Are you envious that I earn less than you? When we return home for dinner, I'll peel a fresh sweet shrimp for you and share a bit of my luck. Lin Dongyang jested. What nonsense are you spouting? The wind is strong at the dock. Hurry back to the ship and unload the goods. You, your second brother, and mother will transport them back while your father and I set sail, Lin Dongyang replied. After their brief exchange, they spoke no further. It was getting late, and there was still much work to be done. They had not yet divided their household, so they would save further discussions for dinner. Yet, Lin Dongyang was aware that once they became busy and eventually separated, even though they lived close by, their interactions would diminish significantly. Dear mother, could you please stop nagging? Father says I talk too much, just like you. I might just complain to you when I get off the ship, Lin Dongyang remarked, accompanying his second brother as they pushed a cart, guided by their mother's flashlight towards home, struggling to endure her incessant chatter. Why does it always have to be about you? Your second brother is right here, she retorted. What's wrong? Am I being unfair to you? I merely said that even if you make money, you shouldn't spend it recklessly. Can't you just listen? Look at you. Today you dared to eat crabs and sweet shrimp. Tomorrow you'll be frying big fish, and the day after, will you be steaming grouper? One must remain grounded. You mustn't let a little money inflate your ego. Did you hear me? Lin mother continued, feeling as though she was speaking to a wall, her dissatisfaction evident. I heard you. You're absolutely right. Now, how about you stay grounded and help us prepare the sweet shrimp, and for goodness sake, don't indulge yourself, lest you tarnish your own work ethic. He retorted. What are you even talking about? I'm educating you, not discussing dinner. Thus, they continued their journey, bickering all the way, neither feeling bothered. Lin Donghua, watching them, wore an expression of speechlessness but remained silent, fearing he would be drawn into their quarrel. The three of them eventually returned home, later than both Lin father and Lin Dongyang. However, when they saw Lin mother's displeased countenance, no one dared to inquire about their tardiness. They exchanged knowing glances and focused on their tasks instead. Lin Dafu, with so many sons. Do you really need to work this hard? If you enjoy labor so much, why have so many sons? Hurry up and come help me instead. And you dare call me a nag? If it weren't for this family, would I even need to nag? Lin's mother observed Lin's father, who was shrinking away with his head down, her gaze intensifying. Surely he could manage this conversation better than their younger son? Lin Dongyang, noticing his father's glance, shrugged and set down the basket in his hands before heading inside. He had no desire to provoke his mother's displeasure any further. He had already voiced his thirst. Sighing deeply, Lin's father accepted the water bucket from Lin's mother and followed her into the house. It was all quite challenging for him. Chapter 45. Family Reunion. As Lin Dongyang entered the house, he noticed his son and the youngest boy from his brother's family playing on the mat, while his nephews remained indoors, not venturing outside. They formed a circle around the two little ones, with the more spirited child from his brother's family attempting to break free from the confines of the circle. Time and again, he was toppled over but remained undeterred, giggling joyfully. Observing the lively scene, Lin Jianchuan, who sat still in the center, eventually joined in the laughter. It was uncertain who had instilled such laughter in him. Likely, it was learned from his mother. "Dad, Dad," exclaimed Lin Jianchuan, spotting Lin Dongyang as he entered. He quickly steadied himself, using both hands and feet to rise, and, seizing the moment when his older cousin Lin Jianhai was distracted, he darted out from under his arm and ran towards his father. Lin Dongyang's heart swelled with joy as he watched his son approach, calling out for him, even though he sometimes found him to be a bit of a hindrance. Seeing him run with such enthusiasm made everything worthwhile, no matter how exhausting the day at sea had been. The sight of his son sprinting towards him and the gentle gaze of his wife made it all worthwhile. Uncle, you're back," Lin Jianyang chirped. "I heard from Grandma that Anne is going to the county. Does that mean you can bring us some treats? You mustn't go back on your word. I've been behaving so well lately, helping to take care of my little brother." Lin Jianyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stood up to address his returning uncle. "You are quite the gossip," Lin Dongyang replied with a smile, "but I must work to earn money, so I want to be going. However, I'll bring something tasty when I come back with your aunt next time. You all have indeed been well behaved these past few days. Here, take these $2 and buy some food from the supply store in the village. But remember, you must continue to look after your little brothers. Otherwise, I want to be able to go out to sea, and that means no money for treats." Lin Dongyang pulled out the scant $2 he had saved and gave them to Lin Jianyang with a nonchalant expression, while reminding him of his responsibilities. Once the money was gone, he felt a twinge of regret. After all, it was all he had, and asking Li Huixiang for more would be akin to dealing with a miserly spouse, who would be reluctant to part with any cash. It seemed he would have to sweet-talk her later that evening. "Jianyang, return the money to your uncle. Taking care of your brother is your duty. How can you ask your uncle for money? That's enough, second sister-in-law. Without some incentive, how can one focus? It's not a significant amount," Lin Dongyang responded, walking over to Li Huixiang. The weather had been poor that morning, and since Uncle Li would be busy with the tractor in the afternoon, they hadn't made it to the hospital. His mother had mentioned this upon her return, which did not come as a surprise to him. At this moment, the traffic was indeed quite difficult to articulate. Venturing outside was no simple task, especially for Li Huixiang, who was heavily pregnant. "My mother had told me to look at the amount listed above, and now there was no need to worry about expenses. She should take good care of herself. And I could rest assured while at sea, perhaps even earn a bit more in the process, with her nearing the time of delivery at home. I found it hard to fully relax while I was away." Lin Dongyang handed her the receipt, pointing out the total amount. Observing her wide-eyed reaction, he felt a mix of amusement and affection. Though she was soon to become the mother of 2 children, there was something about her innocence, perhaps it was a matter of perspective and the sense of obligation he felt, that made her seem as pure as a child. When Lin's mother emerged from the kitchen, accompanied by his father carrying a large platter filled with manna shrimp, it was enough to make the children nearby drool with anticipation. Such delicacies were typically encountered only during the festive season when the weather permitted a trip to the sea, if fortune favored them. They might catch enough to bring home for a special meal. Each shrimp was worth a significant sum, and with a large family, a single meal could cost as much as several days' wages for workers on the road. Li Huixiang gazed at the manna shrimp, glancing down at the receipt. knowing that these were the ones Lin Dongyang had caught today. She was uncertain if he had brought home any more. It appeared to be a considerable amount. Even with a large family, if each person had one, it would suffice. In the past, she would have needed to toil for over 10 days to earn enough for such a feast. However, she said nothing. The family's situation had improved, and they had always treated her well. Even though she cherished money and was reluctant to spend it, she would not show any displeasure towards Lin Dongyang at this moment. She was not one to express such sentiments. Watching her nephews joyously devour the manna shrimp and seeing her brother and sister-in-law glance at her with a hint of shyness, her heart swelled with happiness, and a smile broke across her face. Seeing Li Huixiang smile, the family gathered around the table, eager to discuss the events of the day at sea. The children, who had been rambunctious during mealtime, were now engrossed in their mantis shrimp, not daring to lift their heads for fear of eating too slowly. "Uncle, you're the best. This is so delicious." Yes, Auntie is wonderful too." "Brother, this squid is beautiful." Lin Dongyang basked in the praises from his nephews and sister, savoring the meal even more as he peeled shrimp for Li Huixiang. In his previous life, he had not achieved much, yet none of his nephews or sister had looked down upon him. Even his second sister, who struggled financially, had contributed generously when her son got married. He remembered all of this, and seeing the smiles on their faces brought him genuine joy. As for whether Li Huixiang would feel upset, he had never worried about it. Even in times of scarcity, she was not that kind of person. Now that their circumstances had improved, a little indulgence in food was hardly a matter of survival. But this is a precious treat. Your grandfather wouldn't let me bring any home. I was scolded by your grandmother all the way here. Next time you want to enjoy it, you'll have to bear the brunt of her reproach first. Otherwise, forget it. Huh? Such delightful occurrences. I shall be the first to share. My grandmother scolds me daily. And dear uncle, you are rather weak in withstanding such reprimands. My mother often remarks that my father lets words enter one ear and exit the other. Since I learned this, I have no longer feared her rebukes. Listening to my uncle's words, Lin Jianhai's eyes brightened. If enduring grandmother's scolding could lead to delectable treats, that would indeed be splendid. Lin Jianhai, is it true that you cannot resist a meal? Shall I deny you dinner right now? My sister-in-law, observing her son's words, glanced affectionately at the group around her. Lin Jianhai sat beside her, giving a firm pinch. Uncle, you see, my mother cannot be so lenient. She has already resorted to physical means. Yet, surely grandmother would not resort to such measures against you. You have grown too strong for her to handle. As the laughter from Lin Jianhai's innocent remarks subsided, everyone turned their attention to Lin's parents seated at the head of the table. Enough, the child speaks the truth. Let us eat swiftly. We have delayed your rest for this meal. Now that the weather is fine, we must not squander the opportunity to venture out to sea. Lin's mother wore a smile, devoid of any sorrow, as she regarded her harmonious family, feeling a swell of pride. These were the children she and her partner had raised with such dedication. Chapter 46. The Immortal. All the dusk deepened. And after a lengthy conversation with his wife the previous night, Lin Dongyang found himself unwilling to rise at the sound of knocking at the door. He was utterly fatigued. Gently lifting Li Huixiang's head from his arm, he withdrew it from around her neck. Ever since he ceased drinking, she had taken a particular liking to resting her head on his arm during the night. Initially, she feared it might tire him, so she would only rest for a brief while. However, after one comfortable slumber, she could no longer restrain herself. Although his movements were gentle, they roused her from her sweet dreams, for she was enjoying a restful sleep. Had it not been for the ruckus outside, she would have awakened even before him. Are you awake? It's still early. Please, continue to sleep. If you head out today, be cautious on the road. I shall not accompany you, as I need to earn a living, lest you worry over expenses or fear I might delay you. Lin Dongyang smiled at her, captivated by her beautiful eyes, which still held a hint of drowsiness. Yes, do take care at sea. Listen to your father in times of trouble. Do not argue with him constantly. Rest assured. Let me give you a gentle squeeze, and I shall get to work. He placed her back on the pillow and covered their younger son with a blanket before finally rising from bed. Yawning as he stepped outside, he initially failed to see his father. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered to life, revealing a deeply wrinkled, pallid face. Only then did Lin Dongyang realize where his father was. Father, you nearly scared me to death. Enough with the chatter. If that frightens you, your courage must be minimal. I've been calling you for ages. You are always so sluggish. His father replied, feigning irritation, but secretly relishing Lin Dongyang's startled reaction for having reported him the previous day. Lin Dongyang gazed at his father, astonished that at such an advanced age, he still harbored these petty thoughts. It was merely a minor complaint to his mother, yet his father seemed to hold a grudge. The elderly man, perhaps not unlike a child, continued to engage in peculiar antics. The two remained silent, having missed the earlier departure of his elder siblings. As Lin's father navigated the boat from the dock, guided by the dim lights aboard, it wasn't long before the wind began to rise, causing the vessel to sway more than usual. "Father, the wind is picking up," Lin Dongyang remarked, peering into the pitch-black sea through the small light in the cabin. "It's nothing serious. The wind isn't strong enough to affect us much. Let us lower the nets first, and we can retrieve them later." Lin's father replied after assessing the situation. He beckoned Lin Dongyang to join him, and together they began to lower the nets. As the fishing net descended into the water, several white squids, perhaps drawn by the light, circled the boat. Observing his father continue steering the vessel, Lin Dongyang seized the extended hand net. The cold bamboo pole, combined with the brisk sea breeze, sent a shiver through his hands. It was the transitional season of spring to summer. The morning still held a chill, exacerbated by their maritime setting, suggesting that the weather might not be favorable today. However, a mere change in weather would not deter him from returning. He needed to earn back the cost of the diesel fuel expended on this outing. Given the conditions, it seemed unnecessary to deploy the crab traps just yet. Utilizing the dim light nearby, he scooped the squids floating on the surface one by one, though they were not abundant enough to capture in a single net. He could not afford to overlook even a modest haul. These were gifts from the sea, and if he expressed disdain for a small catch now, the ocean might well forsake him in the future. After more than an hour of labor, akin to the legendary tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, he continued to draw the squids in, accumulating a respectable quantity despite the individual catches being few. Lin's father, noticing the flickering lights on the horizon, emerged from the cabin and was taken aback by the sight of his son surrounded by squids. "How did you manage to catch so many squids? From where did they come?" he inquired. "Just idling about. The sea breeze was a bit chilly, making sleep elusive. I watched the squids drifting by the boat, and since I had nothing else to do, I decided to scoop them up. Though they weren't gathered in large numbers, every little bit counts," Lin Dongyang explained, continuing to wave his arms and scoop. His father felt a sense of satisfaction, pleased to see his son finally engaging in productive work. He had been cautious not to pressure him too much lately, fearing it might provoke a rebellious response and lead him to shirk his responsibilities. "Let us take a break. Dawn is approaching. We should retrieve the nets and gather the crab traps before the wind picks up further and sweeps them away. Once we've collected them, we'll hold off on setting them out again until the weather improves." "Understood. I'll start the engine," Lin Dongyang replied. After the two conversed, the darkness that enveloped them had dissipated. They could discern the surroundings, albeit faintly. They switched on a flashlight, the creaking sound echoing in the silence. Lin Dongyang exchanged a glance with his father, both brimming with excitement. "Father, it appears we are destined for a prosperous catch today. This haul, judging by the sounds, should be substantial," Lin Dongyang exclaimed with a grin as he approached his father. The waves had begun to rise, and speaking too softly might hinder their communication. "1, 2. Ah." Even with Lin Dongyang's strength, he found the net somewhat burdensome, casting a delighted glance at the catch. However, as his father opened the net, his joy swiftly waned. A large quantity of fish spilled onto the boat, but a sea of jellyfish greeted them instead. He was at a loss for words. Why must they catch something so unworthy? The top layer was entirely composed of large jellyfish, which were unsellable and merely took up space, utterly useless. "Father, give the net a shake and let us cast it again. I had hoped for a bountiful start," he suggested. Lin's father, whose initial joy had faded, regained his composure. This was the ocean. After all, it would occasionally surprise them, much like the unpredictable winds and weather at sea. The two shook the net, dislodging the sea mud, and prepared to cast it anew. Once the net was fully deployed, Lin's father returned to steering the boat, while Lin Dongyang, feeling somewhat impatient, donned his gloves and began tossing the jellyfish back into the sea. By now, dawn had broken, and as the jellyfish splashed back into the water, he spotted a few sea turtles surface, nibbling on the jellyfish. Observing the turtles, he noted the absence of barnacles on their shells, pondering whether they were among those he had previously released. After discarding the jellyfish, he was left with a meager collection of crabs, their claws and legs crushed under the weight of the jellyfish. Surprisingly, he realized that the squid he had caught earlier was far more valuable. Otherwise, this haul would be deemed a complete failure. As the fishing boat continued its journey, it drew nearer to the location where he had set the traps. and closer to the island. Upon reaching that stretch of sea, Lin Dongyang gazed upon the island ahead, appearing ethereal and dreamlike, with its peaks rising and morphing into shapes reminiscent of mushrooms and spindles. From a distance, it seemed elusive, as if it belonged to a realm of fantasy. Chapter 47. The harassment from Ocean Street delinquents. Lin Dongyang stood momentarily entranced by the scene before him, until his father emerged from the cabin and patted his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. What on earth is this? We've been here so many times, and it has never looked like this, Lin's father questioned, his face a mask of confusion. He had started to open up to his younger son, no longer maintaining the demeanor of an omnipotent old captain. Lin Dongyang, regaining his senses, gazed at the island, which was now floating in the sky, resembling a mystical isle adorned with surreal colors. However, Lin Dongyang understood that this was not a celestial island, but rather an atmospheric optical phenomenon known as hazy, akin to a mirage. Yet, at this moment, he wondered if that name had been revealed. Unlike a mirage, which is ephemeral, this hazy could persist for a considerable duration. This particular sea area had attracted numerous tourists over time due to this phenomenon. Although most visitors left disappointed, many still took a leisurely cruise, profiting from the spectacle. It was a phenomenon that defied simple explanation. How do you know so much? I am quite unaware, Lin's father inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Dongyang. He genuinely did not know. It was his first encounter. Well, I just do. No need for excessive questioning. Look, there's a ship flying in the sky. Quickly, let us gather the gear to avoid that vessel coming too close. I believe it might be the same one we encountered last time. I wonder what it's doing near the island, Lin Dongyang remarked, observing what appeared to be a ship floating in the northern sky. It looked no different from the vessels he had seen before, but thanks to the hazy, it appeared clearer than ever. With keen eyesight, he examined the various crates on board and, furrowing his brow, addressed his father. He sensed something was amiss with that ship. If it were a legitimate fishing vessel, it wouldn't be idly drifting, especially since it always seemed to be working whenever he visited. However, their own ship was unarmed. If his suspicions were correct, and they did encounter trouble, it could turn out badly. Those engaged in such activities would certainly not be without weapons, especially since it was not yet a time of disarmament. Dongyang, that ship is suspicious, no matter how coincidental it may seem. It's too fortuitous for it to be anchored right by the island just as we arrive. Moreover, such a large vessel is unlikely to be here for mere fishing. Lin's father pointed out. Father, you noticed it too? Regardless, it's not our concern. Let us focus on our own fishing, Lin Dongyang replied, choosing not to look back. In this era, safety was not guaranteed, and if they got involved, an accident could occur at any moment. Those who engaged in such work were seldom merciful. Furthermore, the sea was the most perilous place for unexpected events to unfold. Lin's father observed his son, who displayed neither impulsiveness nor curiosity, and felt somewhat perplexed by his younger son's demeanor. He had intended to discuss the matter further, given his background as a former ship captain in the area. And the family still owned a vessel. They had not been strangers to invitations to join such endeavors, but he had no desire to partake in that lifestyle. Despite having a sizable family, he could sustain them solely through their fishing, without needing to join any illicit operations. It's good that you know. I wanted to talk to you about this. You've truly grown up, he remarked. Isn't that obvious? I weigh 170 pounds now, Lin Dongyang retorted. The two continued their conversation while retrieving their gear. Perhaps due to the winds and waves, their catch that day was quite satisfactory. Although they had not landed anything particularly valuable, a dozen exquisite bamboo shrimp brought a sense of delight, and their price was quite reasonable. This time, the crab pot was not placed beneath. As the weather was unfavorable and the pot had some holes, it was time for a comprehensive repair. Next time, it could be set alongside the crab traps. After the father and son completed their tasks, they glanced at the boats drifting in the sky near the opposite island before turning toward another expanse of sea. For him, this was tantamount to venturing into a new maritime territory, one that was less familiar. As dawn broke, a faint sunlight began to pierce through the sky, though dark clouds predominantly obscured the sun, casting a gloomy pall over the day. The absence of bright sunshine left much to be desired. Just as Lin Dongyang and his father finished casting the net, they heard a series of snorts emanating from a short distance ahead, reminiscent of squeals from a piglet being slaughtered. As the sounds diminished, they observed two waves rise on the surface of the water, one large and one small, as two black and white creatures leaped from the sea and splashed back down. Since their vessel had not halted, and they had inadvertently approached the very edge where the creatures fell, Lin Dongyang, unprepared, was drenched by the splashing seawater. "Dad, can you even steer a boat? How are you navigating this?" he exclaimed, a hint of irritation in his tone. If his father had only slowed down a bit, he surely would have avoided such a soaking. With years of experience at the helm, he found it hard to believe his father lacked such basic skill. He could not help but suspect that his father was doing it on purpose. At his age, holding on to grudges seemed quite juvenile. "I can't steer a boat? How do you think I provide for you? Didn't you say you weigh 170 pounds? Lin's father replied with a chuckle, looking at his drenched son. "Well then, our luck seems to be quite good. We've spotted a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. And now a pod of orcas. They must be in pursuit of a school of fish. Let us hurry and follow them. Look, 2 more just jumped." His father, brimming with excitement at the sight of the increasing number of orcas, urged Lin Dongyang along without waiting for his approval. He felt a genuine thrill accompanying his son on this sea venture. They had already encountered schools of fish multiple times, a stark contrast to the previous month when such occurrences were rare. As a fisherman, the prospect of encountering a school of fish was irresistible, provided it wasn't a school of herring. Lin Dongyang observed his father steering the boat, choosing not to voice any further complaints. His spirits lifted by the orcas leaping from the water. However, he soon realized that these magnificent creatures were reluctant to approach larger fishing vessels. Just as he thought their luck might run out, they spotted a magnificent tiger shark, approximately 8 or 9 meters long, leap from the water, only to violently thrash its tail, sending a sea turtle, which it had clutched in its jaws, hurtling toward their direction. As the turtle descended from the sky, Lin Dongyang quickly ducked to the side, gripping the railing tightly, fearful of the impending impact. Miraculously, perhaps due to his father's undeniable skill, the turtle landed safely on the deck, sliding right beneath him. He could even feel the hard barnacles on its head. Lin Dongyang stood up, casting an irritated glance at the small orca that had just leapt out of the sea. Initially, he found it adorable, but now, well, it still retained its charm. In Chapter 48, The Grand Stage of the Sea, if you have the courage, come forth. Observing the diminutive orca, its black and white head diving into the water, he noted that while it was still somewhat small, the splash it created was less than a fifth of that made by its parents. It posed no threat to Lin Dongyang, who stood by the side of the boat. He also glanced at the slightly dazed sea turtle on the deck. Fortunately, it had merely been stunned, or else it would have bitten him just moments ago, and the consequences would have been dire. Kicking the dizzy turtle aside, he had not yet managed to assist it in removing the barnacles when he noticed another splash in the water nearby. 2 enormous orcas leapt out of the sea, each measuring about 10 meters in length. Clearly, they had encountered a sizable pod of orcas, which was a rare sight. One unfortunate sea turtle was caught mid-air by a successive slap from the 2 orcas, who, after their performance, emitted a series of increasingly high-pitched calls, harmoniously synchronized. Unlike the earlier orcas' calls, which seemed foreign and dialectical, this was a cohesive chorus. "Father, steer left. A sea turtle is coming down from the sky," Lin Dongyang exclaimed, tightening his grip as he watched another turtle plummet towards them. He called out to the helm, unsure whether it was the tumultuous waves that drowned out his voice, the orcas' calls that captivated attention, or if his father was simply being obstinate. The fishing boat trailed closely behind the pod of orcas, showing no signs of deviation, and soon, the turtle that had just experienced the 2 slaps fell onto the deck not far from him with a loud thud, which sounded painfully distressing. What were these sea turtles thinking, provoking orcas? Now he was entangled in their misadventures. As the apex predators of the ocean, the orca pod moved with remarkable speed, leaving few creatures their equals. Many fishing boats in the area were dwarfed by their size, making it nearly impossible to catch them. Furthermore, their numbers were substantial, rendering them an overwhelming force. Typically, other marine life would steer clear of them. It was unclear whether these turtles were simply reckless or just unfortunate. Why did he refer to several turtles? Because, at that moment, as he glanced up, he saw 2 more sea turtles propelled into the air by the powerful tail fins of the orcas. Just as he thought the turtles would fall into the water, before he could even feel relief that they wouldn't land on the boat, another pair of orcas leapt from the sea. He marveled at how their keen eyes detected the approaching turtles, expertly maneuvering their tails to send the sea turtles soaring once again. Like 2 cannonballs, they soared accurately towards their fishing boat, which his father maneuvered perfectly to catch them. In that fleeting moment, Lin Dongyang's mind raced with thoughts, culminating in a singular realization: these wretched sea turtles were indeed his bane. "Father, there are 2 more. Quickly, veer to the right. There is still time. I am utterly exasperated by your actions. The orcas are intent on hurling sea turtles into our vicinity, driving the fish into disarray. If I do not catch them, The fish will surely scatter. Do you comprehend this? Enough of your shouting. Lin's father, observing the leaping orcas and the flung sea turtles, instinctively recognized that the pod had not yet satiated their hunger. They were not merely frolicking. It was evident they were hurting the fish, though the specific species eluded him. However, should a turtle plummet into the sea beside us, the fish would undoubtedly disperse, clustering ahead. By that time, although we might benefit from the aftermath of their feast, it would pale in comparison to the immediate gain. As for contesting with the orcas for their catch, such a notion had never crossed his mind. A misstep could provoke their ire, potentially capsizing our vessel. Despite their generally docile nature, one could never predict their reaction if their hard-earned meal were snatched away. Mammals possess cunning intelligence, and one cannot underestimate their capabilities. Before he could boast to his younger son about his nautical skills, he found himself in a rather irritable mood due to the latter's commands. Listening to his father's words, Lin Dongyang dared not retort. Indeed, he lacked experience for this era. After all, by the time he ventured out to sea turtles had become a rare sight in these waters. As the turtles drew closer to the deck, he leaned against the edge, clutching a cast net, an implement he had not utilized in ages, though it was kept aboard as a precaution. With two resounding thuds and his father's admonitions, Lin Dongyang realized his father's intent, yet he refrained from casting blame. Peering into the depths below, he observed fish darting swiftly beneath the surface, accompanied by numerous jellyfish swept along by the school. No wonder the turtles were present at this moment. It was rather unfortunate that, in their quest for sustenance, they were being treated like mere playthings. Nonetheless, the turtles aboard appeared robust. After a brief respite, they resumed their movements on the deck, save for the first one, which lay face down, while the others rested on their backs. The golden shells glimmered even under the dim sky, their wriggling forms exuding a certain charm. The ocean teems with delightful creatures. If only they posed no threat to us, it would be even better. Dongyang, hasten to release these turtles. There should be no others nearby. And two large black and white ones are leaping up ahead. We must not be greedy. We need to let them herd the fish. They are eager to dine. Lin's father urgently called out to Lin Dongyang, who, upon hearing his father's plea, felt an inclination to respond. You are quite the good man. Acknowledging the urgency, he said, I'll quickly clear the barnacles off them. What are you clearing? There is no time left. Son, we've come this far. Good deeds will be rewarded. Lin Dongyang remarked, watching as his father anxiously exited the cabin. He shrugged and waved his hand, beginning to remove barnacles from the turtles at his feet, disregarding their discomfort due to the pressing time constraints. Time is of the essence, and the task at hand is demanding. It is not the moment for contemplation. It is certainly more comfortable than languishing idly. Lin's father observed his son, Lin Dongyang, who remained unfazed even amidst a school of fish, unsure of what to say. Just moments ago, he had expressed disdain for bringing the sea turtles aboard, yet now he was diligently cleaning them. It was quite eccentric. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and began to assist in the task, just as they managed to create some distance from the pod of orcas. Lin Dongyang, possessing considerable strength and swift hands, embraced the philosophy that great effort yields miraculous results. In no time, he had cleaned one turtle, while his father had barely made any progress. Once the barnacles were removed from the turtles, they had not spent too long on the task. Lin's father hurried to take the helm. Lin Dongyang had no choice but to push each turtle to the edge of the boat, tying the rope around himself. As the fishing vessel resumed its journey, he laboriously tossed the turtles into the sea. When the first turtle splashed into the water, it was uncertain whether fortune favored him or misfortune awaited, as it landed directly atop a massive 3-meter-long thresher shark. As the turtle entered the water, the shark noticeably sank momentarily. He wondered if he had inadvertently stunned it. Before he could catch his breath, two even larger thresher sharks appeared around the fishing boat, relentlessly pursuing. He could see the glint of sharp white teeth within one shark's mouth, which contained the remains of an unknown fish, torn to pieces. The shredded remains were unrecognizable, especially through the veil of seawater. He hastily cast the remaining 3 turtles into the ocean, as they were now perilously close to the orcas. One of the sharks that had been following was struck down by a falling turtle and ceased its pursuit. The commotion caused by the orcas must have been substantial, as a large flock of white-fronted terns approached, eager for their share, accompanied by numerous other seabirds. In this era, biodiversity was still rich, with creatures that would become rare in the future still relatively easy to encounter today. This was a result of previous years of national decline, during which many marine resources remained undeveloped. There was no urgent impetus for profit, and neither the Goryeo nor the Japanese fishermen dared venture into these waters, preserving the bounty of the sea. Should anyone attempt to intrude now, they would certainly face dire consequences. In this modest expanse of ocean, waves churned, orcas roamed, sharks circled. Various unknown fish swam, and the contented sea turtles floated amidst the incoming seabirds, along with the fishing vessel manned by the father and son duo. It truly echoed the saying, "The sea is a grand stage. If you have the courage, step forth." Chapter 49, A Sky Full of Flying Fish, I Forgive You. Having concluded the release of the sea turtles, Lin Dongyang did not untie the ropes binding him. He watched as the greedy turtles re-emerged at the water's surface, blissfully propelling themselves forward with remarkable speed, possibly invigorated by their recent comfort. They surged toward the pod of orcas, willing to become a meal for the sake of sustenance. One could not help but feel a mix of pity for them and admiration for their indomitable spirit. Do not look any further. This time we are destined for fortune. This wave will undoubtedly break the internet. And you, my boy, are truly fortunate. I regret not binding you to the ship from the very beginning. Lin's father remarked with a smile, gazing at the distant sea alongside Lin Dongyang. He felt a genuine sense of remorse. Had he secured his son aboard, he would have been content to support him entirely, even without dividing their household. Father, if I were to board and do nothing, wouldn't that drive you to despair? Lin Dongyang replied with a chuckle, continuing to observe the mesmerizing scene before him. The sight was indeed breathtaking. The 13-meter fishing vessel beneath him felt insignificantly small. One by one, enormous orcas leaped from the depths, their mouths agape as they snatched the seabirds overhead for a snack, while their colossal bodies crashed against the surface, herding schools of fish into a tightening circle. The tiger sharks that had been trailing their fishing boat now surged ahead, eager to snatch morsels from the orca's jaws. Lin Dongyang could not help but admire these seemingly mindless sharks. Devoid of worries, they were content as long as they were fed, and if they could escape, their joy would only amplify. If they could not flee, they could still relish the moment. In that instant, as the orcas formed their encircling formation, they leapt into the air, splashing down into the water, vanishing from sight. Suddenly, from just below the surface, a mass of dark shapes surged upward, as if sprouting wings, heading directly towards their fishing vessel. It was flying fish, an unexpected delight. Their value was high. Indeed, they were striking it rich. Dongyang quickly grabbed the landing net. Watch as they soar over. Let us catch the first wave. I thought it would be just a single school, but here come the flying fish, Lin's father exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment as he rushed from the cabin to seize the net, raising it triumphantly above his head, awaiting the first bounty to ensnare itself. Lin Dongyang recognized these illustrious flying fish, understanding why the seabirds had followed suit. Some of the fish landed in the open jaws of the leaping orcas, while others were snatched away by the birds mid-flight. The school before them was scientifically known as exocoetidae. However, any fish capable of flight was colloquially dubbed flying fish. His father, with a penchant for precision, used the term fish as a teaching moment. Even if these fish managed to evade the gaping mouths of their underwater predators, they would soon confront the nets wielded by him and his father. A grim fate indeed. Yet, nature is relentlessly cruel. With Lin Dongyang's involvement, their chances of survival dwindled further. As he beheld the approaching school of fish, alongside the orcas, sharks, and countless seabirds, he decided against following his father's advice to grab the landing net. Instead, he prepared to employ the hand-cast net, ready to hurl it skyward in pursuit of fish, a novel technique, albeit one that would require considerable strength. Tightening the rope around his body, he knew that soon his movements while casting the net would become more vigorous. Below him swam both orcas and sharks, and he had no desire to fall, lest he be mistaken for a meal, which would surely lead to a restless demise. As the flying fish drew nearer, Lin Dongyang observed that his father had already caught one in the hand net, leaving no time for him to toss the fish below. Instead, his father moved swiftly, allowing the flying fish to leap into the net on their own. Lin Dongyang wasted no time. He hurled the hand net into the air, instantly ensnaring numerous flying fish. Due to the force of gravity, a cluster of these fish tumbled onto the deck, ignoring the soreness radiating from his arms. He realized that throwing upwards was a far greater challenge than casting downwards. Even with gravity on his side, it demanded considerable effort. However, the prospect of the money before him was too enticing to disregard. Though fortune had favored him this time, he could not predict when he might encounter such a situation again. Fortuitously, a particularly lucky vessel had anchored in the direction of the flying fish. Typically, these fish followed the path set by their predecessors, creating a seemingly unbroken line soaring toward the fishing boat. Even if Lin Dongyang and his father refrained from manual effort, The deck would still be graced with a generous catch by the time the fish had all flown past. Witnessing his son effortlessly catch as many fish in a single throw as he had after hours of waiting, Lin's father was momentarily taken aback. The ingenuity of youth truly astounded him. Yet, with only one hand net aboard, he could only wait for Lin Dongyang to tire before taking over. The two were joyously engaged in their task, one darting about like a butterfly catcher, while the other energetically slapped at the flurry of flying fish. The deck was so crowded with the leaping fish that there was scarcely room to place a foot, just as Lin Dongyang, enduring the relentless ache in his arms. Prepared to throw again, he noticed a black and white orca nearby, swinging its powerful tail to send flying fish crashing toward their boat. It was reminiscent of the earlier incident with the sea turtle, yet this time, Lin Dongyang felt elated. These flying fish were not the unmarketable turtles. With the assistance of these orcas, his catch would be even more bountiful. He decided to forgive them for their earlier antics of hurling turtles onto his boat and drenching him in water. Little ones, feel free to rain down upon me. Chapter 50. The sunset at sea. Observing the orcas leaping from the water, stunning the flying fish mid-air with their tails. Lin Dongyang witnessed some of the fish fall into the water, providing a meal for the smaller orcas that lacked the ability to leap. Others fell with a resounding splash onto their boat. It was truly a bonanza. "Father, this is a windfall," Lin Dongyang exclaimed. Hui Xiang lamented the money spent at the hospital, but today's catch is surely enough to cover many visits, and it could sustain the children for years to come. With just a fleeting glance at the fish that had been knocked onto the boat by the orcas, Lin Dongyang persevered through the ache in his arms and continued casting the net. As for letting his father take over, he deemed it unnecessary. After all, he was no longer a child and could manage the hand net to catch the flying fish without exerting excessive effort. The expenses for your child truly seem exorbitant. I have raised you to this age without incurring such costs. Lin's father observed his diligent son, noticing the furrowed brow that betrayed his exhaustion, and felt a pang of sympathy. Nevertheless, he retorted without restraint, a customary exchange during their time aboard the vessel. Unlike his older brothers, this younger son was not timid about voicing his opinions. He engaged in banter, which rendered their labor more enjoyable than during previous voyages. Each outing brought encounters with novel experiences and the joy of a bountiful catch. As Lin Dongyang gazed at the myriad flying fish on board, some still flapping while others lay still, whether dazed or deceased was uncertain, he mused that raising a child might indeed become a costly endeavor. I must work harder to provide for my son and prevent him from harboring grievances against me, he chuckled while gathering his net. You always have a point. How much can it really cost to raise a child? Are you still capable, or shall I take over? Perhaps not. I can manage for a while longer. There is not much left to do. Father, be cautious and refrain from leaning over the edge without a rope. It's perilous with orcas and sharks lurking below. Hearing his father's words, Lin Dongyang shook his head, urging him not to approach the side in pursuit of the congregating flying fish. Falling overboard at this juncture would be a trivial concern compared to the real danger it posed. Just as he finished speaking and noticed his father halting, a fleeting sense of joy filled him. There was indeed a day when his father heeded his advice. A flock of seabirds swooped down from above, squawking as they executed a coordinated aerial drop, some landing directly on Lin Dongyang's forehead. He grimaced at the sight of these birds. Rather than seeking fish in the air, they chose to feast on the bounty of his boat. Most troubling was their utter lack of decorum. With fish still clamped in their beaks, they defiled his vessel without a second thought. Lin Dongyang grimaced, wiping his forehead before addressing his equally displeased father, urging him to abandon the net and shoo the birds away. These creatures truly lacked civility. One thing was to steal a fish, but causing havoc was entirely unacceptable. Understood. You focus on your task. These birds are akin to those of the past, waiting for a free meal. However, while you may consume my fish, I cannot allow them the same privilege. Lin Dongyang observed his father commence his work, choosing to ignore the slight embedded in his words. The truth was undeniable, and he felt too disheartened to counter it. Thus, the father and son continued their clearly defined roles aboard the vessel, while the myriad creatures of the sea busied themselves in their respective pursuits, some fleeing, others feeding, and a few engaged in thievery. As the flying fish vanished from sight, several young orcas emerged from the depths, chasing after two adult shortfin mako sharks with relentless determination, their contrasting black and white heads colliding forcefully with their formidable prey. Though still a juvenile, he possesses a formidable stature of nearly 2 meters. Perhaps I am mistaken, but it seems he has also spotted the renowned baby pilot whale, trailing closely behind the orca calf as they collectively ram into a couple of mackerel sharks. despite their considerable size, approaching that of a meter. The two mackerel sharks find themselves at a disadvantage, for they are no match against the duo, especially after their recent indulgence in a hearty meal. Suddenly, they begin to emit distress calls, as their assailants, a group of orcas, swim with remarkable speed, quickly amassing beneath the ocean's surface. Observing their movements, Lin Dongyang seizes the opportunity to rest his weary arms, as the sky above is devoid of fish. His gaze follows the graceful forms gliding beneath the water. Fortuitously, his physical condition is quite favorable. Even when fixated on the spectacle, his sight remains unbroken. How he wishes for a camera to immortalize this rare moment. For such sights may seldom be witnessed again. He watches the orca calf engage in combat with the mackerel sharks, reminiscing about the airborne sea turtles and the multitude of flying fish he had just encountered. If captured on film, such a video would undoubtedly draw throngs of spectators in the ages to come. He can only hope to find a camera in due time, though he is uncertain of its complexity in this era. Lost in thought, he observes the two parties, reminiscent of fledgling fighters, one eager to collide while the other, though unafraid, refrains from biting. Suddenly, a loud cry pierces the air as the surface of the sea erupts with the orca's call, causing Lin Dongyang's ears to ache slightly. Moments later, a mature whale, approximately 10 meters in length, breaches the surface, its white belly exposed as it flips over and crashes back into the water, drenching Lin Dongyang anew while disorienting several mackerel sharks. As the twilight deepens, the once azure sea transforms into an ominous expanse of darkness. Yet, the sight of two orcas surfacing with a seemingly diminutive mackerel shark, akin to dolphins playing with a ball, evokes a certain humor. "Father, come quickly. Forget about those seagulls. They deserve their fate," Lin Dongyang calls to his father nearby. Having just feasted, the orcas now treat the large mackerel sharks as mere toys, avenging their young while playfully tossing the sharks about. It is a scene of pure merriment, were it not for his own eyes witnessing it. He would scarcely believe that these creatures, once feared as apex predators, now resemble playful pups with no semblance of aggression. Lin's father approaches, captivated by the unfolding spectacle on the somber sea surface, having spent many years at sea and never before witnessing such a scene. Just as the two remain entranced, one of the orcas, perhaps weary of the game, opens its massive jaws and delivers a fierce bite to the mackerel shark's abdomen, instantly staining the nearby waters crimson. It then proceeds to savage the other sharks, and tranquility is once again shattered. Lin Dongyang gazes at the bloodied waters, contemplating the now distant orcas, feeling a stir within his heart. Since they have all departed, my capture should not be considered theft, right? Father, quickly set sail towards the blood-stained waters over there. I shall cast the net. This shark, even if its flesh yields little profit, has fins of considerable weight. After speaking, Lin Dongyang picked up the cast net from the ground. As the boat moved, he waited until they reached the designated spot, watching the distant pod of orcas before letting the net fall into the water. With a firm tug, a heavy sensation surged through him. His already aching arms felt as if they might tear apart, causing him immense pain. These sharks must weigh around 700 or 800 pounds, even with all his strength. It was a strenuous effort. Yet, he would not relinquish the fish now at his lips. His greed prevailed. Every bit of gain mattered. His wife would surely be pleased. Father, come lend me a hand. Upon seeing his youngest son's face redden with exertion, Lin's father finally cast aside his past biases, realizing that his son had truly grown up. After both of them struggled to haul the thresher shark from the water, it proved to be lighter than he had anticipated. The shark's belly had a gaping wound, its innards mostly gone, and blood flowed freely. The surrounding sea surface returned to tranquility, the waves diminishing, while the sun above broke free from the clutches of dark clouds, scattering the remnants of clouds across the sky. The brilliant red hue signified the approaching sunset, illuminating both the sky and the distant sea with a radiant glow. The crimson sea beside the boat no longer felt like an exclusive domain, not far ahead. Two enormous orcas leapt from the water against the vibrant backdrop, appearing remarkably beautiful. Chapter 51. Green Light. A green that makes me uneasy. Lin Dongyang and his father lay panting on the deck, gazing at the fleeting sunset above. Father, are you all right? Yes, are you? Of course. With that, one rested on the deck to regain strength while the other restarted the boat, pursuing the pod of orcas ahead. Since these orcas only consumed the innards of sharks, they could not afford to overlook the sizable fish before them, even if they were sharks. Every opportunity was a treasure to be seized. As the fishing vessel roared to life, the noise on board became quite raucous, causing several seabirds perched atop the helm to take flight in an instant. However, two audacious ones, seeing no immediate danger, returned to the deck but chose not to resume their previous positions. Instead, they settled upon the reclining Lin Dongyang. Just as he was about to chuckle at the sight of the birds on him, the amusement quickly faded. He waved his hands to shoo them away. Had it not been for their near extinction, he would have spared no effort in capturing them. Seizing the moment, he gathered the flying fish scattered on the deck into a basket, creating more space on the boat, as a single thresher shark occupied an excessive amount of room. Yet, gazing at the thick, broad pectoral fins and tail, a smile crept onto his face. Coupled with the shark's skin, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum. Dongyang quickly cast the net. The orcas have just passed by. Lin Dongyang gazed at his father, who had just emerged, and wearily nodded. He was utterly exhausted, yet summoned the strength to cast the net, fortune favoring him as he swiftly caught a fish. He pulled up a weasel shark, its caudal fins seemingly torn away by an orca, unnoticed. As the pod of orcas completely vanished from sight, the soft whimpering sounds diminished gradually. Observing the three large weasel sharks aboard the vessel, Lin Dongyang felt both joy and frustration, for they occupied far too much space. Father, how about we cut off the fins and skin from this one and toss the flesh back? We still have a package of goods to retrieve. And there is hardly any room left on the boat, he suggested with a hint of helplessness, gesturing towards the nearly full boat, a wry smile on his face. All right. I'll take care of it. You go over there and continue picking up the flying fish. It's getting dark quickly. We need to hurry and haul in the nets, his father replied. Once they earnestly began their tasks, time flew by. When Lin Dongyang finally pulled the net bag from the water, he tossed aside the hand net, his feet surrounded by lively, flapping flying fish. In far better condition than those aboard earlier, the net bag was simply too large. Without such measures, it would have been impossible to bring it up. Leaning against the boat, Lin Dongyang gasped for breath, experiencing an overwhelming sense of fatigue for the first time since his return, utterly drained and reluctant to move. Observing his son's state, his father refrained from urging him to work, instead skillfully catching two fish at a time with his hands and tossing them into the basket. Once Lin Dongyang rose from the ground, his father paused and said, "You should rest a bit. I'll operate the boat. When we reach the dock, let your elder brother and the others help with the rest. You've truly worn yourself out today." Understood. You go on and drive the boat. I'll discard these shark meats, Lin Dongyang replied, with the faint light from the control room, once the fishing boat set off. He began tossing chunks of shark meat overboard. His father had been considerate, cutting it into small pieces. This was not the time to use shark meat for bait at sea. It was better to return early, as he was completely spent. Perhaps fate had other plans. For as the fishing boat navigated forward, they did not cast the nets again, aiming instead to reach the dock as swiftly as possible. However, the catch aboard was far too abundant, causing their speed to dwindle significantly. The vessel moved at a snail's pace, hardly faster than if he were to paddle with all his might. Bored and fatigued, he continued to toss the shark pieces, the splashes resonating as they hit the water. And Lin Dongyang felt increasingly drowsy, his eyelids growing heavy. The light in the control room flickered inexplicably, casting an eerie ambience that unsettled him. As he continued to discard more and more meat, the fishing boat steadily advanced, his father steering with remarkable steadiness, appearing quite reliable. Yet, as time passed, Lin Dongyang noticed more and more green lights appearing in the distance behind them. To be honest, a sense of dread crept into his heart, filling him with alarm. Why did strange occurrences always plague the sea at night? He vowed never to return this late again, unless, of course, they encountered a school of fish as they had today. Those green lights seemed to follow closely behind the boat, multiplying and drawing nearer with each passing moment. Lin Dongyang furrowed his brow as he glanced over, rising to discard a hefty piece of shark meat and picking up his net. Damn it, regardless of what you are. Whatever I catch is mine, he muttered to himself, gathering courage as he swung the net, only to find it nearly immovable once submerged in the water. Reluctantly, he withdrew the net, revealing it to be empty save for a few creatures about 10 centimeters long, glowing green and appearing quite menacing. As the lights from the cabin brightened, Lin Dongyang finally recognized what lay before him. The waters they were in were not commonly frequented. It was a cigar shark. Scientifically named Isurus oxyrhynchus, a small yet ferocious species of shark, possessing a bioluminescent organ that emitted a green light. Upon realizing this, Lin Dongyang exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't something vile, he felt reassured, for he lacked great courage. Father, slow down a bit. I've encountered a cigar shark here. We might catch a few more on our way back. As the fishing boat slowed, Lin Dongyang employed the same method again, hauling up several more. Their green luminescence startling to behold. Observing these glowing entities, an idea sparked within him. He took the net, placed the sharks inside, secured them, and cast them back into the sea. A fishing boat trailed a massive green glow, slowly advancing through the pitch-black night sky. Chapter 52. A hold full of fish. Lin Dongyang cautiously approached the stern, retrieving a flashlight from the cabin and securing it to the netting machine. Instantly, the rear of the boat was awash with green and white light, mingled with the warm yellow glow emanating from the cabin, creating an eerie spectacle. However, Lin Dongyang understood the sources of these lights, which alleviated his fears somewhat. As squid began to surge from the surface, he wielded his net, muscles taut and brow knitted, drawing up a bountiful catch of black and white squid, some still expelling ink. "Father, how I wish we had one more person aboard today," Lin Dongyang shouted toward the cabin while scooping up squid and other nocturnal fish drawn to the light, bolstering his own courage in the process. "One more person wouldn't make a difference. You alone are worth 3, came the retort from the cabin. "Look at the boat. We can barely stow any more." "That's not fair. Even if I'm capable, I can't do it all alone. It's just that Huaxiong isn't home right now." Lin Dongyang chuckled as he filled his net with squid, those creatures chasing the green light beneath the waves, surfacing only to be swiftly captured. However, he could not continue for long. The boat was simply too full, leaving little room for more. Listening to his younger son's words, Lin Fu couldn't comprehend how his daughter-in-law's presence at home was related to their strenuous work. He could only refocus on navigating the vessel. As they approached the dock, despite the familiarity of the route, heightened caution was required to avoid collisions with smaller boats returning in the dark. As Lin Dongyang filled the last bit of space beside him with squid, the flashlight's battery dwindled, casting a faint glow, leaving only the green luminescence beneath the water. The squid ceased to surface, and he had little desire to exert himself in the slow process of fishing. With determination, he pulled up the cast net he had just thrown. The fins of the cigar shark, a prized catch, were considerably valuable, even more so than those of the weasel shark. "Father, stop the boat. I can't pull it up," Lin Dongyang exclaimed, surprised as he tugged at the net's opening. Finding it unyielding, he called out anxiously to his father. Hearing his son's cry, Lin Fu cautiously emerged from the cabin and approached, deftly tossing aside the squid that cluttered his feet, his clothes splattered with ink. He approached, his face smeared with darkness, and under the green light, Lin Dongyang felt as if he might leap into the sea if not for the rope at his waist. "What are you doing? Why is your face so grimy?" Lin Fu inquired. "Isn't it because you carelessly tossed them around?" "I had to clear away the squid," he retorted. "What happened? Didn't you just let it down?" "I don't know. I can't pull it up alone." "Are you aware of the situation?" Lin Dongyang admitted, recognizing his ignorance of many mysteries the sea held. "How could I know? This method is new to me, and seeing such luminous sharks at night is a first. Let's pull it up and see what we have," Lin Fu replied, frowning as he gazed into the depths of the sea, his frustration evident at his inability to answer his son's questions. After their brief exchange, they began to work together vigorously. Lin Dongyang exerted all his strength. His arms, once soft and weak, were now taut and muscular. Despite the day's grueling labor, a brief recovery had restored a significant portion of his strength. The father and son strained to hoist the net from the water. Lin Dongyang glanced down and found himself astonished. Though his hands continued their laborious task, the cast net was encircled at its end by squids, firmly grasped by the cigar sharks, which showed no signs of letting go. Several larger fish were ensnared in the sharks' powerful jaws, exhibiting no struggle, clearly resigned to their fate. "No wonder it's so heavy. It seems the cigar sharks have adorned our catch with numerous trinkets along the way." "Wow, father. Isn't my method brilliant?" Lin Dongyang exclaimed, a sense of pride evident in his voice. "How did you even come up with this?" "I have no idea, but it certainly works well. Should we consider raising these sharks?" Lin Fu pondered. "Let us not. Father, we can't guarantee we will have time to fish every day. Today is just an exceptional haul. Otherwise, we would still be dragging the net." As Lin Dongyang spoke, he picked up a flashlight and struck the head of a hammerhead shark, rescuing the fish caught in its jaws. After all, that was his money, and he couldn't allow these creatures to wreak havoc on it. "You have a point. I'll continue steering the boat then. You should rest well and take a break," he said. "Are you really willing to let me stop?" Lin Dongyang replied, somewhat surprised, casting a teasing glance at his father. Lin's father, noticing the smile on his son's face, chose to ignore him and continued piloting the boat alone. feeling a bit bored as his father disregarded him. Lin Dongyang took a hammerhead shark from the cast net, observing its toothy grin. He bound it with the tattered net he collected earlier and began to play with it. As he spotted the distant lights illuminating the shoreline along with the sounds of commotion nearby, he noticed a crowd gathered at the dock, eagerly awaiting the return of their loved ones from the sea. Day after day, year after year, this was the rhythm of life by the shore. Glancing at the catch on the boat, he felt a wave of anticipation regarding how much they could sell it for. It would undoubtedly amount to a considerable sum. As the father-son duo drew closer to the dock, numerous onlookers turned their attention, including his mother and several older brothers, easily recognizable due to their towering stature. Their family was notably tall. Even his mother stood at 1.75 meters, making her quite remarkable in an area where height was generally above average. Father, steer a bit to the left. Mother and my brothers are over there, Lin Dongyang instructed, gesturing towards the shore. Lin's father followed his directions, adjusting the boat's course accordingly. As the fishing vessel slowly approached the dock, it was filled to the brim with fish, countless flying fish, large sharks, and scattered squid piled high on the small boat. Even if it were merely a boatload of refuse, it would still fetch a decent price, let alone an entire boat of fish. The once boisterous and jovial crowd on the shore fell silent as if struck by a deafening silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the fishing boat before them. Observing the young man on the boat waving with a smile, they exchanged incredulous looks, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them, a sight they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Mother, brothers, stop daydreaming. It's our family's boat. Dongyang is waving at us, Lin Dongyang exclaimed, snapping his mother and brothers out of their stupor with a gentle nudge. Without further ado, he took the lead and moved forward, feeling a mix of envy and pride while suppressing any lingering jealousy. This is my younger brother, Lin Dongyang. As Lin Dongyang advanced, Lin Dongxing and Lin Dongan also regained their composure, opting not to call out to their mother to avoid her inevitable barrage of questions. They hurried to catch up with Lin Dongyang to lend a hand. Initially, they believed they had struck it lucky today with a catch worth over 130. Now, witnessing their younger brother's overflowing boat, it paled in comparison. With smiles of envy, they approached to assist, already spotting their younger brother carefully tiptoeing around. An amusing sight indeed. Chapter 53. A windfall. Lin Dongyang had initially feared that his brothers might harbor some discontent, given that his fishing boat was indeed rather large. Ever since the family division, he had begun to accumulate wealth. In the past, his earnings were modest, and they likely had no objections. However, now with this bountiful catch, he felt he had surpassed them. A tinge of jealousy and envy was acceptable to him, yet he genuinely wished to avoid any rift with his brothers over financial matters. However, upon seeing their smiles, his worries dissipated, and he waved at them cheerfully. Second brother, please fetch some baskets. My boat is already brimming, and we need more. Also, bring over those 2 small nets for catching sharks later, Lin Dongyang said with a smile. Lin Donghua understood that working diligently was paramount at this moment. As for how they had managed to catch so much, that could wait until they finished. The sooner they secured their catch, the less likely they would suffer losses, which would enable them to sell for a better price. Nodding, he called over Lin Dongyang, who had just been directed by his younger brother and now needed to give instructions to the younger ones. Lin father observed his industrious sons with a sense of relief. With more sons, there was indeed more to consider. Dongxing, you take these hammerhead sharks up, find a basin. We'll see if anyone wants them alive or if we can sell the fins and skin, Lin father instructed Lin Dongsheng as he approached. He then turned off the fishing boat's engine and moved the scattered flying fish aside, clearing a narrow path on the vessel. It was indeed a narrow path, just wide enough for a single person. Once Lin Dongyang and his brothers brought the items over and began sorting the catch into baskets, some space opened up. They connected a hose from the side and commenced washing the fish. It turned into an assembly line, with baskets of fish being moved from the boat to the dock, while Lin mother kept watch over the scales at the second deaf man station. The entire Lin family was animated and industriously engaged in their tasks. However, the volume of cargo on the boat was overwhelming. Lin Dongyang was pacing himself and could not rush the work, which inevitably slowed their progress. Today, the boat was predominantly filled with flying fish and squid, while the sharks would have to wait until the end to be sold. Depending on whether there were buyers for whole fish, as shark meat was not particularly valuable. If not sold whole, a significant amount would go to waste. Dongyang, how on earth did you catch so many today? Even if you constantly encountered schools of fish, it seems impossible to amass this much. While Lin Dongyang was busy moving the cargo, an older man nearby asked, whom he vaguely remembered as his third uncle. It had been quite a while, and his memory was a bit hazy. Just lucky, just lucky. You young man, are you reluctant to share? Do you see your third uncle as a stranger? The man, claiming to be his third uncle, said, looking dissatisfied with Lin Dongyang's reluctance to elaborate. He turned to Lin's father, who was following along. One could only wonder if the man truly lacked common sense. Even among family, with so many people present, if there were indeed a treasure trove. Why would he share it with you? Listening to the man's words, Lin Dongyang felt a tinge of impatience, though he anticipated that his return today would draw attention. The reality of it still irked him. Casting a glance at his father, Lin Dongyang continued to bend down and move the cargo. For there was nothing that could not be spoken of. Today had simply been a stroke of extraordinary luck. I know everyone is curious, most of us are acquainted, and many were once old comrades. There is nothing to conceal. Today, we encountered a pod of orcas, and by sheer fortune, we also stumbled upon a school of flying fish. Some leapt aboard on their own, while others were flung onto our vessel by the orcas. Truly, our luck is remarkable, Lin's father stated, his expression impassive as he refrained from acknowledging the self-proclaimed third uncle, instead picking up a basket and heading toward Erlongzi. He found the pressure from someone claiming kinship quite vexing. Why could they not wait for others to inquire instead of leveraging their familial ties to demand special privileges? The man, observing Lin's father ignore him entirely, scratched his head, sensing that he had indeed miscalculated. It could not be that simple. Who would believe that fish could leap onto the boat? Wow, the Lin family really has luck on their side. To encounter a pod of orcas while simultaneously coming across a school of flying fish, how fortunate they are. If only we could share in such fortune. Enough of that. We all know what luck really looks like. The best we can hope for is a net full of yellow croakers. When have we ever had such good fortune? If only we had experienced this luck years back. Our team would not have been the perennial vanguard and could have enjoyed better catches, someone retorted. Indeed, I must say. That youngest son of theirs, Dongyang, right? That boy has the Midas touch. He barely set out to sea and managed to secure a large ship all on his own. It is evident he has earned quite a sum. I know about that. He returned with a bountiful catch on his very first voyage. Everyone at the dock was aware of it. You wouldn't know since you just came back, another chimed in, as the onlookers observed the Lin family busily unloading cargo. Envy bubbled within them, prompting animated discussions. Lin Dongyang, overhearing their chatter, felt a sense of joy, though he noticed his father's growing displeasure, after all. No one relishes being reminded of their misfortunes. Father, cheer up. With Huaxiang absent today, we'll return home soon to share a drink with you. Lin Dongyang said with a smile, noticing his father's grim expression. Lin Dafu, stirred by his youngest son's words, felt a longing for a drink. Typically, he was too preoccupied with sleep and sailing to indulge, but with Lin Dongyang around, he seldom thought of alcohol. The family was well aware that he acted foolishly when inebriated, leading them to steer clear of his drinking habits. However, hearing his son mention drinking tonight, combined with the fact that they had indeed earned a considerable amount today, made him think that a drink could ease the fatigue. Very well, let us hasten our work. And I shall have your elder brother procure some wine, Lin's father replied, resuming his task of unloading the cargo. Indeed, to prevent Lin Dongyang from drinking at home. The family had nearly emptied their stock of wine, opting instead for fresh purchases. Dongyang, you have struck it rich today. My hand aches from tallying these numbers. Erlongzi exclaimed, beaming as he surveyed the mountain of baskets brimming with the day's catch. Brother, you are also likely to earn a considerable sum. Let us collaborate for mutual benefit. By the way, I possess 2 specimens of the rare spotted eel shark and over 30 dermic sharks. Would you be interested? Oh, you can procure these as well? I would indeed like to acquire one eel shark. I understand your intentions. I can offer you a price for the dermic shark as well. Currently, in the county and city, affluent individuals are not overly concerned with taste. Rather, they seek novelty. The creature you mentioned is quite fierce and commands a respectable price. I can offer you $8 for each dermic shark, and for the eel shark. It must weigh around 700 to 800 pounds, correct? I can offer you 30 cents per pound. What do you think? Listening to Erlong's words, Lin Dongyang did not respond immediately but nodded. Brother, I would like to inquire with others first. This is my first sale of such a catch. And it is not a common item. Even if shark meat is not particularly palatable, a large eel shark should attract interest. No worries, go ahead, if necessary. I can offer a bit more. I certainly wouldn't let you suffer a loss. I am not that kind of person, Erlong assured him. After their conversation, Lin Dongyang stepped away from his stall, glancing at the temporary tally, which had already exceeded $1,300. Remarkably, He had yet to unload all the goods from his boat. Today, he was indeed poised to make a significant fortune. Chapter 54. The dispute at the dock. After reviewing the figures, Lin Dongyang, filled with joy and determination, carried a basket toward the side of the boat, preparing to haul in the next catch. Although he knew the cargo was undoubtedly valuable, witnessing the figures on the invoice filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. His arduous day at sea had not been in vain. It was all worth it. Boarding the vessel, he observed his father still sorting through the catch, rinsing some fish with seawater. Aside from his elder brother, everyone else was preoccupied with their tasks, bustling with activity. Father, why not check the prices for the eel shark and dermic shark? I have already spoken with Erlong, and if other offers are higher, we shall not sell to him. Lin Dongyang said with a smile. Very well, I shall attend to that. Keep an eye on things here. There are many people around, so do not allow anyone to board the vessel, Lin's father instructed. Once finished, he rolled down his damp pant legs, donned his thoroughly soaked black cloth shoes, and gracefully leaped from the boat onto the shore, displaying no signs of his age. It appeared he could continue for another 20 years without issue. Age had not diminished his vigor. Lin Dongyang watched his father depart and then glanced at the neatly arranged baskets. With the gentle rocking of the boat, Lin Dongyang returned swiftly with a basket in hand. Elder brother, I will take this basket. You can follow later. Father is checking prices, and we should consolidate our efforts to avoid leaving anyone on the boat. With so many people around, they can help keep watch, he suggested. All right, I will head over now. There isn't much left anyway. Just follow behind, Lin Dongyang replied as he watched his elder brother walk away and waved at Erlong, who was returning. Time was pressing, and he felt a sense of urgency. As the ex-brothers methodically began unloading goods from the ship, a young man with shifty eyes observed the brothers laboring below with an envious gaze. He turned to his wrinkled father and lamented, Father, had we followed him at that time, we could have already traded for a large ship. Instead, we are still toiling away, rowing this small boat. What good does it do to speak of the past? It is already too late to blame ourselves for not keeping pace. Perhaps it was simply not our destiny. But look at their diligence, and then look at yourself. Aside from rowing, you haven't even made an effort to learn net throwing. The moment you attempt it, you claim exhaustion. Why do you speak in favor of outsiders? The father retorted, You know I have no desire to row. If we had a larger vessel, we wouldn't need to row or throw nets. We could simply cast our nets into the sea and wait to haul in the catch when the time comes. As the conversation unfolded, the young man shot an indignant glance at his father, tossed his head, and stepped away from the crowd. Had his father not been reluctant to spend their savings on a new boat, they would undoubtedly have joined Lin Dongyang back then. Now, he did not consider it a missed opportunity. Rather, he felt an insidious thought surface as he gazed at the bountiful catch on the neighboring fishing boat, which was devoid of crew. A malicious impulse surged within him. What if he were to throw all of that cargo overboard? Lin Dongyang would surely be furious. Seizing the moment, he leaped onto the other vessel without waiting for anyone to shout a warning, grasping an entire basket of fish. However, the weight was far greater than he had anticipated. As he lost his grip, the fish tumbled onto the deck. The once cooperative flying fish, which had been quietly contained, now flopped about chaotically on the floor, leaving the young man momentarily stunned. If just one basket contained so many, how bounteous must the others be? What are you doing? You're not from the Lin family. Get off our boat. Dongyang, come quickly, a middle-aged man shouted. Without waiting for the young man to struggle with the basket again, he swiftly boarded the ship. As the villagers could not stand idly by while an outsider caused mischief. If they did, word would spread back home, and they would be ridiculed behind their backs. The young man, already simmering with anger and resentment, felt even more incensed upon seeing the fish on the ship. Yet, he was taken aback by how quickly others reacted. In the brief moment he was distracted, 2 more individuals had joined him aboard. The trio encircled him, effectively cornering him in the ship's cockpit. Hearing his name called, Lin Dongyang hurriedly made his way to the vessel. He had not expected anyone to cause trouble in such a short span of time. His expression darkened as he took long strides, leaping onto the ship with an impressive grace. Dongyang, what is going on? Why are you running so fast? Someone inquired. Am I not impressive? He replied. Lin Dongyang gazed at his arrogant younger brother, feeling somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, he nodded and boarded the boat. Haven't you answered me whether I'm handsome or not? Lin Dongyang cast a dissatisfied glance at his elder brother, inexplicably compelled to pose the question. Seemingly liberated from his usual constraints. Handsome, is that sufficient? Now, let us hasten to assess the situation. Upon hearing his brother's words, Lin Dongyang's face brightened, his previous urgency dissipating. His change of demeanor was swifter than a transformation of countenance. "Is it you?" Lin Dongyang inquired, recognizing the young man before him all too well. He vividly recalled his past attempts to shadow him for personal gain, alongside an elderly accomplice who had been led about like a dog. Naturally, he was no stranger to this individual. The young man, now confronted by a gathering of people, regained his composure, no longer ensnared by his earlier fury. His expression turned somewhat flustered as he glanced at the crowd. Being cornered on someone else's vessel while clutching a basket filled with fish was an untenable predicament. "Lin Dongyang, do you believe I genuinely sought to assist you?" "Oh, assisting me by spilling the neatly organized cargo, is it? I see you merely intend to pilfer from my boat." Lin Dongyang's brows furrowed as he regarded the individual before him, yet he could not suppress a chuckle upon hearing his words. "Do you all believe this? This fellow bears a grudge against me. Now witnessing my boat full, he seizes the opportunity to come aboard under the pretext of helping, only to topple 2 baskets of my fish. What say you? To my mind, he is here to take advantage of your insufficient numbers and pilfer fish, a veritable thief." "Indeed. Dongyang, you must not show mercy. How audacious to attempt thievery on another's boat. Such behavior is rare. I assert this thief possesses no decency." One can only ponder what manner of household could raise such a character. The young man stood before the group, subjected to their pointed fingers and relentless derision. While onlookers at the dock engaged in fervent discussions, his face flushed with embarrassment, eyes reddened, and facial muscles tensed, tears welled in his eyes. As the tears cascaded down his cheeks, a hoarse cry erupted from him. "I am not a thief. I merely wish to discard these goods into the sea. You cannot unjustly accuse me. If you persist in calling me a thief, I shall leap from this boat and drown myself in the ocean. Furthermore, I only spilled 1 basket, not 2. Chapter 55. A lucrative sale. After Lin Dongyang absorbed his words, he stood momentarily stunned, believing he had stepped into a film, only to realize this was reality and he was caught in the midst of it. Yet, was this not more ridiculous than thievery itself? You think it's merely about stealing a few fish? Your heart is truly malicious. Were you planning to cast all the cargo overboard? Why not just set the boat ablaze? That would be far simpler than tossing fish. Do you think me foolish? Setting fire to the boat would land me in prison. If I dispose of the cargo overboard, the authorities could not ascertain the quantity of goods aboard your vessel. After all, they are merely baskets. Who could discern whether their contents were genuine or counterfeit? Lin Dongyang observed as the elder brother, who had initially spoken, fell silent in an instant, rendered speechless and somewhat at a loss, nearly glaring angrily at the young man before him. "What audacity you possess, brother. Why are you still conversing with this scoundrel?" Lin Dongyang remarked, bending down to adjust his pants and putting on his soaked shoes. With a sudden leap, he raised a foot and delivered a fierce kick, pinning the young man against the iron plate of the driver's cabin, producing a resounding thud. The commotion startled the other onlookers, who, momentarily taken aback by the scene, quickly joined in, delivering vigorous kicks to the young man. "Last time, when you and your father followed me, I refrained from settling the score with you. And now you dare to discard my goods. Who do you think you are?" Lin Dongyang panted after delivering the final kick, looking down at the severely beaten individual, and, in a fit of frustration, landed 2 more kicks for good measure. Together with Lin Dongyang, he hoisted the young man and tossed him onto the shore. At this point, the surrounding area was thoroughly blocked, with no escape in sight, yet everyone gazed with disdain upon the figure sprawled on the ground. All were individuals who made their living on the water, many, like Lin Dongyang, hoping to strike it rich in the future. Such acts of undermining others' livelihoods garnered no sympathy. Otherwise, they would not have vocally encouraged the beating. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Lin's father approached with his 3rd son, both wearing anxious expressions. They had been stuck outside, unaware if it was out of fear that Lin's father would intervene and spoil the spectacle. "I stepped out for just a moment, and chaos ensued." "You," Lin Dongyang interrupted, raising his hands in exasperation. "Enough, father. This boy is undoubtedly harboring vengeful thoughts. If we let it slide today, he might strike again next time. With so many witnesses present, I didn't dwell on it." Lin Dongyang, weary of his father's impending lecture, shrugged and inquired, "What about the price of the shark? Has anyone inquired?" "Of course. These are quality goods. 2 restaurants from neighboring counties came, initially thinking we had a regular buyer and thus did not ask. But after I made some inquiries, they showed interest. They even mentioned wanting to purchase the large shark for a specimen, offering a substantial sum." "How much?" Lin Dongyang pressed. "You only say it's a lot but provide no specifics." "They offered 200 for one. Upon hearing this price, Lin Dongyang furrowed his brow. That amount was less than what he could sell to Longzi. They were clearly underestimating the value, preparing to take advantage of him. If they truly intended to make a specimen, 200 for such a large shark was far too meager. Currently, the big restaurants in the county were in fierce competition. Any establishment that could showcase a large shark would certainly enjoy a prestigious reputation, even if the demand was limited. Never mind, let's hold off on them for now. We'll sell off these flying fish and squid first, then we can bring down the shark, Lin Dongyang stated. Just as he lifted his gaze, he noticed the crowd beginning to stir. The young man's father approached, bending down with tears streaming down his face. However, he did not seek an explanation from them. And Lin Dongyang also wished to avoid any further entanglements. He remained on the boat, allowing his father and a few brothers to assist in moving the cargo, while he went to fetch a sturdy plank. Listening to the cries emanating from across the way, Lin Dongyang observed with some amusement, rubbing his arms in quiet contemplation. Yet, as time passed, when Lin Dongyang arrived carrying the thick plank, the once tranquil sea began to churn with waves, and the wind picked up, accompanied by a light drizzle that fell from the still bright stars above. It struck Lin Dongyang's boat and the middle-aged man who was incessantly weeping, despite his sorrow. The man noticed that the young man had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a sight that stirred his emotions. Dongyang, can you manage over there? This is quite heavy. I can't fathom how you got it up here, he remarked, concern evident in his tone. How else could I have brought it up? I was with father. If you three lend a hand, it will lighten my load a bit. I promise to treat you all to a delightful meal tonight, he replied, sounding almost like he was coaxing a child. Just be careful. If it becomes too much, let us know. Now, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. With the call to action, the brothers, along with their elderly father, managed to hoist the hefty 600 or 700-pound hammerhead shark ashore. Remarkably, the shark remained largely intact, aside from a large gash in its belly with no bite marks marring its exterior. As the first hammerhead shark reached the shore, Longzi, having finished his own tasks, hurried over and was taken aback by the shark's impressive condition. This top-tier catch, a splendid gift, would certainly enhance one's reputation. The gentle rain fell upon the shark's skin, and as the powerful searchlight illuminated it, an eerie chill emanated from the massive marine creature. Although it paled in comparison to the truly colossal beast that stretched over 10 meters, it was still a sight to behold. The onlookers at the dock were momentarily stunned. The shark was far larger than they had anticipated upon seeing it up close. To think Lin Dongyang had managed to catch such a fish was indeed impressive. They felt a twinge of envy, for observing it from the boat was entirely different from standing beside it on the ground. Dongyang possesses remarkable strength. I never imagined he could assist in fishing. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to lift it, one remarked. With your slender frame, I doubt you could manage this giant. I wager you couldn't even lift your own wife. Another teased with a laugh. How would you know I couldn't lift her? Have you tried? What? Sanbinzi, how dare you? Taking advantage of my absence to lift my wife, are you? Despite the commotion at the dock, the attention of those interested in purchasing the shark remained fixated on the magnificent creature. If this were displayed at the entrance of a tavern, and it was proclaimed to be genuine, it would certainly make quite an impression. Initially intending to throw out a casual bid, they were now genuinely invested. Gentlemen, if you wish to purchase the shark, please make an offer. We have two. The first one here has a smaller gash in its belly, Lin Dongyang said, smiling as he surveyed the men before him. Rather than stating a fixed price, he encouraged them to compete, as it would appear more equitable that way. I'll offer 300. I'll bid 330. Once both sharks were sold, the first was purchased by the deaf man for a remarkable price of $120, presumably as a gift, while the second, despite having a larger wound, surprisingly fetched $130 due to fierce competition, surpassing the first in value. It truly was a splendid sale. Had I known it would command such a price, I would not have cut that one, Lin's father remarked, somewhat dumbfounded as he observed the buyer counting money on sight. They had even filleted one on the boat and discarded the meat, reflecting on it now. That was essentially money thrown away. Father, take it easy. Who can predict these things? Without demand, the price of sharks wouldn't be so high. We have already made a considerable profit, and besides, we still have shark fins and skins, along with dozens of dogfish and several baskets of squid, which are equally valuable. Lin's son reassured him. You have a point. Let it be. Let it be. What is gained is my fortune. What is lost is my destiny, he replied. Ah, father. You're sounding quite eloquent. When did you acquire such wisdom? With the money in hand, the Lin family was overjoyed. Dongyang, quickly give the money to mother. Let me count it. I've never seen so much money at once. Chapter 56. A day's earnings of $3,000 as the two great hammerhead sharks were sold. Many at the dock were still in shock. The prices were astonishingly high, enough to purchase a rather dilapidated trawler. This meant that Lin Dongyang, from a single outing, could nearly afford a boat with just two sharks, provoking envy among onlookers. Observing Lin's mother counting a wad of cash, many women cast envious glances, lamenting why their own sons lacked such ambition. At this point, no one mentioned the past when Lin Dongyang was merely a troublesome youth. Instead, they only remembered that he had sold two fish for nearly $900. Dongyang, you have truly struck gold. Who would have thought these two sharks were so valuable? Your father should have encouraged you more on the boat. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost one, Lin's mother remarked, shaking the money in her hand, seemingly addressing her son but more so speaking to the circle of women around her. Lin Dafu, observing his proud wife, chose not to contradict her at this moment, silently enduring her glee. With many children at home, it was not easy for her. He decided to give her some face. Sueya, you have indeed raised fine sons. Even Dongyang, who once seemed the least promising, has now made a name for himself. You two will surely enjoy the fruits of your labor, one woman declared. Indeed, Sueya. You often told us Dongyang had potential, and we were skeptical. It turns out you were right. He truly possesses great talent, another added. Oh, what enjoyment can we expect? We're not old yet, still able to work. His father helps him, and he pays well, quite generously. In fact, our three elder sons are understanding. And there's still a share for us. So although it's called splitting the family, we remain one family at heart, Lin's mother said, a hint of pride in her voice as she pointed to her sons, smiling at the women nearby. They often chatted while the fishing boat was out at sea. And naturally, discussions would drift to Lin Dongyang. In the past, Lin Dongyang found it challenging to refute his mother's words. Now that she had the opportunity to speak, she was eager to express herself for an entire day and night. As for the other women, who cared to inquire, they listened to Lin's mother and chose to remain silent, their envy and jealousy already overwhelming. If they continued to listen, they might be tempted to throw Lin's mother into the sea. Lin Dongyang, overhearing their conversation, felt a warmth in his heart, especially upon realizing that even during his less commendable moments, his mother steadfastly defended him. How fortunate it is to have a mother. All right, enough boasting. Be careful. If word gets out that we are wealthy, people might come to borrow money, Lin's father remarked, observing Lin's mother as she prepared to continue her display of pride. With a furrowed brow, he approached her and whispered a caution. After all those years of sharing a bed, he had her well in hand. As soon as he spoke, Lin's mother, who had intended to keep talking, suddenly fell silent, as if struck dumb, and sat quietly in a daze. Lin Dongyang couldn't help but laugh at the sight of his parents. It was the first time he had seen such an endearing side of his mother, realizing he had paid her too little attention in the past. All right, Dad. Don't frighten Mom anymore. If someone truly intends to borrow from us, they will do so regardless. After all, it is my money. You two are entering your golden years. What money do you truly need? Isn't that right, Mom? Such a statement cannot be made lightly. Your wealth is still wealth. Some people borrow and have no intention of repaying. Do exercise caution. For now, we still live together, and I can keep an eye on you both. Lin's mother, noticing her son's relaxed demeanor, did not relent. She quietly lifted a bucket containing a hammerhead shark, preparing to sell it to Erlongzi. The prices offered by the previous buyers were not much higher than what Erlongzi would provide, since he felt that Erlongzi treated him fairly. He saw no need to sell to others given the minimal price difference. Although cash was at hand, he was not in urgent need of money, so he preferred to maintain a good relationship with Erlongzi. In business, there must always be reciprocity. Earlier, Erlongzi had not shown any displeasure when Lin sought other buyers. Having already purchased one fish, he even helped raise the price on the second, demonstrating commendable loyalty. As the last few baskets of fish were unloaded from the boat, the once bountiful catch had vanished, leaving only some severed fins and scattered scales on the deck, a sight both dirty and unappealing. Nevertheless, from the remnants left behind, one could glimpse the initial splendor of the boat's full haul. Dongyang, you've truly struck it rich this time. Let us discuss these hammerhead sharks. They are not small. I weighed them, and I can offer you 9 yuan each. That totals 34 fish, amounting to 306 yuan. The skin of this one shark is quite intact, and with the pectoral, caudal, and pelvic fins you've saved, it's worth a decent sum, though certainly not as much as the whole fish. The maximum I can offer is 150. As Erlongzi spoke, he noticed Lin Dongyang's furrowed brow and felt compelled to clarify, Brother, it's all right. This price is acceptable. After all, you buy large fish for the novelty, and this shark skin does have its shortcomings, so it's fair enough. Lin Dongyang, observing the anxious expression on Erlongzi's face, smiled and replied. He furrowed his brow just now, a bit anxious for Erlongzi. Could this fish skin truly be worth such a fortune? However, observing the anxious Erlongzi, he felt somewhat exasperated with himself. He had been a bit carried away. Although Erlongzi could hardly be deemed a magnate, even a small capitalist is still a capitalist. Here he was, a mere fisherman. Worrying for a capitalist, such concern seemed rather excessive. Very well, I thought you might be dissatisfied. These flying fish can fetch 3 dimes per pound. Though some are slightly damaged and of lesser quality, so I can only offer 3 dimes and 6 cents for those. The price of the cuttlefish has also risen a bit, and with the assorted catches aboard your vessel, the total comes to 1,916 yuan. Here's a detailed list. Andy was watching closely while weighing the goods. Please verify it to avoid any discrepancies. Additionally, this receipt pertains to the payment for the fins and skins of the small sharks and eel sharks. Erlongzi, grinning from ear to ear, handed the 2 receipts to Lin Dongyang. Though Lin Dongyang earned significantly more. Even a modest profit from such a large quantity was sufficient for Erlongzi to make ends meet. Since Lin Dongyang ventured out to sea, their household income had steadily increased. He was genuinely contemplating going solo, though he felt the funds were still insufficient to invest entirely. If he were to invest everything, his wife might very well put an end to him. Lin Dongyang didn't feign indifference. Instead, he meticulously compared each item with his mother, who often handled such tasks. Despite the extraordinary amount today, her memory was remarkable, and she even had a piece of paper with her scribbled numbers, almost resembling artwork. Brother, the tally is accurate. This time, the money is considerable. Once you sold everything and received the payment, do let me know. I'm in urgent need of funds as well. Lin Dongyang said with a smile, tucking the receipts away. The amount today was indeed substantial, and he felt a twinge of concern. Unlike the usual earnings of over 100 a day, amounting to 3,000 a month, today he had over 2,000 just from Erlongzi. He genuinely worried that over time, circumstances might change. Rest assured, you've made nearly 3,000 today, haven't you? That is several times more valuable than the small yellow fish from your father's large boat back in the day. Truly, a tiger's son is no dog. Laughing, he pointed to his slightly embarrassed father beside him, not denying the credit, especially since so many were watching. It would be impossible to conceal his earnings. Yet, hearing Erlongzi mention over 3,000 was indeed unexpected. Calculating in his mind, he realized that selling 2 large eel sharks brought in 850 yuan. With one receipt amounting to 156 yuan and the other to 1,916 yuan. Altogether, that amounted to 3,256 yuan. Surpassing the 3,000 mark. Who knew when he might encounter such luck again? Chapter 57. Braving the wind and rain at that moment. The dock was bustling with people crowding around the small stall, and even after selling all the goods, no one seemed eager to return home. They were all waiting to hear how much Lin Dongyang had earned. After all, a boat laden with such a bounty, including 2 massive catches, was a rarity along their coastal waters for many years. In the past, even if one were to encounter such a fortune, it would merely translate to consuming a bit more rice at the communal table, much of which would have to be given away. How unlike the present, where one can engage in lucrative transactions, pocketing all the earnings for oneself. Who does not dream of experiencing such a meteoric rise to wealth? Thus, despite the fatigue of the day, I remained by the side, quietly eavesdropping on the conversation between Lin Dongyang and Erlongzi, mentally calculating my own prospects. If the calculations were uncertain, I would discreetly discuss with others nearby. Yet, as I listened to their dialogue, our collective gaze shifted towards Lin Dafu. Brother Dafu, you truly become more cunning with age. Your seafaring skills are remarkable. Indeed, Brother Dafu had once returned with a boat full of fish, which they had savored at home. Upon hearing the praises from the crowd, Lin's father felt a twinge of embarrassment, his face reddening. The once bountiful catch had dwindled, and he felt flustered at the mention of it. Nevertheless, he accepted the compliments graciously, recognizing that few could skillfully navigate the waters to procure sea turtles. Lin Dongyang stood watchfully beside Lin Dongyang, flanked by his 2 younger brothers, as though guarding a treasure, fearful it might be snatched away. Father, you and Donghua should take the boat. We ought to return first. Dongyang possesses an abundance of wealth, Lin Dongyang remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, your foresight is commendable. Prepare yourselves to return promptly, Lin Dongyang replied. After their exchange, observing their anxious expressions and hurried movements, the initially relaxed Dongyang found himself growing tense as well. Once everything was in order, the three brothers, undeterred by fatigue, hastened homeward. Upon arriving, they paused to admire the bright lights illuminating their courtyard. Since his return, the household had become more liberal with electricity, no longer needing to conserve for the sake of frugality, as they were now free to indulge without concern for costs. Eldest brother, second brother, little brother, you have finally returned. Sister-in-law has had dinner ready for ages. Why are you so late? Lin Dongyang exclaimed, rushing out to greet her brothers, her face alight with excitement. With the adults busy, she had found herself with time to spare. Dear sister, I have struck it rich today, which is why I returned late. I brought back quite a bounty. Mother has prepared many delightful treats for tomorrow, he replied. As for those rascals, they are inside wrestling. Jian Chuan and Jianbin are at it, and I must return to keep an eye on them. Upon hearing this, Lin Dongyang anxiously turned back towards the house, eager to join her nephews, waving her arms animatedly. By the time their father and third brother returned, the cart's contents had been fully unloaded. The three brothers leaned against the cart, taking a brief respite while awaiting their family's return. Father, Dongyang, your fortune today was truly remarkable. You earned so much, remarked the sister-in-law, who, with a hint of envy, took a bite of dried fish. Lin Dongyang, aware of her mixed feelings, understood that she needed time to adjust. He knew that after this evening, his elder brother would surely provide her with some perspective. Sister-in-law, when fortune arrives, it cannot be hindered. However, it is your diligent efforts at home that enable my earnings. Otherwise, with Huixiang venturing into the city, I would be uneasy about going out to sea. I owe much to you. The diners, who were initially enjoying their meal, cast surprised glances at Lin Dongyang. Had it been in the past, he would have likely overturned the table rather than apologize. He had never earned such a substantial sum before. Ah, my words, Dongyang. You know I am not eloquent. I merely feel a tinge of envy. Please do not take it to heart. It is nothing to worry about, quite normal. If second sister-in-law were here, she could keep you company. Alas, she is only able to accompany Huixiang in the city now. Haha, please eat more. After speaking, Lin Dongyang offered a pair of chopsticks filled with marinated small red shrimp to his sister-in-law. She was a decade his senior and had been part of the Lin family since he was a mere child. During his formative years, she had been like a mother to him, and thus he could not harbor any resentment over her momentary envy. Though each family member may harbor their own sentiments, they could collectively be described as good people. His sister-in-law gazed at the shrimp with reluctance. Such delicacies were typically reserved for the children, and she had seldom indulged. Yet, recognizing her misstep, she felt a twinge of embarrassment as she consumed the shrimp, grateful that Dongyang had not taken her words to heart. Indeed, Dongyang had matured significantly. He had returned in haste, failing to procure anything, having hidden away a small quantity. Let us drink less and retire early, Lin Dongyang suggested, observing his younger brother. His previous displeasure had transformed into a radiant smile. He retrieved half a bottle of wine from a corner, shook it, and set out several cups, pouring a serving for each. Brother, you certainly hid this well. If I hadn't concealed it, you would have succumbed to drunken folly. It is fortunate you do not drink often. As they conversed, the wine flowed, and soon it affected them, compelling Lin Jianhai, who had not dined well, to procure more drinks, leading to further indulgence. Upon returning home, he found the house empty, his son taken away by the third sister-in-law. The emptiness felt disconcerting, reminiscent of the solitude he experienced prior to his return. Just a moment after their departure, he found himself missing his wife. Glancing at the two lists in his hands, an idea struck him. He retrieved Li Huixiang's notebook and meticulously copied the entries, intending for his mother to deliver them to Huixiang the following day, hoping to bring her joy. As he lay in bed, though the space felt desolate without a warm companion, exhaustion from the day's labors weighed heavily upon him. Having pushed himself to the limit and consumed alcohol, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. As night fell, the sky, which had initially been adorned with a few stars, was suddenly engulfed by a fierce wind and torrential rain. Yet, Lin Dongyang, too fatigued to care, slept soundly, undisturbed by the thunderclaps. He slept until dawn, fully replenished, only to awaken in surprise. Goodness, I've overslept. Why didn't my father call me? I should have known better than to let them drink so much yesterday. Upon this realization, he hastily donned his shoes and, before he could open the door, was met with the piercingly loud voice of his mother from outside, reverberating with intensity. This is your punishment from heaven for your indulgence. How can you expect to set sail like this? Missing a day at sea is nothing. But once the typhoon season arrives, you will truly lament. Listening to the familiar quarrel between his parents, Lin Dongyang opened the door to find the sky overcast, with a steady drizzle falling and a brisk wind rustling through his thin shirt. Mother, please prepare a bit more this morning. It's a perfect day to stay ashore due to the rain. I shall go check on Huixiang. Yes, I understand. You gentlemen truly drive me to despair. This is the life I lead. Lin's mother shook her head, casting a disapproving glance at Lin's father before retreating to the kitchen. Soon, a cloud of thick smoke billowed forth, accompanied by the sound of coughing. Despite her complaints, when it came to matters at hand, she was more diligent than anyone. Lin Dongyang took a hasty bite of food before gathering some money. Li Huixiang had left without taking much, displaying a complete lack of awareness. Were it not for his newfound ability to manage finances, he would have been oblivious to how much she had taken. He slipped 2 receipts into a plastic bag, along with a prepared lunchbox, and ventured out into the wind and rain, step by step heading towards the county town. He found himself thinking of her. Chapter 58. The watch and the bicycle. Lin Dongyang emerged from Li Danyu's home, a look of helplessness etched on his face. He had originally intended to take a tractor, but unfortunately the handle was nowhere to be found, leaving him anxious as he witnessed the children playing at home. With no choice but to retrace his steps towards the county town, he resigned himself to walking, knowing this detour would significantly extend his journey. Yet, there was a silver lining to walking. He could avoid the beaten path. Perhaps it was due to neglecting to consult the almanac before heading out. But halfway through his trek, the rain, which had been tapering off, suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour just as he stowed his umbrella. He found himself drenched in an instant, reminiscent of the time he was bathed by a pod of orchis on the boat. Before he could even raise his umbrella, a gust of wind swept through, drenching him further as water from the trees cascaded upon him, rendering the umbrella futile. Goodness, once I reach the city, I must recount this tale. It truly is no easy feat to enter the town, Lin Dongyang muttered under his breath, leaning against a tree of considerable girth. The heavy rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Being thoroughly soaked was of little concern to him, as his physique could withstand the elements. He chose to forego the umbrella and continued his journey towards the county town. As Lin Dongyang gazed down the road leading into the city, and then up at the sun breaking through the clouds, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How extraordinarily ironic. The heavens on land are no match for the mazu of the sea. They offer him not a shred of protection. Observing his sodden attire and gripping the now cold lunchbox, he decided against rushing to the hospital. He would wait until he dried off a bit before proceeding, lest he carry the chill with him. After all, it would be unfortunate if Li Huixiang were to fall ill. Upon this realization, a spark ignited within him, prompting a visit to the county's department store. He intended to purchase some food and supplements for Li Huixiang, as the limited funds she had brought with her would not suffice for anything extravagant. Now that he had earned some money, it was imperative that she enjoyed better nourishment. Otherwise, what was the purpose of his hard work? However, as he surveyed the unfamiliar streets around him, he found himself momentarily at a loss for direction. After all, much had changed. Many places no longer resembled their former selves. With no other choice, he resorted to his old methods for guidance. Excuse me. Can you direct me to the department store? I'm a bit lost. He inquired of several passers-by. Is the department store at the end of this road? After 20 minutes of walking, he glanced back at the route he had just traversed from the city station, beginning to question whether those people had been playing tricks on him. He had never lost his way at sea. Surely he wouldn't falter on land. Eventually, he found a local child who guided him to his destination, rewarding the child with 2 pieces of candy upon arrival. After this journey, his clothes had dried completely. Upon entering, he was greeted by a plethora of bustling counters laden with goods and a line of eager customers. Uncertain whether it was a weekend, having lost track of time while fishing at sea, he simply focused on the day-to-day. He purchased 5 pounds of egg cake, encountered some fine ham, and decided to buy 2 pounds of that as well, along with some fruit leather, recalling that pregnant women often crave sour flavors. After surveying the store and acquiring a bit of everything, he found himself with a bag slung over his shoulder, feeling satisfied with his purchases. A glance at the clock on the wall revealed that time was slipping away. He planned to take Li Huixiang and his sister-in-law out for a meal, sparing them the hassle of the hospital cafeteria. Just as he was about to leave, a dazzling display of watches caught his attention, momentarily halting his steps. Reflecting on his earlier glance at the wall clock and considering his frequent voyages at sea, he realized he truly needed a watch. He had enough money, and walking alone, he doubted anyone would perceive him as wealthy. Excuse me, do you have any waterproof watches? I live by the sea and need something that can withstand the water, ideally. It would be submersible, Lin Dongyang inquired cheerfully of a young saleswoman, although the situation was not as dire as before. A courteous demeanor was essential to ensure she would assist him. How much would such a watch cost? I believe I have sufficient funds, he added, noting her skeptical expression as he jangled the bag of his recent purchases and smiled. Take a look at this one, the saleswoman suggested, presenting a bright red strap adorned with a black dial and a gleaming silver casing. This is the Torch brand's 24-diamond military watch. Though it is a civilian version, it is produced by a reputable marine watch manufacturer. With the recent upgrades to military timepieces, it is nearly indistinguishable from the complete version. I've heard it can withstand depths of several meters underwater. Quite durable. Lin Dongyang admired the watch the saleswoman showcased, captivated by its beauty, and did not mind her casual remarks. What is the price of this one? He asked eagerly. Have you considered other options? This is the most expensive item we sell, priced at 170 yuan. All right, wait a moment. I shall fetch the money. Lin Dongyang gazed at the watch with admiration, fully aware that the price was fixed, leaving little room for negotiation. He refrained from saying much, retrieving the cash from a plastic bag and counting it meticulously. Here, this is the payment. After confirming the transaction, the attendant handed him the watch, which he immediately donned without hesitation. To his surprise, it looked rather stylish, almost transforming him from a fisherman into someone more refined. Yet, as he made this significant purchase, a sense of restraint began to settle within him. He glanced at the remaining money in his hand and then at a nearby row of bicycles. Observing the joy of those who had just bought bicycles stirred a longing within him. He had arrived on foot, and, with no tractor available to assist him into the city, was left with no choice but to rely on his own legs. Owning a bicycle would certainly enhance his convenience, allowing him to deliver delicious meals to his family and even make trips to the hospital. Although it had only been a few days, he did not wish for Li Huixiang to endure any hardships. She had already suffered enough in her previous life. He wished to spare her any further distress in this one. With these thoughts in mind, he approached the bicycle counter, exchanging 180 yuan for a brand new forever bicycle. In this era, possessing a bicycle was indeed a mark of distinction. After securing his recent purchases on the rear rack, Lin Dongyang pushed the bicycle with both hands. The watch on his wrist gleamed under the sun, reflecting light as he strode confidently, his fair complexion untouched by the sun, thanks to diligent protection. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, he garnered the attention of many, particularly the older women. Young man, do you have a partner? Would you like me to introduce someone to you? Auntie, I already have 2 children. He replied with a smile, gently grasping her arm. By the way, could you direct me to the hospital? I'm not very familiar with the way. The aunt, realizing her unsolicited meddling, felt a twinge of embarrassment but still provided him with directions. With the new bicycle and his long legs, his efficiency surged significantly. Chapter 59. Taking his wife out to dine, changing wards upon entering the hospital and making his way to the ward. Lin Dongyang encountered his sister-in-law supporting the heavily pregnant Li Huixiang as they exited the room. He could hear the commotion emanating from inside. Peering in, he noticed 6 beds occupied by expectant mothers, all seemingly on the brink of labor, surrounded by their families in a lively uproar. At this juncture, most families were reluctant to admit their wives to the hospital prematurely. They typically waited until the last moment or, if time was of the essence, relied on a midwife for delivery. If he were to wait another year, Lin Dongyang would likely have to resort to a midwife himself, perhaps even urging Li Huixiang to hide away, enduring considerable suffering before giving birth. Should fortune not favor them, complications could arise. Dongyang, what brings you here? Did you not go out to sea today? His sister-in-law inquired with a weary yet curious expression as she looked at Lin Dongyang. Lin Dongyang observed the weariness etched on her face and the bloodshot hue in her eyes, a clear indication of her insufficient rest, which intensified her desire to switch hospital rooms. He had just earned over 3,000 yesterday, so the cost of her hospitalization was hardly a concern. Initially, he had not given it much thought, forgetting that both Li Huixiang and his mother were naturally frugal. The primary reason for her hospitalization was to provide him with peace of mind while at sea. Otherwise, they would have been reluctant to spend even a little. It was not just hospitalization that pained them. Even the thought of examinations was distressing. Second sister-in-law, it's pouring rain today, accompanied by strong winds. So I didn't go out to sea. I thought I'd come and see Huixiang. Who knows when such good fortune will come again? He remarked. I'm here. So what is there to worry about? Such good days shouldn't be too frequent. that could affect our ability to earn at sea. Others are hoping for fewer such days, yet you seem to wish for more. How can one rest under such circumstances? Lin Dongyang exchanged a few light-hearted words with his second sister-in-law, while Li Huixiang quietly watched him with gentle eyes, saying nothing. Her serene demeanor was truly endearing. Especially to him. What is the matter? Are you stunned to see your husband? Look at what I brought for you. Is it safe to keep it in this room? He opened the burlap sack to reveal the items he had purchased at the department store. Why do you keep spending money unnecessarily? Isn't this wasteful? She protested. What is considered wasteful? You are about to give birth, and your body still needs nourishment. I feel like I am taking too long to ensure you are well fed. I'll set this aside for you. And then I'll take both of you out to a restaurant for a proper meal. Hospital food is certainly not satisfactory, he replied. After finishing his statement, he entered the room with the sack, exchanged a few pleasantries with those present, and gestured towards the outside before stepping out. Goodness, how warm-hearted. If it weren't for you at the door, I might not have made it out. Lin Dongyang wiped the sweat from his forehead and closed the door behind him. Yet, his thoughts on switching rooms grew stronger. Yesterday's earnings still lingered at home, and he was beginning to feel a bit too carefree. With money he had never been inclined to save, he found himself even less inclined to be frugal now. Today's fortunate encounter allowed him to visit, but he doubted he would have time in the future. The rain in their area usually lasted only a day, except during the typhoon season. Dongyang, why don't you take Huixiang out to eat? I'll manage a meal at the cafeteria, his second sister-in-law suggested. Her eyes reflecting a mix of envy and contentment as she watched Lin Dongyang assist Li Huixiang. Second sister-in-law, how could I possibly abandon you? Come along with us. It won't impoverish me. I had a good earning yesterday, so let me spend a little. I'll need your help to take care of Huixiang moving forward. He replied with a smile, taking the lunchbox from her hands without returning it to the room, thinking that if there were leftovers, they would be conveniently packed. Seeing her lunchbox vanish, the second sister-in-law could only nod resignedly. The three of them exited the hospital, and noticing Li Huixiang's slight inconvenience in movement, Lin Dongyang realized the benefits of having purchased a bicycle had manifested sooner than expected. He instructed them to wait for a moment while he retrieved the bicycle from the parking shed. As Li Huixiang watched her husband emerge with a bicycle, his arm adorned with a watch, she furrowed her brow slightly, knowing it must be a new purchase made by Lin Dongyang today. Once she is away from home, she begins to squander money recklessly. Had I known, I would have hidden the money separately. Although there is a bit of cash at home now, it should not be wasted frivolously. Lin Dongyang, observing Li Huixiang's somewhat reproachful gaze, scratched his head and chuckled. He wondered if she would change her expression if she knew her husband earned over 3,000 a day. However, based on Lin Dongyang's understanding of her, it might only deepen her scrutiny. He was indeed in a peculiar situation. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging to withdraw such a significant amount of money. Dongyang, is this a bicycle you bought? The two in our village are certainly not this new. And what about the watch? Did you just acquire that as well? That's right, sister-in-law. I'll explain when we get back. All my purchases are useful, not a single penny wasted, Lin Dongyang replied, ostensibly addressing his sister-in-law but actually speaking to Li Huixiang beside him. He lifted her and placed her gently on the rear seat of the bicycle. Though it was somewhat uncomfortable, it was certainly better than bearing a heavy belly, as Lin Dongyang felt a pinch of softness at his waist. It seemed to activate a switch within him, prompting him to pedal the bicycle and search for a restaurant. With the recent reopening, many eateries had emerged in the city. He found a nearby two-story establishment that appeared bustling with patrons. After carefully dismounting and securing the bicycle, the trio entered the restaurant. A rich, savory aroma wafted through the air, causing Lin Dongyang's stomach, which had been grumbling after a long morning, to protest earnestly. They ordered a simple meal of Western cuisine and a soup, which, in comparison to the 10 dishes they typically enjoyed at home, seemed rather modest. I must tell you, yesterday, while at sea with my father, we encountered schools of flying fish and pods of orcas. Lin Dongyang described animatedly, reminiscent of a storyteller, as their meal progressed. The two women appeared noticeably more cheerful than at the outset, perhaps having been somewhat stifled. Did you truly earn that much? Please do not deceive me merely to make me happy, Li Huixiang remarked, her eyes scrutinizing Lin Dongyang, who spoke with such conviction. Yet, she was beginning to believe him, albeit with lingering doubts. Why would I deceive you? I know it brings you joy. Look, I even took notes on my earnings. It's all quite detailed. Those 2 large sharks brought in cash, and the money I spent on the bicycle and watch didn't even come close to the value of a single shark. As Li Huixiang examined the notes he presented, She began to feel that perhaps the bicycle and watch weren't so extravagant after all. A sweet sensation filled her heart. And as she gazed at the list in her hands, her smile became uncontrollable, blooming like a flower. Meanwhile, her sister-in-law was eating vigorously, determined to consume enough to exhaust this newly prosperous brother-in-law, casting envious glances at the list in Li Huixiang's hands. Unexpectedly, Dongyang had turned out to be quite romantic. Since he began to cherish his wife, she felt a desire to tease him. Is it really permissible for me to reserve these 2 hospital beds? Lin Dongyang had merely inquired, not expecting a positive response. He was somewhat skeptical as he addressed the nurse, given that hospitals often claimed a shortage of beds. Why would I deceive you, young man? There are scarcely any beds available in this hospital, and most people are reluctant to stay. Since you are willing to pay, how could we possibly refuse you? It is essential to clarify that in the event of an urgent situation, it may be necessary for your second sister-in-law to make some accommodations. However, we shall not require any payment, as it will be covered on your behalf. Very well, that poses no issue. Lin Dongyang happily handed over the money and returned to start moving things, pleasantly surprised by how smoothly everything went. Nowadays, people are reluctant to spend money. Had this been in a later era, securing a hospital room like this would require connections, and even then, one might not be assured of success. Once they helped Li Huixiang transfer to a quieter room, the atmosphere became considerably more serene. You really ought to refrain from unnecessary expenditures. I cannot persuade you otherwise. While it is prudent to save money where possible, do not skimp on this expense. Once you have fully recovered and returned home, there will be no need to worry about my spending habits, for you will have the means to manage it yourself. Second sister-in-law, I appreciate your efforts. Please take a moment to rest while I take Huixiang for a stroll, as the weather is quite pleasant. Having said this, Lin Dongyang supported his wife as they exited the hospital room. Li Huixiang, observing the harmonious scene of her brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law, wore a smile, feeling content to be part of the Lin family. Returning to the soft hospital bed, she finally succumbed to sleep after a restless night spent in discomfort. Chapter 60, A Golden Nest or a Silver Nest. One's own doghouse is best. As Lin Dongyang assisted Li Huixiang back into the hospital, the radiant smile upon her face filled him with genuine joy. In recent times, her expressions of happiness seemed to surpass those of her previous life combined. It must be said, the reduced number of patients indeed contributed to a tranquil environment, alleviating any sense of agitation. Even the second sister-in-law could enjoy a restful slumber. Li Huixiang was gently placed on the bed by Lin Dongyang, who observed the second sister-in-law snoring softly. With a smile, she addressed Lin Dongyang, who was busy adjusting the blankets. I mentioned this the other day. Do not hesitate to spend money. I can earn, and your expenditures will not outpace my income. If it were not for my availability today, we would have had to wait until after the child's birth to ascertain this. Let us not continue this way. Do you understand? My motivation to earn has diminished somewhat, and I find myself reluctant to venture out to sea. Lin Dongyang adjusted the blanket and covered her, playfully brushing his nose against hers while looking at her tenderly. Li Huixiang, listening to his words, initially wished to retort, but upon meeting his gaze, she quickly glanced at the second sister-in-law to check if she had awakened. Pinching Lin Dongyang playfully, she looked at him, feigning annoyance. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? You know very well that that's not the case, or else why would you pinch me? As they exchanged glances, both erupted into delighted laughter. This moment is truly wonderful. I could hardly have imagined it before. It is splendid. Please do not abandon your endeavors at sea, for we are about to welcome another addition to our family, and we have already established our own household, still receiving support from our parents. Do not let a single profitable venture lead you to dismiss the modest gains. We must remain grounded. Once I have given birth, I will be able to return to work, and I will assist you while tending to the child. Our family must thrive together after the new year. Let us consider having another child, and I assure you I will conceive more swiftly than the third sister-in-law. Li Huixiang leaned against Lin Dongyang's shoulder, her face radiating happiness as she softly spoke, casting a proud glance at him by the end of her words. Having given birth to 2 children in 3 years, her efficiency was indeed commendable. In this era that encourages larger families, her thoughts did not seem peculiar to Lin Dongyang. In the past, had he not been working, she would have certainly hesitated about having more children. Now, with their home circumstances improving and both his sisters-in-law having borne 3 children for the Lin family, she felt compelled to keep pace, at the very least not to lag behind the third sister-in-law. Observing her excitement, Lin Dongyang refrained from expressing any reluctance about ceasing to have children, knowing that such a decision would bring her considerable distress, something he wished to avoid. All right. However many you wish to have, we shall have. I will work diligently, but you must take care of your health. Do not let the second pregnancy become a burden. Otherwise, do not think of having more. He then insisted that his second sister-in-law accompany her daily for meals and light exercise, assuring her that he would set aside money for her to spend freely. I will return whenever I can. If you disobey, I will not venture to see again, but will stay here to keep you company, he added, planting a kiss on her forehead with a hint of playful threat. I understand. Fret not. I will certainly take good care of myself. While you are at sea, do not worry about me. Just ensure your safety. I want to see you again. Li Huixiang replied, exuding a mixture of affection and exasperation as she gently caressed her belly, amused by her husband's playful threats. Let me listen. She must be moving now, Lin Dongyang remarked, lifting the blanket to place his ear against her belly. As he listened to the gentle movements within, a smile spread across his face. In my past life, it was my father's fault for not keeping you. In this life, I shall surely make amends tenfold. The entire afternoon was spent in tender conversation between them. Li Huixiang, aware that this departure would mean several days apart, felt no fatigue until the sun began to set. When she finally realized it was time to part. You must leave now. Although it is getting dark, the journey will take time. Do not return in darkness. It's unsafe with money and valuables on you, she urged anxiously, sitting upright to gaze at the evening sky, addressing her husband who still longed to embrace her. Haha. Have you forgotten that I bought a bicycle? Now you see that I am not frivolously spending money. Once I reach home, I will teach my mother and sisters-in-law, and they will visit you when they have time, Lin Dongyang replied, holding her close and not rushing to leave, a smile playing on his lips. Though it is late, during my absence, do not waste money. This journey will cost me quite a bit, likely more than families in the city spend on childbirth, he cautioned. What nonsense. You are no less than them. If our family's money is not for you, then for whom? One child is still small, and the other has yet to be born. I do not want to hear you lamenting about spending money again, or I shall be displeased, Lin Dongyang concluded, fixing a serious gaze upon Li Huixiang. Though he refrained from pressuring her with threats, he could sense her internal struggle regarding spending. Such unfavorable notions can only be transformed through gradual change, for they have become entrenched over time. He has not shown much resolve, but the present circumstances are different. Should she not amend her frugal mindset, how shall he procure the items he desires? He is yet to purchase his camera. Li Huixiang gazed at her suddenly childlike husband, a glimmer of tears surfacing in her eyes, yet her heart felt sweetly content. Well, I shall say no more. You should hurry home, eat well, and rest adequately. Tomorrow we must set sail. Li Huixiang suppressed her tears, not wishing for him to see her cry, and smiled as she spoke. Lin Dongyang, seeing her smile, felt a surge of joy, releasing her embrace. He glanced at his still sleeping sister-in-law without a word and exited the room. His sister-in-law was truly exhausted, having slept all afternoon. She still lingered in slumber. How could you dawdle all afternoon? Your brother would never speak to me in such a manner. Dongyang has indeed changed so much, Huixiang. You have persevered. Hearing the door's sound, his sister-in-law quickly sat up, rubbing her weary body, yet she smiled at Li Huixiang beside her, who could feel comfortable after feigning sleep for 3 hours while listening to sweet nothings. Ah, sister-in-law, you have been awake for quite some time. Why did you not rise? Li Huixiang blushed deeply as she observed her sister-in-law massaging her legs. Though she was soon to be a mother of 2, she felt she lacked the formidable spirit of her elder sisters-in-law and could only measure herself against the third. You two were so lovey-dovey. Why would I get up? Besides, I could eavesdrop on your sweet exchanges. Hee. Sister-in-law, you are incorrigible. I am going to sleep. I know nothing of what you ask, Li Huixiang exclaimed, hastily pulling the covers over her head, mortified at the memory of her intimacy with Lin Dongyang, fearing her sister-in-law would mock her. Indeed, moments later, the small hospital room was filled with laughter. However, after their mirth, the sister-in-law opened the door, taking a lunchbox and thermos to heat the meal and water. Lin Dongyang rode his bicycle homeward, feeling the refreshing breeze against his face. Just as he exited the county, fine droplets of rain began to fall, soaking his previously dry clothes. This time, he did not bother with an umbrella, allowing the rain and wind to envelop him as he rode with unrestrained delight. He had never felt such happiness. As darkness fully enveloped the sky, he pedaled toward the warmly lit home in the distance, a sense of bliss washing over him. There stood his mother at the door, her face etched with concern as she awaited his return. Mother, I'm back. Have you all been waiting for dinner? Lin Dongyang's heart, already warm, swelled further at the sight of his mother standing there, for she must have been waiting for his arrival. The feeling of having a mother waiting at the door is truly wonderful. What have you done to your bicycle? Have you been spending recklessly again? Does Huixiang know? Don't come home upset. Mother, I know. Let us head inside quickly. I'm starving. First, change your clothes. I'll serve dinner from the kitchen. No rush. I'll just warm my clothes by the stove. Lin Dongyang, having spoken, pushed his bicycle with one hand while guiding his mother towards the kitchen with the other. Upon entering, they encountered his sister-in-law preparing a pot, and a rich aroma wafted towards them, enticing them further. A whole platter of crabs lay before them, likely accompanied by fish beneath, and the fragrance was utterly delightful. Indeed, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. Mother, you are truly wonderful. Chapter 61, After the Storm. The fish gather in the waves. Lin's mother gazed at her beaming youngest son, and upon hearing his words, her heart swelled with joy. Such words are not easily spoken. She glanced at her eldest daughter-in-law, hastily concealing her smile. Just know this. Quickly serve the dishes. Dinner is ready, and we await your arrival. Later, we shall discuss Huixiang and how your second sister-in-law is faring in the hospital. Lin Dongyang grasped a scalding crab leg, nodding enthusiastically while savoring the aroma. He carried it outside, utterly captivated by the dish, his favorite. Regrettably, in the future, such delicacies would be beyond his means, as this meal would surely cost several hundred. Upon exiting, he noticed a few nephews gathered around his bicycle, gazing curiously yet hesitant to touch it. Feel free to touch it. It rained today. And I was in a hurry, so I didn't buy you any treats. Just take that bag down. It's what your aunt asked me to bring back. Lin Dongyang chuckled at the children before making his way into the main room, where their family was numerous enough that mealtime required a large space. Uncle, can we really touch it? Did you buy it? If we break it, you'll have to compensate us. If you could break it, I would take you to the department store in the city to see if you could ruin one there. It's quite amusing to think a bicycle could be broken. Lin Dongyang laughed at the still hesitant group. You go ahead and touch it. If you break it, I want to get beaten. I want to. You touch it. How about this? Let Jinchuan touch it. If he breaks it, Uncle will punish him, but it won't be too severe. Sounds good. You go fetch him. I proposed this. I'm not going. The children soon began to squabble, and ultimately, the eldest among them entered the house and carried Lin Jinchuan outside, leaving the adults inside momentarily stunned. They were baffled by the commotion the children were causing. You're buying watches and bicycles. Has Huixiang said anything to you? Huh. What did she say? In our household, I am the one in charge, Lin Dongyang replied, sitting up straighter and speaking with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing him, Lin's father and several brothers, who were ready to continue their inquiries, exchanged glances with displeased expressions and lowered their heads. They found themselves at a loss for words. As the food was brought into the room, a flock of little ones were herded back inside like ducks, with Lin Jinchuan following steadily behind, watched over by Lin's mother. Uncle, your bicycle is truly new. Nothing like Uncle Lu's old clunker, who always claims it breaks with the slightest touch. I'm sure he is deceiving me. I touched yours for quite a while and it didn't break. Jianyang, you are truly astute to come up with such thoughts. Hurry and indulge in more crabs to nourish your intellect, Lin Dongyang said with a cheerful smile as he picked a crab for Lin Jianyang, who sat beside him. Lin Dongyang observed his foolish son, covering his forehead, somewhat at a loss for words. Dongyang, how's your second sister-in-law in the hospital? Is she being well taken care of? No issues, brother. Yesterday, second sister-in-law rested with her head down. And today, I arranged for her to be moved to a better ward for proper rest, Lin Dongyang replied. Listening to his younger brother, Lin Dongyang nodded. Having not seen his wife for a couple of days left him feeling a bit empty, but with someone in the family about to give birth, things were different now. And he felt a little concerned. Come, pour a glass to ward off the chill, their father instructed, gesturing towards the bottle of liquor, prompting Lin Dongyang to begin pouring. While he continued to savor the freshly cracked crab in his bowl, occasionally adding a sizable fish head to his plate. Once the drinks were poured, without a toast, he took a sip of liquor and a bite of fish head, slurping it down, while Lin Dongyang appeared quite famished. Without any hesitation to drink for warmth, he began to eat heartily. Today's fare was exceptionally delicious, and the children eagerly joined in the feast. Had it not been for the elder sister-in-law's long hours in the kitchen, it would have been quite a challenge to gauge the appetite of so many. Listening to the sound of rain outside, Lin Dongyang opened the light to check the time on his watch. It was still early. Uncertain of how long the rain would persist, he decided to burrow back under the covers and sleep. Knock, knock. Knock, the distinctive rhythm of two long and one short knocks roused Lin Dongyang from his slumber. He dressed quickly and opened the door, finding his father standing before him. Has the rain ceased? It only lasted a while. It won't hinder our outing at sea. A day less out means a little less profit. Hurry and get ready. I'll prepare the supplies. With the current wind, I want to take the crab traps. We'll go light. We'll scoop up whatever we can. If the weather changes, we'll return, his father stated, holding a flashlight and glancing at the sky. All right. I'll follow your lead, Lin Dongyang nodded. After a moment's thought, he added, Father, do we have any cast nets or dip nets at home? Let us bring an extra, just in case we encounter a situation like last time. Sure. I just prepared one. I'll grab it, his father replied. After their conversation, Lin Dongyang quickly freshened up, running some water while waiting for his father to fetch the nets. Once everything was ready, they headed towards the shelter harbor. After filling the fuel tank, the sound of a heavy thud echoed, reminiscent of a tractor, as a sizable fishing boat set sail from the port. This time with Lin Dongyang at the helm. After so long, he had finally reclaimed the right to steer the vessel from his father. Watching his steady son navigate, Lin's father leaned against the cabin, dozing off. After years of labor on the fishing boat, finding rest was a simple task. However, before they even reached the fishing grounds, the horizon began to brighten with the dawn, devoid of rain but marked by a brisk sea breeze and small waves. A dolphin leapt gracefully into the air, executing a turn before splashing back into the water. This seemed to disturb a pod of dolphins, who promptly began leaping from the waves, propelling themselves forward. Lin Dongyang observed their movements and had no choice but to reduce the speed of the fishing boat, lest they be stunned by a collision. It was a rare delight to witness these marine spirits so closely on the surface of the sea. In a few years, such an encounter would be nearly impossible. As he watched them frolic, Lin Dongyang was not in a hurry to cast his net into the waters ahead, instead choosing to follow their playful antics at a leisurely pace. Fortunately, he had refrained from deploying the net earlier. Otherwise, he would have ensnared them without catching any fish, ultimately having to release them back into the sea. As the dolphins passed by, Lin Dongyang marveled at the splashes they created, beneath which appeared to be a group of gray figures swimming. Father, wake up quickly. Do you see if that's a school of fish? It seems to resemble big-headed fish. What brings them here? Lin Dongyang called out, a hint of confusion in his voice. Lin's father sat up on the boat, first noticing the leaping dolphins before glancing down. Though the view was unclear, regardless of what it is, let us cast the net. Once we're on the boat, we'll know everything, he replied. You truly are foolish. Lin Dongyang had already prepared to cast the net but was taken aback by his father's comment. There was no time for retorts, and the father and son hurriedly lowered the net into the water. Chapter 62. Fish bites fish, a colossal catch as the fishing net submerged. Lin Dongyang felt a slight sense of relief while observing the school of fish still following the boat. Watching his father continue to navigate, he busied himself by retrieving the fishing rod his father had procured for him the previous day. Given the unpredictable weather, it was wise to be prepared for any opportunity that might arise. Although he had made a substantial profit last time, he did not disdain smaller earnings. As Li Huixiang had said, one must always remain grounded in their endeavors. Lacking formal education and understanding of complex matters, he relied on the marketing skills he had honed in his later years, which could hardly sustain his success. Since he seemed to garner favor from Mazu, he resolved to remain a humble fisherman, biding his time to accumulate more property when the opportunity arose. Surely, that would be a wise choice. Shaking his head, he picked up the fishing rod and cast it not far from the boat, where numerous fish swam beneath the surface. The possibility of a barren catch was non-existent. As he had anticipated, even without bait on the hook, he felt the rod trembling, and he wondered where his father had acquired such a flimsy fishing rod. He hadn't even exerted much effort, yet it felt as though it might snap at any moment. This was indeed a case of cutting corners. The fish beneath the water had considerable strength, and Lin Dongyang was not inclined to waste time playing with it. His fishing rod was ill-equipped for a prolonged struggle, but with sheer force, he managed to heave the struggling fish from the depths. Father, it appears your fishing rod is truly inadequate. I must procure one myself, he shouted, lifting the rod high above his head to bring the fish aboard. Wow, this is quite thrilling. Had I known, I should have secretly bought a camera. This is excellent material. When I grow old, I could showcase this in an album. It would be quite impressive. He mused quietly, gazing at the flopping fish before him. He felt a twinge of regret. Having caught an entire string of fish, he thought to himself that posting this on social media would surely cause a sensation. A large-headed whale, with its tail firmly grasping two red bloodfish, writhed on the deck like two eels, yet showed no intention of relinquishing its catch. Even after being removed from the sea, the red bloodfish from this region held considerable value, renowned for replenishing vitality, making them particularly suitable for consumption post-surgery. Indeed, it was fortuitous that he would soon require them. Additionally, two small oil eels clung tenaciously to the whale's pectoral fin, refusing to let go. Observing its plight, Lin Dongyang might have thought it had violated some divine law. Upon extracting the fishhook from its mouth, he understood the desperate struggle it had endured. Who wouldn't feel pain in such a situation? He hastily separated the fish, alleviating the whale's distress, ensuring it could enjoy a brief respite during its time aboard his vessel. Once ashore, he would sell it, and it would cease to be his concern. At times, Lin Dongyang felt like a living bodhisattva, embodying immense kindness. Nevertheless, he lamented the loss of the fishing rod that his father had painstakingly repaired. Realizing that he must rely on his own efforts, muttering softly to himself, he observed the surrounding waves. Seizing the moment, he cast his line not near the boat, but with great force, the hook adorned with the tail he had just extracted from the red bloodfish. In midair, it resembled a fish swimming through the air. As the hook plunged into the water, Lin Dongyang stood silently at the boat's edge, his scarf fluttering in the sea breeze. With something to occupy him, he felt no boredom and had no desire to rest. Suddenly, the fishing rod trembled violently. He had hooked something. Quickly, he drew the fishing line back, the veins in his arms bulging as a wave approached the fishing boat from afar. Judging by the tension in the line and rod, the catch was substantial, and Lin Dongyang found himself straining, a slight loosening of his grip wrist breaking the rod. Losing both the big catch and the rod would be a significant setback. Lin Dongyang had never endured such a loss during his time at sea, and it would be rather embarrassing. With determination, he removed his scarf from around his neck, and as the rod bent perilously close to snapping, he wrapped the scarf around his hand, swiftly grasping the line that threatened to escape. He pulled with all his might, his muscles strained, and he could feel the line's rigidity. Lin Dongyang feared it might snap, sensing that he was nearing exhaustion. Resolutely, he wrapped the line around the side of the boat, leveraging the vessel's strength to regain some semblance of control, though his hands ached painfully. "Father, come help me." Lin Dongyang called out to his father in the nearby cabin as he noticed the waves retreating once more. When faced with dilemmas, calling for his father had always proven effective. How is it that fishing always brings trouble? I'm quite exasperated with you. Had I known, I wouldn't have gone to fetch you a rod, Lin's father remarked, picking up the fishing rod that lay aside, casting a resigned glance at Lin Dongyang. Uncertain of the fish's identity, Lin Dongyang exclaimed, "This fishing rod is utterly worthless. I nearly lost my grip just now. I'm pulling this fish in by hand, and you know my strength. Be cautious of those waves over there. The boat is heading in the opposite direction. I am eager to see what we have on the line." Gritting his teeth, he continued, watching as more line unwound, only to become tangled once more. It was a contest of wills, one person against one fish. If the person faltered, their efforts would be in vain. If the fish lost, it would pay with its life. Neither party was willing to concede defeat. With only the splashes of water stirred by the fishing boat and the ripples created by the fish struggling against the line marking the tense standoff. However, as Lin's father exerted his strength, the fishing boat would sometimes come to a halt, then surge forward again. Lin Dongyang diligently reeled in the line, noticing the increasing ease with which the line moved. Despite the fish's considerable weight, it had lost much of its vigor, making it manageable for Lin Dongyang, whose strength was not to be underestimated. Observing the calmer waves in the distance, Lin's father emerged from the cabin, excitement illuminating his face as he watched his son reel in the line. He had not anticipated that the newly acquired fishing rod would prove its worth. Initially, he assumed it was merely a diversion for his younger son during his first fishing venture. Clearly, he had underestimated Lin Dongyang's fortune. "Come, let me assist you. You must be tired," Lin's father said, smiling as he approached to lend a hand. Feeling the weight in his hands, he gained a new appreciation for his son's strength. Such a catch would have eluded others, and it was no surprise that Lin Dongyang was destined for success. Once the sizable fish was brought ashore, he could boast to his old friends that he had played a part in its capture. As a pointed snout emerged from the sea, ensnared by the fishhook, Lin Dongyang finally understood why it was so difficult to land. He was face to face with a formidable swordfish. This specimen measured just over 2 meters in length, adorned with a sleek black and white stripe and a long, sword-like bill, accentuated by a prominently arched dorsal fin, both stunning and perilous. "Father, Thank goodness it isn't larger. Otherwise, it might have punctured our boat. That would have been terrifying. We're fortunate to have hooked it. Quickly, pull it up. Lin's father remarked, "You truly have remarkable luck. Catching a fish of this size will yield a handsome profit." Grasping the landing net, he began to assist in hoisting the fish, which weighed around 200 pounds, no small feat. It took considerable effort from both father and son to finally haul it aboard. As they gazed at the swordfish lying on the deck, its tail fin still thrashing, Lin Dongyang unwrapped his scarf, revealing red marks on his hands. Yet, witnessing the magnificent creature before him made it all worthwhile. Nonetheless, he realized it was time for a new fishing rod. Chapter 63. The floating treasure of the sea. The sky cleared, and the sea lay tranquil. With rays of sunlight streaming onto the boat, Lin Dongyang laboriously pushed the swordfish aside, uncertain if it would survive the journey to the dock. At the very least, he hoped to prevent it from succumbing to the sun's heat. Moments ticked by, gazing at the seamless horizon where the sea met the sky. Lin Dongyang felt a surge of exhilaration and couldn't help but shout out in joy. Without any particular reason, I simply wished to shout, "What nonsense are you making now? Why don't you take the helm while I go fishing?" Lin Fu, listening to his son Lin Dongyang's boisterous call, responded with a remark. He had just witnessed his younger son reel in a colossal catch, followed by a string of 5 squids. While astonished, he felt an urge to join in, but had not found the opportunity to voice his desire until now. "Father, do not indulge in distractions. Did you not say this morning that fishing was not worthwhile?" "What? Are you unable to resist?" Lin Dongyang chuckled, lifting his fishing rod, only to reveal an empty line. He smiled at his father, seeing the grin on his son's face. Lin Fu felt he was being teased, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Nevertheless, he activated the netting machine and commenced their work. If all went as expected, there would be no more leisurely moments for the day. As the creaking sound began to resonate, both eagerly awaited the haul. The noise was a source of delight. However, as the sound grew louder, Lin Dongyang hurried over to inspect a large bulging net. Quickly, he scooped with a hand net, casting the catch onto the side of the boat to alleviate the pressure on the netting machine. The net was brimming with Pacific cod, alongside a number of blood-red fish gnawing at them. It seemed he was correct in his initial observation of the fish school beneath the waves. The fishermen in their vicinity predominantly caught Pacific cod, which, contrary to its name, possessed no foul odor. The fish, resembling garlic cloves in appearance, were delectable and visually appealing, boasting a fresh taste without any off-putting flavors, and commanded a respectable price in the market. With this catch, they had at least earned a month's worth of diesel expenses. And combined with the earlier swordfish, the morning yielded a steady stream of profit, if not a windfall. Once the weight was manageable, Lin Dongyang and his father collaboratively pulled up the heavy net. Upon opening the net, a flurry of cod leapt forth, covering the deck, followed by a multitude of crabs emerging from beneath. Most were blue crabs, sizable in stature, accompanied by a small cluster of flower crabs, distinguished by their beautiful blue claws and superior taste. Just as they finished this haul, it was time to prepare a meal. Ever since Lin Dongyang had cooked last, his father had not taken to the stove again. After all, who would turn down the benefits of a well-prepared dish over bland noodles? Lin Dongyang began to sort through the catch while his father navigated the boat, and the father-son duo resumed their routine, setting aside any thoughts of fishing for the moment. After a while of gathering crabs, Lin Dongyang noticed a still bulging cluster of crabs and furrowed his brow. Logically, he had collected everything on the surface, and they should have dispersed by now. Yet, it resembled a gathering sphere, with none of the crabs eager to depart. Lin Dongyang retrieved a basket and approached closely, beginning to toss the crabs inside. Before long, a mass of black objects came into view. This sight was all too familiar to Lin Dongyang, having encountered such a scene numerous times before. However, the abundance was unprecedented. He had never seen so many black holes in one place. He methodically captured the crabs scuttling about, meticulously removing the barnacles clinging to the sea turtle with a pair of pliers. After laboring for quite some time, he found his back aching from bending over. A slight frown crossed his face as he stood up and massaged his lower back. It was during moments like these that he often found himself missing Li Huixiang. With a sigh, he gazed at the sea turtle before him, its body almost entirely covered in black barnacles, resembling a creature enveloped in a layer of ebony armor, an armor that no living being would desire. The immense sea turtle, nearly 2 meters long, was densely covered with barnacles, and Lin Dongyang felt at a loss as to where to begin its cleansing. The turtle struggled to flip itself over, yet it remained utterly immobile. Its weight, compounded by the barnacles, was considerable. Lin Dongyang observed the barnacles clustered around its eyes and mouth, pondering the turtle's age. Should it accumulate more barnacles, it might soon find itself resting on the seabed, left to starve. Bending down, he began to assist in its cleaning, unsure if it was fate that bound him to these creatures. From his previous life to the present, he had encountered many of them, each appearance bringing him good fortune. He harbored no disdain for its dirtiness and settled beside it, gazing at the inky barnacles without a desire to eat them. Nevertheless, he tossed them into a bucket, methodically prying them off one by one. With each barnacle he removed, the turtle emitted a series of huffing sounds, followed by a few plaintive cries. It wriggled joyfully on the deck, appearing exceedingly pleased. Lin Dongyang secured a rope around himself and called out to his father in the nearby cabin. When Lin Fu emerged and noticed the large sea turtle not far from them, along with the white patches on its shell, he refrained from asking questions. Having spent this time observing, Lin Dongyang felt that the number of sea turtles was dwindling. Once his father had tied the rope securely, Lin Dongyang exerted himself to roll the turtle over. Given its weight, the two could not lift it. They resorted to a simpler method of casting it back into the sea. With a significant splash, it soon re-emerged from beneath the surface, calling out softly. Before long, Lin Dongyang smiled at the turtle trailing behind the fishing boat, just as he was about to resume sorting through their catch. To his surprise, several more turtles surfaced from the depths, following the boat closely. They emitted a series of huffs, and if not for Lin Dongyang's keen hearing, he might not have discerned their calls. However, this time, these turtles were nearly all white, resembling ethereal white creatures floating gracefully. Lin Dongyang focused intently and urged his father to halt the boat, eagerly awaiting the approaching turtles. His face lit up with delight, for he had not anticipated such a fortuitous encounter. The creatures trailing behind were not merely turtles. They were treasures of the sea. Father, we are bound for prosperity. Let us not cast the nets just yet. These fellows may very well be summoned by the one we just released. Lin Dongyang gazed at the freshly stripped sea turtle, floating serenely on the water's surface, encircled by a group of imposing sea turtles clad in white armor, their size dwarfing his own, adorned with white barnacles. They appeared to be 2 sizes larger. At that moment, Lin's father, hearing his son's calls, emerged from the cabin and approached, peering down into the water, only to feel a shiver run down his spine. He couldn't bear to look. Why must you show me this? Didn't you just collect so much? Why stop the boat? Lin's father quickly averted his gaze, already feeling uneasy, and his discomfort only intensified. Bring them up and help scrape off those barnacles. They're quite valuable. Lin Dongyang, brimming with excitement, paid no heed to his father's discomfort, grinning as he spoke. He had already acclimated to the presence of the turtles. He was adept at helping them shed barnacles, but he hadn't anticipated that the newcomers would be so encrusted in gooseneck barnacles. If he were to harvest them from the rocks, it would require immense effort and yield little. They were exceedingly hard, and he couldn't afford to damage them. After all, any damage would diminish their value. Although it was challenging to remove these barnacles from the turtles, it was far more convenient than searching for them on the rocks. They were delivered right to him. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. He alleviated their burden, and they rewarded him financially. Who would want these? They're revolting. I don't even want to eat them, especially when they're scraped off a turtle. These were gooseneck barnacles, distinct from regular barnacles, often referred to as the seafood from hell. Just listen to that name. It sounds valuable. If he encountered someone knowledgeable, it would indeed be a profitable venture. I'm not mistaken, right? As long as one does good deeds, good fortune will follow. He mused, smiling at his father, noting the flurry of turtles below him, uncertain about how to bring them aboard, given their size and liveliness. What should we do? We can't just cast a net to haul them in. Lin's father frowned as he surveyed the scene. Since they're valuable, I can endure the discomfort. Father, how about this? I happen to have some rope. And if you could attach the rope you used earlier, I'll dive in to help remove the barnacles. Once I'm in, you can lower the bucket down along the rope. How does that sound? Lin Dongyang's frown eased slightly as he posed the question to his father, who stood nearby. After all, he was still unfamiliar with the oceans of this era, and when experience was required, he needed to consult his father. Standing idly by without asking would be a missed opportunity, especially since he was supposed to be compensated for his efforts. Although his father had yet to specify a payment, he likely intended to offer some form of remuneration, a gesture of affection towards his younger son. Lin's father glanced at the water's surface and then at the choppy waves. Frowning, he was somewhat reluctant to watch his son venture into the sea at that moment. Even though it may hold considerable value, one cannot ascertain its selling price. Once it is submerged, Anything could transpire, especially in such remote waters. Dongyang, ordinarily, there would be no issue with diving in now. However, once one is in the water, the uncertainties abound. Perhaps I should take the plunge. Father, you have already mentioned the dangers. How could I allow you to dive? What are you suggesting? With these formidable creatures surrounding me, what danger could there possibly be? There are not many larger than them. Lin Dongyang waved his hand and chuckled, interpreting his father's words to mean that diving was safe. But there were other underwater perils to be wary of. Nevertheless, with so many sea turtles nearby and fishing boats anchored close by, he felt little trepidation. He was also quite eager to dive down and take a look. Once he was amidst the ocean, his initial fear dissipated, replaced instead by curiosity. If he were to express a desire to dive without reason, his father would undoubtedly object. But this presented a perfect opportunity for him to explore. Once he had taken the first plunge, the second would naturally follow, leading to further excursions. His father was growing older, and he could not allow him to dive. Therefore, if that is the case, you may proceed. Seeing as you are quite invested in these creatures and wish to help detach barnacles. However, you will not need to exert much force underwater. It won't be long before you tire. If you find yourself struggling, come up promptly and do not overestimate your capabilities. Understood. You may have witnessed my strength, but you have yet to see my stamina. Today, I shall demonstrate, so you no longer view me as a mere child. Lin Dongyang, feeling a bit defiant, smiled involuntarily. Spending time with his father made him feel younger, almost as if he had returned to his childhood. After all, no matter how grown he became in his father's eyes, he would always be a child. Watching his father secure the rope, Lin Dongyang tightened his own harness and, with a leap, plunged into the water, landing neatly amidst the freshly cleaned sea turtles. Upon entering the water, he realized that the turtle was surrounded as if it were a model on a runway, drawing attention from all sides. It could also be considered a form of advertisement for Lin Dongyang. With tools in hand, he cautiously swam to a turtle measuring over 2 meters, gently tapping its shell, unable to reach its carapace due to the barnacles. These turtles were truly unfortunate, as they faced indiscriminate attachment. Had he not intervened, this small group would have been left to await their demise. A faint sound emerged from nearby, the water producing subtle ripples. For some reason, Lin Dongyang felt these minute fluctuations distinctly, as if he were being tapped on the shoulder. Frowning briefly, he then relaxed. There was no point in pondering what he could not understand. Dongyang, the bucket is coming. Be careful not to hit yourself. Are these sea turtles docile? Do they harbor any intent to attack you? Lin's father still harbored some concern as he lowered the bucket, speaking as he did. This was the first time he had witnessed his youngest son diving, although his other sons had occasionally entered the water when their nets became ensnared. Seeing his youngest son dive imparted a sense of being no longer needed. His sons had all grown up. Lin Dongyang emerged from the water with a sense of joy, gently patting the sea turtle beneath him. Lin's father observed as Lin Dongyang surfaced alongside a large white sea turtle, which he was perched upon. Not only was there no thought of attacking, but even the slightest movement seemed unfeasible. Father, you're overthinking it. Just keep the boat steady and watch me. Lin Dongyang shouted, cautiously prying off barnacles. Initially, he struggled, but with experience, his technique became both proficient and swift. Before long, he had collected all the barnacles beneath him into a bucket. The smooth shell beneath him made it difficult to remain seated, prompting him to slide back into the water to assist the turtle in cleaning other areas. These sea turtles were not like cats or dogs. They wouldn't simply roll over in the water for him. Lin Dongyang attempted to shift one but was met with resistance, leading him to abandon the effort. Nonetheless, working underwater was undeniably exhausting. He felt fatigue set in quicker than ever before. Yet, as he gazed into the bucket filled with barnacles, a renewed vigor surged through him, and he felt warm, oblivious to the chilly water surrounding him. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 65. The boss of the two fools. Lin Dongyang returned to the boat, carrying the heavy bucket filled with seawater, which proved to be quite a strain. Perhaps you should take a break. They don't seem inclined to leave. Lin's father remarked with concern, observing his son panting. I'm fine, father. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap up. What if they become distressed, or if a killer whale appears? Lin Dongyang, drenched and unconcerned, switched to another bucket with a smile. With that, he leaped back into the water, creating a splash that drenched his father, who had not managed to evade it. The moment he hit the water, whether covered in barnacles or already cleaned, the turtles gathered around him. Some made soft noises, creating a lively atmosphere just below the surface. Lin Dongyang, noticing their eager heads approaching, reached out to each one, then surfaced to ride on the back of a turtle, continuing his work. After tending to those above, he submerged again to attend to those below. The turtles demonstrated remarkable intelligence. Realizing Lin Dongyang struggled to move them, they willingly flipped onto their backs, saving him considerable effort. However, by the time all tasks were completed, nearly 2 hours had passed, delaying the netting process. The time spent alleviating the turtles' burden seemed worthwhile as Lin Dongyang surveyed the group of turtles and the 3 buckets filled with barnacles. "Let us hurry. Next time, I may not be so fortunate to stumble upon you," he said, observing the turtles' heads gathering at the boat's edge, his hand gliding gently over them. A beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating several turtles' backs, which reflected the light beautifully. Seeing the turtles linger, Lin Dongyang reluctantly turned away. "Father, let us set sail. We'll go a bit farther before casting the net." "All right, as you wish." With the engine of the fishing boat roaring to life, they gradually picked up speed. Lin Dongyang stood at the stern of the boat, observing several sea turtles gliding beneath the surface, leaving trails in the water. And he couldn't help but smile. He casually cleaned the large head fish that had been caught earlier, along with a few small eels and red-blooded fish, tossing them into the pot. After adding a pinch of salt, he was nearly done. He would wait until the dish was almost ready to add some noodles and a few small shrimp to complete the meal. His self-created hearty stew was bound to be delicious as long as the ingredients were of good quality, even if it turned out to be less than palatable. He would consume the tastier portions, and his father would finish off the remnants. After all, it was still money, and certainly more enjoyable than plain noodles. For his father, the recent improvement in meals on the boat was a welcome change. Otherwise, the evening meal would be the best he could hope for, as he used to be reluctant to indulge in finer fare while out at sea. He was raising a son and 2 daughters, which was quite a burden. "Dad, it's time to eat." Just in time to haul in the net, Lin Dongyang called out to the cabin as he lifted the pot lid. The 2 of them began to eat, one on each side of the pot. Before they could finish, the dark clouds above grew even more ominous, signaling that rain could start at any moment, and the sea was no longer calm. "As you said, let us haul in the net first," Lin's father replied, glancing at the sky and nodding. The Lin family was not short on money, so there was no need to take risks for profit. Even if Lin Dongyang wanted to continue, his father would not agree. This situation was just right. There was no need to be anxious about the catch being small, allowing them to remain composed. As the net was being pulled in, the sound of the net hauler indicated that there would not be a significant catch. Even if there were a bounty, it would be a modest one. On Lin Dongyang's boat, even a bounty was categorized. The sound of the net hauler, whether it creaked or squeaked, determined the quality of the catch. "Dad, there are some blue-scaled fish. These fellows haven't tea left yet. The harvest on a stormy day is quite decent. It's rare for us to come back unsatisfied after a haul. And we haven't even seen a school of fish," Lin Dongyang remarked as he pushed the net bundle towards the inner side of the boat. As the net was opened, several eels with white spots slid over the pile of fish, scattering a bunch of cucumbers, which was quite troublesome. He picked up a basket, carefully placing the lively fish inside before helping his father with the net, shaking off the sea mud that clung to it. They changed directions and prepared to cast the net again. One steered the boat while the other gathered the catch, but after only half the work was done, Lin Dongyang felt his back begin to strain. The exertion of working hard in the sea was catching up with him, and he had no choice but to swap places with his father. Watching the increasingly darkening sky, Lin Dongyang felt a sense of urgency, prompting him to quicken his pace. Wasting diesel and missing out on fish would mean a greater loss, but with 3 barrels of catch today, he was willing to overlook it. Safety was paramount. Otherwise, he would be earning a living without the chance to enjoy it, and he had yet to see the face of his second child. Regrets of the previous generation must not be overlooked in this lifetime. The small engine aboard the vessel emitted a louder roar, interrupting Lin's father, who was stooping to gather the cargo. He raised his gaze towards the cabin and the ever-changing expanse of the sea, observing the fishing boat speeding by. He contemplated, but ultimately refrained from speaking. He realized that he must gradually allow Dongyang to take the helm, for in truth, he could still be considered a seaman. Although he had been working, compared to his younger son, he seemed more like one who was idle during this period. Should Lin's mother find out, she might have something to say about it. Thus he resolved to begin anew from tomorrow, perhaps gathering an additional net of goods. When the 2 reached the dock, theirs was the only boat that had yet to return. However, the pier was far from desolate. It was bustling with activity. A chaotic scene where some people had torn fabric into triangles, draping them over their heads, hands clasped together as if in prayer for rain. Soon, An elderly man nearby chastised them. As Lin Dongyang searched for his mother, he busily unloaded the cargo from the boat. "Oh, why is there so little today? Aren't we known for our good fortune?" remarked an older woman, her tone rather ominous as she observed the less than full boat. "It does match the weather, though." Dongyang shot her a sideways glance, silently acknowledging her words before returning to his tasks, casting a brief glance at his mother. He went to find Erlongzi while carrying the goods. "Brother, is there still someone to help today?" Dongyang asked, noticing a young man standing beside Erlongzi with a smile. "Look at you. This is my boss. How could I let him work?" Erlongzi replied with a wry smile, beginning to weigh the cargo. Dongyang stood by, curious about the young man, who was dressed in a suit, a rarity at the dock in this era. He was not the only one intrigued. Many eyes were drawn to the unusual sight. "You must be Lin Dongyang, the one who provided Erlongzi with quality goods." The young man introduced himself. "I am Chui Xingxing, the owner from Haiban City." He extended his hand towards Lin Dongyang. Lin Dongyang wiped his damp hands on his clothing and shook his hand, feeling slightly awkward about the gesture. However, seeing the young owner, who likely had just returned from afar, made it understandable. Young individuals returning from the outside world often carried with them the habits of those places, and he was not one to judge. The man appeared quite amicable, and Lin was familiar with his name, having established numerous chain seafood restaurants in the area and even ventured into real estate. Before Lin returned, he had been considered a leader in their domain. It was surprising to see that he had achieved success at such a young age. "Greetings, Boss Chui. I am Lin Dongyang. I hadn't anticipated attaining any fame." Lin chuckled. "You claim we are of similar age, yet you do not resemble the other fishermen, whose skin is tanned and weathered. You appear quite fair. If it weren't for Erlongzi mentioning that the fairest one was you when I arrived this afternoon, I might not have recognized you." "Haha. My wife is worried that I might get sunburned. That's why I wrapped my scarf around my neck when boarding the boat. I haven't been exposed to the sun, so my skin tone remains fair. Your wife seems quite discerning. It's rare to find such understanding around here." After exchanging a few casual words, the conversation fell silent, creating a brief moment of awkwardness. "Boss Chui, did you come to the dock for something specific today?" Lin Dongyang pondered, recalling the gooseneck barnacles on his boat. This presented a perfect opportunity to tap into a ready market. As for the dim-witted fellow, he believed he could comprehend the situation as well. He did not intend to let him handle the barnacles this time. Unlike other commodities, their price was exorbitant, and even a minor transaction could yield substantial profits. Although he shared a good relationship with the dim-witted fellow and had enjoyed previous collaborations, he was unwilling to incur losses when it came to significant sums. After all, he was soon to welcome another child into the family. With 2 children, a wife, and aging parents to support, the pressure was mounting. "Nothing much, really. I recently took over my family's restaurant, so I thought I'd come by the dock to take a look at the business here and share some ideas since I just returned from abroad." Chui Xingxing was initially bored. He had felt a bit displeased after his earlier conversation with the dim-witted fellow, who had taken advantage of his generosity. Had it not been for the complete large shark he had gifted him, he would have been reluctant to continue the dialogue. Now, having someone to converse with was somewhat refreshing. The fisherman before him seemed different from others and spoke quite eloquently. "You just returned from abroad? Do you know about gooseneck barnacles?" Upon hearing this, Lin Dongyang grew even more animated, recognizing a perfect target customer. "Oh, you know that name? We don't call it that around here. Do you have some?" "What a coincidence. My father and I encountered quite a few sea turtles today, assisting them in removing barnacles, and we managed to collect quite a few. We even sacrificed several nets of catch for this." Lin Dongyang wasn't in a rush to move the goods. Although he lacked grand ambitions, the presence of a potential customer was an opportunity he could not overlook. He was candid about it, knowing that the chances of encountering sea turtles on the vast ocean were slim, let alone finding so many adorned with gooseneck barnacles. "Lin Dongyang, why aren't you harvesting? Why help them with barnacles? You're truly missing out. Indeed, that task is laborious and unappealing. Who would want it? What is the use of removing them?" 2 elderly women watching the conversation could no longer contain themselves and interjected, though their comments were not entirely unkind. Lin Dongyang merely smiled, choosing not to respond. He understood that these individuals were unaware, and it would be inappropriate to chastise them for their ignorance. It's no wonder the catch is scarce today. With nothing to do, who knows when luck will run out. You might not even be able to return." "Lu Posey, what do you mean by that? Are you challenging me? Last time regarding your son, we didn't hold it against you. It seems you're asking for trouble." Before Lin Dongyang could utter a word, his mother swiftly withdrew the pen from her hand, approached the woman and spoke with palpable anger. Without waiting for the woman to respond or consider the potential consequences, she forcefully struck her with the notebook, sending the woman crashing to the ground. It was Lin Dongyang's first encounter with his mother's aggression, a revelation that took him by surprise. He had initially anticipated a mere exchange of harsh words, only to witness her formidable strength in action. His mother was not one to mince words, and after delivering her fierce warning, she seized the moment to act, displaying a cunning demeanor that yielded impressive results. The woman's shrieks echoed in the air as Lin Dongyang observed his mother mercilessly pummeling her, a sight that brought him a sense of satisfaction. Mother, do not stoop to her level. Sometimes, words come back to haunt one, he murmured while assisting her to her feet. As he looked at his panting mother, he gently patted her back before helping the woman up from the ground. Yet, being a woman, his mother soon began to tire, the damage inflicted upon the woman proving insufficient. Noticing the dirt smeared across the woman's face, Lin Dongyang delivered a couple of swift slaps, causing her mouth to swell immediately. Think before you speak next time. If you have grievances, come find me in our village, he declared, disregarding her venomous glare as he tossed her to the ground. Since his return, the villagers had been quite amiable, but this particular family consistently disrupted his pleasant demeanor, and it was truly exasperating. Now, I feel much more at ease. Mother, you are remarkably formidable. Next time I visit the city, I shall buy you a pair of fashionable leather shoes that the locals adore. Those will certainly pack a punch, he teased. What do you need to buy for? That would only waste money. I rarely resort to violence. Why did you have to take matters into your own hands? A man striking a woman is ultimately unbecoming, she replied. What does it matter? I am not yet married and thus have no reputation to uphold. Besides, with a mouth as foul as hers, she deserves it. Ask around. Cursing those who go to sea and wishing them ill is deserving of punishment, Lin Dongyang retorted, gesturing to the surrounding women who now looked upon him with a mix of fear and respect. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's apprehension began to dissipate, and those with close ties to his family joined in agreement. Suddenly, the dock was filled with denunciations aimed at the unfortunate woman in witnessing her disgraced departure. Lin Dongyang smiled subtly. You certainly have some prowess. How much do you possess? I have a few acquaintances still in the country who have not yet returned from abroad. I could use a bit more. Surely, you cannot obtain much from the sea turtles? Well, the sea turtles we encountered this time were rather unusual, and there were quite a few. Boss Chui, what price can you offer? I was initially planning to return early and ride my bicycle to the county to inquire about the rates, Lin Dongyang remarked, scratching his head with a grin. It seems you are well informed. Indeed, they are fine goods. I shall be straightforward with you. I can offer you 15 yuan per pound. Let me know how much you have. I will take it all. This price is certainly the highest, and I am paying a premium. Chui Xingxing cast a surprised glance at Lin Dongyang. Initially, he had merely intended to offer a fair price, without any thoughts of deceiving him. Saving a bit was indeed gratifying. In the past, he had been indifferent to such trifles, but now, as he embarked on his business venture, the sensation of frugality was quite pleasurable. However, if Lin Dongyang were to inquire about prices in the county town, he would undoubtedly encounter several competitors willing to undercut him. Although the seafood market in the county town was still plentiful, all were vying for customers, and given that he also needed to procure goods for entertaining, he wouldn't mind being a bit generous. Upon hearing the price, Lin Dongyang felt a sense of satisfaction. Considering the current era, if he were to ride his bicycle from shop to shop, he might not even find a price as favorable. He was somewhat taken aback, however. If he were to invite foreign guests, it would not be considered expensive at all. Dongyang, Boss Chui is quite kind. He wouldn't deceive you. This seafood, although available elsewhere, is rarely known and seldom exceeds 10 yuan per jin. All right then, since the second brother has said so. I see that Boss Chui is indeed a good person. I shall return to the boat to fetch the goods. Please wait a moment, Lin Dongyang remarked, smiling as he led his mother back to the vessel. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing the price, recalled their earlier remarks about Lin Dongyang. Realizing that the boy did not look down upon them, a flush crept onto their faces, and they felt a twinge of embarrassment, reluctant to raise their eyes. Chapter 67. Involved in collaboration, this boy seems quite decent. He surely knows that the price is not low. I am not well versed in this. And earlier I mentioned he was tea fishing, just fussing over small matters. I feel utterly humiliated. Oh, what is there to be ashamed of? Dongyang has not spoken ill of you. Besides, we are merely rural women. Ignorance is to be expected. Now, come on, hurry over. Yes, yes. Let us see how much there is. Dongyang just said there is a fair amount. We have no idea how much that entails. A circle of people exchanged a few words, casting envious glances at the Lin family trio, each carrying a bucket, yet there was no trace of jealousy. Though many observed others earning substantial sums, feeling a sense of imbalance, they understood that such fortunes were earned through labor on the sea, merely fantasizing about similar prospects for their own families, and rarely harboring resentment. However, when it came to those engaged in private work, should they be discovered, they would eagerly report them without hesitation. After all, they were relying on their own labor for survival, while those others hardly lifted a finger, yet were able to purchase washing machines and televisions. It was only natural to feel a twinge of animosity. Thus, since Lin Dongyang's return, he had not once considered engaging in such work. Even during times of financial need, his thoughts remained fixed on venturing out to sea. 3 buckets. Given that the boss hinted it might be scarce, I hadn't expected Dongyang to procure so much. Even if it were diluted, it would still be worth a considerable sum, wouldn't it? Absolutely. Dongyang's fortune is truly remarkable. It seems like Mazu has been favoring him with sustenance. Since he began his maritime ventures, he has never returned empty-handed. Initially, I thought he came back early today with minimal catches, and I wondered if Mazu had bestowed good fortune upon someone else. It's frustrating. When will it be our turn, the Zhang family? Lin Dongyang, overhearing their veiled comments, felt a touch of resignation. Yet, he understood that he could not silence their voices. Originally idling at the dock, it was still early evening, and those who had ventured out to sea from home had yet to return. Thus, gathering together in this manner seemed quite normal. If he does not return, his mother would likely be among them. Second brother, could you please weigh this? I'll think of you when I come across good goods next time. Lin Dongyang remarked with a smile as he handed the bucket to the reaching Longzi. You speak as if we are not brothers. There is no need for such formality. With prices at this level, it is only natural for you to wish to earn a bit more. Uncle Lin and my boss are right here. I want to take offense, Longzi replied. That is settled then. Pour the water out, but be careful. It's a bit heavy. As they conversed, they poured the water aside. A full bucket only managed to cover the bottom of the iron basin. Perhaps because the basin was too large. Goodness, this bucket weighs around 16 pounds. Even without the bucket, it must be at least 15 pounds. That is quite a bit. Longzi exclaimed. Boss Chui, do you think you can manage all of this, or should we reconsider the price? Lin Dongyang inquired, turning to the ever-calm Chui Xingxing. No worries. As I said, I'll take it all, and the price remains as initially agreed. It wouldn't be fair to reduce the price just because there's more, Chui replied. However, if you come across good items in the future, you can sell them directly to me. Rest assured, I will offer the best price. Lin Dongyang nodded in delight at his words. Pleasantly surprised to encounter a boss upon returning early, and the prospect of future dealings filled him with hope. Given his luck, he anticipated that opportunities would not be scarce. While 1 or 2 instances may not yield much, accumulating more would certainly amount to a significant sum. These 3 buckets weigh a total of 12 pounds without the bucket. If we calculate at 15 per pound, that amounts to $630. Longzi remarked enviously. I didn't bring that much money with me today. Longzi, could you cover me for now? I'll pay you back tomorrow at the store. Also, could you arrange for a vehicle to take this? I'll cover the cost. Lin Dongyang requested. Boss Chui, what is the cost of hiring a tractor? It's hardly significant. Let us set that aside for now. What have you thought about the matter we discussed? Lin Dongyang pressed. The money is right before us. If I weren't unfamiliar with it, and my father hadn't assured me of your character, I wouldn't even consider working with you. As Lin Dongyang whispered to Boss Chui, Longzi, with keen ears, listened intently, though he could not discern the topic. Well, the issue is that the upfront cost is substantial, and I would have to invest all my available funds. Longzi admitted, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had considered embarking on his own venture, but the thought of committing all his money made him hesitant. If it fell through, he would lose his investment and his current job, which, after 2 years of earning well, he was reluctant to part with. It's just $10,000. I'll cover 20%, and you can take 80. If I didn't believe this venture primarily belongs to you, I wouldn't even think of giving you shares. I don't want to be labeled a capitalistic bloodsucker. Chui Xingxing remarked, growing somewhat frustrated with Longzi's stubbornness, feeling that he had already made significant concessions. In this manner, I shall contribute 30%. Beyond that, you are likely to voice objections. It is not my intention to coerce you. Such matters require prompt and decisive action. Even if I were to invest 70%, it amounts to 7,000 yuan, which is somewhat excessive. As for Boss Chui, I assure you I would not speak ill of you behind your back. How about you increase your contribution a little more? Listening to their conversation, Lin Dongyang felt a stirring in his heart. He recalled that it was indeed at this juncture that Longzi had risked his entire fortune to venture out on his own, and he had subsequently thrived. He had become an exclusive supplier for the seafood market and had even delved into retail. It turned out that there were shares of the seafood market involved from the outset. Moreover, it appeared that Longzi was somewhat reluctant, which was understandable given the difficulty of parting with hard-earned money. Brother how about I join in as well? Lin Dongyang approached the two and whispered. Upon hearing this, both turned to him in unison. Longzi appeared both pleased and puzzled, while Cui Xingxing regarded Lin Dongyang with a penetrating gaze. His initiative to express interest indicated sharp discernment. Boss Cui, let us discuss this over there. Just now, Dongyang could hear us, and perhaps others can as well. The three congregated behind the stall. Dongyang, do you grasp the essence of this matter? Essentially, our family will provide the funds and acquire a stake, while also benefiting from the channel. The remainder will be handled by Longzi, and we will merely await dividends. Should you wish to join, your share would come from Longzi's portion. Cui Xingxing looked sternly at Longzi, having already provided him with sustenance if he chose not to partake. He had little recourse. Furthermore, Lin Dongyang sounded quite fortunate. Perhaps his inclusion could enhance their business. Although he had studied abroad, he held a firm belief in metaphysical principles. Excellent. I have limited funds, but regarding the profit sharing, Brother I can invest 3,000 yuan for a 20% stake. The remaining 1,000 yuan shall be seen as compensation for your expertise and effort. What do you think? This enterprise ultimately relies upon your capabilities. Lin Dongyang contemplated for a moment and then spoke. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He lacked business acumen. Yet both men before him had succeeded in their previous lives. Inserting himself into this venture should not disrupt their endeavors significantly. Moreover, even without the seafood market, he would not suffer considerable losses. It would merely serve as a means to accumulate wealth for his son, preventing him from facing financial ruin and debt when it came time for marriage. Chapter 68. Partnership established. Longzi deliberated carefully over Lin Dongyang's words, growing increasingly fond of the idea. This arrangement would allow him to contribute less money, ensuring he would not have to exhaust all his family's savings, thus avoiding being ousted from his home by his wife for several days. Additionally, Lin Dongyang's investment of 1,000 yuan would be akin to acquiring his skills as part of the partnership. Had it been a mere few hundred yuan, he might have hesitated, but he was not averse to investing a little more if it meant exchanging shares. After all, he had gifted a large shark, which was worth quite a sum. What surprised him was Lin Dongyang's decisiveness in parting with 1,000 yuan, which made him somewhat reluctant. Dongyang, don't say that my second brother is taking advantage of you. You know our business well. I provide the main support, while Boss Cui has the sales channels. Even if we can't sell externally, we have the seafood market. Investing that 1,000 yuan will certainly yield returns. After pondering for a moment, Longzi smiled at Lin Dongyang, expressing his willingness to pool funds together since they had already made a decision. Judging by Lin Dongyang's straightforward demeanor, he was not someone difficult to work with, and thus, collaboration seemed promising. Second brother, I understand what you mean, just don't mind if I benefit a bit. Once we start making substantial profits, you can't hold it against me. Lin Dongyang chuckled, his heart brimming with joy. He had anticipated some haggling from Longzi, but to his surprise, the deal was sealed for 1,000 yuan. With an additional 2,000 yuan, he would secure a 20% stake without lifting a finger, merely waiting to share in the profits. Essentially, he felt as though he had invested 1,000 yuan for a decade's worth of technical equity from Longzi. He acknowledged that he might have been a bit opportunistic, but he knew that Longzi would not backtrack now that they were in agreement. Understanding Longzi's character, he believed that Boss Cui, who would venture into real estate, would not deceive him over such a modest sum. This business arrangement was tailor-made for him, primarily because it required no effort on his part, merely investing money and awaiting dividends. Simple and straightforward. Well, even before we've earned anything, you're already thinking about making big bucks. With such luck, remember to look after our business. Longzi exclaimed with a beaming smile directed at Boss Cui, who stood nearby. As long as you have no objections, it's primarily your labor. As long as you don't regret it, Cui Xingxing replied calmly. Internally, he regarded Lin Dongyang with newfound respect, surprised that a mere seaside fisherman possessed such insight. Even Longzi, who had been in the acquisition business for a considerable time, hesitated, yet Lin Dongyang boldly offered 3,000 yuan, which could very well be his entire fortune. In this era, 3,000 yuan represented the entirety of a fishing family's assets, perhaps even requiring a loan. Dongyang, your vision is commendable. You may find Heir Longzi regretting his decision later. Boss Chui, I'm merely observing you, and with my second brother's extensive experience, he is the best at this dock. No one dares to challenge him. What have I to fear? I must express my gratitude to both of you for your guidance. Haha, I have no regrets. Dongyang has already invested 1,000 yuan in my skills. I had no idea I was worth so much. After reaching an agreement, the trio burst into laughter and engaged in light conversation, while Lin Dongyang listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. He was unfamiliar with the details, simply eager to await the arrival of funds. Based on his estimates, he might see returns within the first month. That settles it then. I'll take 30%. Dongyang will have 20, and the remainder is yours. Just make sure to work hard and treat us to a meal, Chui Xingxing said with a smile. Look at what you're saying. I'm not that capable and still rely on you, said the simpleton, bending slightly in a servile manner towards Boss Chui. From now on, he would be their benefactor. Lin Dongyang said nothing, merely smiled. After all, he was only providing the funds, and such humble gestures were not his responsibility. I will head to the city first to arrange the paperwork. You prepare the money, and I will notify you once everything is ready. All right. I need to speak with the fisheries company as well. I just need to sign at the end, right? Lin Dongyang furrowed his brow at their conversation, having forgotten that he thought it was as simple as splitting the ship. Yes, I managed to get one a few days ago. We hold shares. And it's just a matter of signing once the simpleton agrees. It's straightforward. Brother, I might not return for a few days, including today's goods. I have over 3,000 tied up with you. Is it possible to deduct that first? I'll go to the hospital to find my wife and have her sign. Lin Dongyang pondered this. He might not have the time, but he was too worried about Li Huixiong running off. Getting her signature wouldn't be a problem. It would also give these two a chance to discuss things, saving him from being questioned later. He had already done the work and spent the money. Any remorse she felt would soon pass. Unexpectedly, having just promised her to refrain from making unilateral decisions, he broke that vow within 2 days. However, the opportunity was right before him, and he couldn't let it slip away. The sister-in-law signing? I heard Boss Chui say that if she signs, it's as if the person has received the funds. Are you sure about this? The simpleton asked, somewhat bewildered. Oh, it's nothing. After all, she is my wife. Lin Dongyang chuckled nonchalantly. In his previous life, he had owed her so much, yet she never left him, so he was confident she wouldn't do so now. All right. Write down an address for me. Coincidentally, Boss Chui is in the county town. We'll mention it to the sister-in-law. But is it really all right with such a large sum? Brother, it's fine. I'm in charge at home, and I call the shots. You just go. Lin Dongyang replied, standing up with an air of calmness that seemed genuine. Yet, after he spoke, Lin Dongyang began contemplating when he would have time to visit and charm her. He knew Li Huixiong well. In front of others, she would give him face. Previously, upon returning home, she would revert to a stern demeanor. However, he did not want to see his beautiful wife frowning. A smiling face was far more appealing. The simpleton looked enviously at Lin Dongyang, wondering when he could hold such a position at home. Chui Xingxing, while maintaining a neutral expression, felt an intense jealousy within. His father only gave him a few thousand a month, which, although not insignificant, paled in comparison to the authority Lin Dongyang wielded over his entire estate. He needed to work harder. Lin Dongyang observed the two who remained silent and was unsure of what was troubling them. He waved his hand and continued preparing to return to the boat to move the goods. His primary duty was still that of a fisherman, the foundation of his existence. The two exchanged glances, watching Lin Dongyang's retreating figure. Suddenly, I feel quite dashing. Chapter 69. The stranded ones. Lin Dongyang patted his father and mother, gesturing towards the boat. Come on, what's wrong with you two? What was that you just mentioned? I caught something about several thousands, inquired Lin's father, furrowing his brow in confusion. We were discussing a partnership. They are preparing to go into business together. My second brother feels that his monetary contribution is somewhat excessive, so I decided to lend a hand. Lin Dongyang explained succinctly to his father, having no intention of concealing this from them, as it seemed unnecessary. Is it a bit too much to spend all that money at once? Moreover, is that foolish second brother truly worth that much? How about your mother speaks to him? If we don't give him that 1,000, we could settle for 2,000 for a 20% stake. What do you think? Mother, what are you thinking? That would effectively mean giving him free labor. If I'm not mistaken, the weasel shark he bought from me was intended as a gift, and that cost a considerable sum. We cannot be so greedy. It is unwise. Lin Dongyang hastily interjected to prevent his mother from confronting the second brother. Knowing full well that it would not be right to contribute nothing but money without offering any resources or effort. That sum is far too substantial, my child. Our family's resources are dwindling. You've spent a considerable portion before the deal has even materialized into cash. With Huixiang absent from home, you've begun to squander again, Lin's mother remarked with a hint of irritation at her son, as his actions prompted unwelcome associations in her mind. Mother, this is different. I am conducting business. That money will be recouped. Look, I only hold a 20% share. The second brother and boss Chui are the major stakeholders. And they assured me there would be no issues, Lin Dongyang stated, recognizing his mother's growing anxiety about the expenditure, and he quickly sought to reassure her. Besides, I am capable of earning that amount back. If I spend it, I can still earn more. Just trust me this once. Fine, the money has been spent. We cannot simply withdraw now. Our Lin family does not engage in such behavior. Since we have already separated, you need not worry so much. After all, he won't starve. Lin Dongyang concluded. Before his mother could retort, his father chimed in, and Lin's mother, initially prepared to respond, merely sighed in resignation. The three of them fell into a moment of silence as they approached the fishing boat. During this time, boats had begun returning, and the dock was bustling once more, spreading the news of Lin Dongyang's high-priced goods far and wide. Lin Dongyang paid it little mind. In this vast sea, fortune can favor anyone at any time. Today it may be one, tomorrow another. He eagerly anticipated his own moment of serendipity. Aside from the barnacles, the 200-pound swordfish proved somewhat challenging to handle, its long snout appearing quite intimidating. Yet, with it now deceased, there was no fear of injury. Lin Dongyang, with his father, lifted the fish off the boat, which left Lin's father quite fatigued. Father, take a moment to rest. I will handle the others as there are not many left, Lin Dongyang stated, rolling up his sleeves and revealing his arms as he moved aside. In no time, he cleared the boat of its meager catch, leaving his mother to oversee the weighing of the goods at the second brother's location. As he diligently inscribed numbers, his eyes remained fixated on the second fool. Unable to compel his mother to close her eyes, he resigned himself to her gaze. It was understandable. After all, 3,000 yuan had been so casually spent. Though he was confident in the prospect of earning it back, she, however, could not bear to part with it. It was only natural. Yet, it was indeed a hardship for the second fool, balancing the weighing of goods while being scrutinized by a relentless stare. One can only imagine the discomfort of such a situation. Lin Dongyang shook his head and returned to assist his father in transporting the swordfish beside the second fool. Observing his somewhat helpless expression, he could not help but chuckle aloud. Dongyang, what are you laughing at? Hurry and explain to Auntie. It's not as if I suggested giving her this money. She might think I'm making things difficult for my brother. Second brother, let my mother see it. I have no other recourse. After all, the money has been spent, and her reluctance is quite reasonable. Besides, it will demonstrate that my mother indeed has a good relationship with you. Lin Dongyang chuckled again, shaking his head. After watching him unload a basket of fish, he finally joined his father in weighing the swordfish. A hefty 230 pounds, it was even larger than he had anticipated, now that he had gained strength. His estimations were rarely accurate. What are you planning to do with this swordfish? Chui Xingxing inquired, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the fish. Although not colossal, it was adequate. This trip to the dock had indeed been fortuitous. Not only had a deal been struck, but he could also return with some fine goods and rare wares. Such catches were uncommon in their area. If a fishing net were to encounter one, it would likely suffer a significant gash, and unless caught by rod, such a find was exceedingly rare. He intended to purchase it, returning home to claim it as his own catch from the sea, certain it would astonish his foreign classmates. I haven't even asked the price yet. If you want it, let us negotiate. I will rely on you for my business in the future. Lin Dongyang mused with a smile. This fish isn't particularly large or delectable, so the price shouldn't be exorbitant. If it's for a favor, that is acceptable. That won't do. A deal is a deal. How about I offer you 200 yuan? That should be a fair price. But how did you manage to catch this fish? It seems improbable for a fishing net to do so, Chui Xingxing questioned, somewhat puzzled. Lin Dongyang glanced at him, surprised by the decent price. Approximately 8 to 9 jiao per pound, a wealthy individual indeed, quite generous. He felt an eager anticipation for Chui Xingxing to venture into real estate, having heard it was a lucrative field with even more generous patrons. You're not mistaken. I caught it while idly fishing on the boat, putting in quite a bit of effort to reel it in. What kind of rod did you use? I also enjoy fishing. We could discuss it. I hadn't realized you had time for such pastimes. I actually pulled it in with a fishing line, Lin Dongyang admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. As his fishing rod was rather unimpressive. Cui Xingxing, let us do the math. Including the 200 yuan for the swordfish and 630 for the barnacles. Rounding out to 900, I'll just bill you for 900. Your fortune is remarkable. Just after investing in business, the shipment has arrived, yielding such substantial profits. Erlong's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Lin Dongyang, realizing that with such favorable luck, his own investment would undoubtedly bring prosperity. With this thought, he began to chuckle foolishly, leaving those around him, who were already envious, utterly astonished. Stop laughing, it's truly unbecoming, Lin's mother admonished. Her tone laced with irritation as she snatched the list from his hands, meticulously verifying the details, hoping for an error on Erlong's part. Madam, your son's earnings from this venture are nearly equivalent to my own efforts, and yet you remain upset. Erlong retorted, raising his hands in exasperation, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Although they were unaware of the specifics, it did not deter their amusement, as the searchlights on the dock illuminated the surroundings. An increasing number of fishing vessels began to return, including another from the Lin family, laden with commendable catches. Meanwhile, Lin Dongyang and his brothers were busily engaged in work when they noticed a fishing boat slowly approaching from a distance, its crew bearing somber expressions. They have finally returned. We have been waiting for ages, exclaimed a woman, her face alight with joy as she recognized the vessel. However, after a prolonged observation, her expression shifted as she failed to spot a familiar figure. Lao Lu, where is your elder brother? She inquired. Well, sister-in-law, brace yourself for this, he replied. Elder brother was swept into the sea by a sudden wave. We were unable to rescue him. The woman staggered back, collapsing to the ground. Her eyes vacant and filled with disbelief. What did you say? Repeat that. Surely, you did not attempt to save him with such indifference. As she spoke, she began to weep, and the fishermen, witnessing her sorrow, felt helpless. They were merely earning a meager wage, and though they shared a bond with her family, the peril of jumping into the sea to rescue someone was beyond their capabilities. Lin Dongyang, observing the gathering crowd, moved closer, realizing that someone had met with a maritime disaster. While fishermen often earned more than usual, the risks they faced were indeed grave, with calamities lurking at every turn. The late return could indicate they had ventured far or succumbed to greed. Wretched woman, I warned you against your foul tongue today. You have taken my husband's life. With that, she charged towards the woman who had cursed Lin Dongyang earlier. Chapter 70. The elder brother proposes a partnership to purchase a boat. Hearing the woman's anguished cries, Lin Dongyang followed closely behind his mother as she pushed forward. The words were not entirely clear from outside, but the surrounding crowd, recognizing Lin's family, parted to create a path, displaying an air of friendliness, even a hint of flattery, indicating that Lin Dongyang's earlier restraint had yielded positive results. No one was a fool. Had he mocked them mercilessly just moments ago, the scene would likely have been one of chaos, preventing any chance of observation. The group of formidable women was not someone he wished to provoke, unless absolutely necessary. As he contemplated this, he noticed an opening ahead and maneuvered his way forward, establishing a steady stance. Upon entering, he beheld the woman who had cursed him earlier, now pinned beneath a robust matron who was relentlessly hammering her fists down upon her. The scene appeared painful. Goodness, it seems she is far more ruthless than you, Lin Dongyang remarked quietly. I fear this woman will need to be carried home today. Indeed. How could her blows not be fierce? Her husband has not returned, likely lost at sea, he continued. Isn't it ironic? She cursed you. And now she finds herself in this predicament. But she deserves it. Who curses the sea and expects no repercussions? She has brought this upon herself. Absolutely. She's asking for it. Our doc hasn't seen any trouble in ages, yet her words conjure disaster. Truly a harbinger of misfortune. Lin Dongyang observed as several nearby women began to voice their indignation, urging his mother to join in. Each appeared passionately outraged, eager to partake in the fray. Yet, he perceived this as mere idleness, a desire to join the commotion, had it not been for the woman leading the charge. No one would have rallied to support his mother's earlier actions. This dynamic was understandable. In this era, only a few villages maintained close ties, while those from neighboring areas rarely interacted unless familial connections existed. Although some felt sympathy for the troubled, it was limited, at most. They would caution their own men to exercise caution and remember the incident. Stop it. Why are you attacking my mother? A voice cried out. Old man, son, come save me. This woman is taking her grief out on me. Initially, The assailant was tiring and prepared to relent, but upon seeing the gathering crowd, her heart sank. The sight of several men approaching ignited a fierce anger within her. How dare she curse others only to meet misfortune herself while her husband lay dead at sea? Meanwhile, this woman still had her husband and son present, seemingly thriving. Release me at once. My husband and son are on their way. You may have lost your man today, but I will not stoop to your level. Otherwise, I might just end your life. Huh? You think you can threaten me? Old Lou, your brother has just died. And before he is even laid to rest, I am being bullied by this widow. Will you help me? The woman's eyes, devoid of hope, scanned the familiar faces of the crew who had just disembarked from the boat. If not for the perilous nature of their work, they would not be so eager to engage. Those aboard the vessel surely had some connections. Big sister, what are you saying? We couldn't save your husband. But we won't allow you to be bullied. One of the crew members exclaimed. How could we return to the village after such a disgrace? With that, he stepped forward, raising his fist to strike the approaching father and son. Witnessing this act, the others felt a pang of guilt, intertwining the tragedy of their brother's death with the widow's ill-fated words, and they surged forward to join the fray. In an instant, the initial outcry was supplanted by anguished screams. 3 individuals, a senior, a woman, and an injured man, found themselves confronted by several irate men, utterly powerless to retaliate, forced to endure the blows. At that moment, one could only wonder if, given the opportunity, they would still choose to intervene. After a considerable duration of torment, the assailants finally ceased their onslaught. Observing the trio gasping for breath, Lin Dongyang was at a loss for words. It seemed their misfortune was boundless. Truly, one must refrain from harboring ill intentions in life. As he watched the woman weeping anew and the men attempting to console her, Lin Dongyang decided against lingering any longer. He tugged at his mother, only to find her unresponsive. She was animatedly chatting with the nearby matrons, so he refrained from calling her again, reasoning that her absence from work wouldn't pose a problem. After all, she had already toiled enough in their service, and if circumstances permitted, she could afford to rest. Dongyang, I heard someone hasn't returned from over there, remarked Lin Dongyang. Indeed, brother. There are quite a few goods on the ship today. We struck it rich. Lin Dongyang replied while hauling cargo, a smile gracing his face as he conversed with Lin Dongyang. After all, he was entitled to a share of the profits, which delighted him immensely. By the way, may I inquire about something? You possess a daring spirit and a wealth of knowledge, Lin Dongyang said, having carried a basket of goods to Lin Dongyang's side, feeling somewhat sheepish. Brother, what is it? Speak freely. Do you still trust me? Why would you think otherwise? You were merely mischievous in your youth, but you've matured now and earned quite a sum. Though luck may have favored you, you've worked tirelessly for those goods. I've witnessed it all, Lin Dongyang expressed, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia. He had intended to share something, but was momentarily distracted and struggled to recall his thoughts. Hearing his brother refer to him as mischievous, tears welled up in Lin Dongyang's eyes. In his previous life, his older brother had succumbed to illness far too early, leaving this world with a final admonition to grow up and abandon his mischief. The words had remained unspoken, forever lost. Overwhelmed by this memory, he felt tears cascade down his cheeks, which he hastily blinked away. You've thrown me off track. I've forgotten what I was about to say. Why are you crying like a child? Lin Dongyang asked, scratching his head in exasperation, noticing the redness in his younger brother's eyes. It's nothing. The sea breeze is quite strong today, and my skin is sensitive, Lin Dongyang replied. You insist on wrapping yourself in a scarf daily. Yet it's inconvenient and hardly befitting of a fisherman. I wonder what Huixiang thinks of it. Huh, she fears I might become unattractive. I'm quite handsome after all. If I were to tan and develop wrinkles, wouldn't that be a pity? Lin Dongyang chuckled, reminiscing about Li Huixiang in the hospital, a smile illuminating his face. At home, he often claimed that his wife insisted he wear a scarf. If he were to assert it was his own request, he would surely face her ire. He could only endure the slight inconvenience for her sake, promising to reward her handsomely once he earned enough, perhaps with 10 scarves of varied colors. Look at my mind. I've just remembered. Next time I have something to discuss, please refrain from interrupting me, or I might forget. Brother, it was you who wanted to speak. I waited for you to finish, yet I was distracted by the wind. Stop, do not continue, Lin Dongyang quickly interjected, trying to halt his brother, repeatedly voicing his thoughts in fear of forgetting them. Lin Dongyang couldn't help but chuckle at his elder brother's demeanor. Isn't there a shipwreck incident? What do you think about me purchasing that family's boat? Although it's just the 3 of us, myself, second brother, and third brother, on a single vessel, it feels a bit insufficient. I believe you and father could manage on your own, and I am eager to give it a try. Lin Dongyang spoke with uncertainty. Brother, your idea is not without merit, but I've heard that ship recently encountered trouble. Are you all right with that? Lin Dongyang inquired. What is the issue? Our family's boat has faced difficulties too. Most of the collective vessels have had incidents. We'll just pray to Mazu for protection, and besides, we have you with us. Your good fortune could surely bless me as well. I feel that in the future, boats will undoubtedly become more expensive. Lin Dongyang remarked casually after listening to his younger brother. Lin Dongyang nodded. Their family's boat had only retired at the turn of the millennium without any incidents, and it had been swept away by the waves. He was surprised that his elder brother had such insight, as fishing boats indeed appreciated in value year after year, with numerous new vessels launched annually. Brother, I believe we could buy it. I just wonder if the owner is willing to sell and for how much. Let our mother inquire about that later. However, I currently lack sufficient funds. You've earned quite a bit lately. Would you consider investing? Chapter 71. Finalizing the decision listening to his brother, Lin Dongyang pondered. If Lin Dongyang were to borrow money from him, he would readily lend it. But the idea of a partnership felt somewhat disorganized, as if he were taking undue advantage of his elder brother. Brother, if you're short on cash, I could lend you some. I just concluded a business deal. Although I don't have much at home, I still have around 700 or 800. With Huixiang about to give birth, I hardly have any other expenses. Dongyang, are you concerned that the ship is unclean? If I were to borrow from you, it would not only deplete my savings but also put me in debt. You know how your sister-in-law can be. She might get upset, and given her reserved nature, I fear it might affect her health. Furthermore, do not blame me, brother. Ever since we divided the boats, I've noticed our vessel's catch has significantly increased. Surely, it is Mazu's blessing that extends to us as well. If you don't invest, I wouldn't have seriously considered buying that ship. Lin Dongyang expressed all at once, unreservedly sharing his thoughts with his younger brother, as there was no need for secrecy between them. If he truly did not wish to invest, he would not have purchased that vessel. He could simply save up his funds and later acquire a new ship, such as his belief. Lin Dongyang was somewhat taken aback by his elder brother's mindset, finding himself in a bittersweet predicament. Although he felt fortunate and had managed to earn a considerable sum in a short time without encountering any mishaps, he remarked, Brother, you are indeed superstitious. I harbor no complaints. I merely feel you might be at a disadvantage. When the time comes, I shall contribute more and take a smaller share. He never anticipated that his good fortune would lead his brother to devise a way to bind him to the venture. This was truly a first for him. Regardless, even if this purchase does not materialize, I shall seek your partnership in future ship acquisitions. There is no way we would incur losses. Even if I were to suffer a loss, I would ensure we recover your investment first. Brother, you mentioned my good fortune. If we cannot even recoup the ship's cost, that would be quite disheartening. Lin Dongyang chuckled, shaking his head. The ships of the future represent productivity. One could earn profits even with their eyes closed, and they will remain operational for many years. There is no way we would lose money on a vessel. As he pondered this, a thought struck him. Had his brother not brought it up today, he might not have considered it at all. It was indeed feasible to place an order for a new ship now. But there was no rush. He would wait for Li Huixiang's return. He was hesitant to spend any more money, especially after the substantial amount he had already expended, nearly 1,000 yuan in just a few days, combined with his brother's investment. If Li Huixiang returned and saw the family's finances dwindling from 6,000 or 7,000 to merely a few hundred, he could only wonder what her reaction would be. He knew he must work diligently to recover at least a portion of those funds. What are you two whispering about? I returned, and you brothers are just standing there. Their mother interjected. Mother, my brother is contemplating which ship to purchase and has come to consult me, seeking my investment. He even suggested you could inquire about it. And now it seems you will have to take the lead. Lin Dongyang quickly explained to his mother, glancing at his brother who appeared momentarily speechless. Just then, footsteps approached from behind. Are you seeking my advice or consulting your younger brother? What does he know? Father Lin grumbled, setting down the basket he was carrying. Visibly displeased with Lin Dongyang's actions, feeling overshadowed by his younger son. Well, father, my younger brother is simply fortunate, Lin Dongyang replied, scratching his head awkwardly. He then turned to his father, ready to absorb any wisdom imparted. Go ahead and deliberate. I have work to attend to, Father Lin said, contemplating his elder son's words but unsure how to respond. He left with a parting remark, lifting the basket to resume weighing goods. The three of them watched their father leave in a hurried manner, momentarily bewildered. Forget about him. He has been acting like a child lately. The children have grown up. He need not concern himself with us. Besides, how can we be ungrateful? The ship has just come into question. Mother, our family has faced challenges before. Yet we have endured for many years. As long as we remain sincere, we shall be fine. Furthermore, when Dongyang becomes a shareholder, everything will surely be all right. Now that the ship's issues are known, we might even secure it at a lower price. By the time everyone regains their composure, prices may very well rise. Brother, you seem to have given this quite a bit of thought, Lin's mother remarked. Your elder brother may be honest, but he is not foolish. Since you have made your decision, I shall inquire further. After her words, she felt that her eldest son was indeed correct. Her youngest son had been fortunate. She had been meticulously managing the weights and counts, and had also noticed an increase in the family's recent fishing yields. The influx of money had undoubtedly begun with her youngest son's labor. With this thought, her pace quickened. If they were to acquire another boat, she, Lin Chui, would surely command respect in the village. Lin Dongyang initially intended to offer some advice to his mother, but upon observing her hurried steps, which soon turned into a run, he lowered his raised hand. Elder brother, please inform second and third brothers. I will assist with the weights. Mother left the ledger with me. Lin Dongyang, with a wry smile directed at his elder brother, clasped the ledger, and alongside their father, each carrying a basket, they made their way to the stall of Erlongzi, where the day's tasks loomed plentiful. If elder brother were to purchase a boat, their lives would undoubtedly improve, with the second and third brothers each having a boat. They could earn even more. Upon reflection, he realized he already possessed 3 boats and a 30% stake in a company. It was astonishing how much progress had been made in such a short time. The thought alone stirred a certain excitement within him. What are you thinking? You've even miscounted, Lin's father remarked, casting a disapproving glance at the numbers in the ledger, though he was pleased with his youngest son's achievements. At last, you can speak up. I was nearly suffocating. Father, you can still discern the figures. Truly impressive. I am humbled. You take care of the counting, and I shall handle the arduous tasks. Lin Dongyang, feeling somewhat out of sorts, quickly handed the ledger to his father. Accepting the basket from Erlongzi, he made his way to the boat. Erlongzi, noticing Lin's father's watchful gaze, swallowed hard, feeling somewhat helpless. Chui Xingxing observed the lively family, contrasting sharply with the situation on the other side, and found it quite amusing. It was far more engaging than he had anticipated back home. A sense of belonging blossomed within him, prompting him to cheerfully assist Erlongzi with the work. I have brought the person, Lin's mother announced, leading over a tearful woman. Despite feeling joy within, she remained mindful of the woman's emotions, her expression neutral. Lin Dongyang noted this and recognized that his mother, at her core, possessed a gentle nature, treating everyone with kindness, though he wished she would refrain from being so talkative. After a brief discussion among the group, they ultimately settled on a price of 1,000 yuan. The woman, having only a young son who could not operate a boat and not intending to send family members to sea, agreed to sell upon finding a buyer. I will return home to fetch the money. Please wait a moment. Shall we finalize this today? Agreed. I have no desire to see that boat any longer. I will gather my belongings, she replied, and with that, the deal was essentially sealed. East Yang, let us take West Bai and occupy West Qing. Lin Dongyang suggested thoughtfully to Lin Dongyang. Brother, let me propose a plan. As you suggested, we will allocate the resources accordingly, but the expenses will be deducted from the profits, and you, as the captain, must receive a salary. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. Lin Dongyang nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief, apprehensive that his brother might object. Donghua, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Please navigate the ship back shortly. From now on, it will be your responsibility. Dongyang, let us depart. After Lin Dongyang spoke, he called Lin Dongyang to follow him. Taking the lead, observing his brother walk with an air of confidence and a smile gracing his face, Lin Dongyang hurried to catch up. His brother's fate had already undergone significant change, and he would be urging him to conduct inspections annually henceforth. They were now in the same boat. And whatever his brother said, he felt compelled to heed. Chapter 72. A superstitious mindset. Lin Dongyang emerged from the room with money in hand, only to encounter Lin Dongyang, who was awkwardly smiling as he exited the house, followed by his sister-in-law, whose expression was less than favorable. Dongyang, I owe you my gratitude this time. Your brother is quite bold. Having just divided the family assets, he invested all our money into purchasing a ship. If anything were to go awry, how would I manage? Sister-in-law, we must not speak of ill omens. Look, I have acquired the ship, and it has yielded considerable profit. Now is undoubtedly the optimal time to invest in a vessel. Those who wish to purchase are often unable to find one. Lin Dongyang observed his sister-in-law's worried countenance and quickly offered a smile, attempting to alleviate her unease. She was likely feeling the most anxiety following the division of the family. Having been part of this household for over a decade, the sudden shift in circumstances naturally stirred feelings of financial trepidation. Well, it seems your fortune is favorable. Otherwise, I would have strongly opposed this purchase. Our previous ship has faced misfortune. A worker was lost, and it is not comparable to this recent incident. Sister-in-law, when the ship returns, do pay a visit to the Mazu temple and offer your prayers. Renovating the house is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two, so there is no need to rush. Very well, I shall heed your advice. You two should return now. I must continue with the cooking. After their conversation, Lin Dongyang watched his sister-in-law return to the house and his brother exhale a sigh of relief, a gentle smile forming on his lips. What are you laughing at? You have also spent quite a bit. When Huixiang returns, she may have something to say about it. Lin Dongyang remarked, half-heartedly scolding his younger brother. Yet soon he too began to chuckle foolishly. Regardless of the circumstances, he was soon to be the owner of his own ship. Although he partnered with Lin Dongyang, he would have his own vessel to command, his very own ship. As Lin Dongyang listened to his brother's words, his smile faded. He had initially believed that the funds he contributed were solely for their partnership in the ship. Had he known he had also invested an additional 3,000 for business, he could only imagine what his brother might say. He shuddered at the thought of Li Huixiang returning home to find the money cabinet empty. Lin Dongyang rode his bicycle with Lin Dongyang as a passenger, and soon they arrived at the dock. By then, many had already departed for home, each occupied with their own responsibilities and uninterested in lingering at the dock. The sea breeze had picked up, giving the dock a somewhat desolate ambience. The few remaining individuals around quietly lowered their voices as they gazed at the woman staring out at the sea, tempering their joy from the recent fortune. Lin Dongyang observed this scene and sighed deeply. Surely, there cannot be so many villains in the world, for good people surely abound. Of course, that family of three was an exception. As the two approached the woman, they noticed a considerable number of items beside her, all recently retrieved from the boat. The crew members who had initially disembarked were now awkwardly watching the two men, taken aback by the unexpected sale of the boat, which rendered their jobs nearly obsolete. They sighed, contemplating the situation. Despite the inherent dangers of the sea, the potential earnings were significantly greater than those on land, making it hard to let go. However, it was evident that this was not a village affair. No need to inquire further. These two brothers would not be employing them any longer, especially after this incident. Now, count the money and see if there are any discrepancies, Lin Dongyang remarked, disregarding the expressions of the others as he handed the cash to the woman. Upon receiving the money, she wiped her damp hands on her clothing and began to carefully count the bills. The weight of her sorrow was somewhat alleviated by the thick stack of cash. This boat is now yours, but let it be clear, if anything happens, it is not my concern, and do not come to my home to cause a ruckus, she cautioned. Rest assured, with my younger brother around, I shall never encounter misfortune. Lin Dongyang replied, beaming as he accepted the boat's handle from her. Observing his brother's expression and words, Lin Dongyang felt a sense of disbelief. He lacked such confidence himself. And his brother's blind faith was somewhat amusing, though his recent stroke of luck had indeed brought him considerable wealth. The two of them went aboard the vessel to inspect it thoroughly. Finding no significant issues, they disembarked and awaited the moment when all three boats would set sail for the harbor. Dafu, you truly are remarkable, with 3 boats now in your possession. At this rate, each family member will soon have their own. Just imagine the profits. One remarked. Indeed, Brother Dafu, isn't your eldest daughter of marrying age now? What do you think of my son? The ages align perfectly, another chimed in. Lin Dafu listened to their words without immediate response. Yet a sense of delight blossomed within him. Gone were the days when he hesitated to consider marrying off his daughter due to his son's shortcomings. Now, they were openly discussing potential matches, without the need for a go-between. That would be up to her mother. I have no say in the matter. Now, excuse me. I must board the boat and take the helm, he declared, puffing out his chest and lifting his chin. Handing a notebook to Lin Mu, he climbed aboard to operate the vessel. Lin Dongyang stretched his back and chose not to follow Lin Dongyang onto the boat. Instead, he and the third brother pushed a cart back home. Look at you, such a short distance, and you still had to ride a bicycle. You didn't even consider the return trip. The wind is so strong that it has dirted the bike. Jianhai will have to wash it well when we get back. Lin Mu grumbled, pushing the bicycle, yet her face radiated excitement. Having pushed a bicycle before, she paused occasionally to engage with the women who approached. The individuals at the dock gazed enviously at the three neatly aligned boats, each departing from the pier one after another. It wasn't that the boats themselves were particularly remarkable, but rather that they all belonged to the same family. When might our family also possess 3 boats? It was a mere fantasy, for such fortune was rare and required substantial expenditure. Yet, the Lin family was indeed affluent, having recently acquired 1 boat and now another. You see, their youngest son has recently earned quite a sum. I heard he has partnered in a business venture. This once unremarkable lad has proven to be surprisingly capable since setting sail. Meanwhile, the onlookers continued their discussions while watching the boats drift away and the figures recede into the distance. Ahem. It has been quite some time since we convened a meeting. Today, coincidentally, Dongyang has purchased a boat, so we ought to hold one. Lin father remarked seriously while sipping the hot water poured by his eldest daughter-in-law. With Dongyang now owning a boat in partnership with Dongyang, it seems inappropriate for you two to take a share. My proposal is that this boat remains solely with you brothers. Father, that won't do. You and elder brother can withdraw, but the youngest brother cannot. Perhaps it would be better if elder brother took a 1% share? Lin Dongyang, somewhat anxious, interrupted Lin father, his voice rising unconsciously. Lin Dongyang, upon hearing his second brother's words, found himself momentarily stunned. He had indeed become quite the coveted asset. This family is truly steeped in superstition. Lin father, taken aback by his second son's remarks, found himself at a loss. Just as he was about to commence the meeting, it seemed to come to an abrupt end. If that is how you wish to think, so be it. I had thought it would allow you to earn a little more. It appears I, as your father, have been somewhat presumptuous. Lin father took a sip of water, his irritation evident. In the past, it was only the youngest son who dared to challenge him. Now, it seemed everyone was inclined to voice their dissent. Father, that was not my intention. I merely meant that we shouldn't take undue advantage. Once we earn some money and fortune smiles upon us, we too could purchase a boat and avoid any potential troubles. Lin Dongyang quickly laughed nervously, glancing at his irate father, feeling a twinge of fear. Aside from Lin Dongyang, who had rarely been punished, they had all been raised under a firm hand. And challenging their father made the youngest brother apprehensive. Hearing his ambitious dreams, Lin father refrained from further comment, casting a glance at Lin Dongyang, who remained silent yet nodded in agreement. If that is your perspective, let us proceed thus. The meeting is adjourned. Let us dine. Dongyang, fetch some wine. Now that you have acquired a boat, you must learn to manage independently. Lin father contemplated before addressing Lin Dongyang beside him. Father, rest assured. I have been at your side on the boat for 20 years. I understand well. As they spoke, Lin mother entered with a meal, and once the wine arrived, they began to eat and drink heartily. Observing their merriment, Lin mother said nothing. The family's circumstances had improved compared to before, so let them enjoy. Lin Dongyang, hearing a knock at the door and the sound of wind rustling through the window paper, reached to turn on the light and stepped out of the room. Father, the wind is quite strong today. What time is it? Lin Dongyang inquired, yawning as he glanced at his father. He had dreamt of his wife the previous night and felt utterly fatigued from a restless sleep. You're wearing a watch. Why ask me? I see you just have money to burn, his father replied. Though the wind is fierce, there should be some waves at sea. It shouldn't hinder our outing. Bring the traps along to assess the situation. If the wind and waves are manageable, we'll set them and drag the net. Today, we won't venture far. Just along the coast, whatever we catch will suffice. We must seize the opportunity to go out while the weather permits. Otherwise, it could be days before we can again. Listening to his father's words, Lin Dongyang nodded and returned to the house to don his gear, ensuring he was bundled up snugly before following his father to the main room. All right, everyone is here. After yesterday's incident, it's prudent for our 2 boats to act together for mutual support, Lin's father advised, gazing at his elder son. Lin Dongyang's newly acquired boat was not yet ready for its maiden voyage. Rituals had yet to be performed, and the deity Mazu had not been invited back. Such matters, even if they cause a delay of a day or 2, must not be neglected. Although earning money is essential, these customary practices should not be overlooked. Even for a second-hand vessel. Understood, father. Let us set sail. It has been years since I last went out with Dongyang, Lin Dongyang remarked with a smile. As the 5 conversed, the horizon began to glow at the dawn. At this time of year, the sky would brighten shortly after the first light appeared. I'm not asking for perfect weather. Just something akin to yesterday would suffice, Lin Dongyang said as he sat on the boat, observing his father steer while preparing the shrimp bait from the previous day. Hurry and start fishing. Stop dawdling. Lin Dongyang felt a bit exasperated by his father's criticism of his supposed loquacity. He hadn't even begun to address his father's chatter. Oh dear, it's your fault. Distracted by you, I've lost my bait. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his line, momentarily dazed, realizing the fish was gone along with his bait. This was an unfortunate start. He had lost a large shrimp before even landing a catch. The bait he was using was large shrimp, and he hoped for sizable fish weighing at least 1 or 2 pounds. Anything larger would likely dismiss a small, wriggling shrimp. After a brief complaint, he stood up, determined to fish diligently. Observing his second and third brothers on the adjacent boat, he waved with one hand, and just as he paused, he felt a tug on his fishing rod and quickly began to reel in. The fish did not seem large, and he barely exerted himself before sensing its weakness. Not bad. The first catch was a sizable green-scaled fish. Encouraged, Lin Dongyang muttered to himself and resumed baiting and casting, retrieving fish with robotic efficiency. Dongyang was relentless. Having already caught several, Lin Dongyang, watching his brother fish, felt an unexpected itch to join in, coupled with a pang of guilt. While they rested, Dongyang was already hard at work, which surely accounted for his success. Brother, when we return, I shall procure a fishing rod for you. Once elder brother sets sail with his own boat, you shall navigate this vessel while I fish. Lin Dongyang remarked with a smile as he listened to his brother. Lin Dongyang nodded in agreement, but soon felt that something was amiss. After pondering for a moment, he couldn't pinpoint the inconsistency and simply shook his head, preparing to take over the helm from elder brother. It was nearly time to cast the nets, and Lin Dongyang needed to converse with their father about how to proceed. As the two boats drew nearer, Lin Dongyang set aside his fishing rod, contentedly observing the lively array of fish flopping beneath his feet. Elder brother, it's time to cast the nets. You head that way, and we shall go this way, remaining within sight of each other, Lin Dongyang called out from the cabin, relaying their father's instructions to Lin Dongyang. All right, we will proceed first, but do not navigate too swiftly, Lin Dongyang replied, returning to the cabin. As the two vessels gradually separated, they resembled two larger wooden sticks, moving in parallel lines towards the expanse of the sea. When the moment was right, Lin Fu emerged to begin casting the nets. Time passed slowly, and Lin Dongyang grew somewhat weary of fishing. Glancing at his watch, he felt it was nearly time. Father, it's time to retrieve the nets. The hour has come. Come right away. You take care of it first. Lin Dongyang heard his father's voice and began to operate the net lifting machine, which emitted no sound. It seemed that this first haul would not yield much. As Lin Dongyang observed the net being pulled up, he did not call for his father's assistance and hoisted it alone. This was unexpected, even close to shore. The waves were not insignificant, and surely fish would be drawn this way. Lin Fu, emerging from the cabin, glanced at the scant catch rolling out of the net bag, his expression betraying disappointment. This was not what he had anticipated. Father, why is elder brother's boat not moving? They had just retrieved their nets, Lin Dongyang remarked, noticing the stationary fishing vessel in the left sea area, momentarily forgetting their meager haul. Let us go take a look. With such a poor catch, we might as well return today, Lin Fu declared, gently steering the boat towards that direction. The two boats were already close, and with the engine's rhythmic thrum, they drew nearer. Chapter 74. The serpent sea. The winds and waves at sea began to rise, crashing against the fishing boat with a resounding clamor. Lin Dongyang furrowed his brow, anxiously gazing ahead. A sudden halt at sea often heralded trouble. As the two boats approached, Lin Dongyang's view sharpened, and he noticed the seabirds circling above. A thought crossed his mind. Where there are seabirds, there are often schools of fish. If they were fortunate enough to encounter a school, their luck would surely improve. His anxious heart lightened a little. Father, there are quite a few seabirds above, and their numbers keep increasing. It seems elder brother and the others have stumbled upon a school of fish. I wonder why they remain still. They need not fear the fish escaping, Lin Dongyang said, walking to the cabin's edge and smiling at his father, who bore a somewhat anxious expression. From the current situation, it does not seem to be a bad omen. This is indeed a promising sign. Indeed, while the sea harbors its dangers, they remain close to shore, well acquainted with the surrounding waters. Although incidents occur annually, it seems unlikely that misfortune would befall their family. Observing the fishing vessel anchored upon the waves, gently swaying with the rhythm of the sea, he noted the seabirds circling overhead, seemingly in a state of anticipation. What are your brothers up to? Lin Fu pondered aloud, glancing at the stationary fishing boat. I wonder if they've cast their nets. The fish might have fled, given his understanding of his eldest son. He was certain such an error was improbable, and he hastened the boat's speed as he spoke. Lin Dongyang sensed the vessel's acceleration beneath his feet. His gaze shifting to the water trailing behind them, then focusing on the area surrounding the fishing boat ahead. He observed the currents of the sea being sliced by darting lines of movement, an odd sight indeed. Father, it must be a school of eels. The water appears murky, obscuring what lies beneath, he suggested. We'll know soon enough what they are up to. It's puzzling that they're not hauling in any fish. Lin Fu surveyed the darkened expanse of the sea, unable to discern what lay beneath. Lin Dongyang was aware of his keen eyesight. Had he arrived sooner, he would have been inclined to cast the net himself. As they approached the vessel occupied by his three brothers, Lin Dongyang caught sight of his second brother's face. A mixture of anxiety and excitement, revealing his inner turmoil. Second brother, why have you ceased your activities? He called out to the visibly excited second brother and the pale third brother. With the boats now in close proximity, the three brothers felt a sense of relief upon seeing Lin Fu and Lin Dongyang approaching. Father, there are sea snakes beneath us. We dare not cast our nets. I saw many heads surfacing just now. It nearly frightened me to death, Lin Dongyang exclaimed in response to Lin Dongyang's inquiry. Originally prepared to reply, Lin Dongyang merely nodded in acknowledgement of Lin Dongyang without uttering a word. Upon hearing his brother's mention of sea snakes, Lin Dongyang reflected on the swimming lines he had just seen, and indeed, they bore resemblance to sea snakes. The similarity between eels and sea snakes often led to confusion, and they rarely encountered sea snakes in these waters, so he had not given it much thought. With the third son affirming the presence of sea snakes, and Lin Dongyang suggesting eels nearby, it dawned on them that their two vessels had encroached upon the territory of the sea snakes. Fortunately, they were aboard large fishing boats. Had they been in small wooden vessels, they might have been struck with terror. Observing the pallor of Lin Fu's face and his trembling form, Lin Dongyang, despite feeling a twinge of fear, gently placed a reassuring hand on his father's shoulder, embodying filial piety. Why are you patting me? Do you think those eels might actually be sea snakes? With so many sea snakes around, the eels would surely avoid this area, Lin Fu shivered. Casting a glance at Lin Dongyang, attempting to maintain a facade of calm, Lin Dongyang nodded thoughtfully and replied, upon reflection, it seems likely. Casting a net would be futile. However, if we were to use a hand net, we might still catch a few. What are you attempting to catch? If you happen to be bitten, it could spell disaster. Last year, Wang Er from our village suffered a snake bite from a sea serpent and returned looking grotesquely swollen. Listening to Lin Dongyang's plans to capture snakes, Lin Fu furrowed his brow. While he too desired to earn money, the high price of sea serpents made him hesitant to take risks. After all, just yesterday, an incident occurred involving a seasoned fisherman. Despite his experience, he always prioritized caution when at sea, and the fear still lingered within him. Glancing at the fishing boats ahead, Lin Fu noted that his three sons were likely also contemplating the capture of sea serpents. Otherwise, they would not have lingered in this spot. Dongxing, what are your thoughts? This creature cannot be caught with a dragnet. Otherwise, if it ends up on the boat and the net is opened, chaos would ensue. Knowing Lin Dongyang was resolute, Lin Fu realized that his attempts at persuasion would be futile and thus called out to his eldest son, Lin Dongxing. Father, why don't we give it a try? The price for these creatures is substantial. Just a few days ago, someone brought two ashore, and they were snatched up in an instant, bought by the piece. Lin Dongxing understood his father's concerns, but having recently acquired a boat, he found it hard to turn back. His younger brothers shared a similar ambition to earn more to eventually purchase their own boats, and seeing Lin Dongyang and himself with new boats stoked their determination. Even the youngest brother, pale with fear, remained silent rather than suggesting they leave. Before Lin Fu could respond, a light rain began to patter on the fishing boat. Initially, the sound was faint, but as the rain intensified, it obscured everyone's view. The waters they were in were notorious for sudden downpours, typically transforming from a light drizzle to heavy rain, though such gradual transitions were rare. Fortunately, the waves on the sea remained relatively calm. Otherwise, their discussion would have shifted from capturing sea serpents to hastily returning to shore. They had not ventured far, so even if the winds and waves grew stronger, it wouldn't pose a significant threat. Unfazed by the rain soaking him, Lin Dongyang did not bother to fetch a raincoat from the cabin. Instead, he gazed in disbelief at the sea ahead. As he surveyed the surroundings, his eyes widened, and he felt an involuntary tremor course through him. If he had not accompanied his elder brothers to sea today, he would not be witnessing this extraordinary scene. Before him lay a vast expanse of water teeming with countless sea serpents, their heads bobbing above the surface as they swam incessantly, one after another. some even resting atop their companions due to lack of space. At that moment, their two fishing boats were the only refuge amidst the serpent-infested waters. The ocean had transformed into a veritable sea of serpents. Chapter 75, Braving Fear to Act. Countless sea serpents slithered across the rain-soaked surface of the sea. With keen eyesight, Lin Dongyang could discern that they were stacked several layers deep. If they cast a net now, they might secure enough to exchange for a new boat, though the risk of losing one's life in the process loomed large. At this moment, the sea snakes were predominantly adults, with not a single juvenile in sight, and they were generally larger than the snakes found on land. The thought of hauling thousands of these sea serpents aboard, their bodies sprawling across the deck while countless others swam away, sent shivers down Lin Dongyang's spine. He was certain that his chill was not merely due to the cold rain soaking him. Unexpectedly, it was not he who received the protection of Mazu today, but rather his elder brothers. If only one had the courage, fortunes could be made. The current state of the sea appeared to be a veritable treasure hunt, though this wealth was laced with venom, and the question remained whether anyone would dare to seize it. Why are there so many sea snakes? I've never seen such a multitude in my life, Lin Fu remarked, visibly trembling at the sight before him. Typically unafraid of most things, he harbored an irrational fear of snakes, the kind that left him paralyzed with dread. It was no time to maintain a facade of bravery in front of his youngest son. The sheer number of serpents on the water was overwhelming. Lin Dongyang took a moment to calm his racing heart, and the thought of purchasing a camera crossed his mind. If he could capture this moment, a pair of fishing boats adrift on a sea teeming with snakes, it would surely become a cherished memory for future generations. With this reflection, his fear of the sea snakes diminished. If he could catch a few, he could eventually acquire that camera, and Li Huixiang would likely consent. After all, when finances were plentiful, she tended to be more generous. Father, this must be their breeding season. Otherwise, how could there be so many sea snakes gathered here? Lin Dongyang ventured to say. Breeding season? Is that how they reproduce? This is my first time hearing that, Lin Fu replied, puzzled as he looked at his son. Despite years at sea, he felt outmatched by the knowledge of his novice offspring. Sometimes, he reflected on those years spent at sea, feeling as though his efforts had been in vain, while Lin Dongyang seemed to possess an unexpected wealth of information. Well, the more you learn, the more you'll understand, Lin Dongyang said, scratching his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Just as they finished speaking, the seabirds above descended like a squadron of fighter jets, swooping down to snatch the sea snakes from the water, soaring back into the sky amidst the rain. Lin Dongyang could even see countless sea snakes wriggling in their beaks, reminiscent of how his son would later relish spicy snacks, though he worried about the possibility of a few snakes plummeting from the sky. Father, hurry to the cockpit, Lin Dongyang shouted, raising his voice to alert his elder brother nearby, though the sound of the rain made it uncertain whether they would hear him. The two retreated to the cockpit, where the rain had diminished, and ultimately, the seabirds could not bear to drop their easily acquired prey onto the boat. Once the birds had disappeared from view, Lin Dongyang and Lin Fu emerged from the cockpit, and the rain's obscuring effect on their vision had significantly waned, revealing the figures of his three brothers on the other boat. Father, it appears that these sea snakes are engaged in mating. I wonder how they instinctively knew it would rain here and chose this particular stretch of ocean. They cannot drink seawater, so they must rely on rainfall to replenish their moisture. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a multitude of them. Lin Dongyang shared his speculation with his father, Lin, before meticulously retrieving and inspecting the hand-cast net aboard the boat. He pondered for a moment. Although he lacked a large net, the hand-cast variety should suffice. The mesh may not be particularly fine, yet it should be adequate to ensnare these sizable sea serpents. You seem knowledgeable. What purpose do you have for this net? Are you truly intent on capturing them? Lin's father inquired, observing his son's preparations and nodding in agreement. These are precious creatures. Encountering them, how could we not seize the opportunity? Perhaps this is a significant gift from Mazu. It's fortuitous that I ventured out with my brothers today, even if there's fear. We must act. Lin Dongyang replied with a smile, continuing to scrutinize the net piece by piece. If it were to suddenly tear, it would spell chaos aboard the vessel. While sea snakes are generally docile, that does not guarantee they would not resist once captured. Look at you. I never intended for you to exert yourself so. Should anything happen, I mustn't speak such things. I'll inform your brothers while you tend to the net. I initially hesitated to let you work too hard. Yet here you are, eager to help, chattering like your mother, Lin's father remarked. Lin Dongyang quickly spat 3 times for good luck, watching as his father followed suit. He stood up from the ground and walked away. Observing his younger son's resolve, Lin's father recognized his earlier misstep and promptly began inspecting the net. Eldest brother, if you plan to capture the sea snakes, I recommend using the hand-cast net and thoroughly checking for any damage. Once we pull it up, let us refrain from speaking until we reach the shore. We lack the necessary tools aboard, Lin Dongyang called out to his older brother, Lin Dongyang. Indeed. That was our original plan. Do you have any traps aboard? Check those as well. With such a high density, we should see how many might venture in on their own, Lin Dongyang replied, suppressing his own fears upon hearing his younger brother's words. If Lin Dongyang was brave enough, then surely he could muster the courage too. After a brief glance at Lin Dongyang and Lin Dongyang, the three brothers nodded in unison and began their work. Lin Dongyang, pleased to see his brothers engaged, cheerfully returned to the boat, having forgotten that there were traps available. He realized he had several crab traps aboard, which would indeed come in handy. Father, I will handle the hand-cast net. You should check the traps in crab pots. Perhaps they are exhausted from breeding and seeking a serene spot to burrow, Lin Dongyang excitedly suggested to his father. He then picked up the already inspected net from the side and forcefully cast it into the sea. After allowing it to settle for a while, he swiftly retrieved the net, hauling a bounty of sea snakes aboard. Lin Dongyang gritted his teeth, refraining from calling for his father's assistance. As his father harbored a profound fear of snakes, he resolved to handle the situation himself. The creature's back was a deep, ominous black, while its sides and abdomen were a vibrant yellow, the demarcation line between the two remarkably distinct. The tail bore black spots, and upon this realization, Lin Dongyang felt a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, it was a long-nosed sea snake, not a formidable green-ringed one. It appeared less intimidating than he had feared. With ease, an entire net of sea snakes was drawn aboard the vessel. Lin Dongyang secured a tight knot, observing the snakes writhing within the net, unable to escape, which allowed him to relax somewhat. He picked up a second net, preparing to continue his work. Thankfully, having learned from a previous experience with flying fish, he had 3 cast nets on board. Otherwise, the frustration of having a catch without a net would have been unbearable. Chapter 76. The rain ceases as Lin Dongyang hoisted the second net. He glanced at the third cast net set aside by his father. Perhaps it would be best to forego this one. It had a small tear from his earlier tug, and caution seemed prudent. His father, noticing Lin Dongyang's gaze, commented while continuing to tend to the crab traps. Lin Dongyang observed the sea teeming with snakes, yet felt disheartened by his inability to haul them in. The sight of money lying just beneath the surface, yet being unable to bend down and retrieve it, was genuinely exasperating. He glanced at the fishing rod nearby, a thought stirring within him. Though he could not capture the entire swarm on board, he could certainly reel in a few individually, ensuring that processing them would not pose a significant danger. Having too many on the boat would be overwhelming. His father might very well be frightened to death and would likely disapprove of such an approach. However, if he were to catch them one by one, it seemed plausible that his father would not be overly concerned. Father, I'm going to fish a few out, Lin Dongyang announced, grasping the fishing rod while attaching shrimp as bait. Internally, he feigned composure, knowing he was about to come face to face with the sea snakes, and his heart fluttered with trepidation. Though there have been no recorded fatalities from encounters with these creatures, he could not dismiss the possibility of being the first. Yet, with the situation so immediate, it would be unreasonable not to act. Be careful, came his father's admonition. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Lin Dongyang replied softly, casting the line, the hook landing perilously close to a sea snake. At that moment, the surface of the water offered no respite for casting his hook. He could only hope that the snakes would take the bait. For reasons unknown, as he gazed at the writhing shrimp among the snakes, he found himself wishing they would not bite. It seemed true what they say, what one desires often eludes them. Watching the fishing line quiver violently, Lin Dongyang peered down to see a sea snake clamping onto the bait, twisting in distress atop the writhing mass. Its black and yellow body coiled and contorted, displacing the surrounding snakes engaged in mating, sending them tumbling into the sea and creating quite a splash. The surrounding sea snakes, oblivious to the turmoil, changed locations to continue their reproductive activities, remaining still as if resembling turtles rather than serpents. With a firm tug, he pulled the snake from beneath the surface, its robust body exceeding a meter in length, instilling fear within him. Nevertheless, he gradually drew the sea snake aboard. Upon witnessing the frenzied thrashing of the snake nearby, Lin Dongyang abandoned any thoughts of capturing it alive. Although the value of a sea snake diminishes significantly upon its death, rendering it nearly worthless, it still serves well for brewing liquor. At this moment, he was resolute in his decision to remove it from the fishing rod. The sea snake, though ensnared in a net and coiled up, displayed a temperament that could be described as docile. It merely stirred within the confines of the net without exhibiting any aggressive behavior. The disparity between this one and the previous catch was stark, and he recognized that his fear of the sea snake lingered, leaving him unwilling to gamble with his life for it. "Father, could you fetch the kitchen knife from our boat? It has been used in quite some time. Just give it a simple sharpening. I intend to process the sea snake I caught. If it cannot be sold, I will use it for brewing liquor. It is indeed a valuable specimen," Lin Dongyang said, holding the sea snake aloft, suspended in midair, without bringing it aboard. "All right, I'll do that right away. Don't rush," Lin's father replied, relieved by his son's words, and he went into the cabin to retrieve the knife. After a brief sharpening, he returned. "Father, when I pull it up, aim for the base of its head and strike downwards. Be careful not to harm me," Lin Dongyang cautioned, observing his father approach with the sharpened knife. Strangely enough, there was a hint of intimidation in the air. Indeed, it was his father wielding the blade. Had it been anyone else, he would have been reluctant to proceed. "Keep your distance, lest the blood splatter upon you," Lin's father advised, eyeing the slowly ascending sea snake. Although he felt apprehensive, the thought of killing it did not frighten him as much. As the sea snake landed upon the deck, it writhed violently. However, when Lin Dongyang reeled in the fishing line, its body was hoisted into the air. It began to perform acrobatics, its tail curling upwards, entirely shedding its previously placid demeanor. Lin's father, observing the snake's head, struck down decisively with the knife, efficiently severing the creature's body. Perhaps it was due to the swiftness of his action or the sharpness of the blade, but initially, little blood splattered forth. Nevertheless, the severed body continued to writhe on the deck, and Lin Dongyang, having never killed a snake before, instinctively swallowed hard. Its vitality was indeed remarkable, as it continued to move even after decapitation. However, without the head, it posed no threat. Lin Dongyang watched as his father tossed the snake's body into a bucket, while a considerable amount of blood pooled on the deck, staining the surrounding area crimson. Observing the fishing line still quivering and the severed head hanging above, Lin Dongyang had no intention of removing it. He had seen numerous videos of snakeheads attacking people, especially with venomous fangs still intact. Approaching the edge of the boat, he discarded the line holding the snake's head, forcefully striking it against the side of the boat, producing a series of dull thuds. As he released the empty fishing line, the gaping mouth of the snake's head fell into the sea, gradually sinking into the depths. Capturing a snake was no simple feat, yet now, gazing at the sea snake in the bucket, he felt that his efforts had not been in vain. As for soaking live snakes in liquor, it is best to refrain from such endeavors. These creatures possess an extraordinary vitality. Should they not perish completely and endure prolonged confinement, they would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated resentment. Additionally, live snakes can fetch a handsome price, rendering the entire endeavor unnecessary. "Why did you discard the snake's head into the sea? I initially thought you intended to stun it before retrieving it. Instead, I could procure a clamp and place it in a separate bucket. Perhaps there are individuals interested in it, as someone came to our village previously seeking snake heads." Lin's father, observing the snake's head sinking into the ocean, spoke up. In any case, it is not a complete live snake, so his trepidation had diminished. The feel of that decisive slice was quite satisfactory. "There are indeed those who collect such things. Go ahead and continue, while I proceed with my tasks." Lin Dongyang was taken aback that a snake's head could be sold, and without further hesitation, he secured the shrimp and cast them into the water. Currently, it isn't quite accurate to say one is fishing, rather, it is a matter of pulling fish upwards without concern for whether the bait is being nibbled by snakes. The ones that do not bite are accompanied by others, climbing up from the rain-soaked sea. In no time, Lin Dongyang had already caught a dozen or so, while beside him, a bucket housed the writhing snakeheads, producing a clattering sound against the iron. "Stop fishing. It's time to set the crab traps," Lin's father remarked, watching his younger son still engaged in catching snakes. He placed the last crab trap on the ground, to ensure the mesh openings were small enough. He trimmed shorter the somewhat damaged netting and wrapped each trap in an additional layer, alleviating any concerns. "Here they come. First, sever this one," Lin Dongyang said as he pulled up a sea snake, approaching his father, who deftly wielded his knife. Impressive. Lin's father felt a surge of pride at his son's words, though he maintained a stoic facade. Having killed so many sea snakes, he had grown accustomed to it. The father and son lowered the reinforced crab traps by rope into the heap of sea snakes. Upon landing, 2 snakes swiftly slithered through the openings. Soon, one after another, Before the traps even submerged, nearly half were already resting motionless inside, treating it as their sanctuary. Such rapidity and safety were indeed fortuitous. It was wise to bring the traps today. Lin's father, tugging on the rope and feeling the weight of the traps, spoke with a satisfied smile. Lin Dongyang, witnessing his father's joy, couldn't help but smile as well. Perhaps it was due to returning fishing boats, as several vessels gradually approached across the water. Lin Dongyang paid them little mind. He was unperturbed with his boat full of sea snakes. As the third crab trap descended into the water, the rain above ceased. Chapter 77. A bountiful harvest. Lin Dongyang wiped his face, observing the receding rainwater, aware that the sea snakes would soon retreat. Had it not been for the rain, they likely would not have lingered on the surface for such an extended period, especially in such numbers. Indeed, as he anticipated, the moment the rain ceased, the sea snakes began to submerge into the depths, yet due to the remaining layer of rainwater above, they hesitated to descend, vying for advantageous positions beneath the surface. Thus, the crab trap of the father and son, being fixed in position and devoid of the need to compete for space, became the first choice for the sea snakes, which continuously surged into the trap. Lin Dongyang did not anticipate this outcome. However, noticing the taut rope in his hands, he understood that the trap was already brimming. He cautiously pulled it from the water, and once it surfaced, he observed several sea snakes still writhing atop it. Patiently, he waited for them to return to the water before fully retrieving the trap. Subsequently, Lin's father secured the top with a fishing net, successfully completing a perfect catch of sea snakes. Unexpectedly, after purchasing the crab trap, they had not caught a single crab. Instead, they had initially feasted on sea snakes, thus surpassing their initial investment. "Father, it seems we stand to earn quite a bit, and we have also caught sea snakes for your liquor," Lin Dongyang remarked with a smile. Lin's father, upon gazing at the bountiful catch of sea snakes, was filled with joy. "Indeed. Why not check on your elder brother and see how they are faring? I noticed a few boats approaching." Nodding in response to his father's words, Lin Dongyang made his way to the other side. At this moment, the boats that had initially approached were now in close proximity. Although his father could not see clearly, Lin Dongyang observed everything distinctly. As they drew nearer, the fishermen began to collect their nets, creating a flurry of activity aboard their vessels. It was evident that they had been hauling their nets to return, but upon encountering the two stationary boats, they were uncertain of their intentions and moved closer. However, upon spotting the sea snakes, they hastily pulled their nets from the water. For them, encountering sea snakes was not a fortunate event. "Elder brother, how is everything on your end? Any issues?" Lin Dongyang called out. "Nothing unusual, all is well. These creatures are quite docile. They do not stir unless provoked," Lin Dongyang replied with a smile, observing his younger brother's approach. "But do exercise caution. These creatures are highly venomous. Rest assured, we are vigilant. Should we finish our catch and head back? With snakes aboard this vessel, if we venture further out, any mishap could be troublesome," Lin Dongyang expressed, originally intending to call Lin Dongyang but articulating his thoughts upon seeing him arrive. Although the rain had ceased, the presence of so many sea snakes on board posed a risk. Any unforeseen incident could result in significant loss. Moreover, it was apparent that something had occurred in the waters ahead, as the surrounding boats would not have returned otherwise. Upon hearing his brother's words, Lin Dongyang realized they were of the same mind. He had also not intended to continue dragging the nets. Better safe than sorry, especially with such venomous creatures as sea snakes. It was wiser to head to the dock, locate a buyer, and sell the sea snakes for safety's sake. "All right, brother. I share your sentiments. We still have some crab traps on our boat. Now that the rain has stopped and the sea snakes are entering the traps more readily, we should wait for a while longer. Once the snakes are gone, we will head back." "Sounds good. Our boat has fewer crab traps and gill nets. I only wish I had purchased more when I was with you," Lin Dongyang remarked enviously, eyeing the bountiful traps aboard his younger brother's vessel. Although they had initially discovered the sea snakes, they were ill-prepared compared to the ample supplies on Lin Dongyang's boat, and thus it was only fitting that he reaped the rewards. Next time, it would be wise to prepare more. The nets are quite affordable now, and one can easily find an elderly woman to weave them at a low cost. Lin Dongyang paused here, not continuing his thoughts, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Li Huixiang had supported him for many years through her net weaving, which explained her frail health. Sustaining a family with inexpensive nets reveals the challenges they faced. Lin Dongyang gazed at the sea snakes beneath the surface, refraining from further conversation with his elder brother. He returned to the boat and resumed his tasks. In this lifetime, he vowed never to let her endure hardship again. Father, I am lowering the traps now. They should be heading downward. Lin Dongyang glanced at the two interconnected traps in his hands, acknowledging his father's prudence as he spoke while casting them into the sea. At this moment, several boats that had initially approached began to turn around, pulling in their nets as they left the area, likely noticing Lin Dongyang and his companions' actions. However, it seemed that there were no traps on their boats. They had only 2 cast nets aboard, indicating that clever individuals were indeed plentiful, albeit certainly not as numerous as at the beginning when they collected the snakes. As the snakes dispersed, Lin Dongyang started setting traps alongside his father. These sea snakes truly enjoy burrowing into traps, and with the surrounding waters now occupied by them, there were no other fish. The haul consisted solely of sea snakes. But due to his father's tightly woven nets in their yellowish abdomens, it was somewhat difficult to discern their condition. Nevertheless, Lin Dongyang resisted the urge to inspect them closely, opting instead to pull the traps closer to the cast nets. Father, let us set sail. We should return now. My elder brother and the others have been waiting quite a while. Lin Dongyang observed his father, who was gasping for breath, urging him to steer the boat while he continued to organize their catch and keep an eye on the sea snakes outside. As the fishing boat set off, the engine's roar startled the snakes in the nets and traps, causing them to thrash about. However, after a brief struggle, they settled down once more. Realizing that nothing had changed, Lin Dongyang noticed some snakes seizing the opportunity to fulfill unfinished business, baffled at how they managed to locate one another. Their 2 fishing boats began their return journey, and he did not see the earlier vessels that had approached. Initially, Lin Dongyang intended to check if his elder brother had followed, but upon looking back, he spotted a familiar boat, moving in the opposite direction. To his surprise, it was not just one boat, but 2. Observing the course of the 2 fishing vessels, Lin Dongyang felt a stir in his heart. They were headed toward that small island. It was rather unusual to set sail right after the rain. However, with the boat now filled with sea snakes, he dismissed the notion of following to investigate. Chapter 78. The Lin family's prosperity. The return journey proceeded quite smoothly. There was no rain, and whether in the traps or nets, the sea snakes lay still like a heap of spicy strips, not stirring at all. This fortunate situation saved Lin Dongyang considerable effort in monitoring them, yet he dared not relax his vigilance, keeping a watchful eye, scarcely daring to blink, fearful that a stray snake might escape unnoticed. However, due to his father's initial caution, the net that ensnared the sea snakes resembled a set of nesting dolls. Though it would be cumbersome to tidy up after landing, and it was likely that some of the nets would be rendered useless, safety was assured, and such minor inconveniences were of little consequence. Each net contained approximately 100 or 200 sea snakes, and this was without fully filling it, as a deliberate opening had been left for securing the net. Otherwise, even more could have been captured. As the 2 Lin family boats approached the dock, the surrounding villagers seemed to have received prior notice, flocking curiously to observe the cargo aboard the vessels. Indeed, there were sea snakes, as a dozen live specimens were brought ashore from the previous boat, signaling a windfall. Little did they expect that the Lin brothers' catch was even more substantial. Their audacity was commendable, considering the notorious venom of these serpents. With such boldness, how could one expect to prosper? Rumor had it that the sea in that area was teeming with over 1 million sea snakes, stretching several kilometers. This was no mere opportunity to rake in riches. Alas, I thought to venture out to sea today. Hard labor was the only way to earn a few coins. Nia Laosan, you're not actually planning to row your wooden boat into the sea snake territory, are you? That would be quite the feat. Just be careful not to become a nest for the snakes. Who knows how you might meet your end? As the men on the shore gazed enviously at the bounty aboard Lin Dongyang's boat, they also mockingly addressed the man known as Nia Laosan. Recently, several boats had encountered heavy rains while returning from the open sea, only to cross paths with the Lin family's fishing vessels and that sea of snakes. However, having filled their nets with sea snakes, they dared not linger and hurried back. A couple of boats, whether by good fortune or ill, managed to haul in dozens of sea snakes, fortunately without any fatalities. Those who returned were not secretive about it. They joyfully sold their sea snakes while recounting tales of the snake-infested waters and the perilous endeavors of Lin Dongyang and his crew. Listening to the conversations of several men, Lin's mother felt a pang of anxiety. She was well aware of the snake's venomous nature, and her family was indeed quite audacious to attempt such a capture. Feeling an urgency, she pushed her way forward, yet the crowd was simply too dense to navigate. Make way. My son has returned. Why are you all crowding so close? Lin's mother exclaimed, somewhat irritably shoving aside those in her path. Upon recognizing her, the crowd parted, for Lin Dongyang, the most illustrious figure at the dock lately, was indeed her son, and with an entire family of men, they dared not provoke her. Lin's mother was somewhat perplexed by the ease with which they made way for her. It had not been long ago that such a request might have sparked a fierce struggle to pass through the throng. After all, prime spots for observing the spectacle were limited, and they had to vie for them through her words. Chui. From a distance, it seems there are quite a number on that boat. There may be some that are unfit, if they cannot be sold later. Do you think you could sell one to our family at a discount? I've heard that soaking these in liquor makes a fine brew. Just right for my husband's ailing legs. Indeed, Chui, I want one too. But since we are from the same village, please do not charge us exorbitantly. Two women, while making way for Lin's mother, smiled and spoke to her. The complete version of their reluctance to purchase was evident just moments ago. The live sea snakes had been sold for a hefty sum, yet the prospect of dealing with the dead or damaged ones was not entirely out of the question. She had inquired, and it was conveyed that the sea snakes, once lifeless, would not fetch a significant price. We shall discuss this later. I am unaware of how many they have procured or how many are unsaleable. If they do intend to sell, I shall ensure they offer them to you first. Lin's mother remarked, though anxiety flickered beneath her smile. Her primary concern was not the potential profit or the number of damaged goods, but rather the urgency to ascertain the well-being of her sons. Chui, ever perceptive, commented, indeed, it seems they are destined for prosperity once more. After Lin's mother departed, the two women expressed their mixed feelings, their envy slightly alleviated, as they no longer felt as imbalanced. Listening to their conversation, others at the dock began to murmur, speculating on the fortune the Lin family might amass this time, for in their coastal community, discussions of newfound wealth were always rife. After all, who wouldn't wish for their own turn at prosperity? As Lin Dongyang's vessel finally docked, he disembarked, eager to check if Longzi had any tools available, only to encounter his mother approaching in haste. Mother, why the urgency? He inquired. I hurried to see if you were safe. I heard tales of the venomous snakes, and seeing you unscathed puts my mind at ease, Lin's mother replied, her relief palpable as she beheld Lin Dongyang and his brothers, who had also disembarked from another boat. Lin Dongyang, observing her expression, understood her earlier distress. It was clear that several fishing boats had returned, explaining the gathering crowd at the dock, all awaiting news of their fortunes. Everything is fine. Our venture went smoothly. The sea snakes remained surprisingly calm aboard the ship, he reassured her, hoping to alleviate her worries. These sea snakes are quite valuable. I heard that some sold for a substantial price. Lin's mother, now devoid of fear, felt a surge of excitement. If their 2 boats worth of sea snakes could indeed sell for that price, they would surely strike it rich. We, the Lin family, are on the brink of prosperity. Mother, do not celebrate prematurely. Now that word of our fortune has spread, we can expect many seeking us out. You must be cautious. And let us maintain a low profile for now, Lin Dongyang cautioned, noticing her excitement. Though they had found success before, the news had not circulated widely. He sensed that this time it would be different and felt the need to warn her. After all, newfound wealth often invited unwelcome attention, and he held little regard for those who might come knocking. Rest assured, I will handle things. You should seek out Longzi. He managed to catch 2 sea snakes and has tools available. It would be too perilous for you to join us. Lin's mother nodded, contemplating the challenges ahead, her smile fading as she turned to greet her other sons. Dongyang, it seems fortune favors you once more. Your family is truly blessed. You certainly possess a remarkable audacity to attempt capturing such a venomous serpent aboard the vessel. We observed you earlier, seemingly motionless, and were inclined to approach, only to discover a swarm of sea snakes upon drawing near, which nearly caused me to lose my composure. You may not have panicked initially, but once the net was drawn up and the serpents revealed, you were undoubtedly alarmed. Naturally, with such a deadly creature so close to my trousers, how could I not be frightened? Thankfully, our dear brother had the decency to sell the snakes and consider sharing the proceeds. As Lin Dongyang stepped forward, a path instinctively cleared around him. The nearby individuals chuckled, suggesting they were crew members from a fishing boat that had just returned. Upon hearing their remarks, Lin Dongyang involuntarily shivered. The mere recollection of that scene sent chills down his spine. Chapter 79. A mother and daughter safe. Lin Dongyang remained silent, refraining from boasting, as he had already garnered considerable attention recently and preferred to lay low. Approaching Longzi's stall, he observed the myriad wrinkles on his face, which now seemed to bloom with joy as he laughed incessantly. Ergo, What good fortune has befallen you to smile so broadly? Have you struck it rich? Lin Dongyang inquired with a smile. Whether Erlongzi had indeed prospered was uncertain, yet he felt fortunate. If you have gained wealth, it means I have too. If I am prosperous, it's still your fortune. Erlongzi gazed at Lin Dongyang with such affection that he nearly leaned in to plant a kiss. His instincts assured him that Lin Dongyang would not encounter misfortune at sea if he could return with a sea snake. His newly established stall would surely yield a significant profit. This would also serve as a means to appease his wife, who lacked worldly experience, sparing him from her incessant nagging. When the money lands in her lap, perhaps she would cease to treat him like a fool, accepting whatever others said without question. Lin Dongyang, pondering Erlongzi's somewhat convoluted words, took a moment to comprehend. Ergo, your speech resembles a tongue twister. Have you successfully finalized the contract? Are we now operating independently? Lin Dongyang leaned in, sharing a light-hearted moment with Erlongzi, reminiscent of two shrewd merchants. Indeed, this morning, I accompanied Boss Chui to handle the arrangements. I covered your expenses, but the payment for the order will need to be deducted. I forgot to mention this. You must indeed deceive your brother, or your sister-in-law will have my head. Rest assured, I am genuinely eager to partner with you in business. I would never engage in such trickery. Is my wife in good spirits? Has she been upset? Lin Dongyang listened intently to Erlongzi's cautious words, shaking his head with a smile as he cautiously inquired about Li Huixiang's disposition. Your sister-in-law is quite well. She is merely a touch irked about your spending, but she cannot express her anger. You are indeed clever. However, Boss Chui mentioned the benefits of putting her name on the paperwork, which made her emotional. We didn't linger long, but in the end, we heard your wife instructing your sister-in-law to buy groceries, as she intends to prepare a hearty meal for lunch. As Erlongzi recounted this, he could not contain his laughter. Lin Dongyang nodded in agreement, feeling an increased fondness for Chui Xingxing. He had nearly forgotten this matter. Yet hearing it from someone else provided a different perspective. Brother, although we are partners, if your price is excessively low, I shall have to seek other buyers. For I am merely a fisherman. Rest assured, we both know that upon receiving the initial catch, we can purchase at a standard price. I shall not reduce it for you. You can still earn a profit from our dealings. I never realized how clever you are. Catching a net full of fish is akin to earning double. Who knows, one day, our enterprise might rely solely on your fishing prowess to sustain us. As Erlongzi spoke with a chuckle, he picked up the rubber suit and clips from the side and removed a neatly arranged basket of dead fish. Lin Dongyang observed his actions and laughed along. Indeed, it seemed he was reaping two rewards from a single net. When factoring in his father's boat, it was as if he was earning 3 coins for one vessel. This perspective validated the investment in Erlongzi's seafood stall. Today's haul of sea snakes promised considerable profit. Currently, due to the pressure exerted by fisheries companies, the prices for fishermen were favorable, with many acquisition prices significantly lowered. In subsequent years, should the prices continue to dwindle, the earnings from the catch would increase even further. Come, let us see how many sea snakes you've managed to catch today. It appears you've only caught large ones, none of the smaller variety. I presume your mother mentioned that they fetch a good price per piece. Indeed, most are sizable. Today coincides with their breeding season and with the rain. They surface for water and linger longer. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to catch so many. As they conversed, they made their way to the boat. If not for Erlongzi's presence, Lin Dongyang would have hesitated to lower the net, for it had already been unfurled during their time on the vessel. Onlookers at the dock, though not directly involved, craned their necks to observe the two approaching figures. Quite a catch indeed. I will board the boat myself. You can help me unload the basket shortly. There is no danger here, Erlongzi beamed, looking at the pile of sea snakes. Bringing Lin Dongyang into the fold was undoubtedly a wise decision. An hour later, at the stall, Erlongzi placed the last sea snake from the crab trap into the basket and sighed with relief. Although he was unafraid, the quantity was indeed overwhelming. Do you wish to sell these imperfect specimens? Normally, we do not accept them, but if you wish to sell, we can take them, as we have our own seafood market. Erlongzi glanced at the 2 buckets beside Lin Dongyang with a smile. My goodness, brother. Does Boss Chui know that this seafood market has become ours? Lin Dongyang chuckled, though he shook his head. As for whether these snake heads can fetch a price, I intend to keep them for myself. 1 coin each will hardly yield a profit, but I shall assist you in processing them. Lin Dongyang watched as Erlongzi began counting the snake heads, nodding in agreement. This was the advantage of having connections. Had he not partnered with Erlongzi, those snake heads might have gone to waste. Brother, take the western sea snakes. When the time comes, give 2 to Boss Chui as a token of my regard. After some contemplation, Lin Dongyang retrieved a western sea snake from the bucket. He had already slaughtered his fair share alongside his father, and their own liquor was not lacking this delicacy. All right, I shall accept this. When the time comes, I will bring it to him. You have a total of 132 pieces, amounting to 1,728 yuan. These snakeheads, along with a few scattered items, total 19 yuan, bringing the entire sum to 1,777. Longzi spoke while preparing the receipt, handing it to Lin Dongyang. Then proceeded to prepare the receipt for his elder brother's boat. Their catch was not as plentiful as his, yet they managed to secure over 200 pieces, which is not an insignificant profit. Those around, listening to the figures, felt a tinge of envy, yet for some reason, it didn't seem overly substantial. Aside from a few individuals, most harbored no ill intentions. Perhaps it was due to Lin Dongyang's prior windfalls, which dulled such feelings. Lin Dongyang gazed at the receipt in his hand, reflecting on Longzi's mention of Li Huixiang's tears. Though her tone seemed stable, he could not help but feel a flicker of concern. Observing the sky, he noted that it was not particularly late. Father, I am somewhat worried about Huixiang. I shall make my way to the city first. Please assist in organizing things with my brother and the others, Lin Dongyang said, glancing at the family standing nearby with expressions of joy. Go ahead, we will manage here. Do not worry. However, have you eaten today? Can you endure? I can manage. I will have a bite at the hospital. I shall take my leave now. Upon finishing his words, Lin Dongyang felt a peculiar anxiety surge within him, even stronger than before. He exchanged a few brief remarks and hurried home. To his surprise, it seemed he had indeed made a wise decision in his business dealings. Albeit the stock gains were somewhat meager, had he known, he would not have scolded Longzi earlier. Lin Mu, with a smile, looked at the two receipts in her hands, reflecting on the situation. I wonder who it was that claimed Dongyang squandered money. It was I. And what of it? Who said I was a woman? Lin Mu responded, unfazed by her husband's veiled sarcasm. Upon returning home, Lin Dongyang changed his clothes. Although there was little snake blood on him, he preferred not to carry any into the hospital. After tidying up, he hurriedly rode his bicycle towards the hospital. Upon arrival, he anxiously opened the ward door, feeling an unshakable urgency within him, though he could not discern its cause. The ward was empty, with 2 portions of unfinished meals on the small table, chopsticks scattered nearby. If nothing had gone awry, his sister-in-law, who was both tidy and averse to waste, would never have left the place in disarray. Nurse, where is the patient in this ward? Lin Dongyang suppressed his agitation and inquired urgently upon seeing a nurse outside. Are you a family member of Li Huixiang? Congratulations. Mother and daughter are safe. Lin Dongyang, upon hearing the nurse's words and observing the smile on her face, momentarily stood in a daze. Chapter 80. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Dongyang followed the nurse towards the delivery room. He had inquired earlier. This period coincided with the postnatal observation time, and she had not yet emerged. Arriving too early might mean she had not yet given birth, while arriving too late could mean she had already returned to the ward. He was uncertain whether his timing was fortuitous or unfortunate, yet thankfully, he had managed to come today. Although he had initially not planned to stay in the ward with his wife for several days due to his pursuit of profit, a fortunate coincidence allowed him to be present. He is already inside, but you must consult the doctor to see if you are allowed in. My words hold no authority. The young nurse observed the clean-cut man before her, noting the anxious expression on his face, and felt a sense of warmth towards him. It is rare to find someone so eager to rush to the hospital to support their wife during childbirth, even if he arrived a bit late, after the baby had already been delivered. Nonetheless, this moment is indeed when a mother is at her most vulnerable, and his presence could provide some comfort. Thank you for your help. I came in such a hurry today that I brought nothing, Lin Dongyang admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he looked at the nurse. He had been preoccupied with the snakes on the boat and had not anticipated that Li Huixiang would give birth so soon. The nurse, however, was quite accommodating. Even if you had brought something, I couldn't accept it. We are here to serve the public. Go speak with the doctor. There was another woman who just entered, and she must be a member of your family as well. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. As Lin Dongyang watched the nurse wave goodbye, he could only shake his head, feeling a mix of nervousness as he knocked on the delivery room door. Before long, an older female doctor emerged, asked a few questions, and then permitted him to enter. Following the doctor down the corridor, they arrived at a bed around the corner. And Lin Dongyang observed with clarity that Li Huixiang's hair was still damp, but her condition seemed stable, suggesting she had not undergone a cesarean section and that there was no immediate danger. With a sigh of relief, Lin Dongyang felt reassured, despite the nurse's earlier words. Seeing it with his own eyes brought him peace of mind. Dongyang, what brings you here? His sister-in-law exclaimed, holding a swaddled infant and turning her head in surprise. Her voice was loud enough to stir the previously quiet baby into a cry, and Li Huixiang opened her eyes, bright and alert despite her pale complexion. Smiling at Lin Dongyang, sister-in-law, I just returned from the sea and was quite concerned about Huixiang. Earlier, the vendor told me that Huixiang was a bit upset after signing the papers this morning, so I rushed over to comfort her. Upon arriving at the ward and not seeing you, a nurse informed me that Huixiang had given birth, and she kindly brought me here. Lin Dongyang spoke gently to his sister-in-law, mindful of the now crying infant. Such a lively one right from birth, she should be easy to care for. He had not dared to hope for a girl, especially given that their Lin family had already welcomed 9 boys into the next generation. Now he felt content, realizing he had 1 son and 1 daughter. Would you like to hold her? She may be a bit ugly, haha. His sister-in-law nodded, extending the swaddled baby towards him. The doctor, having confirmed Lin Dongyang's acquaintance with the mother, moved to attend to another patient. No, I've just spent the day dealing with sea snakes. And their venom is quite potent. It's best to keep my distance from the child for now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Lin Dongyang replied, shaking his head with a smile. He then moved closer to Li Huixiang, bending down to clasp her hand gently in his. You've endured so much, he said softly, looking at his wary wife, gazing at her husband's familiar face, albeit with a hint of unfamiliarity in his speech. She recalled that he had never shown such gravity even when she gave birth to their first child. Reflecting on recent events, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Yet her smile blossomed even more vibrantly. Why cry? It's a joyous occasion. I must tell you, I've earned nearly 2,000 yuan today. And the business collaboration with that second fool is bound to yield considerable profits. Perhaps, before long, we shall recoup our investment. And then the earnings will be yours to spend as you wish. Lin Dongyang initially intended to continue speaking, but upon noticing Li Huixiang respond with a single word, her eyes threatening to close once more, he refrained from further conversation. Once he observed her gently closing her eyes and breathing softly, he released her hand, placing it delicately on the bed, and stood up from the floor. He noticed his sister-in-law also setting down the doll she held, and together they exited the hospital room, awaiting Li Huixiang's rest and the doctor's final examination. In the corridor outside the delivery room, Lin Dongyang inquired with some confusion, sister-in-law, why has it suddenly happened ahead of schedule? Wasn't it supposed to be 2 days more? His sister-in-law, looking at her younger brother-in-law, recalled a joyful incident and smiled incessantly. When Lin Dongyang prepared to speak again, she continued, this morning, that second fool brought Boss Chui to have Huixiang sign some papers. Just one signature cost 3,000 yuan, which startled her. Only after Boss Chui explained everything did she feel a bit more at ease. However, I was still quite upset. Such a significant matter. And you didn't even inform her. At noon, I bought some extra food, and halfway through eating, she began to feel something. Fortunately, the delivery went remarkably smoothly. The doctors remarked they had never witnessed such ease. I even heard this from a nurse. After sharing this, Lin Dongyang's sister-in-law could hardly contain her laughter. Especially recalling the nurse's comment that the child was pushed out, Lin Dongyang observed his slightly dazed sister-in-law, unsure of what to say. And one might mistakenly think she had just given birth, for she appeared quite lightheaded. Nevertheless, his sister-in-law had always been an optimist, maintaining her cheerful disposition even as grandchildren began to arrive, which did not strike him as overly exaggerated. They both fell into a brief silence, waiting patiently. The current management was not as stringent as in later years. It was only when the rumbling of Lin Dongyang's stomach became pronounced that Li Huixiang was finally wheeled out. Her pallor had faded, replaced by a hint of rosy color. The trio remained silent, knowing they would soon be in the hospital room with ample opportunity for conversation. As his sister-in-law received the child from the nurse, they followed her into the room. Lin Dongyang cast a glance at the baby in his sister-in-law's arms, initially intrigued. He soon found the child somewhat unappealing. However, given the attractive features of both the child's parents, he was confident the baby would grow into a beauty over time. Indeed, it will, he reassured himself. He worked diligently to maintain his own appearance. The thought of his daughter being less than beautiful was enough to bring him to tears.